Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another day in paradise. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane for the final flight of day one, at least the live version of day one flights here at the Wsop Paradise Supermain, a $50 million guarantee event. It is the only action that will be taking place in the room here today. But of course, as per usual, Henry, yesterday we did have some things going down. Full swing here in Atlantis. Still not done. The Supermain bracelet, not the only one left to be awarded, but we did issue hardware yet again yesterday in a 10K PLO.
We did, man. I was sweating along with the stream, and there were some huge names. I mean, going into the final 20, I want to say Danny Tan, D-Negs, you had Santosh in the mix, you had Gordinsky, Danzak, just to name a few of the guys. And obviously the chat were just really rooting for Negreanu to get that 8th bracelet. He's currently on 7th, but he ended up final table bubbling out in 8th, but still. Look, man, D-Neg's still getting it done in 2024 in the 4-card street, so an 8th place run there.
I was just thinking the same thing because, you know, we talk often on the Triton Super High Roller Series about the presence of snipers. There truly are a tremendous number of people who have become 4-card specialists, and so, you know, rife with hazards are those streets in terms of these PLOs, and yet there he is, an old schooler. Yeah. Final table bubble, unfortunately, the 8th place finish of the 200 total entries, which brought the prize pool to a healthy $2 million when you consider that it's just a 10K buy-in. Not too shabby whatsoever. Roman Hrabec, another name familiar to the Triton streets. He would finish in 3rd. He was chasing a 2nd World Series of Poker bracelet. So there was quite a few people who were previously decorated, dare I say, including, of course, Gorodinsky, the aforementioned 2015 PPC winner. 2015 World Series of Poker Player of the Year winner, and he took down a really tidy Danzak heads up.
Yeah, I mean, Danzak is no slouch in any format, you know, and to get heads up against Dan, I mean, that feels like a 2014 heads up, let alone a 2024 heads up between those two OGs. So, yeah, both going into that heads up with 3 bracelets apiece. So there was a bit of, you know, not just money up for grabs, but like being able to needle the other one now, like, hey, bro, you only got 3 bracelets? I got 4. But yeah, Gordinsky obviously taking that down for 393,000, beating Zach heads up, who still has to be happy with the 291K that he's going home with. Not bad for one day, you know, a turbo event.
I mean, generally multiple days required to have scores like that. And of course, Gordinsky now both wrists and both ankles are decorated. 4-time bracelet winner. Both had mixed game backgrounds, of course. You know, Zach, his 3 bracelets coming in 3 different games. And I think for those that are paying attention to such things, you do kind of have a tip of the hat and a nod, as you're not just a one-trick pony out there. You know, in these circles, such things matter to some.
100%. I mean, the poker purists out there, if Rasty was sat here right now, he'd be tipping the hat for sure. I think anyone with 3 bracelets in 3 different formats is, yeah, that's incredibly impressive.
All right, no bracelet being awarded here today, but the pursuit of the biggest one on the docket will continue. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Day 1D, that which awaits us in this $50 million guaranteed prize pool, which a lot of the chatter continues to build with respect to. Are we going to make that or not? 2,000 total entries, what we're going to need to hit this $50 million guarantee. And from a player standpoint, Henry, not that we're rooting against business, Daddy. Could be a little bit expensive, but we would love to see a healthy overlay for those that bothered to book their tickets and their hotel rooms early, make it down here to the Bahamas, and kind of pledge allegiance. And for those that didn't, of course, time still remains to get down here because you can register even on day 2.
100%. I mean, we had 461 on day 1A, and you know, we're thinking, okay, that's healthy. That's almost 25% of it covered.
Yeah.
Day 1B, 254. Day 1C, 181. And online, we've got approximately 600. So I'm, you know, ballpark figure of around 15. So that means today we need 500 runners, which is, you know, it's going to be tough to get. So if you are stateside, nearby, you've been watching the streams for the last couple of days, there's some real value up for grabs here in Paradise. We're looking at a potential, dare I say, what? Like 12 million, 10 million overlay.
Yikes. Yeah, you know? that is really healthy and scary, of course, if you're in the accounting department over at the World Series of Poker. But listen, let's not forget, that there are those whose circadian rhythms have been a bit disrupted. Maybe they're sleeping in. Only 85 were on the monitor as I walked
Mm,
in here for the pregame. But, producer James mentioning that number grows throughout the course of the
of
day. And of
course.
course, as we mentioned, day two, there's a lot of people who kind of become those last minute buy-in sorts, especially in a 25K where they're thinking to themselves, this is just a spin for me. This is kind of a tickler. I'm not really wanting to grind full days going into it. And day three, everybody in the money.
There was a conversation last night between myself and Nacho Barbero. He ended up busting around 2 levels before the end of the day. He was like, "Oh, I think I'm just going to come back tomorrow, play day 1D." I managed to convince him to get in there again. I was like, "Nacho, final 2 levels, just go back in, try and spin up a stack." And I think that's what we're going to see a lot in day two as well. You've got a lot of short stacks going through. Late reg is open for the first couple of levels over there. So yes, we're kind of, sweating this overlay. But at the same time, I think we're going to get pretty close as well because people aren't going to bust early day two and then be like, "Oh, I'm just going to go back to my hotel room." It's like, no, dude, there's a 50 million on. Like, you're going to re-enter. So
You're going to keep tabs on that tournament clock, no doubt, just to kind of see what sort of value proposition is available. Anna Marquez kept tabs on everybody
she
yesterday,
did.
taking no prisoners. Day 1C chip leader bagged the top slot there. Santosh Suvarna bagging second. He continues to show improvement each and every time that we see him out. A two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, by the way. What an addition this would be to his trophy case. And how about Anatoly Filatov?
Yeah, Fedotov was all over the place at the feature table. He was up and then he was down and then he flopped quads in a really fruity kind of spot where he should never have quads. A lot of table talk, a lot of, just like having banter and enjoy the moment. So yeah, to see him bag such an impressive 2.8 million, from the Reef table, and the fact that we get to like see it all on the stream, it's always nice. I enjoy that as a poker fan to look at the end of day one chip counts and then see a name that was from the feature table because you can kind of look back, you think, oh, okay, yeah, he played that hand and I saw him involved in that spot, and it's just really fun to kind of look at the backstory of how they got there.
I know a guy who didn't have too much fun yesterday, and it was courtesy of one Alan Keating who lived
Yeah.
rent-free in that man's head overnight. I'm talking, of course, about Exter Kotler, who just got blended.
I mean, a few people got blended by Keating, but yeah, he certainly did. Keating just joined the table, and within, I want to say, 7 hands or so, there was already talk at the table about him playing every hand. He had apparently, 3-bet in 3 of the 7 hands that he had played. And for the people that were perhaps unfamiliar with playing with Keating, they very quickly got introduced to his playstyle. So.
Yeah, kind of the Dennis the Menace of the feature table over at the main stage yesterday. Chance Korneth was a guy who I could have sworn I said had just been showered, took a high variance spot, and then within moments, we came back from a commercial break yesterday, and producer James was like, wait a minute, he's got 1 million in chips. Surely this is a mistake here in the updated counts. And no, he found himself another 500,000, courtesy of 25K, and doubled instantly. He wound up finding a bag, 1.7 million multiple bullets invested to get himself there. How about Stephen Chidwick, and a whole host, by the way, of high rollers that we've just got about 90 seconds to get through, Henry, but name them off.
Yeah, I mean, Stevie obviously took down the PLO for his second bracelet. He's through with 1.7. The man Stevie actually beat, Yang Wang, who came second in that PLO championship. He's also through with 1.7 million. Punat and KT, some of the Thai superstars, they were battling at the same table, at the feature table, actually. Both of them managed to get through as well after, firing several bullets on, day 1B. So always nice to have day 1D off as well and just go into day 2 fresh. So
of course, for everybody that goes through, it comes at the expense often of those who don't. The old school legend Scotty Wynn booked his ticket down to paradise, but things weren't very tropical for him. Showered yesterday. Unclear whether or not, added investments will be taking place, as we do, as we mentioned, have all of day 1D and, of course, 3 levels in day 2. How about the defending champ Zagal? He, too, met his maker, Boris Becker. Out here, plays a lot of poker, but his poker playing time came to an end yesterday. Jason Mercier, a legend. Also, Darren Elias, João Vieira, who had that painful exit at the hands of Alex Foxen, who took down that 100K Triton Super High Roller Series main in the abbreviated festival that led into this one. Both the brothers Greenwood, Shufarin, Dennis, Botez, all showered. Expected to reappear today, but, we'll see how things take shape. So, Day one deep, just about set to get underway, and we're excited, of course, to have you with us. If you're out there in the YouTube streets, do us a favor, click like, click subscribe, and saddle up as Paradise's WSOP Supermain $50 million guarantee gets back underway. Live from the Atlantis, Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Couple of featured tables await us. At Coral, we're going to have Anushka Lent, an actress, an influencer who actually had a little lip on her last year during the time that she was at the final table. Very spicy personality.
Yeah, okay.
Anushka there. Lagoon got her $500,000 set and ready to go, ready to grow as well, I would imagine, depending how things go down. Shufarin back in there with Elias. So quite quickly we learn about whether or not those two wanted to step aside. Antoine Saoud and Elke also in the mix. You see Anushka there.
Can't wait to see Elke in the mix. Been a while since I've seen him on a feature table.
Rumor has it, by the way, Henry, you're a fan of the fight sports, that we've got ourselves a UFC man that's going to be joining the festivities shortly.
Yeah, Colby Covington, fresh out of the octagon last night, flying over. Loves poker, loves PLO as well. I played PLO with him, the Seminole Hard Rock in Miami, or Florida. So we get to see him in the two-card streets.
And Anushka will be the first to play a pot here. Ace-Queen offsuit, a limp from Lent. Raskazov, Queen 10 of Hearts, asking questions of the limper. Decibel level increases to 7,000.
Hand one of the day. Ali, just flicking a little Limpsky with the ace-queen out. Don't want to go broke. Hand one. This overcall is a bit... Wow.
Generous?
I mean, generous is a very generous word to use.
Well, listen,
With you.
Just put it in your pocket if you have a pocket.
Observed his compatriot Alejandro Lococo take down the 500K Invitational. Perhaps this Argentine is thinking, you got to play to win. Ace-8 performing poorly pre-flop, and Ace-Queen doing so as well. Raskazov finds trip 10s. What a stocking stuffer this is early on the day. 4,000. The follow through. He's not looking to lose anybody, is he?
He's certainly supposed to continue here with close to range after isolating pre. So nice to see him kind of size down as well and keep his range wide. This call with the ace-8 player behind feels very ambitious. Again, does have that ace of diamonds. But this just feels like an unnecessary 13K expense. Hand number one for Paz. And now for Raskazov. Do you want to size up? Doesn't really go big. 18 into 32. Is that like 60% pot? Gets the job done.
Yeah, second barrel makes a believer out of the ace-8.
I would hope so. Perhaps insights as to what we can expect. People playing a bit loosey-goosey.
Pavel.
What we've seen over the last couple of days.
Where are you from?
Russia.
Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you?
Меня зовут Anushka.
Yeah. And
But
you?
I'm not Russian, I'm German.
German.
Here. German girl.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
I'm telling you, I'm very much based on what I observed and more so what I listened to last year, looking forward to Anushka rocking the boat out there. She really had a lot of lip, was in people's heads, talking smack. And in my conversation with her prior to her appearance here today, she said last year That was the first time I had ever played poker. Parking their bones in a 25K. Not too many can say that.
Gonna have to have a little look at her hand and
5-way affair, ace, 10-8, couple of hearts. 3 players have hit the 8, but Roskazov has an ace with his. 2 pair, way the best of what's around. Lent does have a Broadway gutter and the king of hearts working hard. Gut shot for Rose behind this Roskazov barrel.
yeah, obviously a queen or a jack would be dirty. I think Rose with the backdoor diamonds not going to be going anywhere. Pass gets out of there. See, I mean, look, Lent's got the king of hearts. See if she peels one off. Drawing very live, of course. That's just going to let it go. Doesn't want to be chasing gut shots too early on day one.
Can't say the same for Rose, who's going to take a swing here. Backdoor diamonds as well. Now all of a sudden the straight draw adds a direction. 6 or a jack would do the trick.
How did she get on last year, by the way? Sorry to
You know, she was at the table with Sergio Aguero, as I recall, the famous Argentine footballer. And
yeah.
you know, she scrambled some brains and then ultimately checked out in a spot that, you know, really sort of showed that she had a lack of experience, which little did I know was literally this is her first trip out playing poker. But since then, she's done some rumbling, so obviously a little bit more refined. Didn't find the money or anything like that.
Oh, okay. I thought she'd like ran super deep or something.
Sorry?
Perhaps this time round.
Roskazov not going to be participating in this one. Unless we're playing a blackjack and hold'em mix. That'd be an event.
Oh man, that I could see GG doing that as well.
Velosopas. Queen 9, raised to 6,000, 3x. From the button, of course, attacking. Anushka, suited 10-6, just steps away.
A little bit on the tight side. 10-6 of hearts. Very defendable off of 250, but I'm not going to write to HR. Don't think it's a crime to let go of it.
Especially, you know, I'm sure you've had this conversation with people over the years, Henry, right? They're like, I'm playing this charity event. I'm playing in my first poker tournament. Just give me the quick kind of Cliff's Notes. What do I need to do? You know, a few of the pointers that you would give them would include just be very picky about pre-flop hand selection and position, right?
Pre-flop hands in position, yeah, I think people really underestimate how powerful it is to be, you know, in position on the button or the cutoff. And then when it comes to like defending, you know, big blinds, just it sounds very obvious. We're talking about explaining to people who have just learned the game, right? That's what you're asking. Okay, so I would always say, you know, hands that can make straights and hands that can make flushes really go up in value because it's really tough to make straights and it's really tough to make flushes. So a hand like 10-6, 250 big blinds deep, suited, it's bottom. You know, it's on the low end of the defending range. So,
7.
oh wow,
Roskazov showing some real disrespect here. Granted, bottom of range activations are a thing here, as we don't wish to play a pot with a hand this poor. We decide to raise it up and try to take it down pre. Anushka non-compliant, of course, with the ace, and she pairs it on an ace, king 10 board. Top pair. Kicker's dusty. Knuckles over. Let's see if Roskazov wants to tell a story.
I mean, he's ISO'd pre. He seems to have a plan to just pick on Lent in position. She's flopped top pair. Relatively quick call. Let's see if Roskazov reads into that as strength or potentially weakness.
Not a terrible card at all for Lent here. The 10 on the turn sorts out the kicker issues.
Yeah, now chopping with ace-jack, ace-queen, and literally every ace-x. Loving that. No scare card as well is nice for her.
Yeah, on the river here, Roskazov having checked back the turn. She does pursue some value, and she bets 10 into 24.
Bit of posturing here.
Roskazov with the easy exit. 13-12 Mork in the YouTube chat, Henry, writes in a manner that somehow manages to slide us both in one sentence.
I saw that.
Who is commentating with Jeff? Well, first off, Mork, I am not Jeff. I am Ali, and by now you should know that is the Wonderkind, Henry Kilbane. How did he do that?
It's a return of the prodigal son. I mean,
That was efficient.
I saw it and I chuckled to myself. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to address it, but I'm glad you did. That was a fun bit.
Well, obviously, it gives us an opportunity to demonstrate that we are keeping an eye on the YouTube chat. Always love your engagement out there, so by all means, do weigh in. Let us know what you think of the broadcast, who you're pulling for, whether or not you're out here in the Bahamas, perhaps, watching a little bit of game tape. Big brisket, Darren Elias, pocket 10, small blind, limping, and we're going to play a mystery hand here early in the coverage. Mr. Hawkins will have his holding blacked out, blued out rather, on this occasion.
It's a sizable ISO as well, 4.5x. 250 big blinds deep. All the options on the table. But Darren, there's the aggressive one.
Limp 3-bet to 35,000. Eliason, absolute legend. And these sorts of things, I would imagine, are always considered, Henry, when we do tangle with someone. You know, is this a known entity? Is this a real legend of the game that I'm squaring off against? Is this maybe a mystery individual?
With the online realm of things, I think it is really scary nowadays. You rock up to a poker table, 25k buy-in. Wouldn't fault people for leaning into the fact that, okay, if this guy's unknown on Hendon Mob, perhaps one of those online crushers.
Sorry, one second. I need to.
Hawkins really chewing on this. Perhaps a 4-bet decision on the cards. Just comes with call.
It did feel like contemplations to that effect were what was on his mind, more so than whether or not to fold or call, as he does hop in, and 2 overcards present themselves on this flop to the 10s. Unpleasant, to say the least, for Elias.
Not thrilled about the ace-jack on board. Not the worst as well. We do have the 10 of clubs. Wrapped around a couple of backdoor straights, but yeah, in a limp raise spot, blind v blind, I think Darren loses this one a decent amount of the time.
Well, he has pumped the brakes here.
It feels mandatory. Yes, We're still ahead of, you know, 7s, 9s, maybe some like 6-5 suited, 7-6 suited.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that sort of hand composition, because one of the things that you'll bear witness to during early day one action, when you are so deep stacked, is a tremendous amount of speculative participation. People hopping in there with hands that we don't generally expect to be a part of the festivities, looking to spin up a stack, looking to crack an overpair.
I mean, speculative is a very nice way of putting it, Ali. Over the last 2 days, we have seen some straight up madness on these day ones. I mean, I was thinking, you know, 50 mil guarantee, people are going to be playing snug as a 25k. We've had people going all in blind, man. All in blind for 25 bigs. Like,
Henry's not making it up, guys.
What are we talking about here, people?
I don't even want to calculate how much money I spend on my
Jack pairing on the turn makes it less likely that Hawkins has bluffs, should he bet.
I spend on my hair.
He's going to have some semi-bluffs as well, but Elias blocking some of those, like 10-9 suited, Queen-10, King-10 suited.
Probably
Third Jack now on the river.
4 5k a year, and it's been 12 years, so 2 buy-ins probably. Wow. I have to do every month, you know.
Both
I have to go
flop and turn.
How you did it? Like, I mean, how it's supposed to be?
Having gone check, check.
You think I do it myself?
I wonder if Darren ever blocks here for like 20% pot, something like 30k. Rather than going into check call mode, just like set the price yourself, because the thing is Elias still retains, I mean, I'm stretching a little bit, but he still retains top set range advantage. Like, he's going to have aces at a very low frequency. He's also going to have some Jack X that play this way.
Is Hawkins maybe allowed to have aces? Less so than Darren?
I'd say less so, like 250 big blinds against the limp raise. I think we just 4-bet pre.
Well, some in the chat speculating 6s, 7s, 9s could be afoot.
Don't think he bets with those.
Well, he hasn't bet yet.
Not on the flop.
Ah.
7s, 6s, 9s just doesn't really make sense.
Was there a flop bet?
Yeah.
Forgive me. I
Darren
thought flop went
checked and Hawkins
check,
bet 30k. Turn went check, check.
Obviously, attention turned to elsewhere during that portion of the exchange here. So pre-flop, it was a limp from Elias. A raise from Hawkins. Elias then took it to 35,000. Hawkins called. Elias checked the flop. Called a 30k bet. Turn went check, check. And here we are at the river with Hawkins asking for 125. And this is definitely on the entree side of the menu, more so than an appetizer. Elias simply lays down the 2-10s, and it was aces full for Hawkins on the turn. Top set was present, Henry, but not in the camp you suspected.
Wow. That's insane, man. Listen, we're talking about live reads earlier on. I don't want to, like, try and blow mine and Arlene Najar's trumpet, but there was conversations in the booth about what looked like Hawkins deliberating on whether or not to 4-bet pre. I think he needs to be careful if us pigeons in the booth can pick up on that. These crushers out there.
Now,
sorry,
of all the bird analogies, you know, Henry, the rat of the skies, pigeon that is, maybe we give ourselves a touch more credit, maybe like a dove, maybe, you know, cockatiel. I don't know. Pigeon, though? That's a touch harsh. You know, can I be a parakeet? Maybe I can be an Indian ringneck.
I mean,
Looking at
The
the
Instagram algo has just started bombarding me, by the way, with these, these birds that like talk. How about an African gray parrot? Because they're really smart. There's this one where, like, what's this made of? He's like, glass. And then, and he just knows, what's this? A cup. Anyway. Somebody out there back me up. I know you know what I'm talking about. I would like to
I
be
know
an
what you're talking
African
about.
gray parrot.
That's fair, but I meant pigeon in the sense that you and I aren't out here playing 25Ks. Okay?
That's very true.
Whereas the African grey parrots, they're probably out there playing the 25Ks. They're smart.
If you're smart, yeah. It's not a bad place to find yourself. Ace deuce 3. Not a great place for Saud. A name familiar to those who've been watching the World Series of Poker over the years. Deep runs in the main associated with that particular name. The turn associates itself with a Broadway gut shot, which is blocked by Elias. King high, the best hand. 4-liner on board now. Wheel possible with any 5.
Surely suit bluffs at this. Jack high. Never good. Want to try and fold out like 6s through 10s, but no, just happy to take his... I say happy to take his showdown. He's not happy to take a showdown. He's just waving the white flag and conceding the pot. King high is good. Look, man, if they're out here letting you win with king high, then you don't need to be bluffing as much.
Did you play
You don't need to be
yesterday?
barreling as much.
today. What about you? What about you?
Yeah, I played at the same table, the same seat.
Yesterday?
Yeah, and it was Boris Becker here.
Oh.
I was in shock, like, for me, like, I just was texting to my dad, like, Papa, I'm playing with Boris Becker, but in poker.
Did you throw tennis when you were young?
Yeah. Like, for me, I'm still, like, I'm still shaking. Like, it's like you're playing with legend, like, real legend.
Shufanin was really a kid in a candy store yesterday during his time at the feature table, which obviously we mentioned did come to an end at some point on day 1C, but he's right back in the saddle here.
What country is he from? England?
Boris?
Or is
Originally,
Boris
German.
Germany?
Germany.
Germany.
Saud, ace queen. Some noting, by the way, that he's playing under the Union Jack here.
He was the best one.
Henry,
He was one
that's
of the best.
sort of unfamiliar. I recall the French banner being the one that was flown by Saud, so perhaps defection of sorts? Unclear. Maybe it's a tax
Most of the people
situation.
stay in good shape, actually, right? Most of
Someone in
them.
the chat saying he's
He doesn't
about as
stay in very good
British
shape or they get really fat.
as a cassoulet.
But most of them they stay. I think I guess 80% they stay in good shape.
Yeah.
But when you use
That's
the routine,
fantastic.
if you keep it, you stay in good shape. Usually.
Some other
very
aviary
disciplined.
submissions, by the way, in terms
about
of,
your shape in poker?
My shape in
being
poker,
on the order of the
well,
sharp
my
side of
health is
the,
okay. My
the
shape
bird
in the fitness is better than my shape in
genus.
poker. Now. Maybe not. Maybe same thing.
Golden
How
eagle,
long do you play? Like,
absolute savage,
Too long. Too long. Yeah,
bird of
21,
prey.
21.
Just ask the Mongolians. They're like, I
I
would
don't
do the
play
hunting, but I've got this little buddy of mine
Play
who
one tournament.
can fly out and bring me back a baby yak.
Before I used to play 10 tournaments in one
I
day.
would love to think that we're the golden eagles of the commentary booth, but we're just not.
Or how
are
about
we?
Raven? Because a Raven doesn't have the physical intimidation, but they're, they're
You
cunning.
play also when I won here?
Probably,
How
yeah.
many years you played same?
Yeah.
Basketball
Very long.
Maven in quiet time, responsible for those
You're old school
submissions in the YouTube chat.
they are so young.
Back over to Anushka and company.
Is that Joe Tren jumping in?
Well, when you see that God of Gamblers green
Translation
varsity
delay is
jacket
30 minutes, yeah.
adorned with Chinese
Translation delay is
characters,
30
chances
minutes.
are it is indeed one Zhou Chuan.
Translation.
30, what do you mean?
Delay of translation.
Oh, really?
I mean, they,
So it's not live yet?
no. I think no. Usually they have a delay about 20 or 30 minutes.
But now they're on it.
Already?
I think
Is it
so.
already live?
Are we already live streaming? It's not speaking to me.
Okay, back out in the field at WSOP Paradise, she hit us with the Independence Day GIF or GIF, whatever you call it, on X. And Liv Boeree is indeed back at the World Series of Poker. Liv, stand up for me for a quick sec, please. Join me over here. I'll make sure you don't miss a hand. What does indeed bring you to WSOP Paradise?
I mean, a 50 million guaranteed event. Like, even though I'm kind of out of the poker loop these days, even that one sort of percolated through. And GG kindly invited me down, and it's, you know, I haven't been back to the Atlantis in years, and it's just so cool to be back.
You mentioned being kind of out of the loop as far as poker is concerned. How big of a role is poker playing in your life right now?
Close to zero in any practical sense. I mean, that said, I still give talks on poker now and then, and I still try to think like a poker player in everything I do. So, yeah, it's never quite zero.
You've still got the Win-Win podcast. What are you getting out of that? Why do you enjoy doing that so much?
So like the whole idea about Win-Win is like, how can we have more healthy competition in the world? Like, I spent many years playing this sort of very zero-sum game of poker, but at the same time, that gave me so much joy and so much greatness that comes out of poker. It's clearly there's something positive out of what could be seen as a sort of purely competitive zero-sum game. And, you know, I do a lot of work in AI and risks from emerging technologies, and it turns out that it's game theory driving a lot of these risks. So Win-Win is actually kind of like a study of how do we fix the incentives and game theory that sort of is driving our world so that it goes in a more positive direction.
Go sit down now so you don't miss a hand. Thank you very much for the time, Liv. I appreciate it. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Jeff. And perhaps Liv and kind of her band of intellectuals can figure out how we can fix the Jeff Platt curse, which clearly, had she been familiar with, she may have had a different response to the stand-up for me. I just want to have a chat. It seems innocent enough when he comes over, but the Grim Reaper takes many shapes.
I'm not buying into this Jeff Platt curse thing.
Then you haven't been interviewed by him yet. It's a thing.
It's true.
You know, I'm going to make Jeff upset because he honestly, he's like, it's not a thing. Come on, this is my livelihood. Don't make it so everybody says no to me.
Have people started saying no to him? Was there a point where they were?
Yeah,
That's
there
fantastic.
was. Fantastic was this flop for Haney. Top pair, nut flush draw. Then the texture sort of came undone a bit. Turn, put a four-liner on board. The river's the 8 of clubs. And now with the check in front of him, Dennis Shufarin is going to ask questions of Ace-King. 156 in the middle, mystery hand time. 115 deployed.
Snap fold from Haney. Obviously missed a lot of the hands, so tough to say. Money could have gone in pre.
Shufarin indeed had it, though.
250 bigs apiece, though. Bit of a stretch.
Jack, Jack. Not one, but two straights.
Look, I'll believe that the Jeff Platt curse is a thing when I see someone just say, GFY, Jeff, whenever he asks someone to stand up for an
No one's
interview.
going to do that. Jeff's such a nice guy. You're never going to react that way.
I don't know. Nick Wright yesterday was trying to tell me that Jeff gives off this nice guy vibe, but apparently bit of a, well, according to Nick Wright, a bit of a snake.
Based on?
Well, apparently every time Jeff sees Nick, he brings up the 50K that he busted out last year, always reminding him of how he flopped top set against Brewers, flopped straight in a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, that was painful.
And Jeff's always very excited to remind him.
See, I thought it was based upon maybe a glimpse at his cookies, you know, in his Chrome browser or something. But, you know, I guess Snake and Dirt Merchant are two different things. Meanwhile, aces and eights for Elke. The Jack of Diamonds working for Elias here. This one was an open from Darren.
UTG going to continue small and wide. Well, he doesn't actually, so he goes into check call mode.
Yeah. But continues nevertheless, just in a different manner, as he comes up empty on the turn, checking over to Elke.
Elky's gone really small here, and I wouldn't have hated a size up after a call on the flop. Darren has an interesting one. I mean, Jack of Diamonds is a very relevant card here. You know, blocking every suited combo. King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10. But just lets it go.
Play home too, you know, he was up New York. It's like
I've never played. No.
you could surrender, so it's kind of nice. I mean, like this vote when your
The team votes like 3 people.
Team vote, yeah. It's like sure. A lot of time it's like. I mean, if you're losing, it's much better. If you're winning.
Well, if you're already on GG Poker, then you're quite familiar with Elky. And if you're not, we've got just the thing for you. Sign up with a new account at the world's largest online poker room. Toss 20 bucks in there and make sure they use the promo code Paradise 2024 when doing so, and you will pick up a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. What could be better than that? Head over to GG Poker today and sign up.
I don't know. For me, poker is still video game. Like, I'm still playing. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm playing like StarCraft, Counter Strike, poker, almost the same.
You still play StarCraft?
Yeah. Why not?
So Elky might have found himself a spot there, a legend of the StarCraft streets who
I mean, it's same with poker. I kind of suck now, so.
was a world champ.
It's hard to deal with, right?
Yeah, but poker you can get lucky.
You have a lot of expectations, and they're just not coming through.
Poker you can get lucky, so you can run hot and get
Yeah,
lucky.
it's true.
But in StarCraft,
There is different leagues, you know, like in StarCraft 2, they have different leagues.
yeah, but you like.
Shufat and defended against the Saud Open. No club on board, ugly side of a gutter.
I was only diamond, I think. I think I was only diamond.
Personally, just pitch this one. Yeah, it's a +1 range.
I said defended, he flatted on the button, apologies.
That's a button defend.
Yeah.
You can get lucky, you know.
Oh, and he's going to peel here.
You're doing that in poker.
That's
You can
pretty fruity. Some reverse implied odds as well. You know, you're just up against King Queen a decent bunch at a time.
5 on the turn, 0 assistance.
even less than StarCraft. StarCraft is a little bit of like.
Well, the Brit, Saud,
Yeah.
fires a double barrel. Even the name Saud is, you know.
I mean, well, come on.
Come on.
Isn't Saud the thing when the Avatar guys would connect their braid, you know, to the Tree of Life or to the little flying dragons? I believe it is Saud.
Wow, where did you dig that up from?
James Cameron's left brain.
That is a fan. It might be. I mean, if that's actually a thing,
I'm
then
pretty sure. Back me up, chat. I mean, you guys are so good at this sort of stuff. I believe when you link up braids and dial into the, you know, spiritual matrix in Avatar, it is considered the connection of Saud.
Did you watch that recently? Like last
No.
night recently?
I just remember it.
Bro, if that's true, then maybe you are the golden eagle of poker commentary. That's a really strong find, mate.
Another skill to deal with the uncertainty, right?
It's a great way to close on a date. Also, like, hey, listen, you want to go up to mine and enjoy some Saud?
Jesus Christ. Do you know the islands from Avatar, where James Cameron got his inspiration from?
Are they here in the Bahamas?
It's Samet Nang Shi in Thailand.
Ah, okay.
The floating island inspiration.
Somehow I'm the golden eagle, and yet you have the more obscure of the poles.
Well, I mean, I live there, so I
Fair.
mean, it's not as impressive when you live there.
8-4 of clubs, not as impressive as King 5 of clubs, and neither will be impressed with the Ace-Jack 6-2 spade texture here.
Yeah, I think chess is tougher game. Chess is much tougher games, but actually StarCraft players they have more success in poker than chess players. It's more similar, I think.
It'll read the card.
Is it incomplete information?
Hold on.
Raskin getting rascally here.
That's pretty ambitious. I love it.
Check.
Fair play, mate.
Raising. Bosanier.
play with. I
As
like
the
to
French
play with it.
Canadian is punished and is wearing the United States flag in a New York Giants hoodie. So
Yeah, the beautiful table.
some measure of incongruence here in terms of national representations.
Just put one in each.
That's strong. That King 5 of clubs check raise. That's the type of check raise where you immediately recognize that the guy is sharper than perhaps he's giving off. Like that's
Or fruitier.
No, that's
Right.
I mean, button open, you know, range is wide. Questions can be asked.
but I don't think that's why he's doing it. He's doing it because of different reasons. There was one club on board,
Gonna be overweight.
backdoor straight potential. I think that was pretty sick.
Yeah, it was kind of a candidate.
That
For
change
the-
the structure. They put one more
the play?
on there too.
I don't think so, but I think
So, ace 3 of clubs and Boissonnier, 3 bets to 20,000. I could be really coming overly rich with the prono
I mean, if that
on that surname, by the way.
Which one,
I've been
sorry?
Boissonnier is what I'm
Boissonnier?
going. You know,
Nice, man. I like it.
not for sure. But
Isn't there some, they still have
20?
one E? Earlier I saw like one E.
they don't have one. They don't
It
have
was like
one.
See what the Englishman comes with.
I thought, no, but then I didn't see it today.
yeah.
They have one E.
I didn't see it today. when I
Well,
was-
not au revoir.
Comes with gold.
They don't know.
Oh, so they want you to play
Calls.
today, like there's no one E. Then they'll put it on.
Inferior
Is it
ace,
tonight or tomorrow morning?
out of
Like, and then they put it
position,
back.
looking up at a
They
parent
just
flop,
want you to,
one
like,
club
act
on
like,
board.
oh, this is it.
Yeah, it's last chance.
And then tomorrow it's another last chance.
But then you can still re-enter day 2.
Feels like a mandatory C bet.
One time, right?
Continue small and wide.
So if you play today,
Jack, Jack 5. Although, you know, there's going to be some pot controlling.
You can re-enter 2 times possibly.
Like aces, for example, where you're not scared of an overcard.
oh wow, there's a lot of interest.
And perhaps worried that your opponent has more Jack X than you do.
First entry, I'm glad. I don't want to like.
30K follow through. And now Saud bids adieu.
Probably 10.
More, I think.
Lose one, win one
More around 10.
for Boissonnier.
I would bet more than 10.
But it's not that hard to make day 2. I mean, it's not that deep.
See Suha in the chat saying the beach with
It's a
Leonardo
shut up,
DiCaprio was also filmed there.
Uh-huh.
It
There
was
being,
in Thailand.
Thailand,
It
Playing
wasn't
sometimes do more of the gambling.
Samet Nang Shi. It was Maya Beach on the PP Islands.
That's what I thought 4 days ago.
Slightly different, but same country.
I saw those a few interesting.
Variance is pretty high.
And they're not
I mean, if
called
we
the
were playing
PP
that
Islands
tonight, like, I could
due to some proclivity of tourists to sort of relieve themselves on the sand. Are they?
No, I believe the locals all have bladder issues.
So a lot of uric acid in the water samples up there.
It's the
Yeah.
repeats.
Yeah, I'd go in there.
So if you play tomorrow, you have 20.
It's better than the Poo-Poo Islands, I guess, if you had to compare.
I'd tell them to go and get that checked out, to be honest.
6 is for Elkie.
30K is a lot.
One day I'll act my age. Not today.
Hopefully you don't, mate, to be honest with you.
Yeah, 'cause I'd probably end up dead.
Probably the late reg is going to be
I'm not
like
that old.
10 bigs.
I mean, I'm old.
12 and up.
I think it was the
30K, big money.
philosopher Kirk
I'm
I'm
Jen,
going to butcher this now. Kirkadonna that was saying, you know,
One or
It's
two
Those
levels
that-
before
40, yeah, beginning of 40. Yeah.
embrace their childish nature throughout later on in life tend to have, you know,
Issues with human relations departments at their jobs.
shout out to the HR team.
6s and 8s. Staring at 3 overcards apiece. No interest. Four to Broadway on board, and Raskin happily produces the snowman for the W.
We're seeing some tight play, like people just like allowing others to show
Is
down
there
really
two strings, or
marginal
they're
hands.
just showing up us if there's a
People
good
just not
hand, or-
showing
There is
an
one
interest
of
in
them.
running big bluffs this early.
Okay.
You've got all types, by the way, in terms of philosophers, you know, early on, day one, in these ultra deep stacked events.
No,
Not exactly.
I butchered that one. Come on.
No. I'm talking about
Yes, I
players.
already made
Ah.
You know, philosophies that are being embraced out there. Some,
The hand of
sure,
the series.
averse to running a big bluff. Others are just absolutely salivating at the opportunity to blast off and take lines that they would never otherwise be able to take without costing themselves
In the middle,
the vast majority of their chips.
On the bottom, I have 10-9 suited. I call, and Boris Becker on the big blind with pair of queens calls.
Boissonnier, 10-8 suited.
Jack, 8-3 flush draw, not mine.
6K.
Kings bet. Ace-10 suited has a flush draw calls. Me has straight draw calls. Queens.
Flats, ace, queen. I presume I'm going to be forgiven for talking over Shufarine's hand history. You know.
Boris in shock.
I think that's not necessarily what we're here for.
Kings put almost half of
Ace, Jack of Hearts for Elke. He too climbs aboard.
Ace-10 suited.
And it comes 7-3 deuce.
Calls.
1 heart. 2 diamonds.
What can I do? I just jam. Kings jam, Ace-10 jam, and flush comes on the river. So it both was like
No follow through from the 10-8.
Yeah, but Queens fold. Good fold.
See how Hawkins feels.
Queens fold, Kings jam. Yeah.
2 overs, ace of diamonds. Nice hand to fire with.
I didn't see it.
15 clears Elke.
Not the check raise with 10-8 of hearts. That would be insane.
Oh wow.
Just check call. Okay, the float.
Well, this is frisky. And somehow the 10 of clubs cleanly finds its way to the board to put Boissonnier in front.
Yeah, Boissonnier clearly showing his willingness to potentially outplay people on later streets. The 7-3 deuce comes with the check call as a float. Just thinks Hawkins is going to be overstabbing with Broadway type hands. 7 does pair on the river. It's interesting after check calling. Guess he still retains pocket pairs. Could get value from this ace queen. Ah, he's going to slide it on over. This one's going to get shown down.
Come.
Well, he did not find value. As somebody has found the Darth Vader exhale button onto their mic. Hopefully that'll be something we don't have to contend with for the bulk of the day. Now, yesterday, in the minefield of surnames that I had to navigate, I leaned on Google Translate, Henry, to help us out. Now, I've plugged in Boissonnier, which is unclear whether or not that's the pronunciation. That's our best effort thus far. Into Google Translate, and from French to English, the literal translation is drink maker.
If they doesn't earn it.
Yeah.
So maybe we got ourselves a bartender out here in the 25K. Obviously, it's somewhat like blacksmith,
Yeah.
you know,
No, I know.
John's son, things like that, that were the etymology behind a lot of surnames through the years. But I'm going to hit the play button here, and let's listen in to see what Google thinks in terms of how we need to pronounce this particular name. You ready? All right, here we go.
Boissonnière.
Boissonnière. Okay. Boissonnière.
I really hope this guy's family aren't watching the stream. Or
Why? Because he didn't get value out of the 10-8?
no.
Oh.
Because of how much attention we're spending on his surname.
There's some dead air to fill from time to time.
There is. That is true.
Haney, by the way, familiar to you and I, Henry, from work on the Triton Super High Roller Series. He has hopped into those streets, so has an appetite for high roller stuff.
Yeah, but
Elke's ace queen of diamonds turning into the nut flush draw here as Haney's defense. Let's put him in front technically, but note the equities which favor Elke, 2 to come.
like the government is always the biggest winner of the main event.
Diamond on the turn. Haney drawing to just the deuce or the 6 for a W now. Nut flush materializing.
Now Elke goes pretty big. Feels like he's betting his hand and not his range. He's managed to get Haney's king deuce to keep him honest.
18K, by the way. Taxed. 10 on the river. Haney clearly just keeping an eye on some of the ace-high combos. Hopefully they don't include ace-10 or ace-jack is the thought on his mind.
That's a very stubborn call on the turn against 60% pot.
$75,000 is things getting serious now. An overbet.
I guess this is blind versus blind. I do apologize, Haney. BVB ranges a lot wider, does let it go, can get behind the call on the turn now.
Every time I bear witness to the image of Elke on the screen, I feel as though either I'm living in the past or he's living in the future. But we're definitely both not in the same location on the space-time continuum. Pocket fives now. The other feature for Roskazov in the present and under the gun and facing two aces as the rose blooms to 17,000.
Elke is quite the character. He keeps trying to convince me to come and run a marathon in Seoul. No lie, by the way. I'm not just putting that out of thin air.
Why would anyone do
Every
this?
time he sees me.
Is there a free roll involved?
No, there's not. He's just every time he say, "So, bro, you come to Seoul, we run the marathon, yeah?" I'm like, "No, Elke, bro, run it yourself, man. like, leave me out of this, okay?"
Anushka saying, don't leave me out of this. Flats with king, queen. Out of the big, granted. So it came at a small discount, but nevertheless. In the face of an under the gun open and a 3-bet, not far behind it, the king, queen does have some concerns.
Could have been in very big trouble had it come king high, queen high. Fortunately for her. Swing and a miss, and this is all rose. 54,000, 3-bet pot, 3 ways. Yeah, half pot. Seems fine.
25,000 petals. Can't imagine that Anushka is going to have any further interest. But I'll tell you what, there were some things that she did that left us breathless last year in terms of lines and just moments were out of left field. She did something, and here she is peeling with the king-queen. Unexpected. Roskazov steps aside, and now an awful spot for Lent. Does pick up a gut shot on the turn to draw live.
See how Rose feels about that turn card. I mean, a couple of straights do complete. Very quickly bets half pot. I mean, you've called flop. You've now picked up equity. Do you go chasing this gut shot? Surely not.
Oh, wow.
Turn it into a bluff?
No, just taking the passive line. A jack would be crushing for these aces. Instead, the board pairs. Now, I can't tell if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I have no idea what the thoughts are swirling for Lent. She checks, and you'd like to believe that that's a give up, but you never know.
Don't you dare check back aces.
Yeah, it would seem 8x is definitely not a part of Lent's range as a caller on the turn.
You say that, Ali. King Queen O is, so what do we know?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a very small kind of scared bet almost. Like like one of those, I think I should bet with aces, but I'm unsure on this river, but I'm going to bet something.
I'll tell you what, Henry, careful deploying bets that give off those vibes against, you know, some of the sharkier out in the field, because they'll pounce. Not necessarily based on their holding, but just all of a sudden a spidey sense, something going off in their head on the live read front that emboldens them to push back. And on more than one occasion, we saw big pairs get binned. Of course, Exeter Kotler yesterday to Keating. And then Tony Parker a couple of days ago, pre-flop, binning 2 kings against Ding Biao.
Yeah, it's called having a capped range. That's something that the world elite, poker elite, are very good at exploiting.
Josh Aryeh could be described as very good, if not great. Longtime veteran of the game, who I first met 20 years ago.
Wow.
Here at this very resort. To be fair, the introduction took place as he was pumping $100 bills into a slot machine. He had a fistful of them. Must have been a hell of a jackpot, Josh. Don't remember whether or not he hit it, but he's certainly done well for himself since then. 7-4 offsuit attack. Lent has that hand crushed. And on this 4-5-6 board, you could see Josh finding excuses to get more chips forward. Lent with the overpair and the open-ender.
Bit out of line from Josh on the button. I love it. Level 1, day 1, 250 big steep. Let's just start raising it up with the 7-4 on the button. I love how he sits down as well and immediately gets outed as a degenerate slots gambler.
No, you know, come on. 20 years ago, all of us made some pretty poor decisions, if I'm being honest. That was part of being in that age bracket. I mean, hell, Henry, someone dove into the Shark Tank and swam down and picked up a pebble for 5K. I mean, you know, we were really OOL. Meanwhile, third heart on the board.
Yeah, I may see things slow down here. Although Josh does have one of those hands that likes to bet to try and fold out like a 5 or a 6, and then has enough equity against the 5 or a 6 should Lent get sticky. It's going big. 15 into 28.
I mean, Lent certainly, if she can call the king-queen on the turn, she can call with 2 7s here, and that's exactly what she does. Josh with just a pair of 4s, and he gets bailed out as he will chop things at showdown here with Anushka. Well, she's got the look of a woman who wants to lead, and that's exactly what she does here. Sizing 10 into 58. Now, if we're Josh...
I just made something.
Yeah, he's just going to call.
Chop it up.
I was going to say, if he can remove hearts from a range...
That's what they call me, lucky girl.
Actually, it's lucky boy on this one. Anushka, the 7s were way in front.
Josh is saying to her, you got so lucky, because I think Josh had plans of running like a savage bluff.
Careful with those. The drum beat that Anushka marches to is a rhythm that is unpredictable at best.
I'm going to have to Google this one. Someone in the chat saying Josh looks like Uncle Junior from The Sopranos.
You know, I'm glad you went with it, because once you do Google it, I'm not so sure that Suha, who is such a regular in the YouTube chat, is going to be thanked for that submission.
Bro, are you blind? No, he doesn't. How does Josh... No. So take that back, guys. I take that back. Does not look like Uncle Junior. What do you think?
I think it's just the glasses, honestly.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, if we extrapolate chronologically, you know, age progression software, something, you know, Missing Children's Bureau, maybe this is what you think. 15, 20 years down the line you're staring at. Unclear. What is clear is Rose is proud of Jacks. 5,000. Picks up Lent from the button. To the flop we go. Round 2 between this pairing, and Lent has issues. Top pair against middle set.
Yeah, she's in trouble here. She will not be folding at any point, and hopefully doesn't improve to a point where she feels like she can actually raise.
$6K. Bet and called. Third diamond on the board now. Neither player with the flush draw.
Honestly, would size up big here.
10 into 27. Lent calls once more. 10 on the river. And again, this is somewhat of a discount bouquet. Sub half pot all the way down. You know, milking is a thing if you're trying to retain a weaker hand, but on board texture such as this, maybe an inadequate amount of greed out of Rose there, as Anushka pledges no longer to tussle with him. And we check in once more with Jeff Platt.
Andy.
Okay, approaching the end of level 1 of day 1D. 88 entries so far. Still a lot of work to do. Chief among those entries, Ramon Lewis is back. Stand up for me for a quick sec, please. Good to see you, man. How are you? You took a pretty brutal beat yesterday on stream that we saw. How do you bounce back from these kinds of beats when you see them across the poker world really every single day?
Oh yeah, when you've been up and around for what 10 years now, we know how poker goes. So yeah, I mean it's a big tournament. Obviously the buy-in hurts a bit more if it was another tournament, but the most important is to really focus on what you can do, what you can change, and well, good job. It's a re-entry. It's getting a bit expensive right now, but you know
You're helping us.
you know, got to get to the 2,000 players. But no, what a tournament! Like we're on occasion, and it's so important to stay focused. And for the bad beats, well, they're gonna happen. They're gonna come and go. But I got to take my shot. Right?
It's such a massive way to end the year. You said it. How would you sum up what 2024 has been like for you overall?
Yeah, I've had actually a really good, decent year. I've played a little bit less than what I used to, and that's actually gone well on the stops where I've been. I made one final table in Vegas and a few smaller runs, but it's been actually a really good year, and let's cap it off with something fantastic.
There we
right?
go. Best of luck rest of the way. But if you have to re-enter, that's totally fine with us. Sound good? All right, thanks, Ron. Let's send you back to the action. Let's send it back to you guys.
It's so innocent, you know, like a unattended cheetah cub trying to make friends with a cobra. Just Lewis with no idea what he's just done.
He's just about to fire 5 bullets into this day 1D. Oh, man.
Green Jack 9 here. D'Souza overpair gut shot. Zhou Chuen, gut shot of his own. The 10 would be disastrous, but no club on board, presumably. His participation is done. Confirmation there as he check folds.
I want to see it turn around. You know, I want to see day 2, people building up monster stacks, and perhaps Jeff getting a bit of redemption.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
I really want to like gaslight him, you know, like just max gaslight him. So we've already planted that seed of doubt in his head over the last 2 years of thinking that he's the problem, and then here, you know, Paradise. Let's say today, tomorrow, some of the guys that he interviews start building up stacks, and then we gaslight him into thinking, no, Jeff, you're not the problem. Don't worry, it's not you, it's me. Okay, and then next summer comes round. He's had 6 months of bliss. You know, he's just like, wow, man, yeah, I'm not the curse anymore. Here we go. And then it starts all over again,
Oh,
baby.
that's painful, man.
All over again.
I'll tell you this, from having confronted Jeff in a video that I posted to my Twitter feed back when kind of the first murmurs of this began, as Rose again murmurs.
Rose just keeps getting dealt big pocket pairs.
He doesn't think he's the problem. In fact, he played it very well. He said, how many players started this event, Ali? And I was like, you know, I don't know. And he said, and how many of them, you know, ultimately will survive? You know, and I was like, 1. He's like, that's right, Ali. They all get showered.
Did he
so it doesn't
interview the
have
winner?
anything to do with him. You know what I'm saying? He's suggesting everyone gets showered, so whether they talk to me or they don't, only one person ultimately avoids.
That's not how it works, Jeff.
Well, you know, I thought he played it well.
Did he interview the winner, though?
Doesn't he always?
No, but before the winner became the winner.
Oh, right. Generally not.
Exactly.
Pocket tens.
Oh.
Somehow being forced to concede here.
Wow,
by
that's
Wsop.
Yeah, just check folding the 10s to a single bet. That's a bit tight.
Well, he did pull up lane on that King Jack flop. Check calling the 3K from Paz. And then a follow-through of 10 on the turn. Made a believer out of Rose. So first occasion on which we have observed chips flowing away from that seat.
Mate, suited wheel aces, level 1, level 2 of any tournament, my favorite.
Human catnip. 7,000, says D'Souza, as we play 2K, 3K now. Lent with the king-queen. This is the combination that cost her some chips earlier.
Some playable hands here.
Ace-9 suited. Cut off flat.
Dude, what's going on? Let's go, Rose. Just going to flick it in with the king-8 of spades. Don't you dare squeeze, Paz. Honestly, we will just remove you from the feature table.
Are you kidding me? We'll cement him in the feature table if he finds this courageous savagery. Oh, look at this. A field thinner as he takes us north to 30.
Such a bully. He is up against a Brazilian with a suited wheel ace.
Yeah, you know, careful. Tussling.
75K.
You know, Brazil and Argentina, these are two countries that aren't necessarily best of friends.
They're not?
No.
They're neighbors, no?
Yeah.
What happened to love thy neighbor?
I don't know. Is it one of the commandments? Because if so, it's been omitted from the newest testaments out there in that part of the world.
That is a football classic.
Oh, yeah. What's Roskazov thinking?
Back jamming? I don't know at this point. I've given up. It's been brilliant, these day ones. Me and Nick were in the booth yesterday, and it just constantly kept kind of putting ourselves in it, trying to make assumptions as to what we'd see happen.
Oh, I love nothing more than when we're dead wrong about those things, because it means we're watching something quite interesting. Not unlike what we're observing here. And how about a wheel gutty and the nut flush draw for D'Souza, who smelled a rat. Paz does not follow through.
That's interesting.
I mean, recognizing that the pre-flop raiser under the gun, opening and then calling us, could very well have a hand that's lurking.
Could certainly have some traps. I don't think so, though, when we're this deep. 5 ways against the squeeze. I think big hands just announce themselves.
Well, if that's the case, then perhaps Paz feels as though he's going to have an opportunity here. Look at this, Henry. Based on perhaps what you surmised, which is that big hands would have been more inclined to announce themselves pre-flop, he's found the check raise on a texture that he thinks isn't interacting with the opposition.
Was it they call it? Guerrilla warfare? What about guerrilla poker?
Yeah.
Just going ape. Level 2. Paz has already shown us, an inkling into the way his mind works. He's been getting after it.
Maybe he's trying to get a record deal from Lococo.
That's actually a really solid point. I think he's just been watching Lococo play for the last couple of weeks.
You want to end up on a man's radar, this is the line to take. Of course, D'Souza not going to go anywhere. This is not what we were hoping for. If we're Paz, snap check on the turn. And if you're D'Souza, this is weird now.
It really is, yeah. It's just like, bro, you just squeezed 5 ways, you check raise me on the 9-5 deuce, and you snap check the 7 of diamonds turn.
If you're D'Souza, Henry, do you dare fire once more?
I don't think you ever get overpairs to the board to fold. So it just depends whether you want to run your equity against those. If you want to try and fold out a hand like, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe some ace x that's just trying to push around pre-flop, then yeah, go for it. You just have so much equity as well. I mean, any 3, any heart. You have an ace out against like kings, queens, jacks, 10s.
So a check back, the chosen route, and the 5 of hearts on the end, giving D'Souza the nut flush and giving Paz no pause.
Yeah, this is. I don't know, Ali. What's a nice way to phrase just going animalistic on level 2? This is a blow up. This is pure straight up blow up.
Not since, a handful of ambitious souls were trying to pay a visit to the Titanic have we seen this sort of implosion.
Oh man. Holy shit, dude.
What? Too soon? I mean,
I mean,
what are the odds that some next of kin is streaming? I'm sure my luck, it'll happen. But anyway, I'm on brand.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying, if you're trying to use a PlayStation controller to go 20,000 leagues under the sea, maybe you got to rethink things. Anyway, no second thought here for Paz. 155.
There's the raise from the Brazilian, and Paz just unnecessarily losing half of his stack on level 2. Getting a tap of the table. I don't think he wanted to see that. I mean,
I'm going to tell you something. If you pat down Paz right now, there is a very good chance you're going to find more than a few $25,000 chips somewhere on him. That's my read.
I wonder if Lococo is like watching this. He's like, okay, yeah, this guy, he's allowed to join the stable. Even though the bluff was unsuccessful.
That was not for the faint of heart at all. But again, these are the sorts of things that we're able to, for lack of a better way to put it, get away with early on. Because even with the harm that comes to his stack, Paz is still sitting plenty deep.
I'm not really sure that's
to play
how
poker, no? I mean,
not sure that's how it works, mate.
I'm not just trying to kind of.
It's like, oh well, I lost half
soften
my stack,
things.
but you know. It's like, oh well, I only lost one leg. I only had to get one leg amputated. I'm still fine, like, you know.
Yeah. That's true.
Got Brett in the chat saying Jeff Gross and Henry doing a great job today.
What was that? How do I block?
Brett Bassok, man. That's, guys.
By the way, look at this. Paz right back at it. King 9 of spades on the button makes it 8. Joe Chuen is flatted, and now is D'Souza going to lean? Yes, sir. Gloves are off, and, you know, things are getting a bit geopolitical. As the South Americans definitely not establishing diplomatic relations. Joe Chuen caught in the crossfire and perhaps caught shy on REM sleep.
Yeah, someone in the chat was pointing out that Joe looks like he's been grinding all night again. He always does. It's very on brand. Unless he reaches a final table, then you can always expect that dapper James Bond-esque white suit to come out. How about
100%.
this?
Top pair versus top pair. Advantage Paz this time as he looks to reclaim some of that which he lost in the fire moments ago.
Yeah, he's getting a double up here. SPR just over 2. Especially on the back end of the hand we just saw, I think. De Souza knows just how crazy Paz is. How's the dealer found the 9 high flop?
Well, D'Souza's going to find the c-bet. But unfortunately, this is a poison caipirinha for the time being. And what a sugar stick for Paz. 57 bet and called. Jack of spades on the turn. Paz picking up the nut flush draw for good measure. Sorry, king high flush draw.
$213 out there. SPR less than 1. Does feel a bit thin to jam this. But Souza unblocking every backdoor flush. Like unblocking backdoor spades, backdoor diamonds, backdoor hearts. So Paz certainly capable of having those kind of floats in position. Oh, he's going to try and play this over 3 streets.
Not going to be given the opportunity as Paz takes the full 164 and ships it in there. A call from D'Souza, and all of a sudden, chips are going to be returned to sender from a moment ago. Bar, of course, a 10 on the river.
A spadeless 10 at that. Ooh.
Wow, the 10 did show up, but it was a spade.
1-1.
Whoa, no.
Hey, chill, Paz. Break the table, bro.
Does that look like the image of a man who has chill on his mind?
Listen, I will happily
Henry?
escort his ass out of here. Slamming the table into the dealer and that. It's like, dude, it's all on camera. Just relax. It's level 2. I get, emotions are high right now because there's some battle going on between those two.
Henry, listen, I'm not sure what sort of
Don't need to take it out.
suburban upbringing you had that maybe didn't expose you to these sorts of characters, but having lived in Argentina for a time myself and toured the neighborhood of La Boca out in Buenos Aires, which one of the first things that I was advised on the taxi ride from the airport
Is
over to
don't
my
hold
domicile
your phone
was,
out.
don't just go there when it's dark. That's all I was told. When it is dark, do not go to La Boca. So I went down the YouTube streets and was like, surely not. And during the daylight, it is apparently quite dangerous as well. On a scooter, people just mopeding around, swiping things, I'm just saying, there's a measure of law and order beyond the borders of La Boca that it doesn't really leach into that part of town.
Yeah, I agree.
So when you say escort him out of here, Henry, perhaps you would be the one escorted. I'm just saying, you really want to try to walk that man out of the building, Henry? Careful.
Have you heard of Peckham, London, Ali?
I want to say yes, but go on, tell us more.
No need to go into it. Just Google it later on. Okay.
I've heard of peckish, which is being hungry. Chat, by the way, pointing out Brazil is not exactly a peach, home of the favela. Ciudad de Dios,
Oh man, he's got kings now, and Paz has got ace check. This is just perfectly scripted.
Rozgazov was the party starter. The flat from ace-jack behind the ace-5 suited. Once again, Zhou Chuen caught in the crossfire, and here comes D'Souza. And if you're in the middle of all of this, you're thinking to yourself, guys, maybe you just play heads up. Why do we have to get caught?
This is so fun, because everyone else is just like, what is going on between these two? Just watching from the sidelines. See if anyone gets caught in the crossfire. I mean, ace-5 is certainly a candidate for it. Solver bait. Gets out of there. I love to see the discipline as well. When you see people swinging for the fences, just learning that patience is key here.
Guess who? Argentina and Brazil once again entangled here.
Oh my. Jack high would be disgusting.
Queen 10-6 instead. And note that if you're looking for something spicy, it could very well come in king form on the turn.
Stop it. Surely we don't see a turn. I mean, Paz, no clubs, no spades. Oh wow, Paz showing some signs of frustration, perhaps, to the time that Soys has been taking. I've seen some people in the chat kind of showing signs of frustration at the tanking.
Oh, look at this. D'Souza with the check. Snap check back from Paz. Is that a king? Oh, my God. I thought for a second when I saw paint. It's the queen, however. Pairing the board.
Joe Trent's just taking a nap. As always.
Joe Chuen. I mean, listen. You know how upside down he is in Baccarat on the trip? I'm making that up, obviously, but story would check out. Maybe it's Pai Gow tiles. Anyway, we proceed to the river.
Yeah, 150 out there. Very contrasting play styles. I mean, Paz is very fast. I mean, snap decisions being made.
30K bet call on the turn, and now sizing goes all the way up to full pot, 150K.
One of these two is going to bag the chip lead. The other one's getting showered by the end of this frame. There isn't room enough for both of these guys at this table. Just saying. One of them needs to bust soon.
It does feel as though a game of King of the Hill is breaking out here at this particular featured table as round 3 goes to D'Souza. 2 wins, 1 loss. Yeah, if you're Joe Chuen, you're like, really? You park me in between these two savages?
No, Joe loves it. Come on, he loves to get involved.
Joe doesn't know where he is, Henry. What are you talking about?
That's his little like trinket thing, his card protector.
Talking about Joe?
Yeah, he's got one of those, what are they called? Squids.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
I do, of course, from the Cash Game Festival of the Triton Poker Series out in Jeju earlier this year.
Man, if you guys think this is bad, imagine going to an Argentina v Brazil soccer match, yeah? The riot police have to get involved.
You know, I went to a Colombia-Argentina match in Buenos Aires.
Did you have a death wish? Or?
You know, I got to tell you. I mean, listen, I was in the Argentinian section on home soil, so obviously there was that. But yeah, there, you know, there were projectiles that were hurled. Ace-6-4, and how about this? Top pair, nut flush draw. Lent defended her big. The deuce of heart dangler has some relevance, although it would take tremendous ambition.
I was going to say, Ali, I like where your head's at. You've been playing a lot of PLO, perhaps, but Queen deuce surely is going to hit the mark. You know, nothing quite beats the rush of like a firework just rocketing towards you. Hang on a minute, because fireworks over here.
What?
The Queen deuce.
Oh, and how about that for a card that is going to keep Lent in the saddle and bar the 5 of hearts is going to cost her some additional chips. Roskazov with the ace-high flush. Can we get a you jump into the Caribbean Sea free roll here if the 5 of hearts comes off? You just bolt out of the booth because I owe one from Parker folding the kings.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Yeah, you got me for a good time.
All right. 5 of hearts on the river, and Henry leaves the booth and jumps into the ocean.
I'm not going to leave the booth, but I'll do it on break.
9.
Kind of rooting for the 5 of hearts now. Are there sharks out there? Are we going into like the shark-infested waters? Or?
I mean, there's one way to find out. These waters here, the more precarious, and those upon which we focus right now for Lent.
Please be careful grabbing those big green chips.
Check call of 9K.
Do we know if the 5 of hearts is live? Did anyone see it folded?
I don't recall seeing it in the
I don't recall seeing it folded either. Okay, there we go.
A red jack keeps Henry dry and perhaps keeps Lent from doing anything crazy. A black 5 could have been a problem for her, by the way.
Even like another heart. Or a queen. The old double check of the cards. Yeah, you could just imagine that that queen of clubs is actually the 5 of hearts. And lead out.
Oh, she's looking down at her stack, Henry, like she's got an idea. Oh. Anushka making us all quite nervous. Look at Roskazov just begging for a barrel.
I mean, 7x pot jam, right? What do you do with ace high flush? Does eventually check. I think we just go big here.
41 in the middle.
Honestly, I just bet like 100K.
Ready.
No, he's on the milky side with half pot, but Anushka, in spite of all of that tension she created when the action was on her, snap finds the fold on the river. But that peel on the flop, you know, it's interesting, Henry, because so often when it comes to the world beaters, you know, super high roller types, we'll see a lot of that peel and see what's what, get down the streets, and then maybe find ourselves an opportunity to take a pot away. But there is so much more that they have in their toolkit that informs them from those points forward. And for Lent, who is very much in the infancy of a poker career, maybe we keep it cleaner than to call flops with that queen deuce.
I agree. Really not much good that can happen from floating. There's that producer James Dempsey in the background having a little look about.
Did you catch the glare off the dome? Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, that's how I spotted him.
By the way, I've got a quickly developing glare. I may have to go down to Turkey and get them to sort me out.
I got a few
over
contacts
here.
down there.
There's some follicles that have kind of said goodbye over the course of the last few years here that I confess I'm growing alarmed about. So yeah, if you got a number for me, Henry, or maybe a coupon for that matter.
Every guy's got a guy, you know. Get friendly with a couple of kebab shop owners.
That's not really the referral point that I'm looking for. You know, maybe a physician, someone in the cosmetic surgery streets. Meanwhile, Aryeh, he's the guy on the button, leaning on these blinds with queen 7 offsuit, Lent flat at ace 4, Roskazov with a pretty one to defend the big with queen 3-3, and it's all Aryeh.
Josh has been really getting after it on the button. Some very out of line opens, which I'm a big fan of on day ones. Someone asking me how many buy-ins is 4 million. 160. I don't know why I'm being asked that, but that's your answer.
People very curious about how many main event entries in total we have. Well, we kind of walked through it at the top of the show.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of, were you saying, Henry, 1,500 in total, if we include the online 600
Correct.
entries.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, but around bang on 1,500 at the start of the day. So I think today we get, let's say, 200, 250. And then, of course, yeah, some late regs on day 2.
Be it today, yesterday, or I would imagine tomorrow, what you get is a free $50 ticket to the Weekender, provided that you sign up at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker, with a new account. Toss $20 in there and make sure to use promo code Paradise2024 to get yourself a little overlay of your own, which is what everybody out here is hunting in this $50 million guaranteed WSOP Super Main. Just a staggering number. I mean, whether they make it or they don't, Henry, hats off to even being willing to kind of aspire to those heights for the crew over at GG Poker. And honestly, at the end of the day, putting that money into the poker economy as an overlay, never a bad thing for business.
Yeah, 50 mil guaranteed. Whoever says poker is dead. Josh with the King 4-0. Really, Josh?
He's being a bit naughty.
We need to sign a petition to have Josh at every feature table if he's going to be getting out of line like this.
Well, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it during these early levels here, which are an hour long in length apiece. Level 2 right now of the day. 7-5 tray, top pair, top kicker for Roskazov. King of Hearts and a gut shot working for Aryeh.
Got Michael in the chat saying he's on a flight right now to the Bahamas. Ain't no way he's missing a 5 million overlay. It could be more. I mean, as per our math, it was more likely to be 10 million.
Well, listen, nothing's a given quite yet. So we're going to kind of...
There's going to be an overlay, okay, Ali?
Maybe, maybe not. But, you know, last minute you could see a lot of people come crowding in as we see the 9 of clubs showing up on this turn after Roskazov chose to barrel 10,000. Aryeh flatting. Board texture supposed to be more his, perhaps as a big blind defender versus a small blind flat caller. And yet he continues, and the second barrel makes a believer out of the King 4. Well, Hugo Teixeira, along with someone else quite a while ago in the YouTube chat, providing some updates with regards to developments elsewhere in the world. A lot of poker is being played right now on multiple continents. Pedro Marquez has just taken down the EPT Prague.
All right, here we go. It's a big Sunday, so you would assume that some players would also be playing online. I was very surprised to pass Frank and see him not playing online. So you're just, it's just full on focus. I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, full on focus in the Bahamas. I'm happy to be here.
Okay. I like it. You nabbed your first live bracelet over the summer in the 10K Super Turbo. What did winning a live World Series of Poker bracelet mean to you?
Oh, it meant the world. It was a lot of fun, and feel like I've been at this for a little while, and feels very like validating and felt really good.
The most common question you're probably getting asked nowadays is about your brother Nick and what it's like to see him have a little bit of success in the poker world.
Oh, it's a lot of fun too. I was kind of on my own more in Jersey, like a lot of people were in Vegas, big groups of people. So I have someone to travel around and talk poker with all day and stuff. It's a lot of fun. Very happy he's doing well also. He'll be here any minute, I think, too.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We both didn't do great on 1A. The family all came out.
Okay.
So we just hung around, and now we're back firing 1D.
And here we go, 1D for the Funara brothers. Great seeing you. Thank you for the
Good seeing you
time.
too, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
No
Let's send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. The brothers Funaro, not the only tandem out there. The brothers Greenwood, of course.
Yeah.
Also in the building.
And we're all gonna be sick when we leave this place.
But not about cold, but about drain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
No, my
throat, the
nose,
nose,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, the air conditioning situation when you're a poker player, you're away from home for like 200 plus days a year. It's can be brutal.
Dries out the pipes.
18,000.
There's always that point, World Series of Poker, where everyone ends up with, you know, horseshoe lung, what was previously referred to as Rio lung.
It was
You know,
previously referred to as what, sorry?
Rio lung. because it was held
okay.
at the Rio.
Right.
But, you know, respiratory distress, eventually we all succumb as, you know, the Petri dish grows more robust. Meanwhile,
I mean, I guess we could just reach out to Fauci, right, and see if he's got any.
I'm not sure he's still in his post.
If he can come and help us out.
REA helping clear the field. 3-betting D'Souza's early open with this king-queen offsuit. Let's see what the Brazilian has in mind. Just a flat. Of course, if the 3-bet had come from Paz, I'm sure he would have 4-bet it. No, I'm not, but, you know, we like to suggest these things. 44,000 in the middle, along with an ace. Now, REA sort of bought the right to represent this.
Little 3-bet from +2. It's one of those where you want to get clearance. Obviously, you just have king high. You've 3-bet pre-flop from a very early position, so you definitely can leverage having like aces, ace king, ace queen a lot more. And it's also one of those where if you do get check raised or you do get a customer, you can just shut down on turns and give this one up. Nice little pickup there for Josh. Josh just the silent assassin at this table, not getting involved in conversations, opening wide from late positions. Just easing his way in to this day 1D. Came second in the 25k dealer's choice to Wasserson just a few days ago.
He plays them all. I mean, that's a 6-time bracelet winner with 111 World Series of Poker cashes under his belt.
111.
10
I hope you
million
gave me some luck.
in World Series earnings
Yeah.
alone
The
for
best
him.
one.
And yeah,
Wow.
now you begin to realize just how long in the tooth Josh
Guys.
is.
Just how old you both are.
Next time.
Jesus. 111 cashes at WSOP.
His bracelets, by the way, 25k horse, 10k limit hold'em, PLO 8.
That's a pretty sick conversion rate as well. So he's got 6 bracelets, 111 cashes. So that means like from cash to win, he wins like 6% of the tournaments he cashes.
Yeah.
All right, call it 5.5%.
Call it 5.5, yeah.
That's really strong.
Well, the World Series very much his stomping grounds, regardless of where it's being held, and this is very much a Roskazov flop. Top pair here. Joe Chuen, big blind, decides to ask questions. This is cutoff open, button hop along,
I'm
dominated.
sorry,
and
what
then,
am I missing here?
Okay.
Does Joe think he has spades, or?
I don't pretend to understand exactly what's going on in the noodle. Chuen pumps the brakes here as Roskazov, the lone caller, predictably.
$25.
That's that fold from Joe. I'm not sure what happened there, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, well, Joe took a match to 8K on the flop. I mean, if you really want to know. Beyond that, I can't really explain it. All right, let's pay a visit back to our other featured table. Been a minute since we parked our cameras over here. Nothing interesting. Raskin, Hawkins, Saut, Elke as well. Back around to Haney. He's reaching for chips. Queen Jack suited. The responsible kid. Makes it 8,000, and Shufadin has 2 aces on the button.
Seems like a very fun character. He's been in the mix the last couple of days. Very animated, talkative. Although maybe fatigue starting to set in after 3-day ones.
You know, he's been very open about the idea that poker's just this little dream world for him, this game. And he kind of takes it all with a grain of salt, even at this 25K buy-in price point.
Uh-oh.
Top pair could be trouble for Haney here. 1 spade on board and some prospects. Checks over.
SPR 6. See what Schufrin comes with.
Well, the follow-up to 25K as a 3-bet pre-flop.
Something like 40K is something I like personally.
He's going to break with your thoughts and come with half that. Just 20K. Looking to retain a wide variety. Haney plunks in the call and finds a very wet 9 of spades on the turn. Gut shot straight, flush, draw. Not going to be able to get away from it now.
If Schufrin bets the aces, there is a world in which Haney just rips it right in his eye and the aces hit the muck. Not the best turn card in the world. Queen 10 gets there. 9-8 suited. We're now losing to 9s as well.
Okay. First part of the puzzle comes as a barrel of 75,000. Haney with 319 total. Does not give it a second thought. Simply check calls. Oh, and he finds backdoor spades on the end. The aces crunched now. Third and final check from Haney. And will Schufadin get himself in trouble by hunting value with $250,000 in the middle? SPR of 1.
Yeah, nice check.
Check.
Wow.
That's a sick check. That is a sick check back. I mean, it makes sense at the size that he's bet on the turn. It gets really thin betting this river without the ace of spades. Like you're specifically targeting like ace-jack. And there's only one combo of ace-jack that you beat.
Is Haney better served to barrel just on the whole in general, not being...
What, to just
you know,
lead?
yeah.
No, I don't think so. I mean, check, call, lead. You're kind of giving away your hand, right? Just basically saying to the guy, hey, I've got a flush. I've backed into a flush.
Yeah, but do aces fold to like 1/3 pot?
The fact that he checks back, he seems to think that he could have found a fold, yeah.
We'll never know. But credit to Denis Shafarin for finding that check back and avoiding further harm.
What's happening on the outer tables?
Hawkins makes it 8 with jacks.
Couple of $1 million stacks out there. Felipe Boyanovsky, Brazilian. Brian Hawkins. Not bad after 2 levels.
King Jack 6, flush, no waiting for Raskin. Middle set for Hawkins. Brace yourselves. The suited one gapper checks over.
13.
Wow, he goes pretty big, which is uncommon on a monotone board, especially UTG against big blind. It feels like Hawkins is playing his hand rather than his range, which makes sense because he does have a very vulnerable middle set.
Well, while he is behind, at least he's drawing live to a board pair. Now, Raskin with the immediate check raise. You seem disappointed in the decision, Henry.
It just feels like people are very openly playing their hands today.
Just kind of face up?
Yeah. There's been some very face up, like, hey, I have a flush. I'm going to check raise to 38,000.
Well, to be fair, Haney did check the river instead of lead when he made his backdoor spades moments ago.
A very different situation.
Yeah, but I hear you. And, of course, Hawkins heeds the warning as a red flag is hoisted by Raskin, and the board pairs on the turn. Jack's full. Hawkins doesn't have to sweat it out. Raskin drawing dead now.
97K out there. He's got a flush and wow.
Full pot.
This is very much just trying to take the pot down now. Doesn't want to see another spade roll off. Try and get value from like ace, king, aces with a spade, queens with a spade. Man, the hands that we've had from day ones so far has been pretty insane.
Hawkins going to flat it.
Yeah, I love the tank call kind of situation from Hawkins. GG's Raskin. 297 out there. A little over pot back. If he bets, it showers. If he checks, then perhaps he doesn't get stacked. Still value to be pursued here, by the way. I mean, like ace, king, the ace of spades, aces with a spade, king, queen.
Now, he doesn't blast off for the full amount,
No.
but most of it.
Just almost like 85%.
And if and when, as we suspect, Hawkins puts the remaining 118 on request, Raskin is going to have that very awful feeling in the pit of his stomach.
Yeah, it's going to be arms up in the air.
Yep.
Why did I bet this big kind of situation?
It's that sensation normally accompanied by a prompt visit to a porcelain throne. Puke. 9 of diamonds, just so irrelevant. Raskin flicks in the call and will accept fate.
GG's, mate.
Jack's full, brandished.
Did flick in the call. And I think Raskin's out of there.
Yeah, I think he'd like to stew in it just for a moment here. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to acknowledge the life of Mr. Raskin and his 9-7 of spades. Dressed for the occasion in all black, by the way.
The guy just gets showered in a 25K flush over full house. Level 2. Pretty brutal.
That it is.
Are you going to be jumping in if there's an overlay, Arlie? Buy a little piece?
You know,
Sell some to me and the boys.
I'm not going to abandon my post. First off, there's other ways for me to torch off 25K.
There
this
is.
we've figured out.
Although
And
it's Saturday today.
yeah, the markets
Sunday?
are closed, so, you know, I'm safe.
Okay.
But with the inclusion of Palantir, AppLovin, and MicroStrategy into the NASDAQ 100, news that came after hours trading concluded on Friday, they've got this short position nice and set up for a big green sword where the sun don't shine as soon as pre-market opens. So I'm braced for that. There's D'Souza with the ace-8 cutoff attack, lent, pipped, flatting from the small with ace-7 off.
You're getting called on options, DJ, in the chat.
Yeah.
Yusuf said, I'm sleeping on the beach after busting the 25K in the Bahamas. Yusuf, it's going to be an overlay, bud. Come on back.
By the way, make sure that wherever you set up, Yusuf, it isn't sort of when high tide comes in. I'd hate to see you swept out to sea, kind of shark food.
Yusuf, I'll buy a piece. Just for morale. For second bullet run good.
How much does $10 get you?
Yeah, let me know. I think that's going to be at least 5%.
Ace high board here. And unfortunately for Lent, her 7 of diamonds is a click behind D'Souza's 8 of diamonds. Betting a call. 3 of clubs. Desiccant on the turn. Boy, Anushka's had a rough go of things.
She really has. Look, there's been a couple of hands, self-inflicted pain. You know, the king, queen, the queen, deuce. But then there's also been some, you know, top pair on top pair kind of violence. She had the 7s against Josh's 7-4 that they ended up chopping.
Yeah, there are pathways to escape. The 8 giving D'Souza 2 pair now. And Anushka is a loser at Showdown.
Well, here we are with Scotty Wynn at WSOP Paradise. Scotty, what brought you here?
You know, baby, this the money. You know, I mean, the biggest the prize pool in history. You know, and you cannot miss that. You know,
$50 million guarantee is pretty wild.
It's just unbelievable, and my goal is win WSOP in United States and come to Bahamas and win this one to take it home so I can make history, baby.
Yeah,
the
baby.
biggest in history, I'm going to make it history myself.
How much poker are you playing nowadays?
Very rare.
Okay.
Very little. You know, I play big event and up. Plus, you know, I'm more family man now, you know. The older you get, you know, you want to spend much time with the family, you know. Because I travel a lot, you know.
You still love it?
Traveling?
Okay.
I don't care much about traveling, but if they pay me good, baby, you know, man, you can't say no to money, baby.
That's what I'm talking about. Great seeing you here. Thank you very much for the time.
You're
Appreciate
welcome,
it. Good luck rest of the way.
Thank you.
you, Scotty.
Legend right there. You know, for some,
That's correct.
you may not
That
be
is correct.
keen on or aware of the kind of mark that Scotty left on poker
Let him roast.
back in the 80s and 90s.
Exactly. My whole life.
That Jade Buddha,
Legend,
those sunglasses.
You calling it's all over, baby.
What are you building?
Man. Legend.
How on earth he didn't end
Bumblebee?
up with a Heineken sponsorship at some point along the way is beyond me. The agent kind of dropped the ball on that one. Meanwhile, Rose dropping 7K off, courtesy of 2 9s. Joe Chuen pushing back understandably with the AK. Rose defends, heads up to the flop. Queen 7-4, 9s. Hanging on.
Joe with a very, you know, my advice, Joe, is maybe try and get 8 hours sleep. You don't need to be in from the start. Because he's been sleeping in between hands, coming out of all sorts of small, quirky bets that haven't really been achieving much. Joe really is a legend, man. I've never seen someone like asleep in a 6-figure bind before until I met Joe.
I tell you what, he's always got the carry-on bags, one under each eye.
Plays everything as well. PLO, Hold'em, nosebleed, deep stack cash games.
7-6.
He's come,
7-6.
he's come with the overbet. Good luck, nines.
Wow, the open-ender and a pair.
No open-ender, Ali.
I thought it was 7-8-10 on the board. Oh, 7-8 queen. Forgive me. Yes, the nines are muscled out of there. Forgive me. Maybe
some
I need to go pay a
bags,
trip
yeah.
to the optometrist. I gotta tell you, man, I'm on the back half of the 40s now. Used to be an osprey out there. I mean, I could
Our imaginary friend.
Yeah.
I could spot a guppy beneath the surface from
It was nice to play with him.
Yeah.
thousands of feet
He's my
above.
favorite.
Now
He's
there's
playing
some
better than
squinting.
me. Yeah, a lot of action.
Are you still putting in long grind sessions?
It depends. You get me stuck, I'm good for a day or two. I can't just, if you played in the lineups that I play in sometimes, Henry, you would understand. I've pledged, I've looked around the table and I said, I'm not leaving until I get winner. I've stood up at the end of hands and I'm not involved in, where one guy doesn't know what he has and the other guy misclick called and I look around, I'm buried, and I'll just proclaim, I'm stuck
in
game.
This game. That was me last night in the Poker News game, bro. We're playing 2-5, all the live reporters, couple of vloggers like Wolfgang, Abby was there, some of the Poker News crew, some of the Poker All crew. I dropped 4K in that game, Ali.
You whale.
4K. Wow, Ace King just flat calling pre, and, well, perfectly timed because the Soy's flop top set and perhaps Lent would have been out of there.
Unclear whether or not she's going to find problems on this particular board texture, in particular, given the four-way affair. Able to simply keep losses to a minimum. Got shot straight draw on a couple of overs. Trent wants to spoil the fun for the Brazilian. Jack would do the trick. And instead, the king now is going to keep him in place. Added losses inbound.
Yeah, Joe's in trouble here, I mean. Turns top pair. There are 2 straights available out there. All of the sets also available. It is a +2 flat as well, so perceived tighter range than normal. Ace King would have been showers, by the way, had this pot been 3-bet.
Mm-hmm.
50 into 65. We've not called the flop to step away from king-queen. Gut shot in case of emergency. Top pair, decent kicker. But we do ask ourselves, what's cooking across the way? So another 100,000 into the middle. Can Chuen escape? Not with that card. The driest of rivers. The deuce of diamonds.
6-5 out there.
Do you favor something milky or reckless?
I think milky. I don't know how thrilled we are about going reckless. It's like, what, SPR2? I guess we could. 200% River Jam. It's gone pretty big, though.
135.
I mean, going 135 is the same as going all in IMO. We're going to bet this big. Could just jam. Because we're targeting the same kind of hands. We've gone really polar. Is it 135 into 165? 80% pot.
Trent understands unblocking clubs. There is some frequency with which maybe the Brazilian falls to King Queen, but obviously we're pretty much bluff catching at this sizing. Are we not?
Unblocking. No, I mean, he's unblocking clubs, unblocking all the straight. That's a great fold. Not an easy fold to do against a very tough opponent as well.
Well, Joe Chuen makes it look easy.
Yeah, he did.
At times, the super high roller regular hasn't put together his resume on the back of bad decisions. Other than perhaps what time to go to bed, or if to go to bed at all. As Bellarmino de Souza is chief over at the Lagoon table. Brian Hawkins, 1 million plus over at the Reef. Back at the desk now, Ali and Henry alongside. And guys feel like they're, for the most part, just feeling one another out here in the early going, right? Wasn't anything too violent other than, of course, the Brazilian v. the Argentinian.
Yeah, it was also the same in the booth. You know, it wasn't too violent. We were just seeing what we could and couldn't get away with. I think the fans were enjoying the show. It's been, yeah, good fun so far.
Yeah, pushing the envelope, perhaps, a pink slip at some point, but maybe not today. Anyway, we're going to step aside. It's going to be about 10 minutes. We're going to come right back here, and we're going to bring you continuing coverage of the final of the day ones from here at the WSOP Supermain. Stay close.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Yes, we're still ahead of, sevens, nines, maybe some like 6-5 suited, 7-6 suited.
I'm glad you mentioned that sort of hand composition, because one of the things that you'll bear witness to during early day one action, when you are so deep stacked, is a tremendous amount of speculative participation. People hopping in there with hands that we don't generally expect to be a part of the festivities, looking to spin up a stack, looking to crack an overpair.
I mean, speculative is a very nice way of putting it, Ali. Over the last 2 days, we have seen some straight-up madness on these day ones. I mean, I was thinking, you know, 50 mil guarantee. People are going to be playing snug. It's a 25k. We've had people going all in blind, man. All in blind for
That's
25 bigs. Like,
Henry's not making it up, guys.
What are we talking about here, people? Jack pairing on the turn makes it less likely that Hawkins has bluffs, should he bet. He's going to have some semi-bluffs as well, but Elias blocking some of those, like 10-9 suited, Queen 10, King 10 suited.
Third Jack now on the river.
4, 5K, yeah, and it's been 12 years, so 2 buy-ins probably. I have to do every month, you know.
Both
After goes
flop and turn.
How you did it? Like, I mean, how it's supposed to be.
Having gone check, check.
You think I do it myself?
I wonder if Darren ever blocks here for like 20% pot, something like 30k. Rather than going into check call mode, just like set the price yourself, because the thing is Elias still retains, I mean, I'm stretching a little bit, but he still retains top set range advantage. So he's going to have aces at a very low frequency. He's also going to have some Jack X that play this way.
Is Hawkins maybe allowed to have aces? Less so than Darren?
I'd say less so, like 250 big blinds against the limp raise. I think we just 4-bet pre.
Well, some in the chat speculating 6s, 7s, 9s could be afoot.
Don't think he bets with those.
Well, he hasn't bet yet.
Not on the flop.
Ah.
7s, 6s, 9s just doesn't really make sense.
Was there a flop bet?
Yeah.
Forgive me. I
Darren
thought flop
checked
went
and Hawkins
check,
bet 30k. Turn went check, check.
Obviously, attention turned elsewhere during that portion of the exchange here. So pre-flop, it was a limp from Elias. A raise from Hawkins. Elias then took it to 35,000. Hawkins called. Elias checked the flop. Called a 30k bet. Turn went check, check. And here we are at the river with Hawkins asking for 125. And this is definitely on the entree side of the menu. More so than an appetizer. Elias simply lays down the 2-10s. And it was aces full for Hawkins on the turn. Top set was present, Henry, but not in the camp. Use of things that were able to, for lack of a better way to put it, get away with early on, because even with the harm that comes to his stack, Paz is still sitting plenty deep.
I'm not really sure that's
to play
how
poker. No, I mean,
not sure that's how it works, mate.
I'm not just trying to kind of.
It's like, oh well, I lost half my
things.
stack, but you know. It's like, oh well, I only lost one leg. I only had to get one leg amputated. I'm still fine, like, you know.
Yeah. That's true.
Got Brett in the chat saying Jeff Gross and Henry doing a great job today.
What was that? How do I block?
Brett Bassok, man. That's, guys.
By the way, look at this. Paz right back at it. King 9 of spades on the button makes it 8. Joe Chuen is flatted, and now is D'Souza going to lean? Yes, sir. Gloves are off, and, you know, things are getting a bit geopolitical. As the South Americans definitely not establishing diplomatic relations. Joe Chuen caught in the crossfire and perhaps caught shy on REM sleep.
Yeah, someone in the chat was pointing out that the Joe looks like he's been grinding all night again. He always does. It's very on brand. Unless he reaches a final table, then you can always expect that dapper James Bond-esque white suit to come out. How about
100%.
this?
Top pair versus top pair. Advantage Paz this time as he looks to reclaim some of That which he lost in the fire moments ago.
Yeah, he's getting a double up here. SPR just over 2. Especially on the back end of the hand we just saw, I think. De Souza knows just how crazy Paz is. How's the dealer found the 9 high flop?
Well, De Souza's going to find the c-bet. But unfortunately, this is a poison caipirinha for the time being. And what a sugar stick for Paz. 57 bet and called. Jack of spades on the turn. Paz picking up the nut flush draw for good measure. Sorry, king high flush draw.
$213 out there. SPR less than 1. Does feel a bit thin to jam this. But Souza unblocking every backdoor flush. Like unblocking backdoor spades, backdoor diamonds, backdoor hearts. So Paz certainly capable of having those kind of floats in position. Oh, wait, he's going to try and play this over 3 streets.
Not going to be given the opportunity as Paz takes the full 164. And ships it in there. A call from De Souza, and all of a sudden, chips are going to be returned to sender from a moment ago. Bar, of course, a 10 on the river.
A spadeless 10 at that.
Ooh. Wow, the 10 did show up, but it was a spade.
1-1.
Whoa, no.
Hey, chill, Paz. Break the table, bro.
Does that look like the image of a man who has chill on his mind?
Listen, I will happily escort his ass out of here. Slamming the table into the dealer and that. It's like, dude, it's all on camera.
Well, welcome back to the Bahamas Atlantis Resort, the backdrop for WSOP's Super Main action. This $50 million guarantee taking place in the form of Day 1D here today. Ali Najad now with Randy Liu here. And Randy, normally we come back to coverage, we talk about the chip counts, and we focus at the top of the leaderboard. But I've just spied the bottom of the leaderboard, and it's not as though I'm trying to draw attention to the unfortunate fate of one Frank Funaro, 2-time bracelet winner, sitting on 5K in chips, but rather, Randy, let's not forget that Funaro was paid a visit by none other than Jeff Platt for an interview earlier during the first frame, and we have a confirmed data point. The Reaper is reaping.
Yeah, I've heard about this Jeff Platt curse. Apparently it's a real thing, given the data point of 1 results here in Paradise. So Jeff Platt, stay away from everyone.
All right, things not going particularly great for Antoine Saoud. He is the second shortest stack, according to Poker News right now. 114,000 for him. Nick Petrangelo down there in 88th. All the way up at the top of the leaderboard, we find a familiar name, Eric Yanovsky, and then Felipe Boyanovsky. Now, Felipe, of course, a guy that we already observed during this WSOP Paradise Day 1 coverage before, where he got savaged by one Ding Biao.
Yeah, Ding Biao in a mystery hand, had check raise on ace 8-7, had bet turn, jammed river, and his opponent, Boyanovsky, said, can't fold to a man who has a $270,000 watch. And he said, I got there on the river, and you're looking at it, and How did he get there? 6'4" for a river gutter.
It was pretty filthy, no doubt about that. Brian Hawkins, who we saw during the first frame, apparently is 4th overall right now in chips, just north of $1 million for him. One of 4 7-figure stacks that are out there right now. How about the Canadian Daniel Gionoiu? All right, it's difficult because it is Romanian, but he was the old man that gave us kind of a glimpse into some different procedures. Looked like he was steamy for a minute, steadied the ship, and then finds himself 7th in chips overall. High stakes regular Tim Adams, super high roller, got 781,000 north of the 500 to start. Alexandra Botez in 12th overall. Eric Afriat out there under the maple leaf as well. Noah Schwartz, Luke Greenwood, Alex Livingston. Obviously, they're all here, and they're all trying to work their way into day 2 and eventually day 3 to make it to the money. But let's send it back down into the arena for continuing coverage of day 1D here at Atlantis. On roughly a 1-hour delay to protect integrity, but for all intents and purposes, it's live.
It's our last day 1 flight as well.
Speaking of that, Randy,
Go
a
ahead.
$50 million guarantee. Overlay alert. On the topic of flights, you're likely still going to be able to board one if you make the decision right now to come down to Paradise, plunk in your 25K. Day 2, 3 levels are open. So maybe it's time to get on Google Flights. Tap away at the keyboard and make the investment.
I think airline prices should go up right now.
I mean, listen, it would be smart. I don't do that to everyone. Randy, what are you working for the airlines? What are you, a shareholder? Robert Romanello at one of our new feature tables, the aforementioned Tim Adams, a super high roller there. How about Wolfgang Poker? Down there at the bottom of those chip counts, just shy of the 500K starting stack. People still filtering in. Roughly 120 people thus far here on day 1D. Jan-Peter Jachtmann. Chip leading over Botez, Vanessa Selbst, and JNT, Sam Greenwood, bringing up the rear there. At the Lagoon table.
These are some fun tables. Obviously, it's great to see Wolfgang Poker over on the Reef table, but the Lagoon table, Botez, Selbst, J&T, Greenwood, these are big names ready to play.
2K, 4K, 4K, 10,000 per orbit. The price of poker for the time being. Shout out to those of you that have been soaking up the coverage, not just today across the first frame, but also across those 2 prior day 1s of coverage that we had, and not to be overlooked, the Triton Poker Series 500K Invitational, the Triton Million as we call it, and then the 100K Main, won by Alexander Lococo and Alex Foxen respectively. Bracelets have been awarded to a number of people thus far.
Yes, I'm
Handful
crazy.
more.
No, I mean, I saw because
Still
I see
left.
a post from a French journalist. He said, "Oh my," he said, "Oh, good stack." And
It's my turn.
Is that an LED light?
that's what I was wondering.
Now, Jean-Noel does have, some issues, kind of seeing his hand, and even the board at times. We've become familiar with this throughout our time observing his participation in the Triton Super High Roller Series. And so, yes, indeed, it is an LED light that has been sorted out for JNT.
I think he has more than a million.
He has made it 12,000, and he's got Tyler Cornell's King 9 suited sorted out.
Excuse me.
A little bit of a light defend on the button. Hoping to use his positional advantage for post flop.
Last hand before break, I thought.
2 diamonds, 2
It's not
sevens, and a
worth it
6 out
intentionally.
there. Torel
I feel like
with
it's gonna.
the Queen of
because you
Diamond
can't change it now,
Dangler,
so.
best hand. Knuckles.
Maybe you have the button. She has the button. No, the last hand.
I don't remember. I can't remember back that far.
Cornell
You
with
guys
the
are
check
crazy.
back, and he finds an open ender on the
I
turn.
think
It's a
I
great
have it
opportunity for Cornell to stab if it gets
Yeah,
checked
that
over
must
to
be right,
him,
or
which it
should we have the
does. Punish high cards that
Because
don't
I
have
made,
any connection.
I I win the pet pot against this guy in small blind.
You know, if you get called, you
And I
have
had the
plenty of
button,
equity, and
and
of course you're
maybe one
blocking.
more hand.
Key continues
So
with
it's
that
right.
9x.
20,000.
So Cornell activates as JNT takes a passive post-flop line there. Tyler, the beneficiary.
I think you're one short. Oh, wait, you took it from his.
So we have 2-4 now? Yeah.
Yes.
Tyler, by the way, took a moment to arrive at his Hendon mob as we see Jan Peter looking down at 2 red aces. Has 2.7 million in career earnings. Best live cash, $833,000 for him.
Yeah, Yachtman is actually like a very experienced player from what I understand.
Oh, yeah. No question. He's joined us at Triton in the past. Remember, he was trading barbs in the PLO streets with Barbero.
Right.
Cornell wanted to mention, played a 25K.
Well,
8 max high roller.
Hold on, Ollie. Interrupt you for a second.
Yeah, Maestro showing off
The
creative.
new stack you just came?
Yeah.
500?
Yeah.
Small blind
490 because I
procedures.
lost 10 on the.
Okay.
Making it 30K to go. Was just going to mention that Tyler's World Series of Poker bracelet was where he picked up that 833K, the high water mark. Meanwhile, Jan Peter rates to be picking up chips from Mr. Maestro.
95?
Making myself change. Okay.
3 bets become 4. And that isn't really the image of a man who is maintaining his interest level in things, so he will step aside, and Yachman will add to his chip lead here at this feature. Very experienced. Longtime pro player is Yachman. Looking at his Hendon mob, 5.3 million in career earnings. $3 million. His biggest score ever.
That's a big cash. What was that in? Do you know?
10K main event back in 2023. Apparently a 4th place finish for Jan Peter.
That's recent.
Yeah. Is that a last year 4th place final table for Jan Peter? Wow. Solid turnout there for him. Does have a bracelet and a 10K PLO back in 2012, just to kind of illustrate how long he's been at it. Meanwhile, Cornell an opener this time. Queen 10 suited. The motivating holding. Botez choosing to play ace-jack as a flat from the cutoff. And now Greenwood with ace-queen could make noise out of the big.
It could easily squeeze in this spot, especially with a flatter.
And?
Just trying to figure out the perfect sizing.
55.
Falls on 55K.
Back over to Botez as Tyler steps aside. And so does Alexandra. Well served.
Table is really big, yeah.
Ace Jack's just one of those trouble hands. Suited though, might have made the call.
It's the same size like King's cash game
I need a
table.
booster seat. This is bigger.
This is bigger? Yeah, it looks like
I have booster seats.
ADM in the chat, by the way, asking Sam or Lucas, referring to Greenwood, considering that the twins do both play high-stakes poker. The other day it was Luke at the table, and shame on me, I was calling him Sam. He was under a ball cap, to be fair, but
You know,
should
one of
know
them wears
better.
that trucker cap.
Fold.
Trucker Sam.
I mean, we've seen both of them wear the cap, though,
Do you think they
Randy. That's
just-
not the
Do you think they
delineator.
share caps?
I don't know. Isn't that kind of when you're younger you might do that, but at this age you just kind of don't dip into your brother's wardrobe? Unclear, of course.
This is clearly a 3-bet incoming for Greenwood.
Yeah, another one, by the way. Fresh off the heels of having 3-bet Tyler's open with
45.
Botez in between. Here he comes after Tyler again. This time, of course, Cornell can dig in.
He's definitely going to at least call. The earlier position that you open raise from, the more likely you play it as a flat. Just because it's harder to get your opponent to blast away against you, and there comes the call. But if this position was like button versus small blind, then you'll see more 4-bets from Cornell and looking to get it in.
98 in the middle. Queen 6-4. Cornell's offsuit ace king. Not going to be altogether interested in this one, although unclear how Greenwood is going to feel about it. One club out there, two
Like
overs.
to see Greenwood c-bet in this spot. He's got backdoor clubs, 2 overs. And also ace-king blocks a lot of the queen-x combos, like king-queen, ace-king. Ace-queen, I mean. So a lot of c-bets here, multi-barreled turns, especially if it's like a jack or 10, just because you can clear out 7s through 9s. Now in Cornell, when you play your hand passively pre of ace-king, you pretty much call almost any bet on the flop. Lots of turns as well.
That's precisely how it goes down. Another 50,000 into the middle. Now the turn gives both players the Broadway gut shot. Ace of diamonds becoming more relevant.
Yeah, so there should be a lot of 2 barrels from Greenwood on this card to target 7s through 9s and 6x. He also bet very small on a flop, just 25K, so he probably invites backdoor flush draws to float the flop. He does check it over, though.
Goes check, check. And the river is of no consequence whatsoever as played.
Kind of feels like if you got this far of ace king, you're looking to check it down as played.
Tend to agree. Let's see if Greenwood and Cornell feel the same way. Halfway there. And they are going to carve it up. Is that an eagle head with stars and stripes sunglasses on Tyler's hat, by the way?
I thought it was googly eyes for a second, but you probably are right.
I feel like it is. You know, we're not anywhere near the 4th of July. We're fairly near the coast of the United States in terms of patriotism. But an interesting choice of headwear.
So you're thinking more appropriate is an eagle with the Santa hat?
Yeah, that definitely, I think, is in range. Meanwhile, those of you not in range of the Bahamas, there's another way to get your beaks wet. And that is, of course, signing up at GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room, offering you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Simply sign up with a new account. Use promo code Paradise2024. Drop 20 bucks off. Get yourself 2.5x on the investment. It all happens at GG Poker. Score yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Who have we
Looks like
here?
a new player sitting with the bucket hat.
Is that Tom Axel Bedell by chance? No.
No, but that bucket hat is not cheap.
Resident fashion reporter Randy Liu here to advise that that is from the Vuitton collection.
Fits the mood, right? The blue color with the table graphics.
Yeah, he's blending right on in. Obviously, there's island vibes to the bucket hat. Kind of a summery lid. Timepiece looks like it might not be on the cheap side either. As the linen-clad Ukrainian takes Jack 10 suited
Take a
on
guess.
arrival and makes it 3 bets
7, 8.
to 35,000.
Good
Does
read, Vanessa. You still
Sinus?
got it. Welcome to table. Thank you.
How many more do you have behind? Just curious.
Couple more
Couple more? Okay.
until the registration closes. What's this? 35?
I'm going to assume he's not on his first bullet based on that conversation.
I try not to shine lights on these things, but you're probably right. Back over to Cornell now. 0 data points off of which to make our decision in terms of opposition. Very first hand that Sinus has been dealt, announcing himself here and 3-betting an under-the-gun opener, mind you. Cornell's 7s turning into 3rd pair effective, and how about a flush draw and a gutter on a queen-high board for this 10 jack of hearts. Plenty of excuses to proceed.
Pretty much can bet any flop in turn with this type of hand. Max pressure. It's already very difficult for Cornell to continue against a C-bet, which is half the pot.
I recognize him, but I don't remember his name.
Kind of expect him to just give up here on the flop. 2 7s.
No heart in hand.
Out of position.
And yeah.
Yep.
Supposed to be up against a fairly narrow range. If someone's willing to 3-bet, you're under the gun open.
Formerly really consistent solo kickers have been pretty off this season. I mean, he just came back from injury, but Tucker's been bad.
Others, what's his name? Butker or something. He missed it.
He was.
Really, yeah, long.
But he came back from. This is his first game back, I think.
I think it's really tough with your kick. So I think I could have been in like Kenya in like a 4-ass area, and I'd be like, this place is awesome. I have very good memories of Toronto. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a long time ago.
Yeah, like just what, traveling?
I used to be
Paying a visit
professional race car driver.
to the other feature
That won the most easy there, the streets.
for the first time.
Long time ago.
You won the most easy? Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Probably we were just kids. 19.
No, I remember growing up like. Okay, wow. So you're a famous fish car driver. Okay.
Thank you. No, it's a long time ago. It was 1996.
King Queen suited for Ryan DePaulo. Definitely going to get in some trouble here.
Well, listen, trouble is sort of DePaulo's brand, if I'm being honest. He likes to stir the pot a bit, and here he is under a flannel supreme and presiding over a king, queen of hearts, which is chosen to 3-bet at a bad time versus Cavalieri.
Good news for DePaulo is, given the deep stacks, we shouldn't see Cavalieri put in a 4-bet, so opportunities to see a flop.
Close to Toronto, very close to Toronto.
You know where? Like close?
Just across the border. The border
Call from the Brazilian, and both players have found top pair here on a queen 10-9 board where the king of hearts is working harder than that ace. Of course, Cavalieri in good shape, out kicking top pair.
So the texture is so coordinated that, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that DePaulo checks this one back, but even if there was a bet on the flop, Cavalieri wouldn't have a hand strong enough to go for a check raise. But now that it goes check, check, Cavalieri's going to feel very happy about his ace-queen.
And let's see if DePaulo expresses pride in this king-queen, provided he's given the opportunity. We're not so worried about the 9x. And so it will be Cavalieri who speaks first. 34 into 60.
pretty much a mandatory call as we go to the river card.
You can take it from me. Yeah,
Another 68 in the middle. Pot up to 128. Apollo in bad shape. Needs a jack or a king. 9 for a chop. Board double pairs here.
Not a great river card for Cavallari. It's reasonable that Apollo 3-bet up like a 10x and check back flop, just giving it would be second pair. Although I don't believe he induces from worse by checking, so seems like a good candidate to bet fold with, this ace-queen.
Undaunted by the presence of 10s and 9s on board. Value pursuits to the tune of 78,000 now from Cavalieri, and DePaulo has to try to put together the hands that he beats. Are diamond combos maybe a thing?
A little bit of diamond combos, sure. It is out of position, so we're going to reduce that a little bit, just because I don't really expect Cavalieri to be defending as much out of position. Ace-Jack comes to mind as a bluff. Don't think DePaulo thinks he's up against a 10x too often. They often wouldn't bet the turn as played. He's also underrepped his hand with that flop check back. He's going to feel like he needs to defend in the spot of pretty high frequency of king-queen.
Call.
Announces call.
Boy, that feels a little bit dirty when a man gets after you, pipping with ace-queen on a board such as this against your pre-flop 3-bet.
Great river bet there. How do you check? Maybe DePaulo just checks that one back and doesn't earn those additional chips.
Feels like there was a little bit of a cliffhanger for Cavalieri, as DePaulo sort of waved
like half the
his
field
hand
was
in
on
the
the
air
table.
before
Oh,
putting it
yeah.
into the muck.
We were special.
Some in the chat asking,
One of the number
find
two.
out where Alex Botez is. Well,
Oh,
she's
with,
right
like, the
there in the
name?
foreground on the left of your screen. And
Only
yes,
that
she
one-
did play
that
yesterday,
one
but
is-
she's back in the saddle
I was
here
doing
today.
Trident, that one was.
I thought you had it, but I guess we'll find out later. It's a good bluff.
Had a good hand.
Had a feeling. If I had 9, I would have been hating my life.
Raise 9,000.
Even 9, there's a good chance you're chopping.
Oh?
There's Colby Covington, the UFC fighter. He was in the ring yesterday, dishing out and taking a few lumps, and now our WSOP tournament director, Andy Tillman, walking him down. That handshake could be kind of stiff, Andy. Careful. Covington works his way into a fresh stack. Back over at the feature.
I love how we get all these celebrities to come out for the Super Main, all of the different pros as well. It's just a great stop.
I mean, listen, it's pretty cold in a lot of places, northern hemisphere right about now. Coming down to the Bahamas to soak up a little sun and play a little high stakes. What's wrong with that? As Tsinis with 2 queens has played back from the big here. Yachman with ace-10. He was sort of caught in the middle of things. Not the opener, but rather a flat caller of Greenwood. Does hang in and does find the ace.
Clearly a problematic board for Cenis. Could see him still fire a C-bet, given that this is his type of texture.
22.
Makes it a little bit easier to play your hand too. Whereas you check, it's just up to your opponent on frequencies. For now though, ace-10 is looking pretty nice. Still need to be worried about bigger aces. We'll play it slow.
So pot grows to 147,000 after the bet call. And of course, on a board such as that, getting flatted always gives us some concerns about whether or not Yachman's range includes the ace-X. So the brakes get pumped here.
Don't mind checking this back for ace-10.
Yeah, pot control out of Yachman. Backdoor spade arrival. He has the ace of spades. And now with the second check in front of us. Convinced there isn't a bigger ace lurking. Yachman barrels.
Pretty much targeting exactly jacks, queens, and kings. Not many worse aces out there, especially a 3-bet pot. He could have busted hearts in his spot, so the queens. You know, holding queen of hearts is not nice though, because you're blocking like queen jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts. That probably would take the same line. Don't mind folding here, even though the price is pretty good.
Looks like Sinis wants to keep Yachman honest. Finds the 40K call. Jan Peter taxing those queens.
Keeps building.
Guy knows what he's doing, whether he's playing 2-card or 4-card.
As soon as I stack chips, can stack chips is nice.
You see the German flag, you know there's generally someone who can play the game representing it. 2 Americans, Selbst Cornell there. Vanessa did step away from poker for a long time, entered the world of finance. Such a sharp mind, 617,000 in front of her.
Yeah, even Vanessa is willing to take time out of her busy schedule to come out to this Paradise event.
Listen, you're in finance, you know a good deal when you see one. $50 million guaranteed. JNT activating with ace-8 of hearts. Pocket 5s now for Tsinis, who's thinking, am I just going to get involved in all of these hands? Flats, looking for a nickel. Botez could easily defend here with the king-queen.
Definitely coming in. It's an early position raise, so no need to squeeze.
Three players. Looking up at ace, queen, deuce. Top pair for the opener, Torel. Second pair for Botez.
Bet 14,000.
14K follow through.
Gotta see one more card here for this price. Could be just a standard C-bet that's not gonna fire multiple barrels.
9 on the turn, two-tone texture now. King of clubs, relevance. Quick check back from JNT, by the way. Backdoor flush does arrive.
It's a good run out for Botez.
Yeah, she's going to hunt showdown here. And JNT is not going to hunt value. You know, there's always that,
cheaply there, but go ahead.
It's that glimmer of hope when you have the king-queen after the opener. Followed through on the flop, obviously, but then checks back turn and river, where you're thinking, okay, I'm good.
Especially the snap check back on river.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah.
Yeah.
Showdown, just muck your hand.
Under pair to the queens or something, okay.
It's like, oh, you're turning your hand over.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the pot is going the other way.
Oh,
this sucks.
Should I change?
You ever play against those guys live who, even when they have a loser, they always turn their hand over, so you got to sweat every single time, no matter what, because sometimes it's a winner, sometimes it's not. Whereas most people, you're used to them just mucking it face down.
Yeah.
I can Okay, John Noel, if you move them over here, I can.
Hmm?
Raise 10,000.
You saw Greenwood offering to kind of help JNT stack his chips, and that's in part due to the fact that they have plenty of rapport from having played the super high roller circuits at Triton with one another. JNT always looked after by the staff and the players, for that matter.
I would like to see JNT stack Greenwood and have Greenwood stack his chips after.
Don't wish that upon Sam. It would be awkward, though. You're not wrong about that, as things getting awkward here for Cornell. King Jack suited, cut off open. 10 became 30, courtesy of the very active stack of the Ukrainian on the button. Ace Jack, understandable. Maestro decided to cold call from the big with Jack 10.
Pretty loose.
Yeah, and he's in a bad, bad way here. Ace 8 deuce board. Pre-flop 3-better is all over it.
Oh, he's coming out swinging with just Jack high. The story doesn't really add up to me. Is you're not the one that's the pre-flop aggressor, which has a lot of ace X, so for him to lead here is a bit suspicious, especially if he had a big hand. You would think he'd want to slip it on over to the perceived range advantage.
Maestro peeling with that Jack 10 and finding an open ender on the turn.
Well, if you got this far with Jack 10 and you turn this card, makes sense to continue.
Now, I say Peel obviously is the man who let out on the flop. That's not necessarily the way to describe it, but he's worked his way into some equity and now finds a 60K barrel. Cines calls, pot up to 276, but the 7 or queen that were needed do not arrive. Board pairing ace on the end, and let's see if Maestro's done with it. Looks over at Cines and the bluff continues. 125,000 now, and it does feel a lot to me, Randy, like just click call and find out what this man who led into my pre-flop 3-bet is working with might be the only path forward.
Yeah, it seems like the only path forward. I suppose maybe Maestro's got like an ace-queen as played, so you don't really want to value own yourself with a raise. You can see he's uncomfortable, but he's got trip aces with a jack kicker. It's pretty strong.
I mean, you presume that the ace-king would have 4-bet pre-flop, so it's really the ace-queen that we're worried about and nothing further. So the call is flicked in, and Maestro, with a little grin there, got out of line. Not the first time we've seen him do that, by the way. There was a 6-4 suited earlier where he tried to 3-bet an open from Jan-Peter Jachmann's aces. Got punished pre in that one and stepped aside.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan for Maestro right now is early levels. Let's try to run up a stack, pushing action a bit, while, you know, plenty of stack to play for. Better to play loose in the early levels than the later.
Ace-king now for Jachmann. Chip leading since the onset of this feature. 10 to go, 2.5x. Suited king now for the Ukrainian. I'll sit this one out. No action. You know,
yeah. It's hard to
we
hear
were
from
allowed.
that end
Are we
of the
allowed to
table.
sing something? Really?
I would just reach into the field and find one Nacho Barbero and park them at this table just to see whether or not they would pick up where they left off after jabbering at one another in the Super High Roller PLO out in Jeju.
Ooh.
Wsop's going to speak up. King 7 suited. Maestro dominating.
So who do you think will win the Super Bowl this year? Who is
Black
your
calls
favorite?
and finds the nut flush draw on an
My
8-5
favorite
deuce
team
board.
is the Vikings. The team
So
that
you're a
is-
fan of them?
Yes,
But
but the team that's the favorite is probably it's got to be the Lions, I think.
Detroit Lions?
Yeah, I
It
think the
wouldn't
Lions, too.
surprise me
Well, I
if
have a
Maestro
feeling the
plays his hand very fast. You can tell he kind
I think the
of
Chiefs will
wants
get the best
build a pot quickly.
how do you
12k
say,
C-bet. It's got the nut flush draw.
or best.
Yeah, I
They
feel
will
like
get exactly in the playoffs. They will
feels like
Just
they
calls
always-
with
feels
that green chip.
Feels like they haven't really been trying, and they're still winning every game. And then
So far out in front of Vanessa with position, not feeling the need to inflate things. Obviously a little bit shell-shocked from having lost
Because I've seen
a
them
bundle of
sometimes in
chips on the 2 prior occasions in which he entered pots. Now here he is with top pair for comfort.
I think the Bills can.
Maybe Vanessa thinks this is her card to represent.
I have a little on the Bills today.
It's definitely her card to represent.
I think they.
Wouldn't
this,
falter.
quarterback is great.
Double barreling.
What's his name?
Clearly not going to work against top pair and nut flush draw.
So maybe the Bills get far.
18K now from Selbst. And the story under normal circumstances would check out. The only trouble is the ace she's trying to rep is parked in front of Maestro, and he does not waste time. Putting in the raise to 60,000. Jig is up here for Vanessa, I would imagine.
Yeah, the jig is up. There's not much she can do, even if she suspects that Maestro is out of line sometimes. You just have King 7 wrong color.
I think kind of surprise will be the LA Rams. Last week's are really good. So I think they can reach some steps.
Boy, imagine some sort of wilderness in which she were to 3-bet and force Maestro into a flat, but with 129 back, I just don't think
I don't really
it's
believe you have
particularly
anything, but
available. Vanessa declares
Jason,
she's a non-believer, but does lay it down, as we can see.
seen him at the same gym.
Maestro had all of it.
Ooh, that's a catch.
But yeah, if she were to have 3-bet, and then Maestro were to flat, and then Vanessa just...
Here
puts
we
the
are
blender
back
on.
out in the field, day 1D of the WSOP Superman. Let's steal Jesse Lonis once more. Not as much poker talk here, though he is firing the Mystery Millions online. You got to ball with Tony Parker today?
Yeah, that was really cool. I knew he was here, and like they said that it would be possible, so we got to finally today, and that was like obviously I grew up a big basketball fan, so Tony Parker's a legend to anybody who loves basketball. So yeah, it was an amazing experience.
You're too modest to admit this, so I'm going to have to pry a little bit. Who won in horse? Or I think we called it WSOP between you and Tony.
I beat him in WSOP somehow. I mean, I'm sure he wasn't giving it his all probably, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I got lucky in that, and then he dusted everybody when they played 3-on-3. So yeah.
Well, finally, as a thank you from the World Series of Poker and GG Poker for the amount of bullets that you've put into this 25K, 50 million, we'd like to offer you a free no gamble, no future patch. There you go. So thank you very much for contributing hundreds of thousands of dollars to the prize pool.
Of course.
Appreciate the time, Jesse. Go crush it, okay?
Thank you.
Guys, let's send it back to you.
Wow. From being flattered for having defeated the legendary Tony Parker in not horse but WSOP to being showered for having put in all of those bullets into this 25K. We try not to shine lights on these sorts of things as we cast our gaze upon Selbst and Yachman intertwined here.
But let me tell you one more thing, Ali.
Okay.
Jeff Platt interviewed Jesse Lonis the other day.
Showers.
Why you think he's Interview him again. Yeah, showered him.
Yeah, but Lonis should know better at this point. Maybe
Yeah.
word has not come down as Yachman's peel with the pocket fours does not leave his holding coming up. Still lagging behind the ace-king. Top pair, top kick. 50 in the middle.
Bet 55,000.
Massive bet. Slide over bet, to be precise. Not much to do with these two fours.
Out of there. Efforting Selbst's Hendon mob, by the way, just to kind of see where she left off in terms of results in her career. 11.9 million in total earnings before stepping aside. Best career cash, $1.8 million.
Do we have a last recorded cash on there? Just curious if she's been playing as of recent at all.
February of 2020, before the pandemic, in Falls View, Niagara Falls, 22nd place finish.
So it's been quite a few years.
In a main event. Yeah. Been a bit.
But you never retire from this game officially.
You know, it gets into your bloodstream, and it is tough to walk away from it. No question about that. $10K ahead. Self's not going to walk away from 7-3 suited, closing the action from the big, joining King Jack and King 9, and looking up at a 10-10-8 board.
Paired board. Checking over to Greenwood, who's got a lot of potential back doors. Could attack here, actually. Blocking continues. Ace highs are just looking to give up.
Yeah. If the pre-flop opener doesn't want it, here's my chance. Thanks, Greenwood. Happy to see Vanessa get out of there.
Doesn't shake out the King 9 of clubs.
Cornell just keeping an eye on Greenwood here, and now finds himself the open ender. At the same time, Greenwood finds a gut shot and a flush draw.
That's a fun card because both players improve in a meaningful way. Greenwood often will be double barreling the spot just because he's got so much equity. Little pocket pairs are going to have a tough time calling. Ace King, Ace Queen. Also difficult to call once more on this run out.
Bet 37,000.
37,000. Greenwood clearly emboldened by the developments. And Cornell must concede in spite of the open ender.
Especially playing out of position as the passive player is. If you were to call there and you don't hit your hand, you can just still lose the better hands.
Yeah, not just that, but it's tough to get value when your hand is kind of face up when it gets there, right? A 6 or a jack roll off.
Yeah.
You activate. It's not like Greenwood is blind to that.
Exactly.
What's paying you off? Meanwhile, a lot of people have been paying Jan-Peter Yachman off. Up and over $1 million in chips. 266 bigs. Roberto Romanello. The only 7-figure stack over at the Reef table. DePaulo and Cornell bringing up the rear. As he and Wolfgang, the two Americans at the Reef. On the struggle bus, if you can call it that, still 90 and 88 bigs. Nobody's panicking. Even Tyler with 56 bigs.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the struggle bus at this point.
I don't even know. I only know who I'm sweating. I don't know who I'm anti-sweating. You know.
It is difficult though when you're looking around and maybe you're seeing a lot of chips being exchanged, and somehow you can't be the beneficiary.
Jacksonville always gets the lines are always like the total points lines are always too low. Like Jacksonville scores more than people think that they seem to score.
Excuse me.
Message.
You raise 10?
I'm sent a text message and I'm told that these are the bets today, and then I'm like, all right, let's go team.
Got it. All right.
I don't do any.
Yachtman looking to play his button as he overflats.
Pretty good for like.
Yeah, Botez, the party starter with the
New York
queen
was
jack,
really good
Maestro.
for, like,
The hard
bounces
8
and all
in
that,
there.
right?
I don't know. I mean,
This is kind of chip leader friskiness maybe from Yachman, because with an open and a flat in front of us, that ace-7
You get,
offsuit
like,
isn't exactly
New York State was
compulsory.
pretty- like you get cut immediately.
Definitely
but,
not
like,
compulsory,
New York
yeah.
State was pretty good for signing out.
Does allow Cornell to come along. 998 with a couple of diamonds. Botez, 2 overs in the gut shot. No follow through.
The best hand is found the bet. 4 ways. Yachtman with that ace of diamonds. A little bit of backdoor straightiness as well. Doesn't like to see the 2 opponents behind. Bows out. Botez, though, with that gut shot. Gotta hang in there. Gotta imagine the queen or jack are alive. Tend to make a straight.
Thank you.
And it has even more equity, as you can see. Given that the 4s can get counterfeited by an 8. Or even the 5.
On the turn. Maestro with the only flush draw. Boy, this guy likes to put his foot on the gas pedal, doesn't he?
He likes to bet. He feels more comfortable having the betting lead rather than playing a guessing game with checks. He does pick up additional equity and actually puts Botez in a really nasty spot because she's getting a great price, but she could be drawing dead already against like a flush, some full houses.
She doesn't have a diamond.
Exactly. Diamond, sure, you can hang in for the good price, but without, makes sense.
Well, at long last, Maestro reaches out and pulls a pot in. Yes. Bounces off of the low water mark, and we bounce over to DePaulo and Company.
He looks casual.
Consequences and difficulties with infertility, Alex. You know, it is a heart-wrenching process. Appreciate that. A black man actually has to insert it with his penis. That's the hardest part of all.
Oh God.
The only way to implant. Like, well, ma'am, I gotta go with my dick.
What?
I think we cut to this table a little bit too soon.
I would say
Having to
so.
go back in for something else. He's like, oh, I forgot something, and then.
Like Adam 22's way.
He's looking like Casey Affleck right now. Is that the Moon Man out there?
Is that
of
his name,
last
the Moon
year
Man?
lore? Yeah, I believe it is. From Philly. Just captivated folks last year. I hope I'm not wrong.
9?
I think it's him. And I think Pocket Eights is happy to close the action. Stavila. In there against the Queen Jack of Adams, which opened. Santos. Ace-10 flat. Revelations that he was a famous Brazilian race car driver once upon a time.
Oh, okay.
Earlier. Now, an 8 would be oh so spicy on the turn here for reasons that are obvious. It would give Stavila the set. Adams a straight. Pre-flop raiser does not follow through. And now a top pair, top kicker. Santos with an opportunity to announce himself.
Yeah, this hand needs protection. Plenty of scary turn cards that can arrive. Gonna get resistance, of course, from Adams, who's got the open-ended 2 over cards to the 10. It's actually a slight favorite for Adams at the moment. Although we did see 2-8s bow out, so a couple outs removed for Adams.
$72,000 in there. Adams doesn't find help.
Surprising check back from the ace-10.
Well, I don't know. The check is going to be on Santos's mind here as he makes aces and tens.
It's actually really nice for him because Adams has only got queen high. He's going to try to represent the ace. Would have never expected Adams to just give up unimproved, especially on that card. Now we can safely go for value with a raise. Target bigger aces, of course. Some worse aces up.
Yeah, up we go from 55 to 125 as Adams thought perhaps he could rep this ace. But again, we witness one of those moments where you're trying to tell the story that's on the pages across the way. And Tim lets it go.
Change, please. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, mercifully, DePaulo has abandoned what was some sort of fertility topic that he was walking us through when we definitely flipped over to this feature a little early.
Sometimes, like, when you ask something like, oh, did your wife come? I could just say no. Like, I don't need to go into a whole... Like, the question was, did your wife join you here? And I went into a whole thing about Zika and planting. Yeah, like, that's always, instead of just fucking rambling. I guess that's called conversation, but...
Well, it's definitely DePaulo's brand of conversation, and you know I shouldn't be judging too much, obviously.
Yeah, I don't want to be like a teenager.
I can go places sometimes, Randy, that make you look at me funny.
You can. I'm not so sure you're going to those places.
No,
but,
you know.
You know.
I got to keep the paychecks coming. Meanwhile, Cavalieri. Ace-9. 8K. Santos a flatter. Stavila the same. 32 in there. All you got to do is put 4 out for a swing at it. Romanello not interested with the Queen 8 offsuit, so 8X not enough.
F with the Bills.
Queen deuce deuce board, and that Queen 8 would have been the best hand, Randy.
A very clean best hand as well, but I understand why you folded, just because if you don't flop 2 pair plus, it's pretty hard to navigate. Anyhow?
Gut shot on the turn for Santos.
Right.
After a round of knuckles. I don't think he's going to be all too proud of it.
Nah, because ace high is going to feel all right on this board run out so far.
Another round of checks in Stavila. Binks a 7.
You might be able to cobble a little bit of value with this 7. Seems like the best hand almost always. Like this. Looking for crying calls. Maybe ace high gets curious. Maybe an ace 4 that turned the pair.
Boy, this 10 into 32 does feel nicely sized to potentially get paid by some ace high.
Oh yeah, they're all over. We keep looking for them, but I see them in my Ring app. People all around me saying they see them, and it's in the counties above and below me. But I want to see it so bad. I almost put out my drone the other night to look for them, but I didn't get a chance. But yeah, it's kind of scary. Nobody knows what they are.
Well, you should just, shoot them down.
I know.
You know about this drone situation in
And
New
then
Jersey,
it's
Randy? You've
scary
been
how they
actually
reading
don't.
your news
agencies,
feeds?
I
it
do
seems
not.
Like it's like, I don't know. It's not our responsibility. Like, it's kind of like just getting passed around. Like,
Thought maybe DePaulo would give us a little news update there, as Santos was inquiring upon learning that DePaulo was from the Jersey streets, Monmouth
8,000.
County. Bunch of lights up in the air. People have been recording and posting to their Twitter and their Instagram these big drones, supposedly like 6 feet in diameter. So not,
That's
your
massive.
garden variety. I mean, this is kind of like, is an Amazon package coming my way, or what's going on? Kind of flocks of them
Okay.
at times.
Didn't realize that was allowed to have such.
I don't think it is. They haven't been entering any kind of restricted airspace, supposedly, as DePaulo perhaps having entered airspace.
But you never know. These drones could go rogue.
That Santos,
They start moving on their own.
DePaulo on the hunt for an ace, some hearts. Instead, looks up at a dusty 10-6 deuce board. Over pair for Santos. Took flight pre to 24. Let's see what we have in store for post.
Drone's going
20K.
to take those cards and send them to the muck.
Yeah. I'm getting strong Casey Affleck vibes off of DePaulo out there, man. I don't know if you see it or not, but
Yeah, I would say the words come out of his mouth don't match
Is it
Casey
Wsop?
Affleck, but
well, listen, I don't know. Knock a few back with Casey, maybe catch him on an off night.
English.
Oh, look at Yachman. Under the gun raising the 9-6 suited. Well, this is part of the process in terms of spinning up these bigger stacks, is playing various parts of the deck from all positions. Mystery hand time. Jean-Noel Torel will have his cards. Blocked out. Botez, a flat caller with the 10-8 of diamonds. 38,000 in the middle. And 3 players. We'll look up at 10-9-4. So this is at a minimum top pair versus second pair here. Advantage Botez. Unclear, of course, what JNT has. He does check it to Yachman, who feels cozy enough to follow through for 21.
comfy call spot for Botez. Top pair. A little bit of diamonds working. Backdoor straightiness. Potential kicker issues, so you don't really want to inflate the pot. But she does inflate it to 60K. I guess the game plan here for Botez is raise, and if I get more resistance, then relinquish.
I mean, it's not as though she's got JNT behind her with position and looking to kind of usher him out the door so as to play heads up in position against Yachman. And did JNT say raise? He sure did.
What happens here? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? The raise a bet 21, 52, 153. What's going on here? This board. What do you all have? Yes, he's laughing. What do you all have? Sick.
Yachman making our jobs easy.
Yeah, and I'm going to say Yachtman with your pair of nines.
talk about
You're
this
probably in
hand,
last place.
but it's
Yeah, he leaves the harbor. Now back over to Botez.
I think I'm just done here as played. J&T to 3-bet with no chips involved on the flop is very strong. If he is semi-bluffing, it should be Queen Jack.
This feels like a set of fours, doesn't it?
Set of fours makes sense. 10-9.
Obviously, the 10-9 blocked in both camps, so we kind of steer away from that just based on cards seen.
And if JNT plays ace-10 very fast here, you know, you have clear kicker issues with 10-8. I think this hand just has to be in the bin, and if your opponent happens to be making some heroic bluff, so be it. But you never get it in very good in this spot with 10-8.
A lot of people hitching their wagons to the pocket fours guess here in the mystery hand streets. Let us know. What do you think? JNT likes to play fast.
Very intense table.
Just 127 back, by
It's
the
a very
way,
intense table. You'll fit right in.
for JNT.
Yeah. Looks like you just came from the beach or something. Were you out? Are you like out in the sun or something? No.
Botez really chewing on this one. Obviously, she recognizes that there are holdings that could be semi-bluffing here, but are they ever under the hood for that man, JNT?
Even a hand like Queen Jack has a lot of equity against
Did
you.
she
And
just
she
say
announced
all
all
in?
in.
Wow.
She did. Wow. Okay.
Okay, JNT has made the call. What is it?
I had Cheval d'Amour original,
Botez.
6-9 of hearts.
When you get called here, you're not feeling so good about things. And it
Queen
is
Jack.
Queen Jack.
Great read.
Wow.
Excellent read.
Now she blocks one end of the straight with the 8. Obviously on her feet, recognizing
Face of confusion. I mean, good read. You would've got me up then.
643K, big, huge pot here.
You, I hope.
Vanessa has a famous hand with 10-8 of diamonds.
I do.
Oh. The Devastator. On the turn, a queen. Hits Torel for the lead. Botez needs a 10 or a jack.
What's my famous hand with 10 diamonds?
Not there.
Oh.
Wow.
No reward.
The only good news, of course, is that Alexandra will fight on, given that she covered. But tip of the hat to Botez, Randy, as she blasted in, asking for the rest. You know, the sizing from JNT's 3-bet suggested that he was going to hang tough if he got asked for the rest.
That's a great call. I was on my own
That
face.
was-
I wouldn't have made that call.
Didn't call, she pushed her in.
Well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
We all thought John
That
Paul was
hurts.
holding for
That was
the
a huge
150
play.
for, you know,
She was right.
effectively.
Period.
The only thing
Nice hand.
is, when you're ahead, you're barely ahead, and you saw the equities
out of the
there.
game
She
too
was
long. I
about
don't know how people play.
56-44.
Here's what I'm going to say. You know, JNT on the invitee side of our invitational brackets at the Triton Poker Series,
Me, no set, no bet, you know.
incredibly wealthy and successful
9 of
businessman.
hearts. I want to say again,
from
Cheval
France.
d'Amour original. I have to play that stupid hand.
Owns a
And I hit a 9, so I said,
cosmetics company.
I'm good.
But taking lines such as that, you know, oftentimes the cardinal sin
I folded a 9 though. So
for
you were in trouble.
call them recreational players is being
I fold.
exceedingly passive.
Yep.
It's tough to win when you're always the person calling instead of raising, instead of attacking. But there he was with a very ambitious 3-bet of the opener under the gun, following through on the board. Botez then raising. He just showed that very limited are the number of Fs given in the JNT streets.
I really do like the point that you say is, you know, if you play passive, it's very hard to win, and JNT has had tremendous results in big binds, like at the Triton Series, multiple runner-ups in the main events, and it's because he's aggressive. He's picking up chips when some of the pros out there are laying down incorrectly, and, you know, there you try to muscle out Botez, and didn't quite do that, but he had lots of equity going into that one. Now here we are on the flop.
Came to fruition, and he put some of those chips to work pre-flop, attacking the blinds from the button with Queen 8. Not following through, however, on the Ace-Jack-7 board, where third spade and second jack roll off on the turn after the round of knuckles. Is it Yachman who's got questions
20?
on his mind? Yeah, he says 20K.
Repping the jack. In case he's wrong, he's got a spade for backup against spadeless hands. Aggression paying off.
Yeah, king high in the gutter. Bowing right out. No spade in hand helps.
And did they actually do like coverage of your final table, or was it just on the TV table? Or like they panned over for all ends and that sort of stuff?
We were just like a background.
Back out in the field, good time for us to check in with a two-time bracelet winner, former third-place finisher in the main, Alex Livingston. Alex, stand up for me for a quick sec, please. We were chatting in Houston, and you didn't quite know what your plans would be in December. So why here, why Paradise for you?
Yeah, I was actually planning on potentially doing neither WPT or this one, but then I just got too much FOMO. Big prize pools, some PLO tournaments. Dealer's Choice tournament had me excited, and then obviously this one, biggest guarantee ever. So decided to come give it a chance.
No shots fired, of course, but I know it's been a fairly rough go of it, of sorts here in Paradise.
bad, yeah.
You're always honest about like going through downswings. How do you bounce back from a slow start in a series?
Try to just enjoy my off time, work out, get some sleep. I've been good about that. Girlfriend's here, which has been nice. And then just try to come in every day with a new, fresh mindset.
Love to hear it. We'll send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate
Thanks,
the
Jeff.
time. Thanks, Alex. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Thanks, Jeff. Livingston, really well-grounded, super solid player. Plays a multitude of games. You heard him say he was excited about the Dealer's Choice. Obviously, that one tickled many a fancy.
Yeah, but Ollie, how come he didn't get a no gamble, no future sticker?
He's probably on one bullet, if I had to guess. You know, I mean, the man's tidy about his procedures. But he did say come in each day with a fresh mindset, so maybe this isn't the first
Jeff
bullet.
only had one sticker to give away.
I mean, no. I think Jeff's here to promote, you know. Meanwhile, Ace-5, promoted to a wheel gut shot after
Did you just come for this event?
having just a
Vanessa?
5-high club draw.
Yeah. I didn't
on
even
the
hear.
flop.
I heard about it like last week. Someone told me, they're like, I got an overlay, grab a ton of money. It's like, all right.
Is it going to overlay?
I mean, I would think so.
No way they can get that many people.
But there's like 800 coming
Greenwood.
from online.
Is
right?
there 800?
Asking for the pot here.
No,
Oh,
5 or
maybe
600.
I guess then they're
no more.
getting it.
5
Either
or
way,
6.
I mean,
5 to 6 from online.
Stone
Yeah,
air
I
with
said
7-6 of
yesterday.
spades.
feels pretty.
Between
felt like
5
it
and
did like
6,
something.
so this is why they keep
JNT
it
hangs
the-
in. Bricks the
Obviously.
river. Can't say the same for Greenwood as he hits what looks like an innocent 6
Short overlay.
for a
Even if
winner.
It doesn't overlay. I mean,
It will be definitely over.
not a bad tournament to play.
I got lucky.
And Sam confesses he got look at JNT. He's like, wait, what? Huh? Do you think he's thinking fish right now?
Don't touch my chips ever again, Greenwood.
Is there another turbo or something? No. 1D is today, but there's another.
Yeah, I think it's just day 2 and then 3 levels on day 2.
Okay, yeah.
Unless they decide to change it again.
So there's no more turbo flight or something. I don't know.
No, it's just 3 levels on day 2, yeah.
I think they said 4. Someone told me 4 levels.
No, it was 2, and then they made it 3.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Tolerate under the
We
gun.
need this over to hit, man.
Queen
We need
jack
a
is
touchdown
enough.
and an extra point.
Seems like a fresh
Now,
stack
you need
for
to tuck in
Tolerine.
a 2-point conversion so we can go to overtime.
The over was only 40 and a half.
That was only 40.
How much is that?
Oh, there's a
All right.
touchdown.
Oh, I need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Sorry, what's the raise?
Vanessa
Looking
sweating the
at what the raise
football.
is anyway.
Might have a little taste.
14.
Wait, I'm allowed to know before it's my turn, right? Is that for real?
I didn't know that was the rule, but sure.
I've never heard that rule before. Are you sure? I believe you.
Well, she can ask whenever she wants. Just doesn't have to get an answer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
it's a free country. Yeah.
Guys,
And
tough customers at this table. Okay. Maybe I'll just pay attention instead. Nah.
in the 50K PLO, they have the
Heads
dumb phantom small blind thing in PLO tourneys.
43 in the
Yeah.
middle, 10-4-4 on the board.
The small blind is a delta end you can still raise to 3.5x, like that spot.
Okay.
And with no small blind. And then
Tolerine,
there's
late
spot,
arrival.
And the dealers had 3x.
Yeah.
Spot at the dealer, how much is it? They say 3x. He puts in the call, and then they go, oh no, it's actually 3.5x, and they wouldn't let him take it back.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
I think it's different when the dealer.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah.
don't know what the rule is when the dealer gets it wrong.
I think that's just standard. Once you put in the 3, because it's like kind of on you.
Doesn't follow through here, Randy.
I think it would have also been fine.
Yeah, but doesn't necessarily mean he's going to just check fold.
Jochman knows that.
And the player was all
So
3x.
he checks back, and now both players pick up straight draws on the turn.
Yeah, Tolerine is a gut shot, open-ended for Yachtman. Expecting chips to fly in from one of the two players. Which one TBD.
$65.
That's a big bet. An overbet. Where I would expect Yachtman to call a lot of bets, but
Interesting.
against the over is, yeah, it's interesting. Unexpected.
By the way, you wonder with Jochman kind of unafraid to engage in some verbal reaction, a little bit of body language, what Tolerine makes of this.
Pot limit is capped, you know, you can just overbet, right? Something new here at this table.
Yachtman referencing Potlim Omaha, which Tolerine partakes in.
I wish I had something.
Partakes is a conservative way to talk about
That's
it.
how he gets the
Tolerine
win. The problem is when he
trashes
starts playing the limit,
PLO.
he's betting 2x by.
A beast
Gets all his chips away
in the
now.
4-card streets. Jochman knows a thing or two.
But you know,
About them as
Tolerine,
well.
he's already had 2 final tables, a second, a third, I believe, in the 100K and 50K respectively, and has cashed for $2.3 million already here in Paradise alone.
Thank you.
Needless to say, it's been a fruitful trip for him. And while it may not be $2.3 million worth of fruit that we're bearing for you at home, $50 for 20, still worth sinking your teeth into. We're talking about free $50 tickets to the Weekender available to brand new signups at GG Poker. All you got to do is use the promo code Paradise2024 when you throw your $20 into a new account. And then you get a shot at that Weekender with a free $50 ticket. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker.
Is that embarrassing? That's just standard.
But it's like
I feel like it happens to me
about
twice
as
a tournament.
tragic as
Yeah.
hanging your queen. It's standard for you.
I feel like it happens to me at least once a tournament. Wait, so what is it, Botez?
It's when you blunder your queen.
I see.
I prefer saying sacrifice.
Sacrifice implies a greater goal, right?
Yeah.
Just the long game, you know. You don't see
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Maestro
How did that come to
activates.
be the-
I just blunder my queen a lot when playing online.
Okay.
And in
Like
turn,
way
so
more
does
than anyone my
JMT.
rating should. Like somebody digged into it. I have no idea what happened there.
Queen 10 off and pocket 4s, under the gun +1 and +2, the raise and the 3-bet, Randy. Not exactly the imagery that you expect on your screen, but it just goes to show you the vast array of approaches that are taken to these day ones, even at this 25K price point. 993, 2 hearts. Great flop for J&T.
Excellent flop for J&T. He should be taking it down here and now.
Check fold from Maestral.
Thank you very much.
J&T politely thanking the dealer.
What, did the dealer stack the chips for him, I guess?
I don't know, did he? I didn't catch that part. Is that why he said thank you, or was it just because the board texture was good for the fours?
He doesn't strike me as someone who goes with the ladder there. But I'm curious as to why that patch is, you know. in
No,
that
Randy, I
direction.
don't know.
Why is it there? The GG Poker patch. Do you see it?
Of course I see it, Randy.
But why?
Is there some other place that you're suggesting it should go?
I don't know, like on your shirt? Maybe
No, Randy,
horizontal, not vertical.
Which one are you talking about?
The one on the table in front of J&T. Do you not see it?
Oh.
What were you looking at?
The same one you were looking at, Randy. Flat calling Yachman's King Queen open with the aces lying in wait.
That's a sneaky trap.
65.
This is programmed for Tolerine.
Really? You think that she senses that Ben is a squeezy kind of guy and
of course
set him up?
They've played with each other from way back when. I'm sure you see them chatting a lot too. And she should expect Tolerine to mess around, not just have premiums in the spot. I'm expecting Wsop to actually just flat call rather than all of a sudden rise up.
I mean, with position moving forward, does feel like it would be a nice spot to do exactly that. We're sitting deep. I mean, neither decision is the wrong one.
Correct.
I mean, there's nothing wrong if she chooses to 4-bet here. Try to get a little more clarity about Tolerine. Maybe even open the door for a 5-bet, which she knows Ben would be capable of.
Looks like she's went with the click, the back raise. She's making it very small to try to entice Tolerine to just hang in there with Queen Jack suited. Like, this is very suspicious. You rarely see the back raises in these spots because your ranges are supposed to be capped. And when you see the back raises, it usually isn't air from what I've seen.
The thing is, Tolerine knows Vanessa is keenly aware of everything that you just pointed out. So she's telling the story. The thing is it a credible one? Ben is going to make the call, and all of a sudden, the two pros play for 300 pre. 4, 5, 7, and 2 spades. It doesn't get a whole lot uglier for Tolerine.
Suppose he just bets and hope Tolerine has some kind of pocket pair that doesn't believe. Doesn't need to go too big, just given how many chips are remaining here on the flop, north of 1 SPR by bit, 1.2, 1.3.
Very easy check fold here from Tollerene. Nice work from Selbst. Look on her face suggests that maybe she's not thrilled with the way she went about things, but I think that's being a little bit harsh. Maybe she's just wondering what it is that Tollerene would have called with and then been unable to peel for 1/3 pot.
Yeah, clearly, she got the additional, 135 total pre-flop, which is already great in itself.
Oh
You miss it?
48 yards.
Oh, Jesus.
But it was not just that.
So bad. I have it over in all my parts.
Also, like that was a clear go for it too.
Come back.
Like 8 minutes left, down 5, 4th and 5.
You know, the degree of interest that Greenwood and Selbst are showing in this football game that's up on the big screen in the room right now, Randy.
They're playing they might be playing a little
You
side
know,
game.
On the low, there could be a little bit of DFS. There could be some sports hobbies.
Not could be. Come on, we know there is. Just given.
I don't know anything, Randy.
Okay.
I just, I suspect.
Speculator.
Which, for the record, when you went down the patch streets, by the way, I suspect you walked it back a little bit. Maybe you were, I don't know. Could have been a veteran setup there by you, Randy. I still don't really know what this other patch is that you were talking about.
Are you serious? You really don't see it. It's right there in the bottom right corner.
All right. I see it now.
That's where you're looking the whole time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kings looking to juice this one up. And Botez, did she click it?
She 3-bet to 20 over the top of the JNT 12 and with a 4th scoop coming in.
You let you keep your phone? You're not supposed to be able to have your phone here.
Both out of the blinds.
None of us have our phone.
Okay.
So you can't find out what?
Everybody else steps aside.
I won't look.
I just don't want you to find out the hands from the stream because that's not fair.
He's not looking at
He
you.
has to wait an hour, but
And like walk away, you physically don't have your phone with you.
Yeah, they took him and they put him in a box over there.
Okay, I'll put mine in my bag. That seems fair.
Also,
It's
that's
an hour delay
interesting.
anyway, but even the information from both, it's just like, it's crappy. Like I wish we all had our phones, but.
I
think
was
we should
unaware
just
that-
play it so we can like watch it and roast each other.
Yeah.
Somebody about that,
Everyone's
and then
phones
the
are
problem,
actually-
and then like the stream becomes sort of like incomprehensible for people watching it because instead of
confiscated
the action, you just,
Oh, it's like an hour.
you're just
delay,
watching a bunch of people talk about something that happened like an hour earlier instead of like actually focusing on
Yeah.
the hand that's being played now.
Instead of actually focusing on red zone football,
You know, we won't get this sort of lively banter, you know.
which is what's supposed to be.
I feel like it's not a convincing take.
I think a stream of like watching 8 people watch TV will be pretty bad.
Is that not what this is?
Well, guess who is about to make a little bit of noise against Selbst again, none other than Tollerene. Comes with the flat, though, Randy.
Yeah, you will see flats from ace-jack suited, more 3-bets from ace-jack offsuit, just because you don't want to get blown off of
they
your
ahead?
hand if in case your opponent 4-bets. Botez has got pocket 10s, squeezing spot. Especially off of her stack.
Squeezing from the button to 60 now. Selbst's departure is far more straightforward than the decision that confronts Tollerene now.
If Botez has light squeezes, which I'm sure she does, given that she plays a lot of poker these days, then you want to defend with ace-jack suited, 2 overs to the 10s, but also because light squeezes contain dominated jacks and worse aces, like ace-5 suited, queen-jack, jack-10 suited, etc.
You know, the thing is when you flat call in between and then the 3-bet comes in, you recognize that it could be motivated more by your flat than by whatever it is that's lurking for Botez, especially from the button. Jack suited performing
Back
very
jam.
well. Oh, wow. Tollerine just piles here. Pre-flop,
Back
382
raises.
total.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, as played though, you got to call off with 2 10s. If Tollerine is just making a move with 9s and 8s and doesn't believe you, you're dominating, crushing those spots.
So the first question that Botez is asking herself now is how often is Jacks Plus associated with a Selbst Open and then the Tollerine flat?
have to go for the touchdown, so.
And not often she decides as she makes the call, but just look at the equity for Tollerine. 46%. Basically a roulette wheel here. Tollerine playing this one like a man who did pick up $2.3 million, by the way, in the PLO streets.
I hear you.
Coming into this 25K, 674K pot. Botez on the wrong end of one versus JNT. But so far on the right end of it here, note the inversion of equity, though. Tollerine a favorite with 2 to come.
She wants it slow.
She wants antiperspirant as things get sweaty. Now, 71% are the 10s.
It's a GG poker tournament, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Peel the river.
Can Alexandra hold?
Nope.
No!
GG.
The king of spades on the end. Tollerine taking high variance and finding a big double. As he outchipped Botez.
I had like 450 or something.
450?
That's rough, Randy. She was right with 10-8 against JNT's open-ender. She was right against Tollerine, but the outcome is also wrong.
Maybe that'll...
She made no mistakes.
Yeah, not just for Botez, but obviously for the chat as well. Very disappointed to see the fan favorite.
But if I was Tollerine on that river card,
Yeah.
I would have said checkmate.
I really want to go back to the other.
That's how long you been hip pocketing that one, Randy?
They
Dirtbag.
put the phones in the box on that table with the dealer deal.
Poker's cold, man. You know, we've been around it a minute, but then when you get, especially for, you know, Botez, she's involved in a lot of different things, right? She's got chess, you know, she's got her brand. The poker thing is relatively new, so that pain, you know, I don't know quite how used to it she is at this point, and especially when you're trying to make good decisions out there, and then you do make them, but then not once but twice in quick succession, leaving you showered. You end up on the wrong end of the outcome. It takes a lot of discipline to look inwards and go, all right, don't get upset, don't get angry, just that's the way the cookie crumbles. But it costs us $25K
It
each
costs
time it does.
$25,000. You know, poker is a game where you make good decisions, but your opponent still has a chance to kind of get there. You got to embrace the variance. A very different kind of game than chess, where you know good decisions just lead to wins.
All right, on the topic of get there, that's exactly what Sam Greenwood has done here. As no sooner does Tollerine absorb the remains of Botez's stack, he finds aces, he finds a table for 4, and he finds himself cooked on this Jack 6-6 board where Greenwood has trips. JNT and Maestro were never going to make a set as they both had pocket 3s. And here's Tollerine following through for 22,000.
Look, the 3s haven't made a set, but they're still going to try to find it on the turn.
Both Maestro and Torel have called. So all of a sudden for Greenwood, Randy, with the trip 6s, do we announce ourselves now?
Kind of have to, and the reason is because once Greenwood, if he was to call, it's just going to go check, check, check on the turn because people are going to be afraid that someone's got a 6, but he's the one that has bluffs in his range because he has the most perceived 6s, so maybe he's trying to steal it. Maybe Jack X gets a little bit curious. Here comes that race.
$70. Boy, if ever there was a time to feel awkward about aces, this would be the one, wouldn't it? Especially with Greenwood taking the price out of the big, having a lot of the 6X. Hence the Tolerine flat.
But Tolerine is very concerned at this point. He also knows that Greenwood would never check raise a jack, but J&T is still hunting the 3.
Yeah, Mistral knew enough to get out of there. King on the turn. J&T knuckling over to Greenwood.
I don't think Greenwood believes the action he's getting right now of the trip 6s on this texture. You might even think a 6 is lingering out there, and he's got a strong kicker, of course, which can get max value against a hand like 6-5, 6-7. Maybe he can get value from like King Jack. The one thing Greenwood doesn't want to happen is lose his customer. So he shouldn't bet too big.
Come on, man.
80,000.
He agrees. Look at this, 80. And here's the gross part if you're Tolerine. He knows it's not lost on Sam that he's sizing the way that he is. He also knows that Tolerine, having called the check raise in a 4-way affair as the pre-flop opener, does range himself up a bit.
It seems tight, but I think I'm folding these aces right now on the turn.
Really?
Yeah. I just don't think Greenwood's ever bluffing with this sizing into that action on a flop with J&T calling and still calling after there's a check raise and a call in front of him.
Well, let me ask you this. How much of that muck
Oh, yes.
would be associated with the presence of J&T behind you here if you were to call?
Yeah, I had the Jets.
Concerns maybe that he rises up.
Of course. I think J&T could have a 6 in the spot as played.
I want everything besides one. And that's the Jets.
Doesn't seem like Tolerine wants to let go just yet.
Yeah. Oh, God. They're
So
literally
he
in every single
does call 160 more into this one. You play 502 effective, a little north of 1 SPR. And the ace that was needed does not arrive on the river, nor does any sort of card that would be of concern to Queen 6 is played.
No idea. Can't check right now. I think he has 2 deep shot touchdowns.
His kicker would play against a hand like 6-5. So gotta just keep going for value. I don't think Greenwood expects like a non-6 to call a big bet on the river as played. Curious to see if he targets like a worse 6, or does he just go cutesy and hope for crying calls? $250,000. I just don't really see how these 2 aces are good on this texture.
It is tough to kind of identify anything other than Greenwood just deciding to blast off, which is really not on brand for him. The board texture, Jack 6-6 rainbow.
Like Tolerine could have some 6Xs in his range as well, so it's not like Greenwood can just blast away. He lays down to aces correctly. But Greenwood wins a massive pot there.
Well, Tollerene eventually does find the right decision, and we find Jeff Platt.
Back out here in the field. Good time for us to check in with the GG Poker Ambassador. Let's do it quickly. Elkie, stand up for me for a quick sec, just so we make sure we don't miss a hand. How's WSOP Paradise treating you?
It's pretty good. I have 650K, you know, it's my first event, so I'm pretty excited.
A lot of rumors swirling that your job as GG Poker Ambassador is on the line if we don't hit the guarantee. Any truth to that?
My job is exclusive games now, you know, so everybody hates me because they can't play, so it's okay.
Okay, get back to the action so you don't miss it. And we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Guarantee for sure. Do you want to bet?
I don't want to bet.
What do you want to bet, Jeff?
I mean, I'm hoping that we hit the guarantee because I don't want to see you fired.
We hit the guarantee for sure, for sure.
Okay. Elkie says for sure, for sure. But if you guys want to come down and spend $26,000 on a poker tournament with a $50 million guarantee, we would encourage it. Guys?
15.
Thanks, Jeff. No shortage of confidence from Elkie, by the way, Randy, that we're going to hit the guarantee. So maybe he knows something we don't know about a whole boatload of people that are going to be showing up here between now and the end of the day, and maybe the 3 levels that registration is open on day 2.
He's very confident. I mean, is there some yachts coming up just full of players?
One never knows. Elkie might be out there recruiting.
Okay.
Maybe some tweets have been sent out.
Here. Thank you.
Perhaps a jumbo jet of some sort also.
It's a bold statement at this point. I'll say that.
I appreciate the confidence, obviously. And regardless of whether that guarantee is hit or doesn't get hit, it is a big win for the poker community. Whether it's in the form of the overlay or just establishing that it can be done.
15.
Pocket 8s now for Maestro. Active stack. Pipping Greenwood. Beneficiary of the altercation with Tollerene moments ago. Plays the 7s as a flat. Now Yachman has the boys covered here with 10s. The hand that dispatched Botez.
Raise, 58,000. Fold.
3 scoops up to 58.
Expecting Maestro to come along with pocket 8s. He's been itching to play.
Greenwood could close the action. You know, 43,000.
Yeah, I like this because look how deep Yachman is to squeeze, so he can win like a 1.8 million chip pot.
Yeah, the implied odds, obviously, of hitting a set and then potentially taking the big pot off of the other big stack. Part of what lures Greenwood forward. Jack 5-3, 1 over card to contend with for all 3 players. 101 from Yachman. The follow-up.
Pretty uncomfortable for the 2 8s because 101,000 is half your stack. Sure, you beat ace king, ace queen, but if you're wrong, you've only got 2 outs, and you also have one more player to act behind you. Looks like he's gonna go with this one. Yachman doesn't like this though.
He asks for a count, but you're absolutely right. It's another 117,000. Maestro has shown his chips are restless. They've been in motion since the onset.
218.
18. Okay.
But Yachman doesn't have all the data points, Randy. Phone's not available, stream not being observed. Every occasion on which he lost a pot, it wasn't necessarily shown down. Same story when he won. So what does this Maestro character have is what Yachman is asking himself. Dry board.
This is actually a really tough spot because when he's behind, he only has 2 outs, and it's very reasonable for Maestro just to jam a jack right now, given he's only got 218 total.
Yep. It really does feel like Jack X, doesn't it?
It does. And Yachman's just thinking, is it ever 9s and 8s because if it is, he needs to call here, but he doesn't know. Five X seems ambitious. Oh, man, he's on the fence.
I mean, look, he's got plenty of chips with which to make the call if he so chooses. And he's getting better than 4-1 on the call. But it's just difficult to identify what it is that we beat.
You would love when I fold, right? Looks like you love when I fold.
Yachman's not wrong about that live read. As you got a glimpse at his view.
I think Maestro thinks Yachman's got ace king. And you heard him say he's only got 2 outs. Because he thinks he's up against Jack X.
Wow, he finds the call.
Yes.
Shit. Oh, he called it.
Oh my God.
Maestro zeroed in.
I was hoping for you to fold.
I would be really mad at myself if it can be that.
Credit to that man there for recognizing.
I'm glad I bet so much, otherwise I would have folded. If I had like
It was
50,
tens.
60 something.
That he was putting in the blender with these 8s, which need to hit a 2-outer to allow Maestro to fight on. Is there a snowman? No.
Very nice.
But he really looked at me like he wanted to fold.
And Yachman suggesting that maybe, just maybe, there was something about the look on Maestro's face that left him thinking that's a man who wants me to muck.
Also, you heard Gottman say that had he bet smaller, maybe he fold to a jam.
Very
So
surprised
if
that there was a hand
Maestro
in your
had another
range that you were thinking
50K,
for that long with.
maybe he wins.
Yeah. I was just sure that he has something like ace jack or something. I don't know why.
King jack or queen jack or something. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so if you're sure, maybe something.
So the rich getting richer here at this featured table. Jan Peter now ascends to 1.3.5. Greenwood in second. Trying to break the 7-figure barrier himself. Selfston Tollerine lingering midfield. JNT, Cabrera, and Cornell in that order. Rounding things out at that Lagoon table. Romanello continues to persist at the top of the board over at Reef.
I mean, honestly, if I have king jack there, I'm looking at you like, oh my God, he might fold. This is great. Like you're just happy to pick up the pot.
Of course.
A short stack there is Dongwook Moon. Sits midfield,
Sure, but
75
I think you're still
bigs.
like laying 5-1. Pretty happy to pick up a pot.
Shy of the starting stack.
What I like when he said at the end, before I opened, he said, you have 10s. He knew what I was saying.
Maybe ace jack is the only hand that I really don't want to fold with. See a fold with. What? Well, a set. Yeah.
Cabrera,
Literally, like, doesn't have a set there.
freshly arrived Argentine,
I think he like literally doesn't
here
have
at
a
this
set here
table,
ever.
takes the baby suited ace and shoots it up. Cornell will defend with the Jack 10 offsuit.
Yeah, but I don't think you're gonna shove it on the flop. Like, in case you wake up with a jack or something.
14 ahead to the King Queen 8 board. Open ender for
Fine,
Cornell.
but if it goes bet call, I feel like with like queen jack or king jack, if
Really
it goes bet call,
airy
you're more likely to.
texture. Raise deuce of spades.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pretty sure that's the Uruguay flag, by the way.
Oh, yes, you're correct. Forgive me. Thank you so much for the correction. By the way, Randy, did you use chat for that? Or
No,
somehow is this like the one unbelievable, actual, like incredible moment where you found the nuance between those two flags?
Just because I recognize
I've
this
never
player,
voted,
and
but I'm
I'm pretty
expecting
sure he's
blue
from
face
Uruguay.
queen. Okay.
Otherwise, I would have went with Argentina.
Yeah.
like you.
Apologies, by the way. Of course, I should know better.
Yeah, you're just like, I don't know you well enough to ever lay this part of my range down, so congrats. It's probably ace queen,
Meanwhile,
right? Like, yeah.
Cabrera did find a follow-through of 12K. Cornell
But
peeling. Ace-High's actually good here.
I mean, that's why it's so insane, because there's so much of his range that he just can't fold.
Mad Dog told me to start Devontae Adams. So before
You what?
It said now
told me to start Devontae
25-25.
Adams. Yeah.
So they made another field goal. So it was.
He told me to start Devontae Adams, and before we got on stream, I texted him being like, thanks a lot, idiot, because Devontae had no catches.
Tough to find a second barrel here.
Yeah, and he is going to do just that, Ollie.
Tough doesn't mean impossible, apparently. 42,000. And that'll get Cornell out of there. Granted, it was with the best hand. No diamond. No pair. No problem.
For me, I always keep an eye on these players from Uruguay. They are very fun to watch, hyper aggressive. They always make great entertainment for our feature tables.
Yeah.
West, like the Court Island countries, the immigration here is so easy. Like it moves so fast,
I recall there being some poker tournaments held in Punta del Este
Not hard.
in Uruguay. Apparently a seaside resort kind of place. Some casinos there as well. It does feel as though South America in particular is a market that could very well be tapped more than it has been already. And I'm not talking about in terms of rainforest or gold, but just poker tournament venues.
Yes, poker.
Because we've put the dent in the rainforest. Insatiable desire for beef has something to do with this. But I digress.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Keep on. Give us more facts.
I came 3 days late.
All I'm doing is regurgitating like
trash. Yeah,
the intro video from Netflix. You scroll over the documentary, you don't watch it. There's like 30 seconds of something. And, just file that away and then bring it up.
Yeah, the hotel was nice.
They got a skip intro button now.
But
So
around I didn't see anything. So,
There's a setting, I think, where it won't autoplay.
Yeah,
it's like buried in there. Though.
I
They
wish
really
we
want
had
that
that here. We can just skip most of your rubbish.
Maybe next time, I don't know. Maybe I go another time and then I will visit 3 days for plan something for Seoul. Because it should be nice.
That's the way to do it if you have the time. You fly and you spend like 3-4 days there. You get acclimatized, and then you can just go to Jeju.
So, there's 2 stops there. Is there one time where the weather is good? Last time it was like not.
Yeah, it's been. No, I mean, I think it's like pretty similar to like weather in like Europe or North America, or whatever, where it's nice and decided.
Producer James stepping in to advise that he has turned off the autoplay feature. Not with regard to me, but Netflix, rather. And you have to go to the website to do it. That's how deep in the streets
It was in February?
you got to get to turn that. They really want to shove the content down your throat.
Found the secret menu.
Oh no, it was March because I'm back home.
So what is this, In and Out?
That's what I was
What do you mean
thinking.
a secret menu?
Want a 10 by 10, please?
What is the best time to go there?
8 by 6,
You
maybe?
think you can eat the 10 by 10?
the other
But it's
one.
quite. It's not
No,
so
but I know someone who has.
Do you
north
really,
of
honestly?
the equator,
My brother.
right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Might have been 20 by 20, to be honest.
What, did you have to forklift him out of the restaurant? That's insanity.
He didn't feel too great after that.
I
Given-
don't think anybody's shocked. King, Queen, 9, rainbow here. Blind versus blind.
They did it in
Tolerating with the gutter.
Hoi An, so you fly into
Hoi An or
Hanoi is like a city
no,
there.
Hoi An.
But Hoi An, is the name of the thing, and you flew to Da Nang.
Yeah. It's like on the beach.
Yeah. Again, it was like in the winter, so it wasn't like that nice. But again, like compared to like our winters.
Right. What is the weather like there in the winter?
I mean, it's kind of like here in the winter. Where
So the
like,
gut
it's not
shots
nice
firing
enough
in
to-
this
like,
blind
it's
versus
like-
blind
warm,
limp
but it's
pot.
warm and humid and rainy and windy, and you don't really want to go like to the beach. Like it was nice enough that people were golfing, but not nice enough that people were swimming.
Right. The wind here has been insane. Like I looked outside, I'm like, it's warm, it's sunny,
Uneventful.
It's gonna be great. The wind, I've never. It's crazy.
But last year I was here last year with my family, so
Yeah.
we had I don't know, a few good days, like 2, 3, the same like this time. And then it was a lot of storm and rain.
Yeah.
So last year I remember 3-4 days.
Peek now at our next feature. Botez back in. Randy, chat's going to be delighted to realize that not only Is she back in? But she's going to be brought up to the feature along with Victor Chong, it looks like. Eric Afriat, Alex Livingston there at that table. Colby Covington.
They have Starbucks?
Got the headset on. He's taking things serious.
Oh, yeah.
Starbucks coffee? You get Starbucks coffee? Get it for you.
Plenty of reason to stay with us after the break, which is not long from now. Chip leader Yachman, hard 8, makes it 15.
Call.
JNT defends with the ace deuce. King, Jack, 9. Swing and a miss.
Oh, look at that. Is that the game? He should
Little
just
rattle
stop,
of the
right?
saber from Yachman ought to get it done.
Did he go in? He stopped.
There's the swing.
He's supposed to just stop there, right?
Yeah.
Unless your kicker's like horrendous.
Out of there.
No, you're definitely supposed to stop. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe you go for a touchdown the next or whatever, but you got to take at least.
Now,
three.
earlier, Randy, you were talking about this 20 by
no, it's
20
like a minute
at
left.
In and Out.
You
First off,
got
how
down to
much
the
does
1
one of
yard line.
those cost?
The jet speed and the jet
That can't be cheap.
Back then, it was probably like $1 patty.
Touchdown and 2-point conversion.
I mean, what if he has
He,
like
he was trying to get
Budget
in, but he got
Chicken in the
tackled.
YouTube
what
chat
if he has like personal incentives? You know?
said that during high school, a bunch of friends went down and did the 20 by
Lazy.
20. They didn't come out unscathed. You know, I don't know. Do you actually finish one, or is it just for the gram and then you kind of go and tickle the
think-
uvula and bring it all back up?
Pretty sure Instagram wasn't a thing back then when he did it too.
I'm pretty sure.
Can't leave the value on the plate.
Dongwook Moon not leaving anything on the plate with the ace-10. He made Broadway. Gut shot, raises, takes it. Listen, what's worse, Randy? Leaving the value on the plate or engorging oneself to the point of gastrointestinal reversal?
The first, that's why it was
I hope
finished.
they lose. I'm rooting against
Wow.
them. I want
Your
them
brother
to, like,
kept
hit
it down,
more
man?
of a rock bottom to
He
look at
didn't
me, but
yak?
they won't. I mean, it won't.
For real, Randy? Is your brother 500-600 pounds?
No, he's not.
Is he like you?
No, he's a little bit bigger than me.
Is
but-
his name Kobayashi?
Yeah, how did you know?
I mean, it's just, you know,
Caleb?
I don't know too many skinny dudes that'll house a helping of food like that.
No, actually, it's Joey Chestnut, to be honest.
Your brother is Joey Chestnut. Yes, you were adopted.
Cutlery or like look good
If
for
Joey
a-
Chestnut was your brother, that would explain a lot, actually.
You ate all
Randy.
my food.
Like I was adopted by the Chestnut family.
You expect the top picks to just perform at a high level right off the bat. I liked it where you had a few years, because especially when you're
8-9
coming out of
suited.
college in like year 2 or even sometimes just one and done or whatever they're doing.
Raise from the cutoff out of Romanello. Chip leading here at this feature. Adams, small blind. Jack 8 dominating.
I'm fine if he sucks for 2 years if he becomes a Mahomes, you know?
Adams steps aside. Now DePaulo comes in. 7-3 clubs. Barely connected.
Doesn't have a lot of chips left here, Randy. 46,000 back. Finds himself a 7 for top pair. He's up against 2 overs and an open ender. No club on board, but Romanello could certainly chart a course to get DePaulo's chips in there.
Might just rip it in now. And
Yeah.
let's get it in.
So DePaulo will be happy to see that he's ahead, but obviously he is vulnerable.
I don't even need the good luck. The first double of many. But thank you.
DePaulo might be a little bit premature with the thank you. A lot for him to fade. 5s, 8s, 9s, and 10s are all problems. Ace is safe, however. Can DePaulo hang on? Yes, the queen.
I wasn't as confident as I acted. I was very nervous.
There's so many hours.
I was much more scared, yeah. Yeah, at some point I was like, you have a lot of
5,
outs.
8, 9, 10. Yeah, any card. Oh.
So
Thanks.
perhaps the journey of 1,000 miles has begun with a single step there for Ryan DePaulo. Firebrand.
Oh, sure.
Outspoken.
Yeah.
With the blue.
133,000 chips. He did say this is the first of many doubles to come. TBD.
Well off of the 500K starting stack. Trying to rally.
How many chips you got now, Ryan?
123?
No, like one
123.
Yeah, 120.
Once again, Romanello with an opportunity to open with a suited 8-9.
Yeah, clubs didn't work. Let's try hearts.
He noted twice. He got, starting chair. Never know.
Yeah. 1.4 million, I'll bet.
Folded around to Santos. He is smothering. Not a whole lot of hearts available. 33,000 in the middle. And the Brazilian finds top pair in the window, but disastrously, it's followed by both an 8 and a 9. Bottom 2 for Romanello, and trouble on the horizon for Santos, who is covered.
Great for Romanello, unblocking top pair, which is the hand that gives you value, multiple streets, starting things off with 18K. Santos, some kicker issues could be concerning. Should play this one passively.
So, happy to check call the 18. Santos fails to find the 7 or king that he needed. A 3 would do the trick as well now. After this turn, 69,000 in the middle.
So because he unblocks the king, he can size up even more, expecting the king to never fold. He's only gone 40 into 69. It's
Not
a little bit
sharing
small.
the sentiments is this sizing. Santos doing well to check call once more. Not doing well on this river, though.
I mean, it's a clean value bet spot against King, Queen, King 10, King 7, as you can see. Queen 10 doesn't rate to be in opponent's range because they check call at the turn. They're playing passively. They wouldn't be looking to chase that loosely. Big concerns with that kicker. Could be getting value bet by a bigger king, and other hands like these two pairs. Straight's got there, Queen 10. Pays it off.
Yeah, the 85,000 from Romanello as he graduated across the 3 streets and snacked on Santos, who never pushed the action. Top pair weak kicker.
You ever miss a flop?
And maybe this is a part of how it is that Romanello has landed on the chip lead here. You heard Santos with a little bit of a salty postmortem there, asking, do you ever miss a flop? Romanello kept it quiet. Just happy to accept the pot.
Oh, yeah.
No. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Thank you, discount.
All good.
Bye.
Producer James, by the way, stepping in, Randy, to So advise that Romanello is trying to fly under the radar over here, but that is a Triple Crown winner, which of course is what, Producer James? Catch that, Randy?
EPT, WSOP, and WPT.
Yep, the 3 major poker tours.
But you know, Holly, I was aware. I guess I should have spoke up.
Well, listen, Randy, I am what's known as the play-by-play guy. So when action happens, I
Says
describe it.
16.
You, on the
Says.
other hand, is known
Says me.
as a color
Playing,
analyst.
If you want to bet, you have to.
Now,
stand
it
in
didn't
front.
require analysis, but perhaps a bit of color when we're sitting there staring at Romanello for you to maybe step in with that
I was
factoid.
feeling a little bit monochrome.
A little black and white moment there for you, Randy. You decided, rather than say something, you would not say something. Yachman, however, states 16,000 with ace-3 offsuit. Selbst, a flat caller with the 3-bet candidate in the small. She lures in Cornell from the big, who takes the price. Queen 6-5. Tyler's got himself an open-ender here.
That flat might cost her, as Cornell got a good price to defend in the big blind. Picks up an open and a straight draw. I believe Selbst's intentions to flat was to induce Cornell to squeeze shove pre-flop and snap that off. I am quite surprised she's opting to lead now with this hand on this board texture.
It does seem like maybe these chips could have been deployed as the 3-bet pre-flop to play heads up against Yachman, provided that he were to stick around. Unclear, of course. Instead, here she is on a clubless board, leading out for the 32,000. Now, she did get rid of the pre-flop opener, but she is looking over at Cornell, who has just 103 back, sub-1 SPR. Board pairing 6 puts a 3rd spade out there.
The 6 is a pretty bad card for Selbst. Cornell could have a queen if he was holding some kind of medium strength hand. The 6 improves that. Flush draws got there too. Not surprised she checks.
You know, 6X and spades do feel like they are supposed to belong to Cornell the majority of the time. You wonder whether or not he's going to try to take the pressure off of himself with maybe a barrel instead. The conservative line. He checks back. 4th spade arrives now.
Now, Selbst doesn't believe ace-jack can show down. She's trying to figure out, man, can she represent a flush? Try to muscle out a queen X that doesn't have spades. Definitely could be in Cornell's range. Looks like she's going to give it up. 7
She's
of
got the
spades
best
is
hand
check.
right now, Randy.
She does?
Oh, never. Forgive me.
Oh, I was surprised.
She had it until that card.
75.
Nice thin value with the 7 of spades.
I mean, this is something when you consider that if Cornell is wrong, it's a really devastating blow to his stack. As he hunts the value correctly, and I might hunt a pair of glasses or maybe some ginkgo biloba, something to sort me out. As here I was thinking that Cornell did not have a spade in hand.
Yeah, plenty of shops out there for you to hunt some new glasses.
Most of them are sunglasses, Randy. I don't see a lens crafters out here in the boutique. Says
Shack out.
Selbst lays it down, and that's going to be a nice punctuation point to the frame for Tyler Cornell, who struggled the bulk of the way. Glimpse now at the state of affairs at these two features. Bringing you back to the desk now in just a moment And Ali and Randy back with you here. Randy, Tyler has no spade in hand. What is going on? What? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I need a break. Should I take a break?
Yeah, let's.
Should I go to the penalty box?
I need a new partner.
Well, listen, Henry Kilbane is just about to come in, but before he does, sum up that last frame for us. I mean, a little bit of touch and go for me, and obviously so many in the chat. Tremendous disappointment associated with observing Alex Botez making good decisions but not getting good outcomes.
Yeah, I think the big one for me was the hand where she had the 10-8, where she raised the flop J&T 3-bet with the mystery hand and end up having Queen Jack, and she got it in. And she went with her read. You need to go with your instincts in this game. Just sometimes you got to embrace the variance, and unfortunately didn't get there.
Yeah, she got embraced by the variance instead, but she's right back in the saddle, and she's headed back to the feature table. So don't go anywhere, just about a 10-minute break. Kilbane in for me. Randy's going to stay put, and we're going to continue with more coverage of this WSOP Supermain $50 million guaranteed Day 1D after this.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
You know where? Like close?
Just across the border.
Call from the Brazilian, and both players have found top pair here on a Queen 10-9 board where the King of Hearts is working harder than that ace. Of course, Cavalieri in good shape, out kicking top pair.
So the texture is so coordinated that, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that DiPaolo checks this one back, but even if there was a bet on the flop, Cavalieri wouldn't have a hand strong enough to go for a check raise. But now that it goes check, check, Cavalieri's going to feel very happy about his ace-queen.
And let's see if DiPaolo expresses pride in this king-queen, provided he's given the opportunity. We're not so worried about the 9x. And so it will be Cavalieri who speaks first. 34 into 60.
Pretty much a mandatory call as we go to the river card.
You couldn't take it from me.
Another 68 in the middle. Pot up to 128. Apollo in bad shape. Needs a jack or a king. 9 for a chop. Board double pairs here.
Not a great river card for Cavalieri. It's reasonable that DiPaolo 3-bet off like a 10x and check back flop, just given it would be second pair. Although I don't believe he induces from worse by checking, so seems like a good candidate to bet fold with, this ace-queen.
Undaunted by the presence of 10s and 9s on board. Value pursuits to the tune of 78,000 now from Cavalieri, and DiPaolo has to try to put together the hands that he beats. Are diamond combos maybe a thing?
A little bit of diamond combos, sure. It is out of position, so we're going to reduce that a little bit, just because I don't really expect Cavalieri to be defending as much out of position. Ace-Jack comes to mind as a bluff. Don't think DePaulo thinks he's up against a 10x too often. They often wouldn't bet the turn as played. He's also under-repped his hand with that flop check back. He's going to feel like he needs to defend in the spot of pretty high frequency of king-queen.
Call.
Announces call.
Boy, that feels a little bit dirty when a man gets after you, pipping with ace-queen on a board such as this against your pre-flop 3-bet.
Great river bet there. How do you check?
Green becomes sort of like incomprehensible for people watching it because instead of
confiscated
on the action, you just,
Oh, it's like an hour.
you're just
delay,
watching
yeah.
a bunch of people talk about something that happened like an hour earlier instead of like actually focusing on the hand that's being played now.
Instead of actually focusing on red zone football.
You know, we won't get this sort of lively banter, you know.
Which is what's supposed to be.
I feel like it's not a convincing take.
I think a stream of like watching 8 people watch TV will be pretty bad.
Is that not what this is?
Well, guess who is about to make a little bit of noise against Selbst again, none other than Tallerine. Comes with the flat, though, Randy.
Yeah, you will see flats from ace-jack suited, more 3-bets from ace-jack offsuit, just because you don't want to get blown off of your hand in case your opponent 4-bets. Botez has got pocket 10s, squeezing spot. Especially off of her stack.
Squeezing from the button to 60 now. Selbst's departure is far more straightforward than the decision that confronts Tallerine now.
If Botez has slight squeezes, which I'm sure she does, given that she plays a lot of poker these days, then you want to defend with ace-jack suited, you know, 2 overs to the 10s, but also because light squeezes contain dominated jacks and worse aces, like ace-5 suited, queen-jack, jack-10 suited, etc.
You know, the thing is, when you flat call in between and then the 3-bet comes in, you recognize that it could be motivated more by your flat than by whatever it is that's lurking for Botez, especially from the button. Ace-jack suited performing very well.
Jam.
Oh, wow. Tallerine just piles here. Pre-flop, 382
raises.
total.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, as played, though, you got to call off with 2 10s. If Tallerine is just making a move with 9s and 8s and doesn't believe you, you're dominating, crushing those spots.
So the first question that Botez is asking herself now is, how often is Jacks Plus associated with a Selbst open and then the Tallerine flat? And not often, she decides, as she makes the call. But just look at the equity for Tallerine, 46%. Basically a roulette wheel here. Tallerine playing this one like a man who did pick up $2.3 million, by the way, in the PLO streets.
I hear you.
Coming into this 25K, 674K pot. Botez on the wrong end of one versus JNT. But so far on the right end of it here, note the inversion of equity, though. Tallerine a favorite with 2 to come.
She wants it slow.
She wants antiperspirant as things get sweaty. Now, 71% are the 10s.
It's a GG poker tournament, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Peel to river.
Can Alexandra hold? No!
GG.
The king of spades on the end. Tolerine taking high variance and finding a big double. As he outchipped Botez.
I had like 450 or something.
450? Okay.
That's rough, Randy. She was right with 10-8 against JNT's open-ender. She was right against Tolerine, but the outcome is also wrong.
Maybe that'll...
She made no mistakes.
Yeah, not just for Botez, but obviously for the chat as well. Very disappointed to see the fan favorite.
But if I was Tolerine on that river card, I would have said.
A very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the $25,000 Supermain Day 1D. Randy, we're working down towards that dinner break. We're getting into the back half of the day on this frame. And I just got a glimpse of some of the highlight hands from those last 2 hours of play. And it looked like Botez getting it in good twice, but showered.
Showered, you know, in both spots. She was coin flipping, just unable to hold twice.
You got to win your flips to win tournaments. So hopefully, going to be seeing plenty more of her. But look, man, time is running out. It's day 1D. We've got 6 hours of play left today. Players can reg into the start of day 2. The first 3 levels, I believe. But if you fired multiple bullets already on 1A, 1B, 1C, I don't know, man. I mean, the pressure is on at this point, right?
Pressure is on, but we did have Jeff Platt go up to Elke and just say, he guarantees we're going to hit the guarantee of 50 million.
You saw Elke?
Yeah, that's what he said. He
said,
do you want to bet on it?
He said, do you want to bet on it?
He did say you want to bet on it.
What odds was he giving you?
He didn't say
He
anything.
sounds like a confident man. Is he putting you in, Randy? Is he going to... I tell you what, if he puts you in, maybe we will hit the guarantee, because I think people would maybe...
You think they're just going to chase me?
From far and wide to get some Nanonoko bucks. But all jokes aside, yeah, a bit of an overlay, so a lot of value as things stand here at the Atlantis. I do think people are going to be flying in, man. I mean, people who are stateside, not too far away from here, they're seeing this kind of overlay. They love value, as do all poker players. So why not fly on down, jump in, start a day 2, and try and spin up a stack? Because, I mean, what's your prediction for first? Are we talking 7.5, 8 million? Or?
I'm not great with those numbers, but it wouldn't surprise me if we get numbers like that. But like you said, there are players coming in to play this event. Vanessa Selps hasn't played tournament poker in a long time. She's here, was in there in the last frame. So here we go.
Wow, we've got some superstars in the mix. Colby Covington going to be jumping in. Botez on another bullet. We've got Elke. We've got Tolerine. We've got world-class talent out there that haven't already qualified into day 2. And I do feel like with, you know, day 2 just around the corner, some people might be getting it in a little bit lighter than they normally would, just trying to increase the variance, bag a big stack going into day 2 rather than having to come back and, you know, rebuy for 500k. So yeah, let's throw it down to the main floor once more here at the Atlantis for continuing coverage of this 25k. Who have we got? See if we can spot any familiar faces. Let's see, is that John Duffy? Duff Dog on another bullet, classic, standard. Greenwood, I see Greenwood. Who else? I recognize that guy chatting away there right in the front of our screens, but I don't know his name. Kind of looks like Luke Schwartz a little bit.
But not him.
Not him, no. Do you recognize anyone, Randy? Help me out here a little bit. Oh, okay, that's Daniel Nielsen.
Right.
From the 100k Triton main. I remember him. I can see Elke with the shirt in the background pacing.
That Jesse Lona standing?
That is Jesse Lona standing. Great eye. Great catch.
Yeah, Elke, like you just mentioned.
Dylan Weissman. Okay, so yesterday didn't go too well for him. Then up here on the main stage, people Getting mic'd up. Someone in the chat pointing out that some guy picking their nose. Nice. Nice catch.
Yeah.
Well spotted.
That's why you're there, chat.
You can always rely on chat to out the guy. We got Botez. Is that a Triton? That's not a Triton hat. Okay, I thought that might be a Triton hat, but someone in the chat saying, how about this, Randy? Commentators at Triton are way better than these rookies. Hey, see what they did there? See what they did, Randy? They made a joke.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh wow, Jan-Peter Yakman, WSOP main event final tableist, Greenwood, Self JNT, Tollerine. Oh, we got Nick Finero over on the Reef table. Victor Chong, let's go, my man. APT co-founder of the Natural 8 team that, of course, partner with GG Poker. See him in the mix.
18.
Got Livingston. Wow, we got Frank Finaro over on this table. Colby Covington, Botez. Let's go. This is a really fun table.
Those are gorgeous cards. Ah, nice.
Thank you. 18. Call.
So Livingston opens under the gun. He actually said that he wasn't really expecting to come out and just realized there's value to be had, so flew out for this 1D flight.
Livingston, another WSOP final tableist, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say he came, I was going to say second, but producer James Dempsey, just coming into my essay, came third. That's right, he's also won a bracelet. So we got some talent at this table. I mean, the WSOP main event final table is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, final table one can make in poker.
55.
Livingston's got some sick results, man. I mean, third in the WSOP main for 4 million. 13th in the 10K World Championship 2013 for 450K. He won a bracelet in the 3K PLO for 390,000. That was this summer, actually. Has a couple of second place finishes in bracelet events as well. Second in the Horse Championship 2023. Second in the Deuce of 7 in 2023.
Nice.
And third in the 5K Hold'em and PLO in 2023. That's a rough 2023. Like, yes, you made loads of money.
Okay.
But you could have won 3 bracelets if you just, you know, ran that little bit better, Randy.
Sure.
Shout out to Livingston.
You know, podium finishes are always great.
He also won a stud bracelet in 2022. So this man is no stranger to the World Series of Poker.
Does opt to limp under the gun.
Limpin' is pimpin'. D-Neck's around.
So that limp is going to get Chong to come in from the small blind. One more small blind to hopefully see a flop. A check from Dwyer.
Yeah, Chong doesn't love it, but the price he's getting laid, 4K to potentially win 28K. Mandatory pill. 5's out in front on the Queen 7 deuce.
That's the flop we needed before.
Yeah. 7s? Yeah.
Smallest stack, 108,000.
Colby
That'd be me.
hiding behind the glasses and cap.
Ebbs and flows.
It does, yeah.
Could be biggest by the end
Less
of the
now after the blinds. Yeah, maybe.
dinner break.
Maybe there's an objective.
You know, Randy, I don't know how I feel about playing poker against a professional UFC fighter. I mean, should I spike the 2-outer, or dare I say the 1-outer on the river? Where does one look? Where does one turn to?
I just would think it'd be nice if we had a knockout tournament with Colby. And, you know, he just gets to throw a punch whenever a player's eliminated.
Whoa, Randy. Whoa. So not like a knockout mystery bounty, but like if you get knocked out of the tournament, you get knocked out in real life.
Yeah, you would see very tight play. I guarantee that.
I agree. Make it a hyper turbo so the blinds go up every 10 minutes.
Dwyer gonna call ace-9 off.
I check.
Dwyer with the best of it. Ace high, just 75k back. Desperate spot for him. Just cashed 3 WSOP main events in a row, Randy.
That's hard to do.
Yeah, had a bit of a fairy tale run this summer. Was running deep. Ended up busting 447th for 37,500. I'd love to see him. No, he's going to let it go. Can't do it here. It's the Irishman. Folds the best of it.
Looks like Dwyer's got some coaching from Jaka, perhaps, with that little patch.
Well, look, it's been working out for him. He came 13th just last week in the 2500 mini main here.
You should have just taken Mark
how
on,
many runners?
Alex.
That was
that'd be
in
too
a
easy.
huge
Yeah,
field.
Yeah, about 2,000 or so.
2,000 plus runners. He came 13th for
Good
29,300.
chance of
So
winning that one.
Yeah.
he's kind of
He's looking very
satellited
steady.
his
He's
way in.
looking
Into the
very
big one?
steady
Yeah,
these days,
from the mini main.
Keep it in good shape. Who? Our mutual buddy Mark McDonald. You know, Irish guy. No, that's Mike McDonald. This is Mark McDonald. Yeah. Timex is an OG.
Timex is an OG. Kind of want him back in the poker world. I do miss him.
I mean, he doesn't really pass a good value spot. Maybe we see him fly into day 2. That'll be cool.
That is true, actually. Playing a little mystery hand. Victor Chong. Livingston peeling out the small. Note the sizing from Chong, by the way. Level 5, playing for chips, very deep, comes with a 2.5x. What are those cuspy defense for Finaro?
Fernaro's piece is much more interesting than Livingston, despite being unpaired. He's got that king of diamonds.
Funky Frank Finaro. Second nut flush draw. 1 over. 68k in the middle. Chong, who flew 40 hours from Kuala Lumpur, Randy, to come and play this. 40 hours, that's quite the commitment. So if there's anyone, you know, East Coast or West Coast hitting me with the, oh, you know, Bahamas is too far away. Nonsense. This man flew 40 hours to get here.
That's commitment. I mean, was this plane making U-turns or something? That sounds very long. Regardless, though, Funaro.
Ever heard of a layover, Randy?
Okay, I thought the way you described it was the plane just flew for 40 hours straight.
Bro, how long did it take you to get here? Exactly.
Less than 40.
Frankie, guns blazing. Check raises with that king of diamonds. John going to make the call. 188k in the middle. Frankie is out of position. The rest of the hand. Board pairing turn card.
This card rates to favor Chong. As
Trudeau?
Chong's got like
I'm not into
sets
politics
that
at
might
all,
turn
but
to
yeah.
full houses now. Could have the flop flushes.
Trump's hilarious though.
Queen 7 gets counterfeited by overpairs.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. You had Trudeau for dinner.
Yeah.
Kiss the ring.
That's right.
Trudeau went back to Canada talking shit. We're imposing those tariffs.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
So given that Chong has checked back on the turn, I don't know, Randy. I mean, certainly going to have some full houses in there. They just want to trap and pray that a fourth diamond rolls off as it has on this river.
No, it's big everywhere, but I don't like.
Also going to have some hands that pot control, maybe like an ace queen, no diamond, like a king queen, no diamond.
Yeah, a lot of Queen X checkbacks the turn. It's not unreasonable for Chong to actually have the ace of diamonds as played as well, especially if it's coupled with a pair. Funaro gonna go for value against a worse flush. He's bet very small, very blocky.
Yeah, I used to play lots of high-level sports when I was a kid. Yeah, hockey and football. Yeah.
You know, these small bets do invite
like
bluff
football,
raises
like not
more often than not.
Yeah. Yeah, tackle football. Yeah.
That kind of football.
That's right. Yeah.
You look like you might be like a rugby player. You kind of got
If he raises, I'm going with 6-4 diamonds, Randy.
But, football was
For value? Flush.
Football, hockey was my number one.
Straight flush.
To be honest, I expect him to bet 6-4 diamonds on the turn when check 2.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But let a man dream, okay?
His main value
I
will
follow-
be ace of diamonds,
my
though.
teams around.
Especially because sometimes the
Winnipeg
boats will bet
Jets,
the turn
and
when check
then
2.
Vancouver, because I've been living in Vancouver for over 20 years, right? So I go to a lot of
Given
their
the
games.
facial expressions and the mannerisms.
225.
Oh. I was sensing weakness, Randy, but Chong taking it upstairs to 225, almost a 10x.
If Chong somehow has a bluff in this spot, it's usually like I would think like a pair of 7s turning itself into a bluff. Maybe bet call flop, check back turn, trying to get the showdown, sees a small bet and bluff raises. Or maybe like 8s and 9s, wrong color.
8s and 9s.
Black.
Really?
I'm just saying, if he's bluffing, it's just it has to be some kind of hand that was willing to bet call to flop that feels it needs to turn itself into a bluff. Maybe some Queen X's might do this against a very small block, although sometimes these hands can just call too.
With Dana White.
Problem for Funaro is he bets so small that he invites these kind of raises. And what do we got for Chong?
My phone.
Oh, beautiful. Not flush for Chong. Pot control turn, allowing another diamond to roll off. And disciplined fold there from Funaro. Well played all round, I think.
Yeah, it's just so hard to think that Victor is bluffing in that spot as played with those lines.
Yeah.
You have their cards? Yeah, smart guy, dude. Love Dana White.
Thank you.
So smart.
Have a good one.
His brain is just always clicking. with business
Always going, right?
and
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy how he started that thing. Got an investment, for $1 million for UFC.
Yeah.
Was able to sell it for $4 billion.
He just did sell it, right? I seen that on there. That's sick.
Well, they sold it like 3 or 4 years ago.
Was it? Yeah.
But he's still, the head guy.
He's the head. Yeah.
Head promoter, face of the company. But the new guy that took it over, a guy named Ari Emanuel.
Oh, okay.
Hollywood guy.
Hollywood. Okay. Yeah.
Good guy. WMEIMG. Huge style.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
It's nice because now we have WWE on the same umbrella.
Oh, really? Yeah.
TKO group, so it's WWE and UFC.
Yeah.
Together, so it's really cool. Some of the cross promoting and cross marketing with each other is really cool.
Yeah. What Hogan walked Yoshi said? That's crazy. Well, he lives up there in Florida or something? In Tampa, yeah.
Specific city.
Yeah.
If it wasn't his home city, it probably would have been hard to get around.
How old? He's got to be in his 60s now?
I think he's 72.
Yeah. Still in crazy shape, too,
Still
isn't
in
he?
crazy shape, but you can tell he's hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, he put his body through the work standard.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Like,
such a legend.
Like I'm like, can't even lift the same weights no more. But in your brain, you want to, right? It's like, and I've just got to tell him, okay, you can't do that no more. You're not 20 anymore, right? Yeah, gone are the days of the 600-pound squat and 400 bench, right? Like, it's just too much, man. Yeah. Yeah. Just got to do the Jane Fonda workouts now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like resistance training. I think
Yeah, no, that's so good, for sure, yeah.
It's good for your muscles, good for your body.
Yeah.
Not gonna get hurt.
When I was a kid, I would cry because I could never crack 200 pounds, and now I wish I could see 200 again. Yeah.
What do you want, 220?
About 240.
240?
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to get to 220. That's my goal right now, trying to get down to 220.
Any special diets or anything you're trying to do?
I've always just eaten clean, just normally. I always eat like a high protein, low carb diet.
Yeah.
So I've just maintained like that. What gets me is the late night eating. That's what kills me.
Oh. Your metabolism doesn't work the same after
Yeah.
7, 8 p.m., especially when you're going to sleep without burning any calories, just storing straight to fat.
Like I've never drank coffee in my life till about 2 months ago.
Oh, yeah?
And I just, to help kick my metabolism in, and so I've been drinking coffee, 2-3 cups a day, trying to do that to help with metabolism, right? So, yeah.
Good to get a little caffeine in there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you never had before, so it's like, whoa, man, there's a big zing, right?
We'll always do our best here in the booth whenever the stars of the show, such as Colby Covington, are engaging in table talk. For now, Chong opening from +2. Chess superstar. Botez defending the 10-7-0, completely whiffing on the Queen A8, but perhaps a path to victory on a club or 6. Gives her a gut shot.
I'd like to see her stab on this turn card with the gut shot. A lot of ace highs in your opponent's check back range that you can target. If they do happen to hero call against you, you've got a lot of outs, whether it be 10, 7, or 9 usually. And if you do bet in this spot, you don't want to bet too small. You'll put the most pressure on these ace highs.
20 into 48. Bit on the small side.
Would have preferred a little bit more, at least half pot or so, but still not an easy call for Chong. Does make the call. Nice.
You a dog guy?
Dog guy,
Yeah. I breed dogs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, pocket bullies, pocket and micros. Yeah.
Everything does break, Randy. I mean, all the gut shots,
in our kennel.
flush draws, open-enders.
I got a couple big litters coming up. I took a year off because of COVID, right? Like, there's the SPCA was complaining, like, so many people were just dropping dogs off, right? Because everyone had, everyone wanted somebody, and COVID were locked down. So now everyone was just getting rid of dogs, right? So they were like asking breeders to chill out, right? So I took a whole year off. About a year and a half now, no litters. So many people have been calling, right? So we're like, okay, got a couple big litters coming this summer.
If she bets again, she's targeting ace X.
Yeah.
Below minis?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the micro is
Nice find.
in between 12
just
and
is what it
14
is. You're
inches
Well played,
tall,
Botez.
and the pockets are
Now the
14
rest
to
of it
17.
is out of your control, whether or not
Yeah.
Chong heroes off. I mean, Chong would much rather call with like
Yeah.
ace 3
Yeah.
than ace
Basically,
7.
you don't want
Just all shredded. Just
the
all,
dangler
I
to
got a lot of my
7
dogs out of
that card to
Florida, like
interact
Texas
with straight cards, right?
Not to state the obvious, yeah.
bullies
Like
out of
ace
Florida,
king, ace 3,
the venom
much
dogs.
better
A lot of
hero
my
call
dogs came
candidate.
from there.
7 is one of the worst cards to have, actually. Or maybe a 9. Hey, let's it go. Well played, Botez.
Welcome to the table. Come on, my friend.
Back
Right,
up
a little faster.
north
Give us a
of
little more
starting stack.
energy. A little faster. Come on. You already have all the chips.
Back on over to this table. Is that Cabrera? What flag is that, Randy?
Uruguay. Yep. We had this this feature at the last frame of play.
Dynamite flop. Top for Greenwood. Backdoor clubs for him as well.
Pablo Cabrera. Not flush draw. Pre-flop raiser. He's a very fun player to watch. Looks like he's chipped up a bit. To 1.1 million. Checks it back. Deception.
It is an overcard to Greenwood's top pair of 9s, but it does now give him a nut flush draw. Yakman has an open ender.
So the 20K here is to target straight draws and club draws and diamond draws. Plenty of them out there. Doesn't want this one to just get checked through, give those hands a free shot. Look at Yachtman. He's raising it. He's
This is
got
pretty adventurous.
the 3x kind of stuff. This is now getting a bit confusing for Cabrera. Didn't really expect to see a bet and a raise on the turn after he checked back the flop. It's not unreasonable though that the ace high could be good against some kind of combo draw. Usually clean outs to a diamond. Don't really think he's going to let it go.
I loved the pot control, the deception on the flop from the ace-5, but it has now allowed for this to kind of happen. But look at this, I mean, Cabrera finding the overcall.
Yeah, it makes sense just because he still has ace high, which beats combo draws that might raise, like queen jack of clubs, 8-7 clubs, these sorts of holdings. He can still hit a diamond. It's a little bit disguised given the check back on the flop. He can still flush over flush players. As played for Greenwood, it's 36 more thousand to call. He's got the nut flush draw. He's got a pair of 9s. Can't really see him making the other play but call.
Agreed. If he folds this, then I'm just retiring from poker altogether. There's the call. So we got a three-way affair going to a river. Yakman in rough shape. He needs a non-club diamond, jack or a 6.
Is
That's
it?
ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
He had 10%. Most of his outs bring flushes for his opponents.
What a life. Has the worst of it. raises with the worst of it, and then gets that. 151,000 into 230, so around 2/3 pot. I like the sizing.
Yeah, I mean, he's hoping that Cabrera has like an overpair that didn't see bet the flop, you know, like aces, kings, or queens. Suppose it's possible.
Wow. Some eruptions from one of the outer tables. Not sure what happened over there. Sounds like someone got scammed.
Okay, Cabrera is giving us a lot of thought. Is he just thinking, let me just represent a boat and just start raising? Yeah, that would have been pretty insane as played, so he does give it up eventually. I'd be pretty surprised if Greenwood calls in this spot. I mean, Yachtman raised the turn and still bet into a cold call from under the gun. And another call. It just screams strength, even though he did just get there, and that's it. Yachtman still chipping up.
Shoulder left.
A couple of people thinking he's bluffing. He had the goods on the river. A couple of updates in the chat. Jeff Platt saying that screen was DePolo losing ace king to deuces. Thanks for letting us know, mate. Maria in the chat as well.
It started with a bluff, and then I got there.
All right, here we are out in the field. One quick question for Darren Elias so he can still play this upcoming hand. Darren, stand up for me for a quick sec. I'll make sure you don't miss this one.
Sure.
Why Paradise for you?
Big tournaments, big prize pools. I wanted to play the biggest tournaments I could, and brought the family down here to get a little vacation out of it too.
Love that. We got a dealer change, so a little extra time. You're on that list of best players to have never won a bracelet. Does that weigh on you in any way?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not a list you want to be on, but I just worry about things I can control and try to do the best I can in these tournaments.
Appreciate you helping us out as we make our way to $50 million in the prize pool. Thank you, Darren. Appreciate the time, guys. Let's send it back to you.
Wow, I can never tell, man. Like,
for sure.
Big Jeff Platt fan. I have a picture of him next to my grind station back in Thailand. It's framed. It's actually like in the center of my desk, so you know.
Serious?
Yeah, big Platt fan. But
Have you been?
I never know if he's like his line of questioning.
Yeah, my 4 old boxer friends.
Is like an intentional, unintentional needle.
That's good, yeah.
But
you know.
Yeah,
Like, oh, you're on a list of best players who have never had a bracelet. That's like, it's like a backhanded compliment almost, you know? You know when you get like a 98% on your math test and your mum would be happy, but then she'd be like, why didn't you get 100? You're like, Mum, I got top in my class. She's like, well, yeah, but
didn't matter what.
Where's the other 2%?
Where's the bracelet?
Yeah, where's the bracelet?
And 9-6 offsuit +1 is an open.
Girls like tough guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Feel safe.
Learned that.
Wow, big lick against Big Slick. You love to see
You
it.
didn't get there? No.
That was my pre-poker days.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
See? Jeff's evil. He's in the chat saying, Henry, I want them to question if I was needling or trolling them for the next 30 minutes after we chat, living rent-free in their heads. I love that.
Do the skills cross in some ways?
That's the real Jeff Platt, or is that just a Jeff Platt fan, the other Jeff Platt
That's
fan?
the real Jeff Platt.
Okay. Can I also ask you, do you really have a portrait of him in your grind station?
I have a portrait of you as well, Randy.
That's where I learned all the games.
It's concerning.
All the people on my hit list.
Hit list.
Yeah, sure.
And you're not just grinding for love of the game.
You'll never know, Randy.
That was the first
You'll never
game I
know.
learned to play.
Suedos?
What's the word? Those? Filipino is like
Nice.
Chinese
I played a
poker.
lot as a kid.
The 13 cards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Once I got into poker, and it was like there's money in poker, and there wasn't in chess.
No, it makes sense.
I kind of want to play some tournaments again. Just play online.
It helps with chess content because then you can actually.
We got Dylan Lind in the chat as well. What's going on? Shouldn't you guys be out there playing?
No, I'm from Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
They train in
No, that's Dylan Lynn with a period at the end. So that's definitely a fake.
Yeah. I remember, like, a buddy of mine
Those 6 of spades.
owns, you been to Vancouver?
Livingston limping it in.
When was
Or
the
he
Queen's
did
the ace eight
Gambit?
from the small.
About 5 years ago?
And it was the first time UFC was.
It must have been a huge boom for.
Yeah, they actually sponsored my stream, and I was like,
So
what's this?
we went to the fight.
Dylan saying, buddy, we are allowed to bag. Yeah, I know other people are, Dylan. I'm just surprised that you did.
I mean, we were buying
So-
nice chessboards at home. We were all playing chess, you know, for about like 2 months.
Thought you'd be out there on Bullet 7.
Comprehensible then?
Day 1D.
That was a great movie.
Is it?
17.
Ah, shit. Okay. Yeah. Well, he didn't talk very much, but it was like he had like 5 chicks with him, like, and the party was on. We left at like 8 in the morning. I left. They were still there.
Oh, of course. He don't sleep.
Yeah.
You know, party
They're
all
doing
night.
like big gangsters, right? There's like, oh,
Yeah, gotta go.
Yeah.
How's your brother doing?
Because my buddy, he was a Canadian kickboxing champion.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And he's dead now.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But,
Peace.
yeah, he got his stuff together and then married a church girl. Went to church, married his.
Dylan saying he avoided Jeff yesterday. He avoided the curse and managed to bag. Yeah, good luck to the people grinding online, by the way, trying to get some of those bracelets.
Did it chew or something?
No.
No?
No.
Out of nowhere.
Didn't smoke either.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Bizarre.
crazy. But partied hard, right?
Okay. Love the party.
Yeah.
Queen 10 suited in the muck for Covington.
Wow, that's on the tighter side. +1.
You just have one brother, or do you have any other siblings?
Only 63,000 chips remaining for Dwyer. Bows out.
Yeah, he had 2
We got the 4-2 suited in there on the button for Livingston.
Yeah, Livingston didn't reg from the start of day 1 to fold buttons. He's flopped best. 9-4 tray. Randy has 60% of a straight flush. Just saying.
Also has the best hand.
He was like 270, just jack.
Not anymore.
Trying to get up to him, right? And, at one
Yeah,
point I was like,
turning top pair along with his gut shot. Does check through. 72k out there.
I can barely breathe.
Does have the 100% check mark next to his name now.
I gotta trim right down, right? Yeah.
Like this value bet incoming.
Oh, yeah, he was like,
Should hear from a bigger ace on the turn.
80, he was like 295.
You got miss straight draws yourself.
He's about
Stuff
how
between
much
5 and 7.
5'10", 5'11", he's like 6 foot maybe.
Wow.
That big Irish guy, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Must have drank a lot of beer.
Oh,
Livingston's chewing on it.
Whiskey, yeah.
Yeah, we love their whiskey.
Really chewing on this one. I mean, beating like 5'6", 5'7". He's made the call. And he's going to get shown the bad news. Afria back up towards starting stack.
When I drink, I'm trying to shut her down for a while.
Moderation.
Gets pretty, yeah. Still like a college kid. I just binge drink, and then I'll shut down for a while, and then when you go off, we go off, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
Did you pick up any of the Cork accent?
No.
Do you notice it's a distinct accent, isn't it?
Sure.
It's quite sort of singy, isn't it? Hello.
Yeah. One of my friends just moved back to Ireland, and he came to visit in LA, and his accent was much
he
stronger than
picked it up. Yeah, yeah. They're very witty people.
7 deuce game on? Apparently not.
Or I forget, it was fun knowing you.
18.
I'm going nowhere.
You on Facebook?
I'm going nowhere. Listen, none of this talk. Don't be getting negative on me. I'm going nowhere.
Before I forget, just in case.
No, I'm not on Facebook, believe it or not. That's not. Oh, you get me an Insta.
Instagram? Instagram?
Instagram, yeah. Instagram. It's where us kids hang out.
You don't know how much I want to take your chips.
Don't take my chips, please.
You don't know how much I want to take. Just a few. I'll leave you some.
Don't take my chips, please.
Ace-Jack suited. That can take some chips from Chong.
Sermon guy. Buys us the coffees.
Yeah. That's why he got all the
What
good
do you
luck.
start doing?
right
I'm
from
gonna
the
come at the
start.
table, drinks around me the first round.
Yeah, I didn't even get a coffee.
So Botez with the hand that eliminated her on her second bullet earlier on today. Now getting
LinkedIn,
outflopped
Eric.
by
You do
Chong,
that? You do
who
LinkedIn?
she had in rough shape pre-flop.
Nope.
Should.
Still plenty of opportunities for her to take the lead.
13,000.
Oh, it's gone really small on Broadway Rainbow. Just wants to
Finding
keep
another trip to Montreal.
the big blind range as wide as possible.
I was talking to a Canadian guy, and he was talking about it. He said there's a very good series on in Montreal, isn't there?
Let's make a deal. Next WPT Montreal, you come down.
Is that the best series there? Yeah. Yeah. Quite possibly, yeah. Kind of appealed to my wife as well. We both lived in Paris for a few years. For 3
Love
years.
to see
Speaking
Victor
of-
continue to bet, but he checks it back with caution.
Yeah, I was at that
Gives
one.
the free card to Botez.
So it's the WSOP. I'll be the next one there in April. I think,
Chong's
is
a
it?
tricky customer.
Oh gosh.
Mixing it
Well,
up,
sounds
pot
like fun.
controlling,
Sounds like fun.
inducing a little bit as
What's
well.
the next one in Montreal? Is that WSOP?
I don't know, to be honest. I rarely play Canadian tournaments.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay,
But
yeah.
I think there is one in January. I don't know what.
Got a value bet now
January's
as
in-
played.
Well, I'm going to the Deerfoot one in Calgary.
Target
and
the
then
queen.
I'm not sure when the next Montreal one
Sure,
is.
we'll get a WPT like in February.
February, okay, yeah.
February.
Yeah, I have 2 bucket lists. One is
the
Hard
Calgary
Rock in
ones are
Miami.
pretty
I
good
haven't
too.
been there
I've heard
yet,
that.
you know.
Yeah, they're really
That's top of the list. And
Where I won my first tournament.
yeah. Oh wow. Wow. Well done you. Yeah.
My first World Poker Tour.
Is it as good as they say?
Better.
Yeah. It sounds like a nice, airy, comfortable casino.
And
good
notice
fun.
how he's sizing quite small.
poker
It's
community.
mainly to target the
Yeah.
queen in 7x, which is
Yeah.
a big part of Botez's check call range. It doesn't fire river
Dublin's
after
very
it
good
checks
too.
through
The
on the
Irish Open at
turn.
We have a
Easter.
lot of Canadians. You know,
So you expect king x to bet itself.
poker room is called Playground Poker. in Montreal.
Yeah, I really like this sizing from Chong. He seems to know exactly where he's at on both flop, turn, and river.
Yeah, it's only 8,000 rebuy, but there are other events though. You know, there are other bigger events. I mean, the guarantee on the main is something like 3 million. Certainly 2 million. But there are big guarantees on side events. You know, 5 grand, 10 grand.
There's
And
not much
if you're into
Botez
cash
beats.
action,
Maybe she thinks the king would bet on the turn, but
Just,
as played, even a strong queen could bet in a spot like ace, queen, queen, jack with the small
Irish
value.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really good.
Just grabbing.
I've got a king.
Like to go
Well,
down.
Chong sized it to perfection. Botez maybe just giving Chong credit for like a jack 10, a jack 9, 10, 9 that didn't barrel turn. Maybe like an ace 5.
Yeah, but I kind of think these straight draws would bet turn more
Reminds me of
often than
my
not,
China-
rather
Chinese
than
suppliers.
wait for a river to stab.
They just take my
Oh, I
money.
got all
They
the
never
Asian
give me a
stuff on.
refund.
He's taking all my Asian juice here.
All those millions of dollars I sent to Asia.
You
Never
just
got it
bluff
back.
me and a big one. Hopefully you got products.
You guys just take, man. You guys take and take. You guys have got to learn how to give a little. You know how it works in Canada? The casino, there's Montreal Casino. So the Montreal Casino is very hard to get money out of the Asians, taxes. So the casino comes out, and they love to gamble, the Asians. They love to gamble. They don't like to pay taxes. And nobody likes to pay taxes. So they were saying, they were just trying. I said, that's it. So gambling, the biggest clientele is the Asian clientele for the casino.
I read about
Listen, Randy, I'm just going to put it out there to all the people that are quick to judge some of these plays, specifically the call there from Botez. There's a bit of an overlay looming here in this 50 mil guarantee, so feel free
Just the two of us.
to come down,
Could be fun to play with
pony
you
up the
guys.
25,000, step into the arena. Hell, I'll crossbook against some of you. Make it even juicier. What's the sickest crossbook you've ever done?
No, I don't crossbook, my friend. Don't need to.
I crossbooked a 5-5 PLO game once.
And results?
And nobody else knew that me and my friend had crossbooked. It was, yeah, it was pretty swingy. It was down a lot at one point. Managed to get it back. See if Covington can get some value here. Queen high.
Might be good. Did you miss your flush? Check.
Yeah, Alfred just happy to take his queen high showdown. Rando saying, dang, get him, announcer. Big saying, put up or shut up, he says. That's how it is, man. I mean, come on.
Just to tell you, for almost 30 years, I've been importing from China and Thailand.
F around, find out.
Never lost a dollar. Never lost a dollar. Straight, honest.
Thank you. Well,
respectable.
I think you meant good ones, you know.
I would love to go to Taiwan.
I'll take it, but no.
Sorry.
Sure would love even. Sure would appreciate Taiwan even more.
Victor always has the biggest smile, doesn't he? He just loves it. Loves the social aspect of poker. Loosely connected Jack 7, raising in the hijack.
It was down to something like 4 or 5 big blinds on day 3.
Oh, St. Anselm? I don't think so.
I like that description, Randy.
Yeah, that was the
loosely
one. That was
connected
the one. Yeah.
for a triple gapper.
But it is connected. You can
I
make it
agree.
straight.
No, I like
I've
it.
seen him here. I don't think he's here, but
And I agree. Yeah,
played
Victor
poker
has
with him during WSOP.
one of the best smiles in poker.
In fairness,
Always a
it's
joy to be around.
inspirational performance for us small stacks, you know.
Exactly, yeah. No, I mean,
Businessman calls Kuala Lumpur home. Out here getting some of this GG WSOP value.
On day 1,
Asian stuff
3
is
years
going
ago,
to him.
ended up 250,000. You know,
My
so-
feng shui is not working for me.
Especially in that tournament where it's 2
People
hours.
asking, is this live because Colby was fighting last night?
Grind it back slowly.
I got him all over my house.
Well, that fight finished around,
Jade, yeah.
It's also a freeze
I'll
out.
say,
so
20
you
hours
kinda-
ago.
Yeah.
Slightly different dynamic
yeah.
today.
I don't know where
I like
the
that
fight
it's
was. I want to say
Yeah,
Texas,
it's
but could be wrong. I don't think it was Vegas. I might be wrong.
Yeah. Lads.
Yeah.
May have even been Tampa, which is, what, like an hour,
Very
hour and a
close.
half flight away? So
Yeah.
Strong, yeah. Dragon, and then in the Canadian one, Taurus and Bull. Yeah, Taurus.
Great game to chill out in.
yeah, there we go. People saying it was in Tampa. So yeah, just hopped on a flight down. He was throwing bombs in the octagon last night. He's going to throw bombs here. Try and get himself WSOP bracelet and the millions of dollars that will come with it.
Livingston gonna see bet. ace high, backdoor diamond, strong little pair. Keeping the pre-flop raiser honest for now.
Interesting turn card, as it's a card that in theory should favor Livingston's +1 opening range more so than Chong. Does check through.
No reason to bet with 9-6 in this spot. Can't really get called by worse.
Livingston just showing signs of discipline early here on day one.
My favorite hand.
My second favorite.
Yeah, see, I like that. My date of birth.
Big lick, Chong's second favorite hand.
Nice knowing you all. Enjoyed playing with you.
Nah, Dwyer, come on.
Probably I still have the chance that it's you who knocks me out.
It'd be an honor.
Throw me a little right hook there, will you?
There we go. I'm sure you ain't going down without swinging.
18.
18.
18, I said.
Well, Livingston understandably going to get involved from under the gun with the king-queen. Funky Frank letting go of the deuces, so it is going to fold round to the blinds. King 10 going to hit the mark.
Could be it, huh?
Short
It
stack
could be, it's
O'Dwyer.
likely to be, but who knows? I have 5.5 big blinds left.
looked?
No, I haven't looked. No. What's the raise?
I raised
The
under
raise
the
is-
gun.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, yeah, I respect you.
gotta
Yeah,
have
and
something
you're under
decent.
the gun raise. Yeah, I'm just dragging this out for the fun. Oh, I got a monster.
Quite the opposite.
That wasn't a monster face.
O'Dwyer just
Ace deuce?
bowing out, not even defending.
Yeah, king, queen of clubs, so. Ace was huge.
Had you a pair? That's my only
King, queen of
question.
clubs.
All right, yeah, I probably should have gone against it. Would have had 2 live cards, 3-4 off.
Kelly Shields saying if you guys had to pick a single day one to play, assuming you were going to fire 2 bullets total, which one would it be?
Probably.
It would really depend on the other bracelet events. So yesterday we had the 10K PLO, so I definitely wouldn't play on that day because I'd want to play the 10K PLO.
Okay.
I think today, like when there's that desperation to try and make it through, you could argue that today's field is going to be higher variance, people just playing a little bit more aggro. I mean, saying that, dude, day 1B was mad. We had people going all in blind.
From the
25
footage, day 1B was the best.
Yeah, it was insane. We literally had Biao sat down at the feature table with a fresh stack and open jammed his entire stack, first hand blind. He had 8-3 offsuit and won. Doubled up, eliminated
No, he made an 18.
Wasserson.
No, he made 17. He made 17. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but usually I personally prefer the last day just because there's players who are going to fly out and do one and they got 1 bullet to fire, you know, least amount of time out there. Of course, like you said, some players are looking to chase and bag a big bag. Firing multiple bullets. Anyways, Livingston is check raising ace 7 with that ace of spades.
Spicy.
Nice.
7 wrapped around the 6-5.
Mm-hmm.
Joe is making a great point over on YouTube, saying the GOATs start at day 1A and they reg until they make it. So day 1D should be the softest. That's a very valid point.
Yeah, exactly. So Vanessa Selps limping the deuces under the gun. Of course, going to get spiced up by Cornell's aces.
Yeah, first we've seen, or first I've seen at least, from Selps playing half a starting stack. Wants to try and flop a set. She's up against the right hand to do it with as well. Find a little duck. Shower Cornell's aces.
Yeah, her limp actually gives her the right odds to limp call, whereas if she had opened and got 3-bet by the aces, then she wouldn't be getting the right price to continue out of position.
Man, what a legend Selps is, by the way.
Oh, that's great.
The plan is panning out for her. The limp call, bottom set, against the overpair. I don't know if there's anyone I've watched more of lifetime than Selps growing up. I mean, I want to say top 10 highlight reel player from back in the day.
She was like one of the original laggy players, hyper aggressive. I think Cornell knows that. And he's not looking to get away from 2 aces. Now she could just check call here, as her hand is extremely strong. Looking to build now.
Yeah, it looks like raise incoming. 58k to go. So she's like setting up a very natural turn jam. She could even play this across 3 streets depending on turn, by the way.
Of course.
With this sizing, should Cornell just call, be 188k out there.
Kind of expecting him to call based on Selp's reputation to kind of just go for it. Let her blast away when she's bluffing. Don't fold those hands out with a floppy raise. So call he goes, and that turn card is just pure trouble for Cornell.
Under the gun limp, +1 3.5x. Call. Check. B33. Check raise just shy of 3x. Oh, this is so sick. She's checked it on over, Randy. This is so pure.
Very deceptive. Just making it look like she was just trying to rep a set, and now that she's gotten called, like, oh, I'm giving up.
Yeah, like an ace-4, ace-5 of diamonds kind of hand.
Also, with the run out, the 10x plus is going to do the betting for you. So why not slip it on over?
Dude, if she goes for the double check raise, just hitting Cornell.
Look at that face.
The 3-piece and a can of soda.
She's trying to make it look like she's concerned.
I don't know, where does she fly in from? Maybe she's just a bit jet lagged.
Oh, this is a false tell.
It's true, actually. I mean,
she's really.
I can't tell. Maybe she
really
just has back
here.
problems, bro.
No.
Maybe she's just trying to crank out like a neck twist or something.
How much? What do you have? I know. Does he have a green? Do you have a green, Tom? Why is it so small? What is it? 52.
Man. Why so small, Henry? Is what she asked.
What is the 52? 60 in there. 60. I don't. I don't know. All
It's okay. Snap.
Sorry. Let me just slow roll you. I was trying to decide if I was just going to call or not. Sorry.
She got you, bro. She just got you. That was some real Hollywooding right there.
Yeah, that was something else.
528k to get back up to more than starting. Holds.
171.
That was some 2010 feature hand right there, Randy.
I mean, it was also like, how much is in there?
Throw us
Why
back.
so small? What about the check? Wow. Okay. Throwback.
Well, Vagabond Cell says about him on Reddit, he's not that good of a player and plays too passive, but I honestly don't mind his content. Good enough for us. Let's talk to Wolfgang Poker for a quick sec. Did you catch that Reddit review?
I'm assuming you're coming over here because I have a media day pass. That's how it signifies that I'm somebody.
So you're Rampage.
I'm Rampage, yep.
Got it. If you could stand up for a quick sec, Wolfgang. What's this 25K tourney experience like for you?
It's been fun. I mean, I lost half my stack, so it's been an uphill battle, but the table seems pretty soft. No one here that I recognize, so I think I got an edge.
Got a huge edge, definitely over the
That's way
Tim
too cocky.
Adams
I'm a
of the
nice
world.
guy. No, these are all crushers. I'm just trying to, find my spots here and get my stack in at some point.
I feel like I keep asking you about this, but we see the number growing and growing. What's it like for you to see more than 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube?
It's absolutely insane, Jeff. I wish there was some way to quantify it. Like if I could get everyone in a state and then I could walk down a street and everyone would be there like Wolfgang, that's way too egotistical. But it'd be cool to quantify that more because I'll go to airports, I'll go to soccer games and someone will come up to me and say hi. And that's kind of how I know it's just not a number on a screen. There's actually that many people out there that like my videos, but I don't know. It's crazy, Jeff.
So only a couple egotistical comments in this interview.
Yeah, it's my way of coping with the fact that I shelled out $26,000 and I'm now down to essentially 13K in equity.
Sit down then. That hand's way too valuable. Thank you for the
Should
time.
I just
Wolfgang.
keep talking to
Appreciate
you and fold that? Would that be kind of another egotistical thing?
It's up to you. Let's see.
No, we're gonna play this.
Okay. We'll see you later. Guys, let's just send it back to you or watch Wolfgang. It's whatever you guys want.
Thanks, Jeff.
Oh, it might have been short-lived joy. Ace-10.
Oh, Dwyer, who just doubled up.
Nice one.
All in for his tournament life once more against Botez.
Listen, good luck to you. It is what it is.
I kind of showered Wolfgang last night in our cash game. I asked him, "Who are you?" Very unintentionally. I didn't know who he was.
Have a good feeling.
Cool. I guess you're not one of those 1.5 million subscribers.
He let me know, though. He let me know. Top set for Botez.
There goes my... Oh, there's a back door.
There are some back doors.
Couple-ish. Yeah.
Back door.
Yeah.
Backdoor set also.
Yeah. No.
There we go.
Oh.
You're saying there's a
Oh, the
chance.
queen again. That lucky
4
queen.
outs.
No. Nice. Good game. Well done. Good game, everyone.
Fades the 4-outer.
Coming back in?
Botez off to a good start this frame. 705k. GG's O'Dwyer, the man that cashed 3 WSOP mains in a row, had a deep run this summer. Just not able to spin up the short stack here.
Seems like a lovely chap. This bullet going in the right direction for Botez.
Yeah, I know. Right.
Ace Jack for Chong now, one of the tournament chip leaders. Playing a very healthy 1.6 million. Good for 200 bigs. Funky Frank in the mix with a dominated King Jack, as is Afriat.
Covington's in there, Queen 6 offsuit getting a good price. 84,000 in the middle, 4 ways.
We got a little top pair v top pair situation. Covington's got middle pair. Afriat in trouble.
It's a nice kicker for Chong.
Yeah, that jack of clubs.
Yeah,
That's
I think
pure.
if he was a bit further down with the ace, he maybe goes a bit more pot control, like ace 7 or so. Didn't expect to see this raise in position with ace 4. Kind of see where he's at.
That's precisely what it feels like, right, Randy? One of those, let me test the waters. The problem is, Afriat not getting up Shit's Creek without a paddle.
Guess the game plan for Afriat is if my opponent continues, I'm just going to shut it down and try not to put any more chips in.
Spicy turn card. Afriat has picked up additional outs in the form of a 5.
Would love to see him check this one back. Yeah, try to hit that straight.
Now
Nice
he's
played,
in trouble,
though.
Randy.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he's in trouble. I mean, 194k out there. Board pairing river, clubs brick, which he unblocks.
Yeah, the clubs breaking is the main problem. And Chong can safely value bet once he sees that check through, but he checks it over.
You don't move, huh?
Perhaps a missed value?
And a straight draw.
I mean, I think it's close against flop check raise.
He hit every flop.
Seems like Chong didn't think an ace would raise as played.
Wow, Afriat with the post-mortem tears.
Shit. Always one guy, huh?
Saying there's always one guy that hits every flop. Maybe you shouldn't pill ace-4 then, I mean. Just saying. He had you crushed.
Oh, proceed. At least put a queen.
Every street.
Yes, hand?
Incredible. 6 hours. All I'm doing for 6 hours is just watch you play. I feel like I'm watching a live stream, just you and incredible. 6 hours. I'm watching him play or tank or play or tank.
22.
Wow, I mean, cry a little more.
Well, Victor Chong is going to play once again, Afriat.
Beautiful.
He always has a bigger kicker. You notice?
The man's right there. You can talk to him. I love it when they talk about you like you're not at the table, you know? He's like trying to get the support of your table mates to kind of like agree with you. Like, the man's right there.
Yeah, trying to
let the poker do the talking.
Trying to let the rest of the table up their VPIP against Strong. Like, can you guys do some damage for me? Because I can't find a way to beat him in the pot.
Shout out to Chong, by the way, just smiling and nodding, and letting the poker do the talking, as it should be. I'm a bit fired up though, Randy, I'll be honest with you.
It's okay. A min bet, C bet. This doesn't rate to shake out a lot of hands. Yeah, even with no backdoor flush draw, Funaro call is just given the odds. Maybe he can steal it against an ace high. Maybe he pairs up against some pocket pair C betting. It almost feels like a check at the moment with that min bet C bet.
Frankie has an interesting combo. He's going to check this one back. See a river. Well, now check mark next to Chong. He's hitting every board, as Afriet likes to say.
Time for Chong to value bet against a king. A king would never bet for you if you check it over to Finaro.
Yeah, I mean, Frankie has a very clear check back. If check to, has showdown value.
It's a big bet, 81,000. Yeah, interesting sizing. Because I do think Finaro still has a lot of
Don't even
ace
know why we're
sexes
sitting
in
down.
range. Is Afriet commenting again?
Oh man, you're playing the wrong game, buddy. If you're gonna get upset over one guy's sun running for 6 hours, try sun running for 15 years, bro. Okay? That's what I've been doing.
Faster wouldn't be as annoying.
How long you been sun running for? Did he just say if Chong played fast, he wouldn't be as annoying? I mean, how much faster has Chong got to play? Is he just meant to make snap decisions like that, Randy?
I don't feel like he's playing out of line in terms of speed, personally.
Mate, I want to play Afriat heads up.
For rolls?
Heads up for rolls, Randy. You're throwing down the gauntlet. As long as trash talking's allowed from both parties, by the way.
He's definitely going to be talking to you.
Good.
Mid-game.
I love that. That's like the old school poker, you know? I love that. The home game vibe. Like, oh, look at this young kid. Let's go. Greenwood.
Raise 22,000.
Here we go. Kicking it upstairs to 22k. Yakman playing a very healthy 1.4 mil. Love to see JNT in the mix.
Pablo Cabrera, King 10 offsuit. Flop we go. 3 ways. Pre-flop raiser was Greenwood.
Yeah, Cabrera was maybe thinking of doing getting his little squeeze on. And it's hijack open and cut off flat.
A gut shot for Greenwood. Ace high texture. He could try and rep that board. Be a little nice if he had some backdoor flush draw to go along with it. Checks over to Yachtman.
Got shot for Cabrera now. Ten of spades in hand as well. Always a daunting task when there's an ace on board.
Yeah, even though there
Barrel.
wasn't a bet on the flop from Greenwood or Yachtman, it doesn't mean they can't have an ace. They certainly would be checking weak aces in this spot, so he can't just blindly barrel.
Fours are going to be good at showdown. Should they get there, Andy?
Kind of feeling that Greenwood maybe stabs if it gets over to him once more. Try to rep like an ace rag that's playing pot control.
46.
But no, it's Cabrera that's likely going to steal this one after seeing the round of checks on flop and turn, betting king 10 off. This is nice.
Oh, go on, Yakman.
This would be a crazy call. Although correct.
Yakman's one of those OGs, man. He has been around for a long time. And OGs do not like getting pushed around. They're very stubborn in these kind of spots. 46 into 81 is a very credible size. I think you could comfortably value bet a strong queen.
Looks like he is done.
Oh, he throws him a little glare, Randy. I feel like the gauntlet has been thrown here today, day 1D. People are sick and tired of firing multiple bullets. They've been out here for a week. Still haven't made day 2. People are talking trash at the table. We love it. People are talking trash in the booth as well. JNT, #1 on France's all-time money list.
22.
Raise 22,000.
Absolute stud. The Triton Tour. Ian asking how many online runners did this event get? How many live so far? Great question, Ian. So far, we've had around 900 in the live arena and 600 online, so around 1,500. That was before the start of play
What was the points
today.
total on the Detroit Buffalo game?
I don't know. I assume
So we're
it
up
was a
to
lot.
around, I
Yeah,
want to
I
say
just wonder how much could a lot be? Like if there was ever a time for it to be a lot.
1,650, 1,700.
Seems like the over was still correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're up to 176 in this one, so around 1,700. So, Randy, we're still, 300 off or so. That's quite the overlay, my friend. That's what, 7.5 million? Declan Turner saying you can tell desperation. The last chance to make the day 2 is real. The needle levels intensified. I agree.
Yeah, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's a touchdown. For
It's
them.
at least a field goal attempt. You know?
Is it fourth quarter? Or?
No.
No, it's second.
About
First
to be
half.
halftime.
First half. Oh.
Raise 24,000.
Pocket four is going to raise into ace king of JNT. Big blind versus button, deep stacks. Re-raise size is 85,000, and Cabrera could come along here in position against JNT. $61,000 more. Plenty of stack to play for. Position is the key important part here, where you can try to navigate around non-ace king board flops.
For green, all right? You have?
Yeah, Cabrera wants to know what's behind because he wants to see if he's got the implied odds if he does find a set.
He's on the button as well. How deep is this? Like 70 bigs deep. You do see these pocket pairs do a bunch of jamming around like 45, 50 bigs deep. The idea being that you fold out like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, even 10s at some frequency.
Not sure about tens, but I know what you're trying to say is that you're. Then again, though, I don't know. Is 5, 6, and 7s really 3-betting big blind versus button? I don't really think so. So let's see. Chips are coming in.
Suck it, Randy.
165.
What does he do now when JT snap jams for 6-6-5?
I was saying I don't expect the big blind to 3-bet those hands that you're hoping to fold
I
out.
know, Randy. I was just looking for an excuse to tell you to suck it. But it wasn't because you were right or wrong.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice for him to 4-bet 4s on the button against J&T.
I mean, J&T could potentially increase his stack by a third without even having to see 5 cards here, assuming that the 4s hit the mark.
He's gone. Nice play for J&T. Great result.
Bleu.
Hey.
Allez, bleu.
Snap jammed.
Vive la France. Raise all in. Boom.
Can make me little because don't see.
Vanessa, are you working these days, like lawyering and stuff, or just parenting and?
Oh no, I trade options.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I knew that actually.
Yeah. I was never a lawyer. I'm technically, I worked as a lawyer for like 6 months or something, but no, yeah, I've been doing that for like 4 years now.
Which firm do you work at, or a hedge fund or whatever?
It's called Jane Street. It's like a market making firm.
You're in the small one. Perfect.
I didn't even realize Tolerane's at the table. I mean, those two must have battled a lot over the years.
Of course, they're very familiar with one another. Self's, of course, heading over to finance, taking time
Playing
away to
full-time
play this
still?
25K.
I started playing again in May, and I've played a lot since then.
Are you still in Vancouver?
I'm just traveling now. I'm not renting or owning anything right now.
Okay. You still play online a lot though? Or?
Almost zero.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yet still
Tournaments, then?
tolerating one of the best.
Welcome to the dark side.
That's pretty sick.
Oh my god. What could
Start
be
playing
better?
again in May. Selps is out there trading options. Jane Street, I mean. Where are we going to be in 10 years, Randy? I mean, you're going to be like a scuba dive paddy and diving instructor.
Serious?
I'm probably going to be, I don't know, mining on Mars or something. We'll see.
You got quite the imagination, my friend.
Sign me up, Elon Musk. Producer James Dempsey whispering in our ears, saying in 10 years' time, you two
commentary booth.
You're going to be in the same booth, calling the same action. Lies.
And the difference, though, is that Ben Tollerine, Greenwood, Selps, they're going to be 10 years older.
Randy, I stick by you becoming a scuba diving instructor out in Queensland, Australia.
It's pretty tough to be when I can't even swim.
Wow, bro, why do you put yourself on blast like that? Stop giving me
it's just
easy
It's
bait.
just facts.
You're baiting me into bullying you.
What do we got here? Cabrera, Ace Jack, 2 pair against pair of 6s.
Greenwood may be thinking of turning his hand into a bluff. No. Cabrera just lost a lot of chips. 4-bet, looking to get some back.
Look, he plays a game tree with many different bet sizes. You know,
16.
yeah, he's looking to induce check raise bluffs. Clearly, his hand is worthy of going for more value, but he's a very tricky opponent, this Cabrera.
This sizing is very inviting to the check raise bluff, Randy, especially against this combo. This might be the combo to bluff with. Greenwood thinks better of it.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it crossed his mind more, so was call or fold. I hear you.
Mine is also here. Nobody came to pick.
Yeah, no one's asked for it.
It's right here.
No one's looked at it. I've got one here.
Phone's being confiscated. New rule.
No. Thank you. Yep. I'm not going to voluntarily surrender my phone. I mean, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to surrender my phone. Raise.
Raise. 25,000.
Wow, Selps coming with the 2.5x.
I need
Under the gun.
So the 5G can scramble my opponent's brainwaves, you know?
Greenwood's got some great quirky jokes. Selps with the raise and take. Out of all the tables we could have picked, this one is up there in terms of OG legends. You got JNT,
25.
number one on France's all-time money list, plays all of the high rollers. Yakman, OG, WSOP main final table list. Selps an OG with hours and hours of highlight reels of hands from the WSOP.
And then Ben Tollerine.
Yeah, I mean, Ben 86, the guy is insane.
This is the Selps I remember. The one that just is relentless. King 4 suited with the 3-bet. Nicely done. She was doing this when, players...
Yeah, I mean, King 4 suited feels pretty standard nowadays, but the fact that she's been doing it for 10 years makes it all the more impressive. There are a couple of trendsetters that I remember from back in the day. I feel like Mercier was one of those guys as well, where I remember when he started like 3-betting King Queen offsuit, and everyone else was like, dude, what on earth are you doing? Like, that's just the call. It reminds me of Ponakovs nowadays. Like, there's some ICM stuff that we've seen Ponakov start doing at Tritons, and people are raising eyebrows, and in the booth we're like, wow, what's going on? But it wouldn't surprise me if in like 8 months' time, all of these things that Ponakovs has been trying out, like everyone else is doing.
Right.
These people that just seem to be one or two steps ahead of the curve.
Obviously, one of the main trendsetters for me is Daniel Negreanu. You know, him doing the small ball poker, and everyone starts c-betting small, min-raising pre-flop when players from way back when, limping. That's a strategy that players have been employing in the later stages of the tournament.
Philadelphia should be one of the
squaring off against
favorites.
Tollerine.
I mean,
Yeah.
overall, must be in the top 4 betting.
I'm not sure. The problem is
sorry.
the playoff format. Giving
Okay, let's keep it going with the star content creators, the vloggers. Let's do one quick question with Corey Iring. Corey, stand up for a quick sec for me, please. We'll make sure you don't miss a hand. What got you to this seat, to this moment playing in the WSOP Super Main?
Mr. Keating.
How so?
I was playing 2-5. He came over and said, "You want in?" I was like, "Yeah, I want in."
From the 2-5 tables to the 25K Super Main, wishing you the best of luck. I'm going to have you sit down so you don't miss a hand, all right?
Alrighty, thanks.
Go get him. Let's do it. Corey Iring, send it back to you guys in the studio. What a free roll.
Someone's got to get a buy.
No, I'm saying the Chiefs effectively have it locked up, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so like for futures odds,
free
like,
rolls
the
being
fact that
offered.
the Eagles or the
Keating.
Eagles could catch the Lions, give them like a pretty good boost.
He's grinding 2-5. I was playing 2-5 with him last night. He actually stacked me. Shout out, Corey.
Is that why Keating didn't offer you a chance to play
No, it
this
sounded
tournament?
like Keating offered it today when I wasn't there. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have put me in as well, Randy.
So he was like, "Are you the guy to stack Henry Kilbane? All right, let me sign you up."
Yeah, best of luck to him, man.
That's a big jump from 2-5 to 25K buy-in tournament.
That's quite a few buy-ins, yeah.
I give you 3. Okay, whatever. So, thank you.
Suited connector's in great shape pre-flop.
Cabrera getting a bit loose from the big blind, defending the 6-3-0
So you
seems
don't have any residents right now?
seems a bit out there.
Correct.
Like
That's
I've
sort of
been
crazy
saying,
when you
Cabrera
think
just
about it. Where
likes
do
to
you your
get in
mail?
there.
Like, when,
So
like, what do you put your parents' address or something, or like when you have to put an address in for somewhere?
I put my parents' address, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think I've ever received a piece of mail that
Yeah, that's fair, but
That I
it's
wanted
still
to
weird. Yeah. I mean, for sure. It's crazy.
it is weird though. Yeah.
Do you travel with you just like, do you have stuff in storage, or you just don't have stuff?
Yeah, I have a few things in storage in Vancouver.
Okay.
I mean,
you know, like I told you, Cabrera likes to
that what you
play
feel
post flop.
selling, or very free and
Check
more
raise 6-3 offsuit.
Yakman's a boss as well, man. I mean, he'll flick in the call.
Fix stuff or like have insurance.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it sucks a little bit not having your own home where you feel comfortable.
Yeah. Do you like at least like during the series always stay at the same place or anything like that?
I've only been doing this for like 8 months.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's a relatively new thing.
Got it. Okay.
In before Yakman floats.
Nice read.
I guess if he had like Jack 10 of spades, he's in there, but the 2 unders.
He's
bit
more
of a
likely
stretch.
to do it if he had at least one over, just because it's not unreasonable that your opponent check raising a 9 in that spot, and you want to clean outs. That's a pretty nice play from Cabrera.
So Ben 86, he's put all of his stuff in storage, doesn't rent. So all of his mail and that forwarded to his mom's address, just grinding the tour, man, traveling around.
He's definitely been very successful playing tournaments as of this year. You know, obviously here in Paradise, second and third in the PLO, cashing for 2.3 million. He's been to our Triton stops. I'm pretty sure he's held a title over there.
Yes.
Multiple final tables. So I don't think he's going to stop traveling as of now as we flip it back over.
I think that first time we saw him in Cyprus 2023, where he picked up his first Triton trophy, that was him not officially coming out of retirement, but like just wanted to test the waters and see if he enjoyed it. And then he didn't join us for a while. And then obviously this year he's been playing everything.
Brace.
Chong involved. Wow, Livingston. 6-5 of spades. Wants the tango from the small. Livingston needs to be careful. He's flopped a piece. Sevens of Chong still good.
Chong can cobble a little bit of value with these 2 sevens against the 6. Some protection needed against 2 opponents in the blinds. Main fear, of course, is the Jack X. Snap call, of course, with backdoor spades working.
Frankie B saying gambling is illegal unless the state takes 50% vig, then it's fine. Sounds about right. 2 pair for Livingston. What do we know, Randy? Livingston knows something more than us.
Well, Livingston is actually going to take the lead, it seems. He's seen Chong take some passive lines on the turn, so he doesn't want Jack X to just check it back and get less value against that. I don't really see how Chong could fold, though, when he picks up the gut shot. He is better than second pair.
Here we go. Sizable pot brewing. 269 out there. Livingston with the 100% check mark.
I'm blocking the jack. Just gonna size pretty hefty. He might even just jam. Yeah, it's 269 in the middle. He's got 317 back.
So this went button open, small blind flat, big blind defend, check, check, bet, call, fold. On the turn, Livingston led into Chong. Chong understandably made the call. Now, on this 8 of hearts river, Livingston has overbet jammed.
Chong's hand feels a bit weak to hero call in this spot. He can definitely have better like Jack X's. And Livingston, he doesn't necessarily need to have just 2 pair plus. I think it's possible Livingston even has an ace jack as played, even though the turn line is a little bit odd. I don't think it matters that much that the 7s block like 7-4 and 7-9 because I don't really expect that to be in a small blind flatting range.
Agreed. He unblocks diamonds as well, which really sucks for Chong. He might call this off, you know. Oh, lets it go. Well done, sir. Not an easy laydown. A lot easier where we can see the cards, of course.
Nice adjustment from Livingston to lead that turn, recognizing his opponent. We'll have some checkbacks. Got the extra 65K from the sevens.
You can tell it's 1D.
Yeah. Well, not that one. Oh,
It's a
dinner
lot
break.
tamer.
Good luck, Colin.
Wow.
Covington's like,
We're
all
all
right.
rooting for you.
Wait, did he just open
Yeah.
rip?
He's going to knock out someone.
But he's not playing 355K. That's one green chip. Okay, so the chip count is
Yeah,
wrong.
155.
It's around 150. Yeah, 155, and he's going to get called by Frankie. Good luck, chaps. Frankie Finaro looking to knock out UFC superstar Colby Covington. She will do 60% of the time.
Ooh.
Oh, he's fighting back on this flop.
3 of hearts.
Three of hearts for a sweat. Jack of hearts for a sweat is a fair card.
Oh, now I'm dead.
One more shot.
Colby looking for an ace, queen, or a 9. Doesn't find it.
Good luck.
GG's, mate.
Seems that way, right?
Finaro chipping up nicely, crossing the million chip mark now.
It didn't seem like Covington could get anything going. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's what someone was saying.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He had to withdraw.
No,
He said he got hurt.
I think he won by TKO.
His eye. His eyelid.
Yeah, he got.
Someone's giving me bad information.
I thought I seen on there that he won by TKO, but he did get he got cut open or something.
He won or they stopped the fight?
Oh gosh, from what?
Oh, he's a UFC fighter.
Oh, I had no idea.
I don't know if they stopped it, but
I thought they stopped the fight because of his eyelid.
That's what someone told me.
yeah,
That's what I.
I don't have no
No,
phones.
he lost the fight.
I
Lost
thought
the
it
fight,
said
they
I
stopped
thought
the
he won
fight,
by TKO.
But they stopped the fight early. They should have.
I didn't watch it, but that's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's what I think I read a little.
They did
Like
not
quickly.
stop the fight early. It was a doctor stoppage, and it was perfectly timed. I mean, Colby's eyelid was literally hanging by a thread.
The worst 2 hours in the last 10 years.
Like the Jack
I
7
don't
suited.
You could be in for 5 bullets.
Loosely connected.
Hey, I
Wars
do
of the
love those
satellite.
kind
I
of
played
jokes,
the, like,
Randy.
1A and then this.
Where they loop background. Well played, sir.
At least the greens are there this time.
So far.
I love how Botez had no idea who he was as well. Just, you know,
Never too late.
the world is a vast place, Randy. You got the MMA world, you got the chess world, you got the poker world. And sometimes they overlap. Sometimes people don't have a clue who you are, and you might be Nanonoko.
I mean, you had no clue who Wolfgang Poker was.
That was kind of funny, yeah.
Not unheard of. As we move along, pocket jacks, flat calling, given to deep stacks, undergun open, hoping to induce from the shorter stacks to make a play.
Well, so we're going to get a little 5-way action. Is that Afria in the mix?
Afria's
Come
on.
on, it's my turn. Oh, he's flopped a flush draw.
Yeah. Best hand is over to the ace-8 of hearts.
So he flat on the button. Frankie's gonna potentially get out of there with the jacks now.
Of course, with bet and call in front of him, Jacks doesn't really have much going for it. No, he's actually continuing. He must think that both players are very out of line. Strange continue.
Well, he's picked up a gut shot now. Maybe that jack of clubs is kind of playing into it. Wouldn't surprise me. There is that flush for Afriat. He did ask for it. Said to the dealer pre-flop, come on, my time.
It kind of feels like maybe Funaro's in trouble because he kind of overcalled the flop. A flush got there. Maybe he feels that Jack of Clubs block flushes. Blocks Jack 10. Yeah. Got a game plan to steal it. And the snap jam when you bet 150K. Ouch.
Let's fold the flop.
Good to win a hand.
That was a big, big pot for Afriat. Also nice, the ace-8 didn't lose much more.
23.
Would honestly just fold this, even on the button.
Queen 8 of hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, against an under the gun open.
Here to play, Henry.
No, Randy.
It's 1D. We're running out of time to build stacks.
I agree. You're not wrong. But at the same time, I just feel like a hand like Queen 8 is more of a trouble hand than anything good coming from it.
Yeah, clearly loose. Squeeze and take for Chong.
Chong's just been crushing at this feature.
See some smiles over Afriat. Obviously, chip count is much more healthy.
Chirping chips. Just having a look over on Poker News. Updates from the rest of the field. Chip leader is John Cran, playing 2.5 million. First player to cross the 2 milli mark over here. Livingston defends the 4-3-0. This might be the most insane 25K.
What do you mean might be? Of course it's the
Just
most insane.
Scanning through the field. List of names. Some big names still in the mix.
$125,000 in the middle. Funaro 9-7 no good against Livingston's pair of threes. Gonna try to show it down against ace high C bets, king high texture, king high, king queens, etc. Bet check bet line would be
75.
something. Here we go. Is it credible though? It seems a bit unclear.
The bet check bet line. One of the most on the bluff lines in poker. Frankie leveraging that, getting it done. Yeah, they do have a dinner break coming up.
Might double up again.
Cabrera with Queen Nine of Clubs up front. Man, there's a name that I haven't seen in years. Martins Adenia from the UK, the old school.
21,000.
Do you know the name?
Yeah, I know the name. I know the player. Yeah, he used to just keep making deep runs, right?
Wow, man. He was one of like the original UK guys from some of the televised like Party Poker Premier League and all of that stuff.
Hold on. Can I just say that Greenwood also flatted Queen 8 suited on the button when you said that Botez maybe shouldn't?
Yeah. It's loose, man. See if Selpst does anything crazy. Is that
that looks crazy,
chips?
right?
Let's go, man.
Nostalgia.
Selpst is really just finding a groove at the moment.
So squeezing it up, has 338K behind. I mean, it's hard to imagine these two hands would be looking to defend. Just given they don't really connect well with flops. So that's a great steal there from Selps.
Yeah, she's back up to starting stack. Man, a deep run from her would be something else, eh?
You know, I'd love to see that. I kind of want to go back and just Google, like, put in YouTube Vanessa Selps and just watch all those amazing moments. Huge bluffs, huge hero calls, you know, and she really was one of the best.
She obviously did have a bit of a ropey start to today. Was down to around half a starting stack and flopped a set against aces on a 10-3 deuce board.
I mean, it's safe to say that Cabrera's VPIP has been very high. Of course, queens will raise, but feels like the table is very aware and is looking to get involved. As you see, J&T looking to play King Jack against the Undergun Open. Don't really fault him.
Oh, he's taking the aggressive line. 3 back to 65K. He's going to give some back to the man from Uruguay.
Don't forget, earlier, Cabrera had 4-bet folded fours against J&T's Ace King. That was button versus big blind. Here we have under the gun versus hijack. I'm starting to think that he's more likely to 4-bet given what happened in that hand.
I think an hour. I think an hour.
They are very deep. Feels like an either way situation with queens, but maybe a little bit more 4-betting given what transpired before. Regardless, though, he does go for the flat.
Interesting choice here. The queens. Well, that's working out so far for him because it's come 7-5 deuce. And J&T is one of those guys that when he 3-bets pre-flop can also blast off post-flop.
$75,000.
Continues for 75K.
And Cabrera's got the overpair. Like check calling as played. Really underrep your hand and try to get your opponent to blast away against you.
Brick turn could be showers for J&T because he likes barreling, and that is the worst card in the deck for him. Turning top pair, very decent kicker. How has the dealer found that card?
This is the card that really just hurts for J&T. You know, like 2 flush draws out there. Now with intentions to value bet against 8s through 10s. Of course, we don't fault J&T for betting once more.
1-2-5. I mean, if Cabrera came with call,
J&T
SPR
might
would be
just,
like 1.
Yeah, J&T might just value own himself if it comes low.
It's a 2-tone turn texture. I wonder if Cabrera, out of fear of allowing a heart or a spade roll off, juices it up here.
Well, he definitely could. I kind of still like check calling, though. Try to make your hand look like it's got a medium strength holding, pocket pair. The jack overcards those pairs a lot. Is this nice?
Cabrera makes the call. And now perhaps some alarm bells ringing for Thoreau as he did 3-bet against the under the gun open. And Cabrera's certainly capable of having traps here. Case in point, the queens. 5-5-5 out there. As the front door flush completes.
The spade might save J&T. He might think that there's some ace X of spades lurking in Cabrera's range and just check this one back. And he does. So huge pot for Cabrera, winning 555,000 chip pot. And J&T showing the king jack. Saying, look, I saved myself.
You play queens.
I heard Jeff Platt in the background.
Good luck, everyone. Thank you.
We're going to tease a little interview with him. I don't think it's because he didn't know that he doesn't have to show. J&T has very openly discussed how he has issues with his eyesight. So it may have just been that he thought he was tabling the winner and didn't know that queens were tabled.
Yeah, I've seen him do that for sure, and let the dealer just resolve it for him.
Just so he doesn't muck a winner.
No problem with that. A little extra information for the rest of the table.
That sounds like the bowler has busted. So we are coming up to dinner break. When we return, we'll have 2 more levels of play. Frankie B in the chat saying watching Keating was so much more entertaining. I mean, I agree. Keating was treating this 25K like a 50% sit and go.
He's a unique individual, you know. He brings the flavor that most others aren't willing to do so at the poker table.
I fall asleep while we're playing this game.
Yeah, this table much more
Yeah.
in line with what we expect.
Some jet lag. I mean, Selps in the hand just said she might fall asleep playing this game.
But not due to jet lag, just this game.
Maybe it's a bit of a slow table, I'll admit. Or maybe she could just pretend she has a set here.
With the check back on the flop, just rep the set of 4s. Both players with a bit of showdown value, but not really big enough to value bet itself. Oh, he's actually reaching for chips. I guess to shut out ace highs.
It's a bit
It's
of a
paid
stretch,
off.
isn't it?
This
Yeah.
is nice. What awareness is that? Get called by bottom pair. Bad run out.
Well, let's see if Selps turns it into a bluff on the river.
I wouldn't mind it with ace 4 just because some of the semi bluffs hit a pair. Selp should have a lot of queen X in her range, right? Like queen jack, queen 9. So many hands on the button that would raise. I wouldn't want to see bet the flop with the king out there. For now, though, it is Cabrera with the pair of 9s. Maybe he feels he needs to turn the 9 into a bluff and represent the queen.
95K to fight for. Both players have shown signs of being willing to get involved in a dogfight. Now, Selps does beat spades. Not many. I mean, it would have to specifically be like 8-6, 6-5, ace-X of spades. Losing to all pairs and a queen. And just like that, she recognizes that she needs to turn this one into a bluff. It's a very small bet, Randy.
It's just 16,000. I kind of wish you made it like at least 30 or so. Here you just kind of get some crying calls out of your opponents, right?
She's just really trying to fold out one pair hands right
Oh,
now.
and it
9x,
works.
10x,
Wow.
beautiful.
That was cool. Risk the minimum on a bluff.
Get some change.
Okay, just before dinner break, good time for us to check in with one John Party. John, stand up for me, please, for a quick sec.
Jeff.
Great to see you.
It's good to see you.
In
Pleasure is
paradise, what's the WSOP Paradise experience like for you?
I have never seen or been anywhere like this. As a kid from East Coast Canada, we don't have places like this. My table mate was saying he saw like Michael Jordan in the casino a couple nights ago and stuff. So feel at a place, Jeff, but we're trying to fit in here.
What brought you here? Why come here?
I came here because I won a package. Yeah, I won a package. Phil and ACR ran a little between the pros, a little contest, and like always, just luckboxed it.
How much pressure do you feel sitting down at a big 25K, $50 million guarantee?
To be honest, if you can't tell by my hands, a little clammy.
Thank you for that.
we need the hand wipes for Jeff. It's definitely nerve-wracking, but in events like this where I definitely am not here very often, it takes a little bit of the pressure away, I think, and just kind of allows me to sit down, have some fun, have some good banter with the table, and just enjoy the experience.
Great attitude to have. Not going to shake hands at the end of this, but I thank you for the time. Appreciate it, guys. Let's send it back to you.
Thanks, JP. And thanks, JP. The JP's having a little chat there. Love to see Party being so just honest about the situation. You know, it's a big buy-in, but he's just trying to enjoy it one hand at a time.
Make it a positive experience regardless of result.
Yeah, he's a great character, great kind of energy all round. So dinner break lurking. Selbst on the up and up. She flopped a set and doubled up against aces and turned the bluff just a couple of hands ago with the ace-4. Now checking back here, top pair on the king 6-5, 7 on the turn, completing the rainbow and giving Selbst 95% equity with 1 to come.
Don't think she'll be giving more free cards with the 3-2 straight out there. Oh, she does. She's very sneaky, actually. But that run out is not looking too great.
Well, there is now a 4-liner on board.
I don't think Selbst would fold to a bet, but it's also now hard for her to get value from worse with this texture, given it should hit the flatting range a bit more.
69K in the middle, facing 3 checks in front of her.
I played this hand very weird, but
Show me ace queen.
I can't.
She does check it back, so Selbst's going to be
Kept
going
waiting
into
for her
dinner
spot
break.
to like bed, and then I was like, it's bored.
With more than starting stack. You ever get yourself into those murky waters, Randy, where you get a bit tricky on the flop and you have a plan? Oh, if my opponent bets on the turn, I'm going to do this, and then yeah, you get to the river. There's a 4-liner on board, and
of course,
self-admittedly played it a bit weirdly, but she's going to be going away with 48 bigs as we welcome you back to the break desk. A really kind of chilled frame. I mean, Victor Chong was just bossing it up over on his feature table, getting involved a lot, apparently flopping top pairs and always having people out-pipped by 1. And then over there we saw Selbst having, you know, bit of a battle with some of the other OGs, chatting with Tolerine, who's recently come out of retirement. And yeah, I mean, 4 levels left. Players desperate to just bag for day 2, Randy, because it's looking like there's going to be that additional value of a potential overlay here.
Yeah, definitely that frame of play was very tame. Players will be able to go on dinner break, and hopefully they have a couple drinks, maybe loosen up a bit, you know, and we get some of that Jack Germain type of action, or Alan Keating and Ding Biao.
Randy, you're a sicko. You want people to go out there drinking when they've got a 25K to try and back for.
You know the YouTube chat.
I know.
Here for
You just want max entertainment value. I love it. I know you're going to be stepping aside. James Dempsey's going to be stepping in. We're stepping away for 30 minutes along with the players for our dinner break. And yeah, when we return, continuing coverage of Day 1B of this World Series of Poker Super Main live from the Atlantis in Paradise Island.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Establishing that it can be done.
15.
Pocket eights now for Maestro. Active stack. Pipping Greenwood. Beneficiary of the altercation with Tollerine moments ago. Plays to sevens as a flat. Now Yachman has the boys covered here with tens. The hand that dispatched Botez.
Raise 58,000. Fold.
3 scoops up to 58.
Expecting Maestro to come along with pocket eights. He's been itching to play.
Greenwood could close the action. You know, 43,000.
Yeah, I like this because look how deep Yachman is to squeeze, so he can win like a 1.8 million chip pot.
Yeah, the implied odds, obviously, of hitting a set and then potentially taking the big pot off of the other big stack. Part of what lures Greenwood forward. Jack 5-3, 1 over card to contend with for all 3 players. 101 from Yachman. The follow-up.
Pretty uncomfortable for the 2 eights because 101,000 is half your stack. Sure, you beat ace king, ace queen, but if you're wrong, you've only got 2 outs, and you also have one more player to act behind you. Looks like he's gonna go with this one. Yachman doesn't like this though.
He asks for a count, but you're absolutely right. It's another 117,000. Maestro has shown his chips are restless. They've been in motion since the onset.
218.
18. Okay.
But Yachman doesn't have all the data points, Randy. Phone's not available, stream not being observed. Every occasion on which he lost a pot, it wasn't necessarily shown down. Same story when he won. So what does this Maestro character have is what Yachman is asking himself. Dry board.
This is actually a really tough spot because when he's behind, he only has 2 outs, and it's very reasonable for Maestro just to jam a jack right now, given he's only got 218 total.
Yep. It really does feel like Jack X, doesn't it?
It does. And Yachman's just thinking, is it ever 9s and 8s? Because if it is, he needs to call here, but he doesn't know. $5X seems ambitious. Oh, man, he's on the fence.
I mean, look, he's got plenty of chips with which to make the call if he so chooses. And he's getting better than 4-1 on the call. But it's just difficult to identify what it is that we beat.
You would love when I fold, right? Looks like you love when I fold.
Yachman's not wrong about that live read. As you got a glimpse at his view.
I think Maestro thinks Yachman's got ace king. And you heard him say he's only got 2 outs. Because he thinks he's up against Jack X.
Wow, he finds the call.
Yes.
Shit.
Oh, he called it.
Oh my God.
Maestro zeroed in.
I was hoping for you to fold
I
that.
would be really mad at myself if it can be that.
Credit to that man there for recognizing.
I'm glad I bet so much, otherwise I would have folded. If I had
It was 10s.
60 something.
that he was putting in the blender with these 8s, which need to hit a 2-outer to allow Maestro to fight on. Is there a snowman? No.
Very nice.
But he really looked at me like
What'd
he
you say?
wanted to fold.
And Yachman suggesting that maybe, just maybe, there was something about the look on Maestro's face that left him thinking that's a man who wants me to muck.
Also, you heard Gottman say that had he bet smaller, maybe he fold to
Very
jam. So
surprised that
if
there was a hand
Maestro
in your
had another
range that you were thinking
50K,
for that long with.
Takes it. Listen, what's worse, Randy? Leaving the value on the plate or engorging oneself to the point of gastrointestinal reversal?
the first, that's why it was
I hope
finished.
they lose. I'm rooting against them.
Wow.
And I
Your
want them
brother
to, like,
kept
hit
it down,
more
man?
of a rock bottom to
He didn't
win the game,
yak?
but they won't. I mean, it won't.
For real, Randy? Is your brother 500-600 pounds?
No, he's not.
Is he like you?
No, he's a little bit bigger than me.
Is
but-
his name Kobayashi?
Yeah, how did you know?
I mean, it's
You
just, you
believe in
know,
Caleb?
I don't know too many skinny dudes that'll house a helping of food like that.
No, actually, it's Joey Chestnut, to be honest.
What,
Your brother is Joey
what pain,
Chestnut.
you know,
Yes,
it's
you were
like,
adopted.
cutlery or, like, what's the
If
word?
Joey Chestnut was your brother, that would explain a lot, actually.
Yeah, all my
Randy.
food.
Like I was adopted by the Chestnut family.
You expect the top picks to just perform at a high level right off the bat. I liked it where you had a few years, because especially when you're
8-9
coming out of
suited.
college in like year 2 or even sometimes just one and done or whatever they're doing.
Raise from the cutoff out of Romanello. Chip leading here at this feature. Adams, small blind. Jack 8 dominating.
I'm fine if he sucks for 2 years if he becomes a Mahomes, you know?
Adams steps aside. Now DePaulo comes in. 7-3 clubs. Barely connected.
Doesn't have a lot of chips left here, Randy. 46,000 back. Finds himself a 7 for top pair. He's up against 2 overs and an open ender. No club on board, but Romanello could certainly chart a course to get DePaulo's chips in there.
Might just rip it in now. And
Yeah.
let's get it in.
So, DePaulo will be happy to see that he's ahead, but obviously he is vulnerable.
I don't even need the good luck. The first double of many. But thank you.
DePaulo might be a little bit premature with the thank you. A lot for him to fade. 5s, 8s, 9s, and 10s are all problems. Ace is safe, however. Can DePaulo hang on? Yes, the queen.
I wasn't as confident as I acted. I was very nervous.
You There's so many hours.
I was much more scared, yeah. Yeah, at some point I was like, he has a lot of outs.
5, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, any card. Oh.
So, perhaps the journey of 1,000 miles has begun with a single.
You know, Irish guy.
Timex?
No, that's Mike McDonald. This is Mark McDonald. Yeah. Timex is an OG.
Timex is an OG. Kind of want him back in the poker world. I do miss him.
I mean, he doesn't really pass a good value spot. Maybe we see him fly into day 2. That'll be cool.
That is true, actually. Playing a little mystery hand. Victor Chong. Livingston peeling out the small. Note the sizing from Chong, by the way. Level 5, playing for chips, very deep, comes with a 2.5x. What are those cuspy defense for Finaro?
Funaro's piece is much more interesting than Livingston, despite being unpaired. He's got that king of diamonds.
Funky Frank Funaro. Second nut flush draw. 1 over. 68k in the middle. Chong, who flew 40 hours from Kuala Lumpur, Randy, to come and play this. 40 hours, that's quite the commitment. So if there's anyone, you know, East Coast or West Coast hitting me with the, oh, you know, Bahamas is too far away. Nonsense. This man flew 40 hours to get here.
That's commitment. I mean, was this plane making U-turns or something? That sounds very long. Regardless, though, Funaro.
Ever heard of a layover, Randy?
Okay, I thought the way you described it was the plane just flew for 40 hours straight.
Bro, how long did it take you to get here? Exactly.
Less than 40.
Frankie, guns blazing. Check raises with that king of diamonds. John going to make the call. 188k in the middle. Frankie is out of position. The rest of the hand. Board pairing turn card.
This card rates to favor Chong. As
Trudeau?
Chong's got like
I'm not into
sets
politics
that
and
might
all,
turn
but
to
yeah.
full houses now. Could have the flop flushes.
Trump's hilarious though.
Queen 7 gets counterfeited by overpairs.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. You had Trudeau for dinner.
Yeah.
Kiss the ring.
That's right.
Trudeau went back to Canada talking shit. We're imposing those tariffs.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
So given that Chong has checked back on the turn, I don't know, Randy. I mean, certainly going to have some full houses in there. They just want to trap and pray that a fourth diamond rolls off as it has on this river.
No, it's big everywhere, but I don't like.
Also going to have some hands that pot control, maybe like an ace queen, no diamond, like a king queen, no diamond.
Yeah, a lot of Queen X checkbacks the turn. It's not unreasonable for Chong to actually have the ace of diamonds as played as well, especially if it's coupled with a pair. Funaro gonna go for value against a worse flush. He's very small, very blocky.
Yeah, I used to play lots of high-level sports when I was a kid. Yeah, hockey and football. Yeah.
You know, these small bets do invite
like
bluff
football,
raises
like not
more often than not.
Yeah. Yeah, tackle football. Yeah.
That kind of football.
That's right. Yeah.
You look like you might be like a rugby player. You kind of got
If he raises, I'm going with 6-4 diamonds, Randy.
But, football was
For straight flush.
Football, hockey was my number one.
Straight flush.
To be honest, I expect him to bet 6-4 diamonds on the turn when check 2.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But let a man dream, okay?
His main value will be ace of diamonds, though. Especially because sometimes the boats will bet the turn when check 2.
Vancouver, because I've been living in Vancouver for over 20 years, right? So I go to a lot of their
the
games.
facial expressions and the mannerisms.
225.
Oh. I was sensing weakness, Randy, but Chong taking it upstairs to 225, almost a 10x.
If Chong somehow has a bluff in this spot, it's usually like I would think like a pair of 7s turning itself into a bluff. Maybe bet call flop, check back turn, trying to get the showdown, sees a small bet in bluff raises. Or maybe like 8s and 9s, wrong color.
8s and 9s.
Black.
Really?
I'm just saying, if he's bluffing, it's just it has to be some kind of hand that was willing to bet call to flop that feels it needs to turn itself into a bluff. Maybe some Queen X's might do this against a very small block, although sometimes these hands can just call too.
Gamble with Dana White.
Problem for Finaro is he bets so small that he invites these kind of raises. And what do we got for Chong?
My phone.
Oh, beautiful. Not flush for Chong. Pot control turn, allowing another diamond to roll off. And disciplined fold there from Finaro. Well played all round, I think.
Yeah.
YouTube saying the GOATs start at day 1A and they reg until they make it. So day 1D should be the softest. That's a very valid point.
Yeah, exactly. So Vanessa Selps limping the deuces under the gun. Of course, going to get spiced up by Cornell's aces.
Yeah, first I've seen at least, from Selps, playing half a starting stack. Wants to try and flop a set. She's up against the right hand to do it with as well. Find a little duck. Shower Cornell's aces.
Yeah, her limp actually gives her the right odds to limp call, whereas if she had open and got 3-bet by the aces, then she wouldn't be getting the right price to continue out of position.
Man, what a legend Selps is, by the way.
Oh, that's great.
The plan is panning out for her. The limp call, bottom set, against the overpair. I don't know if there's anyone I've watched more of lifetime than Selps growing up. I mean, I want to say top 10 highlight reel player from back in the day.
She was like one of the original laggy players, hyper aggressive. I think Cornell knows that. And he's not looking to get away from 2 aces. Now she could just check call here, as her hand is extremely strong. Looking to build now.
Yeah, it looks like raise incoming. 58k to go. So she's like setting up a very natural turn jam. She could even play this across 3 streets, depending on turn, by the way.
Of course.
With this sizing, should Cornell just call, be 188k out there.
Kind of expecting him to call based on Selp's reputation to kind of just go for it. Let her blast away when she's bluffing. Don't fold those hands out with a floppy raise. So call he goes, and that turn card is just pure trouble for Cornell.
Under the gun limp, +1 3.5x. Call. Check. B33. Check raise just shy of 3x. Oh, this is so sick. She's checked it on over, Randy. This is so pure.
Very deceptive. Just making it look like she was just trying to rep a set, and now that she's gotten called, like, oh, I'm giving up.
Yeah, like an ace-4, ace-5 of diamonds kind of hand.
Also, with the run out, the 10x plus is going to do the betting for you. So why not slip it on over?
Dude, if she goes for the double check raise, just hitting Cornell.
Look at that face.
The 3-piece and a can of soda.
She's trying to make it look like she's concerned.
I don't know, where does she fly in from? Maybe she's just a bit jet lagged.
Oh, this is a false tell.
It's true, actually. I mean,
she's really.
I can't tell. Maybe she
really
just has back
here.
problems, bro.
No.
Maybe she's just trying to crank out like a neck twist or something.
How much? What do you have? I know. Does he have a green? You have a green, Tom? so small? What is in the pot? 52.
Man. Why so small, Henry? Is what she asked.
I think it's the 52. 60 in there. And 60. I don't know.
It's okay. Snap.
Sorry. Let me just slow roll you. I was trying to decide if I was just going to call or not. Sorry.
She got you, bro. She just got you. That was some real Hollywooding right there.
Yeah, that was something else.
528k to get back up to more than starting. Holds.
171.
That was some 2010 feature hand right there, Andy.
Ace-10.
Dwyer, who just doubled up.
Nice hand.
All in for his tournament life once more against Botez.
Listen, good luck to you. It is what it is.
I kind of showered Wolfgang last night in our cash game. I asked him, "Who are you?" Like, very unintentionally. I didn't know who he was.
Have a good feeling.
Cool. I guess you're not one of those 1.5 million subscribers.
He let me know, though. He let me know. Top set for Botez.
There goes my... Oh, there's a back door.
There are some back doors.
Couple-ish. Yeah.
Back door.
Yeah.
Backdoor set also.
Yeah. No.
There we go.
Oh.
You're saying there's a
That's
chance.
queen again. That lucky
4
queen.
outs.
No. Ah, nice. Good game. Well done. Good game, everyone.
Fades the 4-outer.
Coming back in?
Botez off to a good start this frame. 705k. GG's O'Dwyer, the man that cashed 3 WSOP mains in a row, had a deep run this summer. Just not able to spin up the short stack here.
Seems like a lovely chap. This bullet going.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
And welcome back, one and all, to the Atlantis here on the Paradise Island in the Bahamas for this, the WSOP Supermain. And Henry, it feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. We're still on day one.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? And it's the same kind of casual behavior and approach to the pots that we've been seeing every day. And it's like, okay, you know, day one, I get it. It's meant to be a little bit more chill. But this is a 50 mil guarantee. If there's ever a day one that you want to take really seriously and just be dialed in, this is going to be it. But look, people have been playing very loose. They're doing the marketing for us, James.
It certainly is. And I'm glad you brought that up marketing-wise because, guys, overlay. The alarm's going off. there is going to be overlay in this. Elkie says no, I say yes. Admittedly, Elkie usually does know a little bit more about poker than me.
Yeah.
But on this one, I'm sure he's wrong.
It looks like, I mean, I'm looking at like 7.5 million, 6 million or so overlay. So, yeah, I mean, look, the fact that Colby had time to get into the octagon last night, fight at the UFC, and then fly in today for 1D, what's your excuse for not coming on down?
You don't have to get in a fight tonight in order to come down. You can just not fight and make it down here. In fact, Henry, I was looking at flights earlier. For those of you in Europe, specifically London, there's a 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
Leaves Heathrow, lands here at 2 p.m. Late reg closes at 3:15. It's about 25 minutes from the airport, so no checked baggage, but you can still make it if you're in London.
I mean, that's quite the commitment on your part to check the itineraries for that. Look, I love gambling, but that feels a little bit close for me. I mean, but hey, look, if you're in London, you want to roll the dice, go ahead.
That's a bad one when you're on the flight and then suddenly it's like 2 hours delayed and you're on a 10-hour flight knowing you're not going to make it in time. Of course, you know, those of you here maybe can fire instead, and maybe that's a little bit of a push. But of course, speaking of time, it was dinner time for these players.
It was.
We've just come back from dinner, hoping maybe some of the players maybe enjoyed a little libation with their dinner, loosen things up. The previous 2 nights we watched, this has been the portion where things have kind of got out of control, right?
It really has, yeah. Players seem to be coming back from dinner break, and all of a sudden, I don't know if it's because of the full stomach, I don't know if it's because they've been away from the table for an hour, but they come back chomping at the bit, and it has been exactly this frame where the wheels are just off and people are going crazy.
And I'm excited, Henry, as we're about to throw it back down to the action because we have 2 new feature tables in the go.
Nice.
One of them, Scotty Baby in action, so we'll just get to say nothing. He's going to do the talking for us.
I hope so.
And on our blue table, the coral table, will be none other than Liv Baree.
Okay.
Nice. We've seen Vanessa Selps. We've got Liv Baree. It's like we're rolling back the clock a few years.
It really is. I was scrolling through the names over on Poker News, and there really are just some OGs in the mix. I mean, Jan-Peter Yakman, that we obviously know of, Farid Jatin, Victor Chong, Isla Lee, Espen Murmo.
Yeah, take us through. Who's chip leading right now, Henry?
Chip leader right now is the man from Canada who was chip leading going into dinner break, John Crapan. 2.3 million on his toes, though, on his heels rather. Eric Yanofsky from the US, the only other player with more than 2 million in chips. So
there we go.
Let's see, man. Let's go.
Well, here we are. I mentioned Scotty. I mentioned Liv. They're both second in chips on their respective tables. Pascal Lefrancois leading the way on the reef, who I believe was deep in one of the PLOs. I want to say, was it the 10K one-dayer, I think it was? Maybe.
You might be right, actually.
Yeah, I think I saw his name deep there. Liv's table dealing with Mauricio Sanchez leading the way there with a very healthy 1.8 million at this stage. I mean, that's a big stack. Yesterday, Ana Marquez, I want to say, bagged the chip lead with about 3.5 million to give you an idea.
We didn't even get to see her.
No.
And then obviously Juan Pardo bagged the chip lead on day 1A. He bagged 4.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that seems to be...
And of course, who else would be the overall chip leader right now? But Fedor Holtz, bagging just under 4.9 million.
Was that day 1B, was it?
1C,
no,
that was, I think.
Just moved it.
Yeah, we were that
What,
one.
no, yesterday it was 1C.
Sorry, 1B.
1B.
You're quite correct, thank you. They're all Henry, there's just too many day ones for my little mind to get around, you know?
Smart. I've been here wasted all day, and I've got 100,000 less than you.
I mean, this guy's just bought in, he says. He also looks like he's come straight from the Ocean Club.
He did get it like
yeah,
4
he
hours.
does.
I mean, it's a bit windy out there for golf, but if you love the game, you love the game.
Yeah, I've seen Soiser
It won't be long.
trying to get out there.
Oh, yeah?
Getting around in. I don't think he's managed to, but...
Like smart lost.
Yep.
I think they had
Like Google,
28
I think
mile
Facebook
winds
already
today or
released
something.
some, right?
Yeah.
Or
Why are these different cards?
TV card.
Exactly that. RFID chips in the cards.
Declan Turner saying, what's the line that Scotty has a beer with him? Listen, man, that's a good bet right there. And I'll join him.
I'm about to say, is it not fair that if Scotty's drinking that we shouldn't also join him?
I think so. If Scotty's got a beer, I'm getting a beer. I had a few too many beers last night.
Did you? I saw you grinding away. I say grinding away. I saw you chairs spun around, massage, receiving, loud voice, arms flailing everywhere.
I donated to the Poker News and Poker Org crew. They're cool guys. I mean, they're out here traveling around 200 plus days a year. They're traveling around the world covering poker events. So the opportunity to just get in and mingle with them.
Good to see you.
Had a lot of fun. They took my money and they earned it as well. So fair play to those guys. They invited me back tonight as well. No surprises. Just out there.
You've always got a seat, Henry.
Yeah, saw Abby. I was with Sammy from Poker. They're like, oh yeah, Henry, 10:30. I was like, oh, wicked. That's just when I get out the booth.
Yeah, they came and asked me when you'd finished.
Exactly.
Tonight.
They're
Don't
like,
worry.
oh, well, funnily enough, we're building the game around you. Had the Corey, the guy that Keating has put in. He
Corey
was at the
Eyring,
table. Yeah. He stacked me.
Yeah, that's a nice story. He's just there chilling, messing around.
That's
Next thing you
cool.
know, Keating's like, hey, I made it through. I was going to spend a couple of bullets today, perhaps. Whoa.
Hang on.
Here we go. The
Okay.
name belies the action, Henry.
Fair.
Check raise with that. Well, 3 to a straight flush. Gets the job done on ace 9-4. Here we go. That's what I said. Maybe they've, a little glass of wine with dinner. Everyone gets that little bit bolder. There's another man that looks like he's fresh off the links. In fact, is he wearing a Hero World Challenge cap?
He is. He is, mate.
So he was there just last week when the Hero World Challenge was in town. Henry, you and I had to play elsewhere. Didn't quite make that field. Tiger didn't give us the invite, but that's a cool cap.
A lot of these vloggers, I remember you remember that you're old school, James, and I remember when the vloggers started making a bit of a name for themselves in the poker world, and there was some resistance from some of the OGs, But I got so much love for the likes of Corey, Wolfgang. They were so fun to play with as well. Very accommodating, very chatty, telling me their stories and how they got into it. Yeah, I mean, they're doing their best, obviously, to promote and grow the game and putting out great content in the process.
It's cool, and exactly that. It's more eyes on poker, the better, in my opinion. And it's funny, actually, because Wolfgang's one of the guys I'm not the demographic, Henry.
You're not.
I'm
No,
in my 40s.
you're
I'm
out
not
on the
there
ski
grinding
slopes.
YouTube.
I know.
But he's one that popped up on my shorts. See, I know all the words. And I do enjoy watching all those videos. They're great. And then I was like, oh, wow, that's him. I met the Wolfgang.
He is funny. He's a funny guy. Great content.
Andreevich here, popping up 2 jacks from under the gun. Francesca calls that cut off. Carlston on the button. Going to flick it in as well. And Sanchez. Henry with King Queen O in the big.
No squeeze, just happy to take it 4 ways. And we've got 4 very reasonable looking hands here.
Yeah, this is like normal poker. Sanchez did have a little bit of an option perhaps there. Sometimes we see a squeeze from here, but against under the gun maybe a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, big blind, what, 12K?
Yeah.
It's a couple of 25-ish, 30 big blind stacks.
Wow, this is a rare brickless flop for all these holdings. Carlston, a gutter. Carlston rocking the Bahamian flag as well.
Sorry, this is an American flag, but his name is Andreevich. Andreevich?
I assume Andreevich.
Andreevich.
I'll go with Andreevich, but you know these things better than I do, Henry.
Checking over the jacks with the heart. Can understand the check multi-way. I mean, jacks, yes, it's an overpair. Hang on.
Hang on. Carlston.
Hang on.
He says, I've been grinding here all day. Rips the 30 bigs post, having flopped the gutter. Andreevich, surely, obviously, checking, trying to test the waters behind. Lay a little bit of a trap. Keep the pot small, but against this size, you've got to feel like jacks are good, right?
Listen, man, people were complaining before dinner break that the pace of pay had been slow and the action had been tame. If this one hand alone, I mean, this is like the second hand, first hand back from break, second hand back. There's anything to go by. We're in for an absolute treat over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, wow. We are sailing without a map.
Let's go. Ace or a 3 needed. It would be a dirty way to do it. Looks like he's going to get there.
I think he has that confidence about him. 7. There's another way out of this thing.
Close, but no cigar. GG, sir.
There we go. Carlston, just like that. Good advertising for the cash games, Henry.
You think he's jumping into cash games?
I'm just saying
I guess so.
he plays his one hand on the stream.
I
Makes
see-
the
I
big
see-
bluff.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
You know, there's some
image building. as
There's
they
some
like to
meta
call it.
equity to these things.
Where'd you go for dinner? Yeah, I haven't been there. I heard it's good. You didn't miss much of the buffet.
The fish was so bad.
Scotty, baby.
Adventure.
So dry. Like.
What was the line on him having a beer?
It's all the same. I mean,
If he's got a beer, I'm having a beer as well.
For the buffet, but like
Cocktails to the booth.
Yeah.
Wait, does he not have a beer?
We haven't seen yet. We need to get a little.
Yeah.
Henry, he folded and didn't instantly reach for a drink. I don't think he's got one there.
You might be right, actually.
The fish.
I had like 1 or 2 dinners that would let.
Yeah.
But chicken was fine.
But the fish, every time it's dry.
O'Connell, 20 bigs on the button with an ace. Probably come with like 2.4x personally, 2.4, 2.5.
Henry.
Oh, you're just going to jam. Not sure how I feel about this. This is, well, case in point. I don't think we ever get called by worse. And when we do get called, we're in pretty rough shape.
Murphy, a fairly easy one, you would imagine, with ace queen here in the small. Just one man behind. Flicks in a couple of greens.
Good luck.
Like, is King Queen ever calling off there? Maybe. Maybe. Like, it's one of the few hands.
I tell you, it's the post-dinner glass of wine.
It feels like it.
Everyone gets a bit bowled up. Oh, the suspense. 966. Couple of clubs. Avenues of escape.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Murphy ahead, but shaking his head at the
I like it.
additional outs.
This man's been outdrawn a few times in his life.
Oh, and rightly so.
There we go. Murphy finds it on the end. No reaction from the young man.
I think he's too afraid to say or react in any way, shape or form, because that looks like a very, very disgruntled man, and rightly so.
It does, Henry. But I know you're one to ask on this because you've begun your odyssey down this road, but that looks like a tasty bit of watch.
Yeah.
My sample pack.
Little RM.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know, 300k, 250.
So I'm not going to get the violin out just yet for the ace-queen loss.
Well, listen, man. Just because someone's wearing an RM doesn't mean the violin can't come out. And got it in good with the ace-queen. We've all been there. And especially in, look, I don't want to do a discredit to any other event. But the reason a lot of people are here is because this is a huge event. Like 50 mil guaranteed. This is a dream for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not saying that getting, 3-outed or outdrawn in other tournaments doesn't hurt. But in this one, it feels a lot more painful. Given just how...
Yeah, this event is just absolutely insane. I mean,
Race.
The World Series of Poker main in Vegas is the tournament of the year, but I can't think of one that's taken place this year that is better than this, bar the main event in Vegas. This is $50 million guaranteed.
Oh, hold on now. That 500k the other day was pretty special.
Yeah, true, but
it's an
500k,
invitational,
yeah,
though. Yeah.
And just, I mean, I'm not saying I can just pull 25k out of my pocket, but the 25k is a little bit more obtainable for the regular person. You can win a satellite into a 25k. 500k, just, yeah, kind of a pipe dream for anyone to play in.
Wow, is this Murphy now attacking O'Connell's cutoff open? I think he's going to hear back from O'Connell. At least I hope he does. It's the tilt factor.
You have 4:15 to start?
Yeah. Yeah. How much do you have to start their short stack after doubling through someone?
So it's around 35 bigs effective at the start of the hand.
Options here, Henry. And goes brute 1.
Wait, is Helmuth in yet?
Helmuth is not in yet. There's rumours that he's going to be joining us this evening. But as of yet, not in the building. Well, probably in the building. Like, he's on the property.
Okay.
But you know, Phil, he's not just going to slide into a seat anonymously.
Show up a good Friday.
There's going to be a little song and dance about it.
Here you go.
Oh.
You had one of those.
See, I know.
I had 2.
You hear what Scotty said?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
He's like, show a bluff. It's good for the game, baby.
Nice timing when your man gets to show an 8. All right, then. A few hands in. Decided to change the dealer up. Not enough action. Not my decision. Pascal Lefrancois still leading the way on Scotty's table, but Drew O'Connell, the one doing the early work here, courtesy of that rather fortuitous river, doubling through Dean Murphy, who now languishes at the bottom over on the lagoon. Well, there's been some action. Andreevich with the big recipient of a somewhat optimistic jam. Post flop, 2 jacks, holding up against that gut shot and over. And it looks like we've got a fresh base there, and Bruce Perry bringing 500,000 chips into that table. You know, Henry, you and I have done a lot of commentary together.
We have.
A lot of commentary.
Probably too much commentary together, if I'm being honest.
And I've commentated a lot of poker, but this, obviously, the other night being the first night, but this is the first time I've had the opportunity to do commentary where we have 2 featured tables. It's nice. We ping pong, we bounce around, we get the good action.
I'm looking forward to today too. I mean, the pool's going to be merging.
Oh yeah.
We're probably going to have 3 tables that we ping pong between.
And it's just players we've forgotten about. We haven't seen them for days.
Yeah, you're like, you know, Fedor and all those guys that are already through.
Plus, there's a whole host of players that we never saw at all. 1A, some people played day 1s online. Of course, there's people who have made it through to day 3 online that we're not going to see for a further day yet.
Yeah, there's online players that are trading this like a 250k right now.
Second poker trip here.
Yeah. It's a 6th spot.
You're going to see them swinging for the fences.
Pascal Lefrancois. Ace King on the button. Sees an open from Kai. A flat from Murphy, who has been somewhat hemorrhaging.
Wow, is that the ace jack suited just in the muck there? Or am I saying things? No, it was. Great fold, Scotty.
There we go. Hey, look, don't let the all the chat fool you with Scotty. He knows his game. This game, even. 60k to play more for Kai off a 350k stack.
Might just flick it in, you know. Queen Jack suited, short stacked, sub 30. No, lets it go, stays disciplined. Always tough to let go of those types of hands.
Murphy in a similar spot in the middle. Isn't going to chase that Queen 10. See Manastraw in the chat asking, wonder what the smallest sati was. Well, we found that out earlier because it turns out all you have to do was sit down and play a 2-5 game and Alan Keating might pluck you and put you in the 25k. So there we go. Plus you get to play cash with Henry, which is an often profitable endeavour.
Sure.
How was the massage, Henry?
They weren't registered. Yeah.
Massage was great.
God,
I'm not sure about playing cash against me often being a profitable endeavour, but I'd say since I retired, I've made a few people happy. I think I've played maybe 500 hands of Hold'em this year. And it definitely showed last night. Hence the Poker News team and Poker Org team reaping the rewards of that.
Yaksha saying you can make day 3 playing online. What? Do they merge or something? Exactly that. Tomorrow we pick up day 2. Day 2 plays down to exactly in the money. And then everyone merges on day 3 from the online side. Starts that day in the money as we quest from there down towards that final table. And of course our eventual champion who's going to walk away with millions upon millions.
50 mil guaranteed prize pool. 15% for first sounds about right to me, like 7.5 mil.
I was thinking less, but I like it. All right, here we go. We're defending from the big blind. We've got Queen 9-0. We're going to check it on over to Dressler, who's opened with the mystery hand.
Isn't +1 open? So we can certainly expect to see Dressler with top of range here, although post-dinner break, people have been getting a bit OOL.
I mean, I'm not sure just because you had dinner you're going to start folding the aces, but I'm with you. Okay, so we check call. All good so far, Henry?
Yeah, from Domensko, of course, flopping top pair from the big. He's now reaching to lead, which is what I like to call ambitious.
This is the sort of card, though, that I guess there are some hands that maybe we would want to lead on. But you're saying, obviously, we wouldn't want to include Queen 9 as the value that balances that, right?
Well, I think the idea is, right, in terms of what you're saying, like his range would perhaps want to lead on this because he has more 8-5 and 5-3. It's going to have more 2-pair as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a thing in practice. Like, even if we do have more 8-5 and 5-3, I think at this SPR we just want to play it a lot more as check raise. And also, I don't think the first lead is ever value. Like, is anyone ever finding the lead here with like 8-5? No, they're always trapping, man. They're always like looking to check raise and lead, so.
Dressler coming in with a very clicky raise, Henry, just 55 more.
I really like whatever this is, like whether it's value or bluff, just really showering this lead because this lead just isn't a thing.
Well, it gets called for now. Messina Rivers top 2.
Wow. What an insane river card.
Like Dressler's value?
Well,
when he raises turn, is it?
Aces, kings, ace,
Right.
queen.
And then do they follow up for a bet here with 1 pair?
It's tough. I mean, 9 of hearts doesn't really change much. I guess Queen 9 of spades gets there. 10-8 of spades get there. Apparently Queen 9-0 gets there as well. Dressler still has every set, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, is that he does have... It's not like he's got a worse 2-pair here, right?
Other than 6-7 suited, but I don't think he raises that. Well, there's the jam. And now the Brazilian is just in the hurt locker. I mean, I say hurt locker. We've got top 2. I'm snap calling. I'm high-fiving the dealer after finding this river.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm high-fiving the dealer and just saying, send it. Million chip stack, baby. If you got 7s, you got 7s. I feel like Dresser can still value jam worse, and when that's the case...
Yeah. If we beat value...
If we beat value, we just call. Like, there's more value that we beat than there is that we lose to. We beat ace, queen, kings, aces.
But do those hands, they can raise the turn? Do they always raise the turn?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, just because I think the lead is just absolute nonsense.
You're really against that lead, aren't you?
No, I'm just against it in poker in general. I think people really put themselves in tough spots with leads like that because people just aren't balanced enough.
Right.
It's made the call. What stress I got? 7s. Oh my word.
Chat was on it. A lot of 7s in there.
You got some
That's a bit of a cooler.
It is a cooler. No denying that. Top 2 against a set. No flush available. Perhaps we got to that size of pot unnecessarily.
Yeah, I agree. The turn lead really just inflated the pot by an additional 200k, and allowing the 7s to get all the money in by the river. The thing is, though, if he had folded Queen 9 top 2 on the river, the Brazilian government would have taken his passport away from him. So at least he can still.
Okay, he's allowed home.
He's allowed back home.
Okay, that's key. 7s again, this time in the hands of Liv Bourret. She's popping this one up from the cutoff. Sanchez. Well, largest stack at the table. Defends Queen 10 off, and we see 9-6-3.
Sanchez has a fun hand, should Liv decide to c-bet. That he could potentially check raise with 2 overs, Queen of Diamonds, very nice diamond, of course. Can turn an abundance of straight draws. Any 7, 8, Jack, King. Can also turn top pair. And against the cutoff open as well, Liv is perceived to be wider than, say, under the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, reaching for the check raise chips. Still 3.5x and immediately becomes uncomfortable for Bourret with 7s. But with a diamond, feels like we pill one, reevaluate turns. Although interestingly, we're blocking some of the hands that we'd want Sanchez to have, like 7-5, 7-4, 10-7.
Mm-hmm. As you suggest, certainly going to invest one more chip for one more street. Ooh.
That's a spicy turn card.
Really is. Sanchez going from no draw to a double gut shot. Liv with the open ender. 2 clubs accompanying the 2 diamonds.
Two 8, 2 out there. Live the effective stack with, what, 900 back?
Sanchez reaching. Going to follow up on that flop off, having turned this equity.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't check raise flop to then shut down on this turn, picking up a double gut shot, and just really applying max pressure to ace king, ace queen, the check called flop.
Right. These 7s, though, of course, Henry, turning too much equity to ever think about folding, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. We're still beating, a decent amount of bluffs as well. Case in point, Queen 10. There's going to be some diamond draws in there that we're still ahead of. Big pot brewing. This is one of the biggest pots of the day so far.
With some very substandard hands. Great river from Liv's point of view. If she was up against a draw, she is still ahead, and there were so many available on this board.
Yeah, I think the most relevant thing for Liv is that the straight, or the straights that completed was 10-7 and 7-5, which she blocks both of. She doesn't have a club in hand. She does have one diamond.
Although, am I right in thinking that sort of the diamond draws are the less likely to be the check raises on the flop? It tends to be those backdoor combos, and a lot of the front doors check call. Oh. Surrender.
And yes, I do agree. I think specifically diamond draws that don't have much showdown, like let's say Jack Deuce of diamonds, could potentially check raise, or like a 10-4 of diamonds. See if Barry takes her showdown or turns her hand into a bluff. She might turn her hand into a bluff to get like an 8-5.
Right, okay.
Or a 10-8 to fold it if she feels like... But would Sanchez continue with those on the turn is the question.
Yeah. I know what's going on here, Henry. I'll tell you why I know. I was speaking to Liv before they restarted, and she says, if I'm ever thinking for a long time, because I'm trying to work out the pot. She said at the start of the play today, it's been so long since she played that
that's brilliant.
She was struggling to calculate it. This is an astrophysicist. Game's not easy.
I wonder if bluffing sevens here is ever a thing, like to try and get 6-9 suited to fold. Or like 6-8. Nah, she's going to check it back. Nice hand, Liv. Nice little pickup. 1.3 million.
Yeah, Mauricio Sanchez caught with his hand in the cookie jar. A man who's familiar to some high-stakes action.
Is he? Okay.
I was sitting here going, where do I know Mauricio Sanchez from? And then I remembered he turned up to the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. Started firing away. Kind of like a deep run in one of the events. I think like the main event.
Long way.
But was incredibly capable at all times of turning up with some
nonsense.
Yeah. Has Francesca brought his own tree to the table?
24.
Yep.
You slide this way.
Popping up from the cutoff, regardless.
Fair making a fair request.
I mean,
asking how much.
How many are you going to get in, Henry?
Listen,
how many?
You tee him up, buddy. I'll hit him straight out the park. Don't worry.
That's fair.
We're sorry, chat. We're sorry. we're very easily entertained.
Sim Chartier in the big blind, King 3 suited. He's going to defend that, that's for sure.
King 9 folding is it's up there on the tighter side for sure.
Good thing he's not Brazilian.
That's a real thing, by the way. Like
the Brazilian government just...
No, your opening ranges, you know, if there's a Brazilian or two behind, maybe you don't open as wide as you normally would just because you might get hit with a 3-bet at a higher frequency.
Any particular region in Brazil you're most fearful of? Or do we not get that specific? Just Brazil's Brazil?
Brazil's Brazil.
Okay.
I honestly think the Brazilians are the best in the world when it comes to ICM.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, how about this for a turn card? Charlie has floated with king high and turn a pair.
Yeah, both picking up some interest here. Francesca with a hand that could certainly go blasting, although with an SPR of what, just 2,
58.
doesn't allow him to really go big, big. But let's see what he does here.
So it's 38 into 96. Like SPR would be like what, 0.8 going to the river to jam with?
This one of these spots where we float with a hand, improve, and then just have to fold.
It certainly feels like it. I mean, the king 3 float on the queen 5-5, 2 clubs, 1 heart was already a bit ambitious.
Yeah, okay, there we
That's
go.
the fold.
Yeah, it's weird though when that happens. You gotta float, improve, and fold.
Sandra Jacobs saying, I know you guys fear us Brazilians. No, I don't fear you Brazilians. I fear the likes of Yuri Zivalevsky. Okay. Those Brazilians.
Does he still have that tash?
Mate, that is a great moustache. That is
one of the finest I've ever seen.
Really is. Like, put it up there with Steven Chidwick.
I was about to say, Stevie's doing it for us.
Yeah.
For our home nation, fighting back a little bit with the tash, but Yuri looks the business.
But yeah, those guys that travel the tour, you know, Volkman, Yuri, just as a crew, incredible group, and definitely feel like they're some of the most studied in the world. They always seem to be a couple of steps ahead.
Incredible talent coming from that poker nation.
It's really blown up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's obviously a large population, a massively sort of developing and growing economy has allowed for these people to discover poker, and that competitive Brazilian nature, I guess, as well, seeping through. Creating what I remember when Brazilians first started playing online, and you'd see the Brazilian flag, and you kind of rub your hand together a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's like, whoa, okay, hang on, these are the dons.
No, they definitely are, and I think you hit the nail on the head. They're very, very competitive, and because of how poker has really been broadcast over in Brazil and the movement from some of the bigger names, there's just a lot of ambitious young guys out there willing to put the hours in. They know the work that needs to be done, and they really just do see it as an escape from working the 9 to 5 and reaching poker stardom. Of some very hungry, young, talented Brazilians out there. And I think the sunshine just makes them more aggressive. They play aggressive football as well, don't they?
If the aircon stops working, like...
Yeah, they play aggressive football.
They do. But always with a bit of flair.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one thing to win, but winning's not enough. You've got to win with a bit of style and panache.
4? 24? 24?
Speaking of Brazilians who play poker and play football with a bit of flair, where's our boy Neymar?
That's a point. I think I overheard Keating say on yesterday's stream that apparently he's going to be flying to Brazil after this because Neymar's hosting some event.
Cool. I mean, does he need a travel companion?
Feel free to ask, mate. I'll carry the bags.
Perry defending 10-6 from the big and, well,
Yeah.
getting a pretty good flop.
30 now?
Oh, nice.
Started a year ago.
Congrats.
Thanks. Yeah, it's fun.
You went on Lex, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. He is as interviewers go, I think there's just no one else like him. It was 4 hours, and it just I thought we'd only been talking for like an hour.
Really?
Like, oh, that was 4 hours. Like, what? It's like a trip or something.
Yeah,
great.
all his podcasts are probably the longest that I've liked.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, he did an 8-hour one with Balaji. So, yeah, Rogan goes pretty long as well. I've done a couple episodes that were like maybe 3 hours, but
Yeah.
I'm just flagging by the end of it. I'm asking dumb questions, and it's just like, what are we doing here? So definitely a different skill. I was like, oh, it's easy. Just ask people questions. Like, no.
Yeah, a lot goes into it, I'm sure. Are there a lot of podcasts in Austin?
Yeah, it's like the hub. Rogan's there, Lex is there.
Yeah.
Chris Williams.
Like Chris? Yeah. Chris.
Yeah. So many.
In the middle of this conversation, Peary calling flop, turning a straight.
Have you gone to Mothership?
Oh, yeah.
Good?
Yeah, it is good. I saw Kill Tony there.
Okay.
2 months ago. It was really good. And Rogan a couple of times. Yeah, I recommend it.
I feel like Rogan has to have everything like practiced like.
I don't know. I felt like he
before.
was doing. He was doing a lot of the bits that he just were in his new special, the Netflix special. Like I think he's just trying stuff out at the mothership. Like he doesn't. You have to hand in your phone.
6.
They take everyone's phones, so that.
Yeah, but I feel like he's rehearsed those jokes like a ton.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't think he's.
Like I saw him with Dave Chappelle, and there was like an encore, and Dave Chappelle just kept like going, and Rogan was kind of like walking around. And he's really good, but I feel like he rehearses a lot. Like he puts a lot of work into it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they all do. It just maybe comes more natural to improv for Chappelle.
Have you ever done it? You ever
No.
tried?
No.
I really want to
lazy.
try like a 5-minute open mic or something. I feel
That'd
like
be
you
fun.
can get a bunch of mileage out of poker jokes or something.
Yeah.
A rare walk, Henry.
That's the most disciplined thing I can do.
You got scissors?
Not
I
even
just want
look
to
at the
cut this
cards.
off. Get
Scissors.
scissors?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Negative free roll.
Does you 0 good.
Really.
She's talking about being on Lex's
Info
podcast.
hazards.
Yeah,
What's
Lip
everyone's
moves
take
in
on the
rarefied air these days.
On what? On the
On the New
She
Jersey
does
drones.
indeed.
I want to hear
Do they know
everyone's-
who? Do they know who did it?
No. You don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I do. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I'm just
There's
curious.
like a ton of drones. I think it's the Chinese.
Oh yeah? Right now?
I think it's the Chinese the US would be flipping out more. They seem awfully chill about it.
Yeah.
My money's on some kind of military test. Something. Either that or they've lost something.
They lost something?
Liv would be the person to talk to about that, wouldn't it? I'd love to
Yeah,
pick her brain.
I saw
My
actually.
buddy told me that they
Here in Brisbane.
had local cops shooting them down.
No way.
The drones. No, the local cops in New Jersey.
No way.
I mean, they need decent guns to shoot one of them down. They're big, these things.
No, he just told me that's what he read. Whether it's true or not, I don't know.
Henry, I didn't have shooting down drones as the table chat for this segment, but here we are.
I'm all for it.
Hours, man. I try to tune the rest of the world out.
You never know what you get at the poker
Talk to my
table.
kids on the phone, and besides that, I just want to relax for a little while.
Liv pills a small with 2 4s. Francesca 8-5 suit from the big against the Sam Chartier open. And a Jack 10-8 board.
Yeah, complete whiff for Barry. 3 overs to her 4s. Chartier 3 undercards and a straight draw along with his overpair. Checks through.
Yeah, somewhat surprising that one to me, Henry. No, obviously.
What, the drones?
Yeah, the drones, Henry. And also the queens. Checking back, Jack 10-8. Some concern perhaps about Liv having peeled from the small. Trying to maybe elicit this kind of action.
Well, he's managed to get a hand with 5%.
Wow.
To fire out.
How'd you read that one, Henry? Picked up some chips, then put them down again. And it goes back to thinking.
I'm not really sure how much to read into it.
Yeah, I can't read that one.
Close, but no cigar. This does feel like it would be a bit dusty. to just fire off here. Not blocking any straights, not blocking any pairs. Especially against a hijack open where Chartier can have ace-queen, you know, ace-king that's never folding.
Right. Should have the king he called having check back.
Uh-oh.
Flop, look at this, she's blasting.
It needs to be big. She did flat out the small line. The thing I do love about this from Liv is she's playing her range rather than her hand, and her range is going to have some ace-queen O's at this stack depth. It's going to have some two-pair. I mean, I think she has all of the flop sets at a low frequency. Like, I think she's going to flat call with jacks and tens a decent amount.
And this size to me, Henry, 60 into what 130, just looks so milky. King-queen type holding, perhaps?
Yeah. King-queen, two-pair. I think she could go this size with king-queen.
Of course, holding two queens ourselves.
We're still losing to eights, tens, jack 10. Yeah, Ivan's saying she's repping king X or jack 10. I agree. Just really aware of what her range looks like.
Wow, nicely done, Liv. Gets one through. Sam Chartier trapped himself somewhat there with that check back on the flop. Got the action he was looking for on the turn, but not the action he wanted on the river.
I thought they said this was going to be the big day, and they've only got 200 people so far.
Yeah. They've got a ton of online qualifiers, though, right?
I don't
I don't
play
really know how it
online. I
works.
have no idea.
I would have guessed Perry might have said that.
Guarantee?
It's pretty strong with all the stuff going on in Vegas.
Yeah. I respect the boldness.
Yeah, right.
Some serious balls.
Right.
New tagline.
Some serious balls.
The World Series of Poker Supermain. Some serious balls.
Liv Barry 2024.
Certainly is. Overlay looking likely. Alerts going off all over the place. I just want to know what Elke knows when he's like confident it's going to hit.
Maybe Elke's just thinking of ponying up like the 5-6 million himself, you know?
Sanchez from the jump opens up the 10-9 of hearts up against Libbury on the button, who's peeled the 6-4 suited. And look at this, Sanchez finding the best of it this time. These two squared off moments ago. Sanchez getting a little out of line with a no equity check raise. Know how that dynamic will play into this one as he reaches for chips.
I mean, Barry's got 60% of a flush, 60% of a straight. 6 high does hit the mark.
It's funny, I see a lower in the chat going, Sanchez looks like a young Alton Moderation. When he very first sat down, I did think the same thing.
He does actually, doesn't he? I mean, Alton's pretty young himself. He's 27 years old.
Right.
So.
But with the cap down, in fact, I want to go on a limb and say Mauritius may well be older than Artur.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that just how old Artur is? Feels like he's been crushing for so long.
He looks older as well. Not to do him a disservice, but he does look like, you know, mid-30s.
Well, Henry, he's put a lot of miles on the clock. With the stress he must have put himself under playing nosebleeds for that long.
Yeah, he's kind of had a, I want to say a semi-breakout year this year. I mean, he came second in the 250k WSOP to Chris Brewer last summer. So I want to say, okay, the last 18 months, won 2 Tritons just now in Monte Carlo. So yeah, we'll be seeing
He called?
plenty more of Artur very early in his career.
Francesca changing tack somewhat here, limping the button. That suited king, fair. Flicks it in from the small Sanchez. 8-5-0. On the big with an option to C3. That's the route he's going to take.
I'm a fan of this button limp. Maybe not with this hand in particular, but just in theory. Francesca giving us a little bit of an insight into how his mind works. Just recognizing that he is going to have a limping range off of 15. How about this for a flop for Sanchez?
Wow.
Somehow flop top 2.
In this tournament? Oh, actually, I saw someone fall off the stage earlier.
Every time I go off, it's a ginger.
So hazardous environment. Sanchez leading out here. In that top 2.
And now you end up playing a bit of a guessing game for Francesca. I mean, bottom pair that really can't improve in terms of straight and flush equity. I personally just let go of it, especially against a 100% range from the big blind. You know, even say you're up against a hand like, I was about to say 9-7, for example.
And I've only driven through Texas.
Good luck figuring it out across turns and rivers.
Forever.
It's not small.
It's not small.
It's not small.
No, 6 fills some stuff in.
Drove to like 2 hours out to this amazing like rock monument thing. It's like, oh wow, 2-hour drive. You know, in the UK, that's getting you like halfway somewhere. You know, it's like it moved like that much. The map.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so often that's going to be the case, as you mentioned, Henry. That second barrel, you just never know what the good card is. So I think king or a deuce.
Thank you.
Got 5,000 people watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel.
Well, Henry, some of those 5,000, in fact, perhaps all of them, if they haven't already done so, should head on over to GG Poker. Use the promo code Paradise 2024, and they can get themselves a free $50 ticket to the Weekender.
Weekender's a fun tournament. I've played that a few times this year. A lot of people splashing around on the weekend over on GG. Do let us know, obviously, in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
If you are grinding along, it's Sunday. Sunday fun day.
It is Sunday.
Hashtag never miss a Sunday. Good luck to all of the online grinders out there.
There was a period in my life where I try not to miss Sundays.
I lasted about 3 months.
That's quite a lot. That reminds me, there was a period where Chris Moorman hadn't missed a Sunday for something like 4 years.
I can see that.
30?
And our good friend, Dave Gent, Moorman, were heading down to Australia for the Aussie Millions back in the day.
Okay.
And Moorman, I mean, he's a bit better now, but let's say he's still pretty useless at life stuff. I'm putting him on blast. Sorry, Chris.
Sounds like Espin a little bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, back then he was completely useless, so someone would always have to take care of the booking of stuff. So Dave Gent was going with him, and Spike booked them flights down to Australia on a Sunday, so Chris would miss the session.
Wow. Wow, that's rough, man.
Yeah. Broke the streak, had to start again.
Was there, like, were the flights cheaper by any chance?
Just Spike did it.
Just out of spite?
Yeah.
Wow, that's brilliant. That's strong.
You know what Chris did? He flew the 30 hours or so from the UK all the way to Melbourne to play this big tournament. And, you know, I mean, it was a 10K. Back in those days, 10K was as big as it got.
Yeah.
Flies all the way across the globe, gets there. What happens? Level 1. He got dealt 7-5 suited. 7 bets later, all the chips are in the middle of the pot and he's out.
Story checks out.
It was a different time.
Fair.
There we go.
Very fair. Was he not allowed to rebuy?
No, this is before re-entries.
Also,
He flew 30 hours, got that 7-5
Yeah.
suited, and put it all in pre-flop.
Wow.
There's anyone I know of called Lodge.
What a boss.
I've heard of that.
Was that before or after you got your swap in?
I wasn't in that one, thankfully.
Yeah, I thought poker was. I don't know. They have like strange laws around it in Texas.
Let us know where you're watching from. I'm sure we have some people down under. It is what? It's got to be like midday on Monday in Australia, New Zealand, Asia slowly waking up. Europeans hopefully in bed, but maybe some of you on the late night grind.
Or getting themselves to Heathrow for the 9 o'clock flight tomorrow.
That's true.
5,000 underground games.
That's overlay. Nice to see so many people engaging with us in the chat
More important things to be looking into.
as well. Do our best to answer questions that are relevant, of course. Got Sasha Ermakov in the chat saying, who are the commentators? Well, my name's Henry Kilbane, joined by James Dempsey. For this one, we've got Ali Najad and Randy Nananoko Lu on rotation. We've got Jeff Platt out in the field doing the player interviews. We've got Elke and some of the other GG ambassadors in the mix.
Where are you from?
Sadly for us, but great for him, is the fact that Daniel got through in an online day 1.
15?
Through to day 2 live, I think, which is why we haven't seen him in the mix so far on the
Wait,
day 1.
he's not in the money on day 3 yet?
I think he played an online day 1 that gets him to day 2, if I'm not mistaken.
okay.
I think that's the case. Maybe he's played one that gets through to day 3. I'm not quite sure.
So you and your did summer in Bama. Yeah, summer is really nice.
I've never sung with someone during a hand
hopefully
before.
be seeing
That is
D-Nex
first.
tomorrow.
Niels, so it's 3 a.m. in Holland. Go to bed, Niels. You got work in the morning.
We got Oppie saying, not in bed yet, mate. Watching from London,
There we
UK.
go. Get the flight. We get to Heathrow.
Oh, I didn't want to go.
Lakes, like lakes and forests, like so much fresh water. Beautiful, beautiful freshwater ecosystem.
That's not very friendly.
Oh, what's going on here?
The song was good.
Liv seabetting this 3-6-8. A duet partner coming in with the check raise. Oh, this isn't very friendly.
It's not. No, and I don't think she can go anywhere with ace king.
Oh.
She doesn't just yet. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Pretty ugly looking card.
Like a podcast.
Peary 1 and done here. No.
Surely not the 0 equity bluff. We can see he's actually drawing live here, but
Okay. Slow it down.
does Liv want to try and get like a 1-pair hand? Fold here. 6x backdoor hearts, 3x backdoor spades. It could be check raising. She's been pretty dialed in so far today.
Yeah. Very suspicious.
Don't look bad. Sorry, kids.
Oh no. This is great. Is he apologising for the potential loss of the inheritance?
Potential punt.
If he gives that speech and then jams here, Henry, he's my new hero.
Shout out to the kids watching back home. Eyes, let go. GG's, mate. Nice little pickup there for Liv. She's up to 1.5 million. Couple of questions coming our way. Jordan Bromley said, tuning in from Brisbane.
Yeah.
Anything I can do to work towards joining you gents in the booth one day? Well, my advice would be reach out to local tours, do some voiceovers, stream on Twitch, just get as much content out there as possible. Oh my word, how about this for content?
Yeah, Murphy obviously was the wrong side of that ace-queen va7 at the start of this frame. And now he's been dealt a, well, very, very profitable situation. 20 big blinds, his starting stack. And he does just decide to jam it in over the hijack open.
Calling, it's all over, baby. Grim spot for Dressler, I mean. It's as rough as it gets. Ace king into aces for 20. Cards on their backs, gents.
Good luck. Wow. I knew that was good. I knew it. I had so bad I run. Well position.
Right, you watch 3 hearts just roll off now
hearts.
after saying that.
No hearts. 0 hearts.
That's fair. If Queen Jack 10 comes.
There you go. No heart, but 10 Jack Queen.
Yeah.
Wow. What a bunch of greedy people at this table.
Wow,
All right.
no heart.
We can rest and relax.
Put a king on the turn. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding.
Put a 4 out there.
No.
This way
Scotty, I thought we were friends.
This way he can sweat
Thought we were friends.
Oh,
Scotty! Scotty, what's wrong with you?
I'm not going to say nothing no more.
Oh, my goodness.
A chop would be hilarious.
2 sides.
Oh, man.
Always this way.
You run so good, man.
If come a fire, you would never forget me.
I'll still never forget you.
Yeah, I really.
Necessary
I
rivet
have a
set.
good story about you. It's a long time ago. So the first time I ever go to Vegas,
30, 40.
it's got to be 30 years ago.
Right.
And a little girl came up to you, and I was hanging around the high stakes, and I'd never played in the high stakes. I didn't have any money.
Right.
Cool.
And you were walking out of the high stakes, and you had a beer, and you were in such a great mood. And a
Checks
10-year-old
out.
girl came up to you and went, Mommy, that's Scotty. And then the mother goes, oh yeah, who's he? He's a very famous poker player. And you gave her $100, and you went, don't play the slots with that. I swear, true story.
Wow.
Legendary.
I can't believe you remember those things.
I swear.
Yeah, she was walking. I'm like here, and they have the line for the kids. They have like 2, 3 kids. Not the mom with 2, 3
Wow,
kids.
I can't believe you remember
And
this
I
story.
give it one, to one of the girl.
Wow.
Say, make sure
Rumor
you
has it.
split with your sister.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, that kid
That's hilarious
grew up
that
to be
you
Liv
remember.
Brie. No? Okay.
That's a cool story.
That is a great story.
That is a great story. I love that.
I see Ken Yu in the chat.
Ace King of Hearts,
Shouting us
now
out from New Jersey. Ken, nice to see you put the drones down.
Wasn't
Much safer with us here.
There are some questions regarding
my blinds?
online day ones.
You make,
Yeah.
you make it 30.
So around
he only make
600,
it
we believe.
29.
This one.
90 making it through to day 3.
Yes. I remember.
I also saw the question included.
Oh, you're right. He make it 50. You make it 29, so you got 20.
But that's what I saw that, and the guy King.
I was curious as to where these online day ones were, which means we're not doing a very good job, Henry.
What do you mean where they were?
The question in the chat was about what site these online day ones were on.
What site do they think it's on?
I know. I feel like we're doing everything we can, guys. To tell you to head
honestly,
over to
like,
GG Poker, but let me just say it one more time. GG Poker. The whole event's brought to you by GG Poker. Head on over. What's the code, Henry?
Paradise 2024, but I'll be
There we
honest
go.
with you. I think the people... Actually, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Ben Wilanovsky asking, hey, Henry, if I hop on a flight, can you have a bag with 25k in it for me when I land? Ben, I will... I tell you what, you fly down here, and I will buy half your action.
I just called.
Ben Milanovsky. That's not a name I've heard in a little while. Nice to see him on with us.
Yeah.
Streaming the action.
Do you want
Good
to take
evening, Ben.
the other 50%?
Yeah, as long as I can owe you.
Put it on the tab, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother asking you to count it because your arms are too little.
Wow, savage. What?
What's going on here then? Wow, Murphy with a big open. 45k. Francois peeled the button with 2 3s, and Catalan's decided to rip it for Henry. A lot of blinds.
Well, where did the ace-queen get folded from, by the way? Scotty just folded the ace-queen from the small blind.
Is that what just happened?
Yeah.
Shoot it.
Wow. Yeah. He's having a good time here.
Wait until you guys see that hand on TV. See what I fold. I have you beat. I have he beat, and I lay it down.
Wow. Ace queen. Ace queen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Murphy, wow. Knows his man.
Just now.
Ace queen. Yeah.
Ace queen.
You call in that spot.
If you don't call, I would come.
Pair.
You had ace queen? No? Ace queen?
No, I had ace 10. What did you have?
I'm ahead.
Ace jack.
I'm ahead.
Yeah.
What about you?
Pair.
You are ahead.
No, you weren't.
Why are you lying on TV?
Barefaced lying going on.
Just because he
I mean, I
he
like
call,
it.
you don't call, I would call, or I might raise to, you know. But I'm glad wait until you guys see that hand.
Laying down the ace-queen, eh? I can get behind it. Ace-queen is a trouble hand.
Murphy again with this big open, 45k.
Yeah, what's that all about? I mean, blinds have just gone up to big blind 16k, but it's still almost a 3x open.
Catalan. Ace 10 this time. Squeeze jammed the last hand.
Yeah, people at home think I'm on drugs to lay down that hand.
What is it?
Ace 30. You know, they think I'm on drugs.
30.
Well, you are on drugs, just not for poker.
How are your flags, James? Is that Tunisia?
I'm not sure where we're rocking there.
For Catalan? Someone in the
play,
chat?
You join them.
Someone even asking.
I'm not going to try to beat him. That's why. Plus you call.
It's hard when you can't see the whole
Like
flag.
when you call for the 4 on the turn?
Could be. I mean, Vietnam doesn't
That's what
make
I was
sense.
thinking, but
It seems like it's Vietnam.
yeah. Can't think of anywhere else has a flag that looks like that.
I'm going to let you have this one.
That time you're in bad shape. That time you're in bad shape.
Did he?
Yeah. The queen is there. Good. Fight for nothing.
Want to make some
Fong in the chat saying, looks like there'll be a massive overlay. Yes, there will be massive overlay. We're aware of that. Myself and Henry have been informed we're not getting paid unless the guarantee gets hit. So please, board flights. We've had such a loss of budget here that we don't feed Henry anymore.
Wait, you're getting paid for this? Hang on.
Oh yeah, I wasn't supposed to tell you that part. Whoops. Yeah. But Francois is a pretty experienced, at this stage of his life, professional poker player. Must be relishing somewhat what he's seeing on this table. Some rather large open sizes, some big betting going on, a chance at the end of this day 1D to advance that stack even further, although this hand not shaping up to be one of those opportunities as Catalan on the button.
135.
Pumping it up big. And Kai with ace-king in the small. Little high five to the dealer. Please, thank you.
In it goes.
Good luck, Colin.
306.
There is the jam. 170 more.
I mean, never thrilled about it. It does feel like a flipping at best kind of situation. But the price you're getting laid.
I want to see this hand.
How cool are those chips, by the way? Palms on them. I'm here for it.
You're gonna what? Cool.
There's the call. Good luck, gents. Classic race.
Ooh, Queen 10 deuce. It is not all over just yet. Kai hunting a jack for Broadway.
Yes, never easy.
Never easy announced.
Oh! Ouch, Henry. Ouch.
Not like this.
Where did that come from?
Not like this.
Only for TV.
How much?
Met people at home like, whoa, wow, you know.
All right, Scotty.
If I go pee, do I turn my microphone off? Or?
Yes, please.
That's grim.
Wow, he's taking it like an absolute champ.
No, he is. He really taking it on the chin. Absolute gent. I don't mind losing the flip if it just comes like ace high or king high, but the whole like flopping a set kind of thing.
Henry, it's not just that. The first card revealed was a deuce, then it was a 10. It's like, how do I lose from here?
Wow. Yeah, that's strong.
Yikes.
Flop comes Queen 10.
Mm.
And the other guy goes, don't worry, I folded a jack. Fucking right on the river. The case fucking jack to give the guy the nuts.
I had to say, Henry, I think I told too convincing a tale. Because I saw reference in the chat to, well, someone was upset on our behalf. And I appreciate their concern. But I was jesting when I said our remuneration is based on the guaranteeing being hit. We will not personally be financially punished. But the good folks at GG will, so. Although, they'll be punished in a way that benefits the poker community. At the end of the day, anything that's good for poker is good for everyone. Biraj says GG Poker is absolutely involved here. That's one way to put it, yeah. There are millions on the line.
I'm just surprised you're getting paid for this still. I don't know what kind of conversations you've been having. I get paid in peanuts, San Pellegrinos, and Pringles.
Yeah, you really are. I was surprised to see you rocking the tin of Pringles today. Where'd you get them from?
There's a... I can't remember what it's called, man. Sundays, Sundries, or whatever.
Okay, yeah, a sundry shop, yeah.
Just on the way here. But no, I mean, I went to the gym on my last break, had a sauna sesh, showered, came back over, didn't have much time. I didn't have time to like go to a restaurant and order a meal. So, yeah, just trying to get as many cows in as possible, man. We got the peanuts.
Oh,
yeah.
We got some almonds as well.
Almonds are all gone.
Oh, hang on a second.
Pringles are almost all gone.
Hang on a second. Sorry, I know you guys are only listening to us, not seeing us. But Henry, can you just hold up your pack of almonds for me?
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? Okay, for those at home, these peanuts are coming from a private reserve called what, Henry?
King Henry's.
Henry, do you have your own nut reserve?
Cannot confirm nor deny whether I do. James? But yeah, I
Is
saw
this
that.
why you can afford to blast off in the cash games?
I mean, look, man, why do you think I get an open seat by the Poker News guys?
Wow.
SD saying yous don't deserve almonds. What? That's a bit rude. You don't deserve any
It's
toast.
poker content, but you're getting it anyway.
T-Fung asking, who's the top paid poker commentator and how much do they get paid? That's Ali Najad, and he gets paid in... What's it he does? That trading thing? Yeah, he gets like options trading.
Oh, hang on a second.
Vouchers.
Hang on a second. Come back to that in a second and discussing Ali's particular financials. Fez opened this Queen Jack of Hearts on the button. Wow, look at this. Sam Chartier just knows what's going on. He's no doubt seen this a number of times. These guys have been battling all day. Mauricio Sanchez, very capable, very active. 3-betting from the small. Chartier just ripping it in over the top. Queen Jack of Diamonds picking up 160k for his efforts. Nice.
That's a pretty bold 4-bet there. I love that. We called it, man. Post dinner break.
I promise you, the libations have been had.
Chris saying, I think you missed the jokes, Henry. What, James Dempsey's joke about the King Henrys, or was there another one that I missed? Look, man, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to comedy, so it wouldn't surprise me. I'm very dry sometimes, you know. Like, James dropped an absolute banger earlier on, and it went completely over my head. It wasn't until like 20 seconds later that it kind of hit.
No, Chris, we're not going to discuss any more about Henry's nut reserve. At least not on stream. Or not on this stream. I suppose there are channels available where things could be explored more. Sorry, okay, where we go with this.
By the way,
Sam Chartier's got ace 3 of clubs.
Sure, he does, but completely random, by the way. I did used to grow and sell almonds for about 7 years.
No, you didn't.
I swear to God. I had a patch on my grandparents' land, and my grandfather deliberately gave me a very small plot, and I would go over every summer. I swear to God, by the way. You know, I'd spend like 4 years. This was in Andalusia, Spain. My grandparents moved out there in the early 90s, and I had like a couple of peach trees and a couple of almond trees. And from a very young age, he was like, these are your trees, and you can look after them. And then every summer we'd just crack almonds. We'd box them up and take them down to the village. We'd get peanuts for them, but it was great. Hey. You know, that was no pun intended, but that's actually a true story.
I don't know where to go with this. I don't know where to go. Sam Chartier knows where to go.
Sam.
Limp jamming. Thought about showing the 3, but shows the ace instead, I think. Hang on a second, hang on. Let's just...
I've thrown you off a little bit.
You grew almonds, and you got a bag of almonds with your name on it, and it's not the same. I can't make use of this. Henry, just take this. I can't do it.
I mean, if you haven't already signed up over at GG Poker, then, well, what are you doing? Free $50 ticket into the Weekender with a min deposit of $20 by using the promo code Paradise2024. Best of luck to each and every one of you on your Sunday grind. Do let us know if you are playing, what you are playing. If you have any deep runs, would love to have the virtual online sweat with you all.
Yeah, I would love to sweat along. I used to love that, Henry. Rewind a few years, you and I would be doing multiple streams a week for felt like eternity.
I remember during COVID was...
during those unfortunate times where we were forced to watch online poker, but that was
Shout out
the thing
Dr.
that I think used to get us through quite a lot. Was sweating along with people who were playing their online session, watching a bit of poker. It's nice to know how you guys are getting on if you're playing.
Oh, we got a little mystery hand going on with our man, Fair.
Okay. He's been getting bashed up a little bit. I wouldn't say egregiously so, Henry. Just people seem to be going after him. Maybe a facet of that seat and having Maurizio set behind him. For now, he's flattening against this ace-8 offsuit open from +1.
Flatting range is going to be leaning towards suited ace-X, broadways, hands like 6s through 10s, I would say, against like a +1 open. Maybe even jacks.
Chance here, going for the three-peat. Drevic in the small.
Oh, looks like we're going to have some multi-way action going on.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go.
32.
Let's fickle in with the 10-9. 5-way to the flop.
Pick me, dealer, pick me.
Francesco just wants his money back.
Making a specific flop.
$10-7 deuce.
What have we got here?
Couple of spades. Peary flopping top pair. Andreevich. Oh, just the king of spades working for him. Francesca's missed this one completely. Chartier bottom pair. Backdoor nut clubs. Certainly some avenues for him in this one. Okay. Knuckles around. Oh. Peary finds a 10. And quickly checks in flow.
Surely Francesco just ace-8, no interaction. That's unfair.
Well, Henry, given it's a GG poker mystery hand, I wasn't expecting him to check fold this one.
I was.
They should throw one into balance.
They really should, man. They should just have like the most nothing burger of a hand. We're sat here on the edge of our seats, like anticipating some absolute nonsense, and then he just like check folds Queen Jack.
All right. So he's bet, comes back round to Peary. One of these spots where we kind of rate to have obviously the best hand vast majority of the time, but are we still best served perhaps by just calling with this kicker? Or
Yeah, I mean, I personally think the idea is we want to keep our range as wide as possible, right? And when we do raise, it just becomes incredibly polar, leaning more towards trips or nothing. It's interesting because Fair is going to have some 10x that pot controls. Don't forget, we went 5 ways to the flop. Like, say you get to the flop with ace-10, ace-10 of diamonds. You're not, like, super keen to start building a big pot. Yes, you want to potentially get some clearance, but you're going to pot control a lot of top pairs.
Oh,
I thought he was...
Spoiler that this is obviously a mystery hand, so one can assume an elevation's about to come in. There it is. It's the jam. And suddenly I'm with you, Henry. I could see some ace-10 checks, some king-10 checks. Pocket 8's a hand that would check the flop and then look to maybe bet the turn as well. Certainly a contender.
That would make sense. Wow.
Swift fold from Peary.
Waste no time, bro. Let's go.
Wow. Dialed in, and sure enough, Fair was in there with the goods. Those 2 8s striking the river.
That was a great fold, sir. Wasted no time.
You had the speed of it.
10, 10, 7, 8.
Wow. Hello. What's going on here?
What is
a lot of hearts on the board. And, well, some house blockage, Henry.
Yeah. It's tough to know whether we ever want to turn this hand into a bluff because I haven't seen the pre-flop or post-flop action, but if I get to this river There's a good chance I'm all in, but I play too much PLO sometimes.
I'm just seeing it the same way. I see this hand, and I'm not thinking about calling. Could this be the much fabled bet check bet line? Just speculating based on the pot size.
So the pot going to the river was 390k, which would lead me to believe it's a 3-bet pot.
Okay. Makes sense with the hands-ish.
Yeah, do it, bro. I saw him pick up those greens.
Owen?
Sicko.
Does go for it, Henry. We both love it.
Absolute sicko. Deserves the fold. Deserves the pot. Let's see if Dressler can sniff this one out. I mean, as played on the river, this smallish river sizing, I mean, it was like less than 20% pot, I think. It's pretty face up. Feels like some medium strength hand. Two combos of ace-4 suited.
Yeah. Obviously, as we mentioned, we've drawn this hand on the river, so we're not quite sure what hands could potentially be in the ranges. Obviously, the 8s, 6s, 4s, aces.
ADM in the chat saying snap call.
Okay.
Well,
come on down. 25k.
$25,000 will get you a seat into the tournament. That's a pretty sick bluff.
I don't know about you, Henry, but when I go from doing a lot of commentary to sitting down at a poker table, I look at my cards, I look around, I see a bit of action in front of me, and I remember, oh yeah, it's so much harder when you can't see the cards.
It really is.
You're like, wait,
shocking, man, isn't it?
What? I have to work out what they might have.
Yeah, stupid fold that, apparently. Very easy.
It is easy
You can
when
see
we're
the
watching.
cards.
Yeah.
All in?
I wouldn't say. Oh, here we go. Oh man, Catalan. All in for his 21 blinds.
You have somewhere to go?
Yeah. Somebody's waiting for me there.
Scotty asking Callahan if he's got somewhere to go.
I'm sorry. It's the only way.
You forget to feed a cat or a dog at home or something?
That's savage. That is savage.
Yeah, man. You live, baby, you live. My first call was beat that. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Button was good.
First position. Either I go all in or whatever.
I'm going to use that line, Henry. Not the specific line in that way, but I'm always looking for ways when I'm playing live cash games, come up with an excuse as to why I have to leave as soon as I get ahead. Usually, the missus calls and there's a problem with the freezer. You know, we've got to port things into another frozen device, something like that. But maybe I forgot to feed the cat.
Forgot to feed the cat. It might be a new one that I have to bust out, even though I don't have a cat.
Wow. Makes the story even better.
Yeah, they don't know that.
I didn't ever have food in my freezer, but...
I mean, people didn't know I used to grow almonds.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is...
that could be my new line. I'd be like, oh, guys, I forgot to water the almonds this morning. Like,
how many years have I been stuck talking nonsense to you until the late hours of the night?
Yeah.
And only now do I discover you used to grow almonds.
Well, I mean, this was years ago. I mean, I must have been 6, 7. By the way, like, when I say growing almonds, my grandfather would give me the hose and he would let me put the netting around the bottom of the trees and, like, shake the trees, okay? Like, I wasn't out here, you know, testing all of these like fancy things that farmers do. It was just more of a way for him to, you know, engage me with what was going on.
Get you outside.
Yeah, exactly.
They are alive. They are alive. They are alive.
People asking, how does one get into the almond business? I don't know. My grandfather was an engineer.
You're saying Henry's private reserve is not currently hiring?
My grandmother was MI6 and they retired in Spain. It's like, you know, had a couple of almond trees lying around. Good times.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, do people fall into... A lot of people fall into playing poker for a living, accidentally, but how many have accidentally become almond farmers?
I mean, I think most people accidentally fall into their careers, right?
Is it a passion project? Just really like your almonds?
I'd say 10% of people are doing something they're really passionate about, and the other 90% just went to college, went to uni, fell into a career, and that's it, you know?
All right. Still getting my head around this, but in the meantime, Murphy popping up this Jack 10. Certainly a fan of the slightly larger raise sizing. This one, though, 2.5x. Kai going to defend 6-4 suited in the big.
Seems reasonable.
And finds a little interest on the King 8 deuce. In the form of those clubs.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways for Kai to win this one. Check raise being one of them. Check call and then taking it away on rivers.
Yeah.
Could also be the play.
Start with 6-10.
Oh, we got Volgas in the chat saying, nice to watch this. Deep in the 320 GG Masters, 20 left, needs some help. That's one of my favorite Sunday tournaments, man.
Here we go.
Good luck.
That's what we're after.
20 left is huge. Was it like 20, 25? No, actually, no, it's Sunday. So it's going to be like, what, 50K for first? Good luck, man.
Yeah. Do keep us up to date in the chat with that one, please. Kai has pieced together the right color combination to match the bet. And, well, picks up a fair amount of additional equity on that turn. Very disguised double gut shot draw. Still very deep in this pot relative to the stack. Pardon me, the stacks are relative to the pot. You know what I meant, Henry.
6 additional outs. Yeah, very clean.
Yeah, that's the nice one when the 3 comes, you get a bet call and you somehow declare straight.
Murphy finding the double barrel. Has 2 overs to the 8 deuce, which is always nice. Blocking, king jack, king 10, also nice. It's a pretty sick hand to check raise with.
Yeah, I'm thinking we've got to find some bluffs in this spot. The low flush draws with the straight draw equity seems like a pretty good one to do it with. He is holding a bunch of those green chips in his hand. Those are the 100Ks. And he has gone for it. Dropping them in.
Sicko.
Nicely done, Kai.
I would think so.
My boy in the chat, Andy Frankenberger. Where's the love? Enjoying the commentary. He says he's in the sky, currently flying from JFK over to Vegas. Lovely to have you with us, Andy, during your flight. There's a boy. There's my man. A World Series battler bracelet holder. One of those, Henry, who came from the Wall Street world, dabbled in poker for a little bit more than a short time, but it's now obviously meandered back towards the working life. Still with a very keen interest in poker.
Yeah, you get a lot of that, man. You get a lot of people that dabble a bit and then they disappear for a few years, and then poker always seems to find a way back into people's lives. We've got Vanessa Selps, Liv Marie.
Yeah, this is bringing me back tonight. Talking to Frankenberger, seeing Liv here. Seeing Selps. I mean, I still haven't forgiven Andy for putting a bad beat on me on a final table once, but we'll move past it. Did a disservice as well, 2-time bracelet holder. 10K pot limit holder back in 2012 and the 1500 no limit back in 2011. Right around my era. That's when we were good.
What a flop dealer. How did you find this?
Oh. Just the joint and the nut flush draw with a gutter.
That's so pure. Surely the money goes in. I mean, SPR 5. 94K in the middle, under the gunning. I guess under the gunning it's big blind. There is literally nothing being said at the table. People continuing to ask for the sound to be turned up. It's absolutely
this
fine
table
and working.
Being a little quieter.
I like the size up, by the way, against a big blind defense.
Yeah, always nice, Henry, as well, isn't it? When we have particularly straights, unblocking all pairs, but having value.
Help her out with the chip.
Sorry.
2, 4, 4 in the middle.
Yeah, a little history, Henry. We saw these two play out a river spot where Dressler, but at the end, O'Connell jammed, got a bluff through. Obviously, they won't be aware of the holdings in that one just yet, what with the delay and the fact that the phones are off stage.
Yeah, that wasn't too long ago. I think that was last orbit, actually. He's gone big, big. Gone really big, actually. I mean, we're talking a stack to pot ratio of like 0.3 going to the river. Don't think Dressler can go anywhere with a gut shot, although the price he's getting laid isn't great. Having said that, if he was up against a hand like queens, kings, he would have a lot more equity than he does here.
Yeah, if that ace is working for him, things are very different. Perfect size if he's up against this exact hand as well, isn't it, Henry? Really taxing.
Sorry, forgot again.
As you say. Only a little over a third as a glorious looking river card rolls off for O'Connell. The nuts remains the nuts.
Yeah, it's just managed to get max from this hand. So tilting for Dressler as well. You just defend the big, do nothing wrong. You just flop, you know, gut shot and nut flush draw.
And the guy just goes the size that gets you maximum punishment.
Yeah, and you just brick.
All in?
The eye roll. You can just snap muck this. I mean, maybe a little bit of a hand funeral, but yeah just lets it go.
In my mind, I'm trying to think of like King 10 of Hearts being about the only combo that surely we can beat. Welcome to those of you who have just joined us. It is myself, James Dempsey, and Henry Kilbane in the booth for this one, the Super Main, Day 1D, the final day of coverage. Pardon me, the final day 1 of coverage here at the Atlantis in the Bahamas. Scotty Baby headlining this table. Although, not been a driver of the action thus far, Henry. Carl's not really giving him much opportunity to shine.
Yeah, he's made some very disciplined laydowns, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Ace Queen, Ace Jack. Couple of close marginal spots. Very old school approach to No Limit Hold'em. Tight is right.
I learned that a long time ago from someone. You talk a lot at the table, throw your arms around a bit, be the center of attention, and then just play pretty tight. People just assume you're more involved than you are.
That's actually pretty strong, yeah.
Yeah. I've actually always been that guy who can somehow, when I'm playing games drunk, which I don't advise, but when I'm playing drunk and loud and obnoxious, I'm pretty good at playing tight. I play tighter.
I can imagine you're very insufferable in the cash games after a few drinks.
I mean,
I can
without
see
a few drinks as well, but
I can see it. I'm the same, by the way. I do apologise to the people last night. I must have been very tilting to play against.
Stock saying I'm just sitting here wondering how that little girl Scotty Wayne gave $100 is doing. She's on the other table. I told you. Liv Brie.
Go on, Dressler.
Okay. Sends it in. 15. Queen 10 oak. This, of course, is the final level of this frame, but we still have one more frame of action to come tonight where one can only assume the action will become a bit more fast and furious as players get that last chance to spin up stacks before tomorrow's day 2 kicks off. I just want to know what these guys have been doing, Henry, who've had the days off. How many laps of the lazy river can you do?
I want to know the story about how you and Andy met, because he's saying it's a classic, apparently. I've got a funny feeling maybe it's not legal to repeat the story, but I'm going to put you in it anyway.
Yeah, that was fun. We, thing is, Andy's asked me to tell the story, but it's not like...
Is it PG?
It's PG, but it's like, he was kind of... He just won a WPT, and I want to say even a bracelet.
Okay.
And he turns up to this 2-5 game in an apartment in the middle of Manhattan. And I'm sitting in this game. And again, Andy's asked me to tell the story, but it doesn't paint him in the kindest of lights. But obviously, he's fresh off these big victories. He knows he's the business.
Okay.
You know, he's playing up a little bit, thinks he's the man in the game, and I'm just sitting there, kind of quietly, just pouncing on him,
okay,
3-betting him. He's sitting with all these finance guys thinking, what's going on? And there I am, like, giving a little go, quietly unaware that there was someone who could play the game, in the game with him.
How did you get into this game? It sounds like you were doing very well, weaseling your way into these finance games.
It was a very small game. It was a very friendly game. It was a friend running the game.
Hey, listen, you say that. I've played private games in America where it's advertised as 2-5. And it plays a lot more like 25-50. The Americans play big, you know.
Yeah.
That's good fun.
Yeah, it was good fun. The game sort of wrapped up nice and early, so everyone go to work the next day. It was genuinely like a friendly, small game. And then me and Andy put a couple of beers down. I believe we went out that evening. I can't remember.
Sounds about right. Wouldn't expect anything else.
And he's saying, why were we there, James? I don't know. It might have something to do with the hostess of the game.
Brian Bennett saying, loving the commentary, gents. Shout out from the high limit PLO tables at the Borgata Atlantic Sea. Okay. Shout out AC, by the way. That was my first ever American poker trip. I had freshly turned 21. Did a tour of the East Coast. I had about a 10K bankroll and sat down at the Borgata to play 2-5. Not the best bankroll management when you're hours away from home. on the other side of the planet. But yeah, fell in love with America. Fell in love with poker in America specifically.
You have a hand to get it in with me pre-flop?
Had a great time.
Last hand?
Yeah.
So you got the max.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've never played in Atlantic City, Henry.
Yes.
Nor Connecticut. Or I think I've played anywhere in the Northeast in a casino.
Dude, you didn't want to know how much of a whale I was when I was 21. I had like a 10k bankroll.
Well,
I'm sat down playing 2-5, and to really like put the cherry on top, because I thought I was the absolute dog's bollocks, I had a suite for $370 or $400 a night or whatever it was that I was sleeping in for like 6 hours a night. It was the most whaley bankroll management a 21-year-old could ever do. But hey, it was a great time.
Absolute blast, Henry. But the thing is, you say you only had a 10k roll, but of course, you did have that renewable income from your almond empire.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
You know.
Yeah, the checks were coming in every month.
The residuals for that.
Yeah.
People eat nuts.
They do, man. It just, I thought I had it solved. I was like, okay, well, I'm making 2k a night in this game. You know, it's like $400 for one of these things that they call a suite. It was, yeah. Good times, man. Man, I miss those days. Do miss those days. I miss sweating like every $500 pot, like my life depended on it.
Yeah. It's fun. What's not so fun is this scenario. If you're Andreevich, certainly could make a misstep here. Ace Jack up against 2 queens.
I certainly prefer 3-bet to call against the +1 open, personally. Ace Jack suited, I think I start mixing in some calls, but Ace Jack I like to see him play more aggressively. Alas, just flatting.
Well, the benefit of that is it does mean that the big blind is going to come in 3-way with a dominated hand. Well, that dominated hand certainly has interest on this King 8-9 flop. Kind of a bad one though here, isn't it, for fair? I mean, has the Queen of Clubs working, but up against that cut-off peel, certainly some concern on that texture.
Oi, oi. That's a fun turn card. Giving everyone a straight draw. Francesca with an open-ender and a flush draw, 129k out there. I wonder if like 2x pot jamming is just a thing.
Magnitude, yeah.
No,
so
seriously,
sick.
like
Massive. I mean, the buy-ins are anyway. Right? I mean, at least for me.
It goes half pot.
Allows for 2 streets.
Wow. The queens just hit the bin.
Here we go. Wow. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Andreevich may somehow wrestle this pot out of here without improvement. No, he won't, Henry. No, he won't.
Oh, unfortunately for the Italian, Andreevich just has ace high. Oh, he's going to slide it on over, you sicko.
Oh my word.
Oh, you absolute sick pup.
This is filthy.
That's so gangster.
Gets the river he was after. Recognizing that Andreevich is weighted towards...
Oh, he's put him all in. Yes, let's go, baby. Got him. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Take a bow. Francesca back above starting stack with that little slide over.
Mate, there's nothing quite as pure as just slipping it on over on the river.
For like
someone taking the bait.
When you've only got like 60% pot as well behind.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that hand. That's my favourite hand of the day.
Easy game.
Ace Jack.
Sure?
Could have 3-bet pre. Jack
Mhm.
4 would have been out of there. Would have lost to the
that?
queens, of course.
Are you
but-
sure? It's a game?
No, not either.
Thank you.
I want to see this T-shirt.
Thank you. Good
The Grinch?
Yeah. Grinch up to just general merriment.
What's going on with the Jeff Platt interviews, by the way? Is he just slacking
Jeff,
as per usual?
He works very limited hours. Henry.
Yeah, interesting that.
He's going to go attend to.
Probably over at Nobu munching on some caviar or...
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I mean, if you're looking for best owlie in the building, he's got to be up there. Mauricio Sanchez leading the way here on the Lagoon table, 1.6 million in chips, but maybe Andreevich, the man in second, is the one to keep an eye on. Just made that big maneuver. Went the wrong way. Unseen Live One says, that room is badass. It certainly is, my friend. It certainly is.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ace King against Ace Queen. Although, I guess the saving for Sanchez is going to just be the fact that he's open from +1. He's getting 3-bet from the hijack, which is going to be a very tight range of hands.
But you say that. He's just been caught blasting off. That always adds an element,
That is
Henry.
true. That is true. It does add an element.
Sanchez giving nothing away. The decision's still open to him. Like for now, he's content to C3. Keep Andreevich honest. 8-5-4 board.
Fortunately for Sanchez, does not come ace high. He's spadeless. Would love to see Andreevich continue small and wide, as he should, in a 3-bet pot.
I'm just going to leave this hand for a second to catch up with the chat who are arguing that there's no way Corbin Covington would be here because he nearly lost his eye yesterday and was in a fight. He was here, he's already played, and he's getting back into the event.
Jumping back in. Couldn't spin up the first bullet. It's at 85 into 270. I like the sizing. Around third pot. Could have even gone a little bit smaller. TBH. Seabet gets the job done. Nice little bounce back there for the American.
Cleans it up, doesn't it, Henry? Take the pot down there. Of course, with that King of Spades working, certainly potential to have invested more chips going down the streets, try and make some big hands fold. Offsuit asking if you already make it past day 1, can you re-enter on day 2? You certainly can. There are 3 levels of late reg available on day 2.
Can surrender your stack as well.
Yeah.
Say you bag day 1 like 300k, 8 bigs or whatever. Then you want to fire another bullet on 1B, 1C or 1D, bag a bigger stack.
I think it was Randy who suggested maybe Fedor should surrender his 4.8 million and try and get 5 million the next day. I think that would be a little optimistic.
Randy needs help. No surprises there. What blind level are we coming back to on day 3 when we're in the money?
I believe we repeat the
Big
10k,
100K.
25k. Oh, sorry, on day 3.
Day 3.
Well, day 3 would depend on when we reach the money, because that's where day 2 ends in. We'd come back to whichever got there first, the online day 2 or the live day 2, whatever level was earliest, as it were.
Okay.
So if we take a level longer here, we'll roll blinds back.
That does make sense, yeah. Battle of the blinds. Fair, not going anywhere with bottom pair.
Ooh. Stakeless. Back in action on the feature. A pretty tidy scenario here. Following up with that gut shot draw to go with the club draw. Tough question for fair here, facing that bet with just bottom pair. 100 into 88.
It's interesting now, obviously being day 1D, and you see a name like Stakeless, who you know played on another flight, and there are a few people that, yeah, I never like, you know, trying to like out people or anything that are in for multiple bullets, but there are some people that are playing a 50k, 100k, maybe even a 200k in this.
Yeah, myself and Randy were speculating last night as to not who would be in for the most, but what the most number of bullets may well be in this event. And
I think like 8 bullets.
I just feel like someone's, yeah, I sort of thought maybe someone gets to 9. There's probably a few around the 6 mark, and there's always that one outlier. Like I saw Sean Windsor coming in this morning to play, and I sort of went, oh, you know, off to play day 1D. And he just offered up that he was in for a second bullet. I said, well, if you're only firing a second bullet on day 1D, that sounds like a good result. Like, people would expect more from him. But he said he took the day off yesterday. It was his birthday here with the fam. But he also gave me the nugget of information that it was he who put Fedor on the path to the chip lead. Two of them playing a huge part at the end of their day 1 as Lidberi's going to be playing perhaps an oversized pot here against Mauricio Sanchez, who's defended with Jack 10 of diamonds. This time, flops the open a straight draw with a flush draw, and some history between these two.
$94k in the middle. Liv has a hand that wants to get some clearance, some protection and value. Looks like half pot. Oh no, less. Around 40%.
I mean, Henry, there's just no chance in hell is that this man doesn't come with a check raise.
Oh, you think he's check raising? I mean, they're very deep, man, but yeah.
Sanchez. Sure enough. He does take it up. Liv, for now, content. Top pair against an aggressive player, but there is a lot of damage that can come down the streets here, and there's one of those cards. She improves to a gut shot draw, but it is, of course, Sanchez who improves to the nuts.
Not to state the obvious, but that is a very pure turn card. I mean, that's the most disguised out there for Sanchez, because a 7 would have put a 4-liner on board. Diamond, obviously, very obvious front door flush gets there. The Queen of Spades, pure as it gets. It also is a card that could improve your opponent's hand, you know, if they had like a Queen Jack, Queen 10 type holding.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone less than half pot. I would have gone bigger personally.
Yeah, I mean,
it's interesting.
Yeah, he leaves an SPR over 1, doesn't he, heading to the river, which is a little interesting.
Don't do it, Liv.
Wow.
That's strong.
Gets away for it.
Against that sizing, that's very strong.
Against that player as well.
Fair play, Liv. Fair play.
Turned up before with the nonsense bluff. This time she makes the fold.
That's a strong fold. You know, we always talk about winning the big flips, making the big bluffs, the hero calls. But finding big folds is very much a part of what is necessary to crush poker tournaments, especially on the TV table as well, where there's always that added EV of making yourself look like an idiot.
Yeah.
You know, by making a big laydown and then getting mugged off on Twitter.
3-2.
Oh, it's La Francesca.
I mean,
we've been calling him Francesca.
Was Francesca, but after the check with the river flush, promoted to La Francesca.
After getting max. Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Everyone's so quiet. Yeah. I'm tired. Tired?
Yeah, it's getting late here. A little after 10 p.m. local.
It's pretty tough being on the feature table.
Mm-hmm.
And they sell stuff there or something? I think
It's a lot more that you have to do.
I want to do this.
Place your cards on the RFID reader. That's tough. But no, I think the lights really do take it out of you.
The gift shop. The what shop? Gift shop. Gift shop? Oh yeah, where they? Yeah. In the hall, in the hall, on the way back.
Live +1. Oh, it sounds like a lot of people in the chat would have folded as well, by the way. Sorry, Liv. Your fold wasn't that special. Sanchez with a 3-betting combo on the button. It's going to come with flat. This is a bit ropey. King Jack-O.
Certainly been in a number of exchanges with Liv.
Opens the door for the big blind to come along. I'm not a huge fan of this. I mean, offsuit against a +1 open, a hand that could very well be dominated. Top for Liv. Andreevich with the second nut flush draw.
Yeah, again, not the pot that we can see potentially becoming inflated here. Although Henry, one feels that on this kind of texture, Liv much better place to take the additional heat.
Oh, for sure. Top pair, top kicker. We're very happy to play a big pot here on a Queen 7-4. We're losing to 7s and 4s, obviously. We can get value from 8s through 10s, weaker Queen X, flush draws. Wow, Sanchez is...
Okay, we're going for it now.
Sanchez is looking to make a little bit of a name for himself. Maybe there's some...
I told you this. We've seen this man battle before.
Is that a Colombian flag?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's some giveaway from the government or something. You know, you go to the Bahamas and then make some savage plays, come back home and you get promoted.
Okay, so it's more incentive rather than the penalty you get if you hail from Brazil and don't play aggressively enough.
Yeah, maybe you just get like a Medal of Honor or something if you just get some highlight reels.
Look at this sneaky check from Liv on that turn. Love it. Give this man a chance.
Sneaky plus the big blind.
Right.
Can have a ton of 4x.
But I think it's done for sneakiness, Henry. She knows what's what.
249 out there. Sanchez just setting fire to whatever this is. 135k. That's great for Barry because it gets rid of the very live flush draw. Now Sanchez finds himself drawing to just 2 outs.
So well worked up to here. She makes the call with just pot behind. Sanchez needs to be careful here.
Especially on that river. Everything bricks, even 9s now, you know, improved to a boat. You have the Jack of Spades, so you're blocking hands like Ace Jack, King Jack of Spades. Jack 10 of Spades probably folds, so. 519 out there. King of Clubs is somewhat relevant, you know, blocking kings, King, Queen of Clubs. I've got a funny feeling this guy didn't float flop. It's a bet turn and then give up this river.
You're right, Henry. He's reaching. 260 the wager.
Wow, Barry's just going to get to bag 1.3 million. There we go. No time wasted. Add that one to the highlight reel.
I knew I didn't have to put it in.
Savage. That was savage. So,
okay,
yeah.
she might have been out of the game for a little bit, but she hasn't lost the chat.
That's brilliant. I love that.
And there we go. That's how things look as the players head to the final break of the evening. Liv Barry now taking the chip lead from Maurizio Sanchez on that Lagoon table, courtesy of that pot. And Jurevic nestled in third, the only other player over $1 million. Over on the reef, Pascal Francois doing the best up to now. Scotty went still second in chips, Henry, but we hadn't really seen him get involved. He was the one I was most excited about watching.
I mean, he's been picking his fights. He's not looking to take hands like Ace Queen, multi-way, you know, Ace Jack against early position opens. Very old school approach to Hold'em. And I love to see it. I love to see just the contrast between some of these old timers. We've got Selps, Liv Barry, Scotty, and then some of these new online, you know, solver kids. So yeah, it's been really good fun.
Well, it certainly has. And we're going to be returning shortly with those two featured tables. Henry's going to be stepping out. Arlie's going to be coming in. But before we do step out, Henry,
go on,
get the bag out.
Get the bag out. Oh wait, hang on a minute. There we go.
King Henry's Reserve. Private Reserve nuts. That's right, Henry, the former professional almond farmer / commentator.
You watch the stock price of that go flying now after this.
All right, guys, we'll be gone for about 10 minutes. When we come back, final frame of Day 1D.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move, trust your game, and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Wsop is a pretty experienced, at this stage of his life, professional poker player. Must be relishing somewhat what he's seeing on this table. Some rather large open sizes, some big betting going on, a chance at the end of this day 1D to advance that stack even further, although this hand not shaping up to be one of those opportunities as Catalan on the button.
135.
Pumping it up big. And Kai with ace-king in the small. Little high five to the dealer. Please, thank you.
And it goes.
Good luck, Colin. 306.
There is the jam. 170 more.
I mean, never thrilled about it. It does feel like a flipping at best kind of situation. But the price you're getting laid.
I want to see this hand.
How cool are those chips, by the way? Palms on them. I'm here for it.
What? Cool.
There's the call. Good luck, gents. Classic race.
Ooh, Queen 10 deuce. It is not all over just yet. Kai hunting a jack for Broadway.
Yes, never easy.
Never easy announced.
Oh! Ouch, Henry. Ouch.
Not like this.
Where did that come from?
Not like this.
Only for TV.
How much?
Met people at home like, whoa, wow, you know.
All right, Scotty. Yeah, I would love to sweat along. I used to love that, Henry. Rewind a few years, you and I would be doing multiple streams a week for felt like eternity.
I remember during COVID was
during those unfortunate times where we were forced to watch online poker, but that was
shout out
thing
Dr.
that I think used to get us through quite a lot. It's sweating along with people who were playing their online session, watching a bit of poker. It's nice to know how you guys are getting on if you're playing.
Oh, we got a little mystery hand going on with our man, Fair.
Okay. He's been getting bashed up a little bit. I wouldn't say egregiously so, Henry. Just people seem to be going after him. Maybe a facet of that seat and having Maurizio sat behind him. For now, he's flattening against this ace-8 obviously open from +1.
Flag range is going to be leaning towards suited ace-X, broadways, hands like 6s through 10s, I would say, against like a +1 open. Maybe even jacks.
Chance here, going for the three-peat. Drevich in the small.
Oh, looks like we're going to have some multi-way action going on.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go.
32.
Let's focus in with the 10-9. 5-way to the flop.
Pick me, dealer, pick me.
Francesco just wants his money back.
Making a specific flop.
Ten, 7, deuce.
What have we got here?
Couple of spades. Peary flopping top pair. Andreevich. Oh, just the king of spades working for him. Francesco's missed this one completely. Chartier bottom pair. Backdoor nut clubs. Certainly some avenues for him in this one. Okay. Knuckles around. Ooh. Peary finds a 10. And quickly checks in flow.
Surely Francesco just ace-8, no interaction. That's unfair.
Well, Henry, given it's a GG poker mystery hand, I wasn't expecting him to check fold this one.
I was.
They should throw one into balance.
They really should, man. They should just have like the most nothing burger of a hand. We're sat here on the edge of our seats, like anticipating some absolute nonsense, and then he just like check folds Queen Jack.
All right. So he's bet, comes back round to Peary. One of these spots where we kind of rate to have obviously the best hand vast majority of the time, but are we still best served perhaps by just calling with this kicker? Or
Yeah, I mean, I personally think the idea is we want to keep our range as wide as possible, right? And when we do raise, it just becomes incredibly polar, leaning more towards trips or nothing. It's interesting because Fair is going to have some 10x that pot controls. Don't forget, we went 5 ways to a flop. Like, say you get to the flop with ace 10, ace 10 of diamonds. You're not, like, super keen to start building a big pot. Yes, you want to potentially get some clearance, but you're going to pot control a lot of top pairs.
Oh,
I thought he was...
Spoiler that this is obviously a mystery hand, so I'm going to assume an elevation's about to come in. There it is. It's the jam. And suddenly I'm with you, Henry. I could see some ace 10 checks, some king 10 checks. Pocket 8's a hand that would check the flop and then look to maybe bet the turn as well. Certainly a contender.
That would make sense. Wow.
Swift fold from Peary.
Waste no time, bro. Let's go.
Wow. Dialed in, and sure enough, Fair was in there with the goods. Those 2 8s striking the river.
That was a great fold, sir. Wasted no time.
You had the speed of it.
10, 10, 7, 8.
Oh, wow.
And welcome back for the witching hour. Final 2 levels of the day here on day 1D of this World Series of Poker Super Main from Atlantis Resort and Casino here in the Bahamas. Ali Najat back in the cockpit alongside your aviator, James Dempsey himself. Producer James, broadcaster James, commentator James, whatever you need, he's got you covered. And apparently the action, according to those who have been here for the final 2 levels of the evening across these first few day ones, is always best here 10:30 p.m. local time. Gonna play straight through past midnight. Maybe some last-ditch efforts to spin up stacks that you don't really want to bag if they're not going to be worth bagging, James.
It's exactly that. We've seen it the first 2 nights here. It's gamble time, Ali.
Yep.
You want to get through this tournament. You want to come back tomorrow with a big stack. Now's the time. If you bust out now, you can quickly re-enter, fire in that relative short stack. Could be a few bullets fired for some of these super high rollers in the field.
3 levels of registration are open tomorrow on day 2, and a lot of debate continues to percolate throughout the hallways here with respect to whether or not there will indeed be an overlay in this $50 million guarantee. There are no losers. That much we know for sure. Either the overlay doesn't hit and you got yourself a nice little add-on to your prize pool, or it does, and that means that you've got yourself a healthy payout waiting no matter what. So waiting just a little bit longer before we get back into the action, James, and into the arena we will dive briefly. But Liv Barry, a little bit of the story that last frame?
Yeah, it really has. I mean, a bit of a contrast between the two feature tables we had there, I would say. Reef played pretty snug. Not a whole lot of action. A few hands here and there. But it was certainly over on the Lagoon where Liv Barry managed to double up last time before the break, picking off that big bluff from Maurizio, and that's why it looks like that, Ollie.
Yeah, Maurizio Sanchez of Colombia, second behind Barry over at the Lagoon table. They keep their seats. Bruce Peary down at the bottom, just 12 bigs for him. Work to be done. Pascal Lefrancois presiding over the Reef table, 1 million strong. Dean Murphy bookending with just 16 bigs, and you're finally starting to see normalcy in terms of stack depth, given that we're this deep into day one. These are the levels where you don't really see the people afforded all of the frisk that they were in the first couple of levels of the day, 250 big blinds strong. Many speculative holdings getting in there for 2 and 3 bets.
The only thing I will say is that this table particularly, and the other table a little bit, the players do seem quite physically tired at the table. And now, I don't know whether this is just, these tables are just outliers, or whether it's the case of this is day one of a tournament, but it's the 4th day one, Ollie, and some of these guys have been grinding for days in this thing.
I was just going to say, don't make the assumption that this is the first of the day ones that this lot have participated in, just given it's the 4th of the live day ones. Don't forget there was also online action, 90 players having advanced to the money, and they will consolidate with the field on day 3. But did see a lot of people throughout the hallways that had the day off today. Peary not taking a day off. Jack, 7 of clubs, defending from the big. Queen 10.
He made a great fold in the last frame. He's not going to fold this one, though.
No, he's found himself the jack-high flush, but note the vulnerability as the queen of clubs lurks across the way. Peary checking over.
20.
Yeah, and it was actually fair that he folded to in that spot, having peeled 10-9 from the big, making trips. Great lay down then, but pretty shallow here.
Yeah, c-bet of 20K.
Those times in life, you just don't know what to do, so you do that.
Salesmanship.
Oh, I love it. And, I mean, fair getting pretty good price if he knew that hand was live. But
it worked.
Let's just let it go.
No choice. No choice.
Just such bad shape against the king of clubs.
Well, let's flip back over. One in progress involving Dressler's 6s. Ripping for 615,000. This apparently in response to playback from Catalan out of the big blind with Lefrancois caught in the crossfire. I imagine Dressler opened to 40, Lefrancois called, Catalan jammed, and Dressler ripping in over the top of that.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Now, we did see Catalan make the similar play before with ace-9, so that might be why Dressler decided to go with the 6s. But the 6s is pretty liberal, and I'm kind of surprised Lefrancois thinking about this so long with the 2 8s. But again, he saw that as well, so maybe recognizing that Dressler's prepared to go a little wider, and penultimate level of the day, maybe some gamble.
Okay.
All right, the 8s were the best of what's around, but understandably, Pascal steps aside, and he gets shown ace-queen suited and 2 6s, thinking, what's going on here? And if I'm not mistaken, James, you know, you're a worldly guy. Is that the Vietnamese
Believe
banner
so,
that I
yeah.
see in front of Catalan? Okay.
Yeah, the name and the flag did throw us a little curveball earlier.
I don't remember Germany being involved in that particular war, and yet here we are. And the battle begins with an ace-high flop, putting Catalan well in front of the German. Back up against the wall. So far, so good with 7-10 in the middle. Fades the 6 on the turn. Just got to dodge the 2 outer to remain intact. And doubled. Oh, that was a bit close.
What'd you have?
8s.
The old classic. Like
2 8.
Oh, 8. Why'd you pay? Why didn't you pay?
Because there was too much over here. Otherwise, he does pay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, my dear.
And Scotty, it appears not back from break yet. Ali, the empty seat there with the mic on the rail is the one that was belonging to him. I thought for a second maybe busted, but the chips, a giveaway.
I agree.
Oh. And those chips will be given away if he doesn't make his way back to his seat.
Nice.
You do have to walk quite a ways to get yourself a Heineken around these parts, I believe. So.
You have to walk just up the door of the poker room. There's a bar right there.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they had that pop-up.
Yeah.
I don't know how I know
Heineken
that.
specifically there, though?
I don't know if they
See,
have
unclear. I mean, it may just be like draft. The man likes himself a green bottle.
Yeah?
As I recall.
I thought he was a Corona man. But
He'll do the Corona as well, you're right.
Okay.
But I think whatever he's doing it out of a glass, preferably.
Okay.
I don't know if that's exclusive to Scotty, and I don't even know whether or not that's still his jam, to be fair. As we try to explain the absence of the great Scotty Wynn for the time being. LeFrancois, by the way, will be quite happy that he didn't hop in there with those 2 8s a moment ago. Is that Shufarin?
I saw the Ukrainian flag and a GG patch, and I was wondering the same thing.
Pascal hopping in here from the cutoff with the Queen 6. Kai with 10-9. Suited. Pretty one in the big.
Yeah, I like how this guy's played thus far. Got to run a really funky turn check jam bluff earlier.
Well, he's going to run it for 120 right now. As LeFrancois stepping out range-wise. Queen 8-3. Pascal finds top pair versus a gut shot and backdoor clubs that check over.
Yeah, I kind of slept this open for a second from the front spot. Okay, Scotty's obviously sat out on the button, but still fairly loose. Kai sees that small bet.
Quarter pot.
Yeah, this hand just obviously plays very nicely against LeFrancois' range in the sense that only one overcard to the 9 and the 10 if you were to catch a pair, likely good. A nut draw, backdoor clubs.
Nicotine patch?
Yeah. Just quit after 26 years at August.
4 diamonds on the turn here as Kai stuck around. Not the card he had in mind. LeFrancois doesn't love it either, of course. Both players lacking the flush draw.
I would move earlier.
Yeah, tough spot LeFrancois with queen, no kicker, no diamond in hand. May kind of bet small here to check back river.
Because like no one is smoking there.
Does decide just to check it back.
Really?
Like, really?
Now Kai with a decision point.
Much easier to find someone who's smoking weed.
Whether he feels compelled to bluff with this hand or not.
So, just day per day, still like losses.
Problem you got, Ali, is when your opponent checks back this turn card, they still get to have a lot of hands like this because they were wary of the flush. So
the thing is, what we don't get to have is the pot more often than not if we do decide to check with 10 high.
Yeah.
So Kai mulling over whether or not he wants to surrender.
Yeah, it's one of the situations you get to where it's like, well, I don't really have a better hand to bluff with than 10 high, so I will bluff.
Yeah, and he will get snap called. So 95,000 shaved off of Kai's stack as LeFrancois found a tidy line. And Scotty finds his way back to the feature.
Here he is.
Scotty has been at it for 40 years, give or take.
I'm chilling.
Imagine what a man like that thinks of the game in its current state versus when he first stumbled onto it.
Yeah. Surprised.
Unrecognizable.
Yeah, I was going to say surprised perhaps.
He's like, I remember The youngest guy at the table being 40-something now. You're lucky if you find someone over 30 out there, it feels like, in the super high roller streets.
$19.98 it was
40
when he won the main event, Ollie. First prize back then, $1 million.
Tell you what, back then $1 million was worth quite a bit.
350 entries.
Wow.
It's kind of
That's
wild,
That's
right?
a modest field for $1 million, no less. Because the buy-in's always been 10K.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. That's back when payouts were payouts, my friend.
Yep. O'Connell exploring the merits of King-Queen up front. LeFrancois, 8-9 suited, wants to take a peek. Now Catalan.
Okay, let's see.
Queen-O on the puck.
He came for a big squeeze jam before with the far weak up. This time looks like he's going on all in, picking up a green chip.
Race.
140.
3 scoops, says Catalan.
Ollie, I
Clears
heard you
the field.
mentioning 3 scoops and 4 scoops a
Yep.
few times earlier in commentary in it.
I was in rough shape.
Made me wonder.
I was doing well.
Is this like subliminally messaging yourself? You've been out for dinner.
It was
Did you
like-
have any ice cream afterwards?
No, I thought you were going to take me in the direction of perhaps a Raisin Bran at breakfast, because famously they would advertise 2 scoops of raisins in every box. And I know that may be more of an American cereal situation.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are snacking on in the UK. Muesli?
Muesli? Yeah. It's a thing.
That's really exciting. Can't think of anything an 8-year-old wants to eat at breakfast. More.
We
Granted,
had the
bran
Frosties,
cereal
come
is
on.
not exactly.
Cocoa Pops?
Cocoa Pops, yeah, that'll take you down to the dentist in a hurry.
We don't have dentists, so it's fine.
You know, it shows, if I'm being honest, James.
I wanted to jump on that one before you could.
I used to think that being a dentist in the UK would actually be a really profitable endeavor before I realized, no, there's a lot of work. There's just not a lot of demand. That's the only thing. All right. So far, I've gotten myself in trouble with the Bahamian authorities, just given my distaste for conch, and now perhaps the English will come calling as well.
Would forgive you, Ollie.
Ace King. Kai
we know you
on
don't
the
mean it.
button.
Yep, 23 blinds. Gonna be desperate to try and get this in. Certainly a much better hand than your rates to have in that seat. Oh dear.
Pocket Kings greeting O'Connell in the big. What a tantalizing proposition this is, the covering stack. And, you know, the writing does feel a bit on the wall here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is ludicrously cold on a lot of seats, but certainly button v blind for 23. O'Connell.
40 or 45?
Yeah, he's going to have some hands, Ollie, that just elect to 3-bet rip here, but I think there's still going to be some 3-bet bluffs that are going on all in, and certainly you're going to balance that with kings, one would imagine.
You're from England, right? You're from England.
And also, I'm from Ukraine.
Ukraine, oh.
Did he just turn to the man with the Ukrainian flag on his arm and ask him he's from England?
Well, maybe he saw his smile. I'm just kidding, teasing.
Wow. We're going to finish now.
Shufarian's doing just fine.
Wow. Unlike Kai.
We can help.
He's posturing, but is loving seeing that 3-bet.
He thinks he loves it.
Mm-hmm.
As we can tell, this is going to be a pretty quick love-hate.
Waiting for Trump to come to get these people out from there, you know. The communists. Maduro, you don't have heard of Maduro?
Yeah, I heard of
Jam, 465, O'Connell. Plenty ready for it. Vulnerability, of course. And those Cowboys have a pesky way of attracting aces to the board. But he'll take his chances. 960,000 in the middle. Kai, the covered stack, and the covered hand. Just 30% equity here. Jack 10 deuce and no diamond to be found for Kai. Add queens to the mix. Trade those 3 outs in for 1 ace of diamonds. None present on the turn, and perhaps Kai will no longer be present as well, unless, of course, he can find the 5-outer, which he can't. Case King rolls off top set ultimately for O'Connell.
Yeah, and he's had a lovely spin up. He was down to just over 200k at the start of the last frame. Very first hand of that frame, Ali ripped a7 offsuit in, got looked up by an ace queen, rivered a straight, and has not looked back. Pretty much on every pot he's played since then. That's 1.2.
We get water
outside of Ukraine. Because 100 years ago, a lot of Ukrainians ran from Russian fire to Canada.
Yeah.
It's like cycle, you know.
What city?
I'm from Kiev, and now I'm living in Vancouver.
Vancouver. Oh, I heard it's very nice.
Yeah,
Lucky chips.
I love this climate.
From one runner straight to tip leader.
Sure.
Long way to go.
Sick.
Very nice.
Thank you.
I can't come back from the rail. That's the only thing I know about poker.
Very true.
Never seen anyone win from the rail.
I mean, he says he's never seen anyone win from the rail, but I've seen plenty of times, Ali, Phil Ivory offering insurance to Phil Hellmuth from the rail.
Did you say Phil Ivory?
I did. I was hoping you were going to move past it.
There's no chance I'm going to move past that. I don't know if that's a glimpse into perhaps a lineage of elephant hunters somewhere in the Dempsey clan. You let the Freudian Ivory slip.
We have just discovered that Henry was an almond farmer as a youngster.
Yeah, the King Henry brand, pumping as we speak.
He literally grew almonds in Spain.
This is true? No, stop. Come on. You're doing a thing.
I'm not doing a thing.
Catalan's doing a thing. Queen Jack.
Button, 2-bet and a big. Like, how deep was it? 150?
125.
You call the 4, Jack 9.
Jack 9, 5.
5. The Jack was
Diamond.
And then
I was actually watching an old clip of the World Series the other day. It was quite a famous one.
There's plenty of them, by the way. The World Series has been around for a minute now.
It has been.
Not
But this one,
Paradise Edition, of course. That's a more recent advent. But go on, James.
just on the notion of Phil Hellmuth, but
10%.
it was the famous hand where Brett Ritchie, I believe it was, had the 2 kings.
Who was it?
Brett Ritchie, I think it was,
Okay,
had 2
yeah.
kings. And both Beth Shack and Phil Hellmuth had aces.
Jack Diamond.
And got it all in against him.
Diamond 9 club.
Do you remember the hand? Brett opens, Beth Shack
I feel like I do.
jams,
And
Phil
both the aces
over
got
jams.
showered.
Like Beth's running around the stage giving the aces
Yes,
sign
yes,
to Dan in the crowd.
yes, I
Phil
remember
Hellmuth's high-fiving her, screaming about how it took a quarter of a second. It's the worst call-off of kings we've ever seen, but at the end of the day, it's still kings. But even then, I suddenly realised in this clip, didn't catch it at the time, didn't really understand poker as well back then, but Hellmuth's off on the rail talking to Ivy, looking for some insurance.
It really was a big thing.
Yeah.
For a while, insurance. Not so big a thing, ace-3 off, but
Playing
on
like
the button.
1.1.
Worthy of attack, especially when you're fresh off of that
Yourself?
big pot pick up. Now 1.1 million chip man, 40 of it out there. Pascal defends with the suited king and finds the joint against aces up. Uh-oh.
Wow, here we go. Said O'Connell's been running pretty smooth up to now. Turn that 200 into 1.2, but he's certainly looking like losing some here, especially, Ali, that he's got this hand against one of the more capable opponents on his table in Pascal Lefrancois. Certainly a man who has bluffs at the right frequency.
Well, we've got ourselves Daniel Day-Lewis and Javier Bardem. Because there will be blood.
Wow.
$25,000. The C-bet sizing from O'Connell.
Yeah, I think this stack depth, we need to start building this.
raised to 80, and obviously the monotone texture leaves us with some concerns.
Yeah, you always start worrying straight away, of course, but you've also, like I say, you're up against an opponent who's going to find the right bluffs.
Just 1-5.
That's, yeah, you're still enjoying life with this ace-3 if you're in O'Connell's seat.
Eight of diamonds on the turn is somewhat of a relief.
Yeah, obviously LaFrancois just wants this board to continue to brick out. There are a lot of bricks when you get these monotone flops, you see there. Still hard to get this in on the river unless we fire a big bet here, Ollie. Of course, we don't have to size every hand to get it all on the river, but I feel like when we've got the nuts, we like to. Yeah, it's just going for 2/3. Still big.
We're not looking for the fold button with aces and threes, but we're not loving this 190 we're confronted with.
Yeah, I mean, we're still enjoying the scenario here, but we are dreading a big bet on the river. With some value we could still be, of course, like a queen-3 type holding.
Boy, it's ambitious given that we hold the 3 ourselves. Maybe we expect ace-queen to have been heard from pre with some frequency, so we're less worried about that. It's the unblocking of the hearts in particular that we find most worrisome.
Yeah.
Ace or a 3 would bail us out if we're O'Connell. And instead, the 4 of diamonds, such an irrelevant development.
Yeah, Francois obviously had his dream run out. Question of what size he wants to pick here. As we mentioned, and when sizing on the turn that leaves him over pot behind on the river. But again, doesn't have to go for all of it. I think may want to have a couple of sizes here. Remember, he peeled from the big early. He does have all the suited combos. Certainly has a big range advantage. This action, well, he has gone for the over pot.
Can I get a count, please?
Wow, this is pretty grim for O'Connell.
You know, 840, I mean, this is almost all of LaFrancois' chips, of course, but almost all of O'Connell's as well. You know, the man just picked up a nice little pot. Even if he were to muck right now, he fights on with 875. Quite clear at this point, the story being told by LaFrancois. I've got it.
Not only that, but LaFrancois, I don't think is even really going this size with the smaller flushes even, because O'Connell still has big flushes himself. I mean, LaFrancois' bluff's going to be... I mean, the King of Hearts just likes to call the flop a lot. Doesn't really do a lot of check
I tend to agree. Even the King Jack, King 10 combo draw type of stuff, I think we're not really looking to shovel heaps into this thing.
So the bluffs, I mean, maybe occasionally he does this with like a Jack 10 with a heart. There aren't many.
O'Connell, like a lactose intolerant man on the back end of a banana split, squirming.
But again, you're looking up at this man, Pascal Lefrancois, who's just so capable. For O'Connell, though, you'd love to just have a heart here, a big heart perhaps, would make you far more inclined to call this bet. Much better off with a hand early, like especially ace-king with the King of Hearts is much more advantageous here than this 2 pair. I think he's going to find this fold. He knows it just doesn't feel right. The flow of the table. Is Lefrancois really going to go after me when there's been some liberal action at the table?
AW Pod in the chat writes, if you think anyone is ever bluffing with this line on the river, you need to stop playing live tournaments. That's how convinced he is. Lefrancois got it, but it isn't his chips. It isn't his stack.
Yeah, people just do tend to have it a little bit more live tournaments, especially, like I say, like this is a table where there are probably some easier spots to acquire chips. Will he really go hard? And I feel like he has to be kind of over bluffing in this spot for us to want to call off ace 3.
Francois staying stoic, trying to give off whatever it is that's required to get O'Connell to click call, given he sits on the nuts.
I still think he's going to fold, Ollie. Obviously taking his time. It's a big spot.
He's looking for something to push him one way or the other. Walking the tightrope right now, it would seem. Andy Frankenberger, tourney legend,
yeah,
in the chat right now on a flight from New York to Las Vegas. Loves the bet. I would imagine he would hate the call.
Now, if Frankenberger made this bet, Ollie.
Oh, you can call Andy.
I would have called 3 minutes ago.
We're teasing, of course, but
yeah, I see a lot of chat speculating, you know, the King Jacks, King 10 kind of hands with a heart as kind of natural bluff lines, but you just see them call a lot more on this kind of board. They just have the best hand a lot, and you don't want to.
Yeah. I think it's been long enough.
More time, please.
Notice that O'Connell says, if you feel like calling a clock,
Yeah.
I won't be offended. And no sooner does he say that than someone does say, let's go ahead and get the floor over here.
That's the closest calling to the clock on yourself as I've seen.
Yeah.
You got a clock on yourself, baby?
No, I just said it's okay.
He tried.
$30 seconds, all right. Ay, ay, ay.
You know, I tend to feel as though when somebody kind of solicits the clock calling on themselves, it's in the interests of helping them find the fold. I think that's where his head's at here. I don't think he's done this because he's trying to expedite the call.
I think the only thing that makes him want to call more is the fact that...
Oh, no!
Oh, wow!
That is good.
Destruction. O'Connell. Clicked call. I don't think any of us really genuinely felt like that's the direction he was headed. Be it chat, you, James, me.
Yeah, look, I get it.
Did you order water?
No idea.
Lefrancois sized the turn in the river to a point that he actually, if you actually think about this, eliminates quite a lot of the flushes he can have. Like, he's not going like that with a 9-high flush, I don't think. I think if he check raises the flop and bets the turn 2/3, then he goes for that sort of 50% pot on the river size with those more mediocre flushes. So he is more polar, even in the sense of flushes and bluffs. Like, I don't think every flush is in there at that size is what I'm trying to say.
It's just that the bluffs were tough to come by there for me. You know, maybe some exist.
Here we go.
And if your last name's Peary, you're hoping that spades exist in this deck, as he got after it from the button here. Sitting 12 bigs coming in. Barry waking up with queens. Flatted. Spade in the window. No others behind it, though.
Make it fun.
3 of spades for a sweat.
Peary Looking for a sweat, and he finds one. Not a spade, not a straight card, but a 4. So Jacob, or a sailboat, allows him to keep his seat. Instead, it's the 6.
Yeah, well, golf again in the morning.
Yeah, that strikes me as a man that's got his clubs in tow down here on the island. Visor, polo.
It's windy out there. It's going to
I'll
hurt
tell you
your
what,
score.
depending on which direction that wind is traveling, you can fix a slice or a hook in a hurry.
Easy game.
You know, just hook it into the wind, not with it, or vice versa.
He was a lot of fun at the table.
Barry ascending. Back over now, we find Shufarin, ace-9, opening and getting stuffed. If we can call it that.
yeah, stuff for less.
Yeah, 35,000 calling off all in is O'Connell. Note that the final 9 in the deck is accounted for and in the bin. Scotty.
You said 45.
Wants to see a flop.
I said 40. He has all in. 35. Excuse me.
So modest side pot of 10,000 is active. Jack 6-5. Scotty with the better of the holdings between he and Shufarin. Check, check.
Okay.
Yeah, Scotty's just figuring he's probably got the best hand here and wants a little bit of protection. Not that we've got any ICM situation. If he bets here and allows O'Connell to survive, it doesn't change his outcome in this tournament too much.
Bets 50, pulls it right back along with the 10 in the side after Shufarin folds the ace high. Now the 9s just need to fade the king or 6. And the rebuilding effort is underway for O'Connell, but there's still a lot of what was once a skyscraper that needs to be repaired before that structure
Hey, he did it before.
stands tall again.
He did it before. He's going to play that one over a little while longer, Ali, maybe through the night. There's a few people who have been sent to bed over the last couple of nights who probably didn't sleep too well.
You know, and that's not a critique of the mattresses here at Atlantis. Nor
the air conditioning. Everything's fine. The rooms are lovely.
Yeah. But the
here
head
we go.
lays lighter on the pillow when you find yourself on an upswing versus a downswing, or if you're haunted by a decision. Nothing will haunt O'Connell here. Single decision point pre-flop, all in. Jacks, Murphy, feeling the same way about King Queen. He shoots in 260. 125 of that will be pulled back as the covering stack takes 2 overs up against the pocket pair. 320 in the middle. This would be pretty epic for O'Connell if he's able to go from 35 to 320 and back-to-back pots.
The last spin up started with a double up through Murphy. Let's see if he can do it again.
Well, 10-8-4 is a good start, James. Spade lurks. Take it off the board. And let's just keep this river free of any artwork, is the thought on O'Connell's mind. And there's a compliant deck. Brandishing the 5 of clubs. And granted, that 320 is far from the 1.1 that O'Connell had moments ago, but it's a good ways away from that 35K nub.
We're playing now.
Yeah.
We are playing.
It's not all in or fold pre territory.
Best case, my call is completely indifferent.
Yeah.
Worst case, it's losing a lot.
You had something like top pair plus block here.
No.
No?
Worse.
Worse?
Yeah. 2 pair.
You had 2 pairs?
You have to have
Ace queen, ace 3?
Ace 3.
Ace 3.
Didn't feel like pocket 3s from you, though.
No. It's too much money for pocket 3s, I think.
Sporting postmortem engaged in there by Pascal. I don't think he's given him the goo.
He sort of accidentally kind of
Good luck to you.
the unintentional rub in Wsop perhaps by saying, "Oh, you obviously had, ace
Oh,
with,
right,
with
with
a
the
big blocker,"
blocker.
and he's like, I can understand it. And it's like, no, I didn't have that, and he's like, oof, then
Yeah.
I don't think you can call
No, but you know what? I'll tell you what. I appreciate the
125,
honesty from Pascal. A lot of times in a poker game, tournament or cash, you'll see people give him the goo. They'll kind of somehow sympathetically be like, "Oh, you had no choice" or whatever.
Yeah.
At least he's kind of giving him
Definitely not losing.
a genuine emotional response to the intel. Murphy's response to pocket nines, a buck and a quarter all in.
I didn't want to go out to a guy with a bucket hat on. Would have been just a low light of my trip.
Nice.
Oh, you gotta love it from Murphy. Oh, I gotta say, if Gilligan is your undoing, then that is perhaps a sleepless night. Shufadin's got game though, man. Let's not assume that just because he's rocking this vacation bucket that there's not real talent over there. Love his
What'd you fold?
vibe and attitude at the
queen
table, by the
4.
way. Very much takes everything in stride. And given.
Maybe I would call if we would not wish you luck, balls like. But
I'm
like
saying
it's
that-
like plus 5% in all in.
Given that Shufadin is out here in the Bahamas playing poker as a Ukrainian as opposed to being met with some other challenges that many who fly that flag currently experiencing and have been for the better part of the last few years, definitely puts things in perspective.
Yeah, certainly does.
Le Francois, suited and connected. Hijack 40K.
Everyone in this tournament is blessed, Ali.
Yeah. Some people also cursed, if we're being honest. Just given some of the run bad that seems to enshroud certain characters from time to time. Dressler. Ace-3 big blind. Nursing 200K back. Sticks in.
GG's.
A little more, and second pair ace kicker versus top pair. 110 in the middle.
Yeah, this just feels like we know the Francois going to bet this top pair against that shallow stack, and Dressler for 3. Just it's tough to check call and play that one down the streets. We're so shallow. I think we just run it now. Francois is just going to see bet against our stack size so often in this board.
I mean, pardon me, obviously, with over 2 million to start the hand out of the hijack, we do expect some breadth in terms of holdings, but where are we going?
Okay, he's gone clicky.
2.5x.
Try and make it stand out. There could be still be some bluffs in here. And the Francois gonna now obviously go trappy with that 10 turn. Top 2.
Oh, man.
That's the problem for Dressler now is this board just got real ugly real fast.
Is it ugly enough maybe
Yeah.
to kind of allow him to check and then if faced with aggression, reevaluate the merits of a 3, James?
Yeah, it's a weird one. He sort of check raised that 3 thinking it's probably good and ready to go with it.
I think he just assumed it would clear a lot of kit.
Right, and was ready to call a jam if it came in, and then suddenly when this rolls off, it's like, okay, now maybe I can just check fold.
You know, strangely, when our opponent does bet and call the check raise, club rolls off, we unblock it. Obviously, the 10 is an issue. We do need to ask ourselves.
You have a flush? No.
What's going on? And you see Dressler immediately alarmed by the snap call from Pascal, who's on a big upswing, which rates to continue here unless an ace or a 3 pay a visit to this river. No such luck for Dressler. Auf Wiedersehen.
Thank you.
To the German. Wishes the crew good luck.
He's out, Ollie, but I did spot a moment ago someone asking about another German. One Fedor Holtz asking if he's playing this tournament. Well, I can tell you,
he's
playing the tournament tomorrow, and he's going to start with the biggest bag.
Where are you from?
2.6 was it?
At 4.9.
Oh, wow.
4.885, I think it was something like
You
from New Jersey.
Canada also?
U.S.
So playing
New Jersey.
Maybe an understatement with respect to what Fedor's doing here in this tournament. He's
demolishing.
Yeah,
he's punishing.
Keeps telling us at the beginning of the day.
Close to Philly or?
Close to the beach.
Oh, Atlantic City.
Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore, baby.
He was on the show Jersey Shore. He was Pookie.
Pookie. What does that mean?
Yeah, no, that was his name on Jersey Shore, Pookie.
That was a good show.
Boy with Paulie D.
Jersey
45.
Shore was a dumpster fire of Americana, is what Jersey Shore was. Who said good show?
Someone who you love, right? Like, I mean,
That was
like,
hot garbage.
That's what it means?
Yeah, it's like teenagers.
Ollie, you have to believe me when I say I've never seen a second of it.
Yeah.
Pookie was
You're better for it.
Octa's boyfriend.
The short, chubby one.
Yeah.
The
Like-
one that kept putting the beer upside down in the margarita.
I mean, this is the slang what I know from
I-
my kids.
But that makes sense. I didn't know that, but
No, Pookie's a new term though. Also,
is it because of the Octa girl?
Yeah.
That said, I love you, Pookie,
My
forever.
daughter says to her brother.
no, I think it was before that. It was
like
there's
Pookie.
some rich couple on Instagram, Pookie and Jet.
10%.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Don't look at me, James. I have no clue what they're talking about. I do have a clue why it is at 9-7 check folded to what was a pair of aces.
I think the
And
powers that be
Snooki.
realized that you and I were never going to get any of those references, so
Well,
let's just move
Snooki
on
was
over.
the name that they were looking for, not Pookie.
Oh.
But
Wow, maybe you do know a little bit more.
it's fine. No, but in terms of Pookie being some term of endearment or whatever, I just... Anyway.
Should we move on?
I'd love to. We're going to, in fact, flip tables. Not in that way in which I want to do every time I take a bad beat, but rather just moving over to coverage at a different feature.
Never seen it, but I've heard stories.
Okay. He's still sick. Yeah. Like, we played
40?
a tough course. Never in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, shot like 700. I mean, from the blue team, but still.
Charlet,
But he
Jack
said,
10 in the
like,
cutoff,
there's a lot of
okay.
pressure.
And try and get something through here late on with
There's a reason why. Like,
14 blinds.
same guys win.
Yeah. It's meant to
1.4.
Yeah, it's crazy.
90?
Oh, just clicking.
Boy, and
It's also like
40 becomes 90. King, Queen, shed as a result. So credit to Barry because a flat, I'm not so sure, is responded to in the same way.
7, 8 years. Then it's gonna like little resurrection where he's gonna
Yeah, she's just sort of
show up.
willing to commit against 14.
30s and then
It goes such a small size that Desjardins feels compelled to stick around with this Jack 10 and
Swing and miss on the 8-deuce-deuce board without a heart in hand. King of Hearts working hard for Barry.
Scheffler is like Tiger Woods type thing.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Action checked over to her.
Yeah, he's going to go down as well.
You know, once upon a time, Liv was a fixture on the tournament circuits. An actual astrophysicist whose interests branch far beyond the borders of poker. Avid Burning Man attendee.
oh, we're going back to that, are we?
No, we don't have to. Her boyfriend, Igor Kurganov, who I believe they're still together.
Yeah.
Also was a big presence in poker.
Over 10 years they've been together now. Wow. That's how quickly time flies.
Did he put a ring on it? What's going on, Igor?
Yeah. I mean, it's like in poker, like how.
I shouldn't be one to talk.
I feel like maybe marriage isn't for everyone. just saying the kind of people who maybe attend Burning Man every year probably look at it as a
alternate sort of relationship philosophies do exist at the Burn, from what I understand. And
marriages have kind of a old sort of vibe of how women belong to men, and I don't know. I'm just speculating that maybe that's something you wouldn't do.
I get it. Some people are into the open border policy when it comes to... Anyways.
I mean,
Chartier. Ace Queen suited.
First time I met Igor, he gave me $10,000 in a free roll into a tournament.
Stop it.
I swear to God, it was the old days at the World Series of Poker.
Okay.
When after the main event, when there were no other events going on, you know, the main was the last one.
Okay.
And the Bellagio had their 10K WPT. Whatever it was. I busted the main. Hard to believe, I know, but there we go.
Everyone believes it. Go on.
Like days ago.
It happens to many people, by the way. But
this part you'll easily believe as well. I was on the golf course, and I get a phone call from an unknown number, and unusually for me, I picked it up, and it was Igor.
Yeah, most of the time it's debt collectors.
Right. And long story short, he was like, bear in mind, I'd never met this guy really, maybe once or twice in passing. But he got my number, said, hey, what are you doing? So I just finished playing golf. He goes, what time can you get to the Bellagio? I'm like, oh, this is a bit odd. I went, I don't know, like, be there in a bit. And he goes, okay, if you get here before this time, I'm giving you a 30% free roll, and after that time, a 25% free roll to play this 10K. I was genuinely bowled over as you would be, but, and, you know, reasonable percentage thinking I'm getting pranked.
Yeah, right. Like just trying to get you off the golf course down to Bellagio for some other ulterior motive on behalf of someone else, perhaps.
I turn up there. There's Igor. He goes, yeah, get in the tournament. It's really good. He just decided the field was so soft, he was trying to get hold of anyone to play the tournament.
Well, we know he thought the field was soft because of all the people that he decided to track down the phone number to. It was you he came up with? There's a lot of people that play tournament poker, Igor. I'm just saying, as much as I love
I think he got quite a few in there, you know.
Okay. So many ponies hit the track that day is what you're suggesting. It wasn't sort of a, James is the one guy that I'm thinking
Exactly.
about.
I'm sure I was low down the list.
I see.
And yes, I did lose him $10,000.
Well done, James.
Thank you. Help build the pool, though. They could use me here.
10-7 suited, made it 40. Look at Sanchez here.
Yeah.
You know, when I came into the booth, James, you told me this is a guy that I needed to keep an eye on based on what had transpired in the previous frame, and now he's proven it. As he says, not so fast. Mine is not the grande blind to be effed with.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously laid eyes on him in Jeju before we did commentary on him in the main event there, the Triton series, and he was doing a little bit of that there, but it's a lot harder to get away with this sort of antics in that field. No disrespect to the players involved here.
No, that's just an objective truth.
As long as you happy where you at, that's good. You know?
Yeah. You put 120?
Where are you from, just a little poker news and
right here, baby.
Eric Janowski. That's 4.1 million chips.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Taking a run at that Fedor Holt stack as pocket nines take a run at Ace King. Murphy, the covered stack.
5 on the turn?
5 of spades.
Hold on. Scotty's going to call it.
Wanted the 5 of spades, gets a 6.
Take it now.
I had a pair of 5.
Just not on the river.
That's a couple fewer 5s available to the chop if we're to believe Catalan. I didn't clock his holding.
Wow.
Murphy says don't do it. And the deck does not.
You were due for that one, I think.
I had a pair of 5.
So the roller coaster ride resumes. Now on the downswing once more is O'Connell. Murphy,
Nice
beneficiary.
My wife is watching. I didn't really do that.
Wow.
It feels fair. Yeah, exactly that. Murphy's doubled up at corner twice already.
You guys both played it perfectly. Thank you very much.
Is that Jason Murphy?
It is.
just learned that word yesterday.
He's looking fit.
Yeah.
Vlog.
I saw
Like, I
him.
think it's vlog.
Yeah.
No, it's vlog. I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's no V in there. He's like, are you messing with me? I go, yeah. It's a vlog. My daughter's texting me. Stop saying stupid things on TV.
105. Race.
Catalan.
How old is she?
Pocket queens up front.
25.
Oh, wow. Nice.
105.
Those goddamn Gen Zs, huh?
I don't know if that one hit, Pascal. First off, Gen Z, I believe, is under 25, isn't it?
I don't know.
Maybe
I
I'm
just feel
wrong,
like-
but
I feel
also,
like-
that's my daughter, bruh.
I just feel like Pascal hasn't offered much in the group conversation yet, and that's what he waited to come out with.
You know, listen, he's content to have the jokes miss, but the hands hit.
Oh, there we go.
Which has been the formula so far for him.
Why is it so much, baby? 5x raise. I didn't notice this. It's a big old bet. Honesty from up front.
Ivan in the chat writes, tell me you have queens without telling me.
Better.
Better. No, well, now showing as well. I'm not so sure I love this from Catalan.
Another jab.
I was waiting for you to go all in.
Because, you know, if he makes it 2.5x next time around, I guess I can remove the big pairs from his range. Sorts of things that we don't want to provide in terms of insights to our range. Who have we here?
I will show him.
Ali, I've just spotted an opportunity in the chat. James Grant suggested that Flight Hotel in Bayern requires $40,000. Now, I am willing to provide him a flight and a bed for 15K. For 10K, screw it, I'll give him a 5K rebate. I've got a spare bed in my room.
So you would be willing to provide him with a flight, a bed,
for 10K,
but not a buy-in.
Oh, he can bring his own 25K for the buy-in.
Oh, okay.
40.
He's saying it costs 15K expenses here. I'll save him 5K.
Right, James. I don't
I'm
think
I'm
A,
trying
that
to
he wants
grind
to
here.
stay in your room. All right, nor
I don't
B, that he
snore.
wants to fly Spirit down to Nassau. Although I guess it's better than flying it into Haiti
This is 1 million.
these days.
You gotta
Don't know if you saw the headline about
1 million.
bullet holes in the fuselages coming into Port-au-Prince. Kings looking to put some
That's
bullet
enough
holes into
power
these
ripping
sevens.
across
Le Francois flatting.
How about no, Scott?
How much is it? 45?
Mini me loves chocolate.
He's dead now.
Yeah.
I played poker with him about
Really?
maybe 15 years ago. At that point, he couldn't walk. He was in the oh, wow.
Catalan hops aboard with a 7 in hand. Really poor spot for him. He does make the dummy end of an open-ender on a Queen-Jack-10 board. She found him with the overpair and the open-ender of his own.
Obviously still a very nice hand, but just have to be so wary on these board textures. And it's, you know, suddenly a little bit lower down in his range in the sense he gets to have ace king, tens, jacks, queens,
50.
suited broadways. He has so many strong hands here that this one pair is suddenly a weaker part of that range. Wow.
So
Stop
one
hating on
time?
Haiti. Good one.
No,
I should have said
Nah,
that.
yes, sir.
Oh, nice hand,
I did
baby.
Okay. I
do
show
some
you,
working
show you
out
next time.
You got it.
earlier, though,
Kings.
Ali, for
Next time.
those interested in getting down here. I found a flight from London.
Like, this
It's
is
9 a.m. out of Heathrow. Gets you here at 2 p.m.
really nice hand.
Gives you about an hour and 15 to get from the airport, get yourself registered, so don't pack a bag.
Yeah.
Listen,
But if you are interested in doing that, you haven't got long to get to Heathrow. The flight leaves in
brother, king.
5 hours.
Barely enough time to get through security. The queues over at Heathrow. I'll tell you something. If there's one airport that I find fairly loathsome, especially when you're transiting and they make you go through it all over again, which is really special, it's Heathrow. And of course, this is where you, living in Brighton, get to tout Gatwick as the best
airport.
of the London
Oh.
airports.
The best.
All right. If you like flying Thomas Cook.
It's got Wagamamas in each terminal, Ollie.
That's all you needed to say, James. Except my takeaway based on that fact is different than yours. Sanchez, 10-6 of hearts. Party starting from the button. Suited king. Defending for Andreevich. King, queen, queen board. Way the best of it. He checks over to see whether or not Sanchez has barrel number 2 on his mind.
He certainly will. Oh, pardon me. The first time I've seen this man slow down all day.
Another king on the turn.
Yeah, and suddenly that 10 high actually looks okay against the big blind who's going to hold all the small cards.
Andreevich really looking to tempt Maurizio into trouble. And he's going to bite. 110 in the middle. Does feel like a nice opportunity to just kind of...
I'm kind of surprised by this, but I feel like just
for it.
10 high's good. And we can check back.
I tend to agree. And also the ace high isn't supposed to be so interested in a barrel here because it's not like you're worried about somebody making a pair.
Exactly that.
Andreevich quite happy to call and see whether or not an additional barrel might be available on the river. Queen on the end. So Sanchez plays the board. Andreevich with the better boat.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Sanchez, what are we trying to bluff off here? The chop from like a jack high or an ace high? Yeah, I'm glad he slows down there.
Yeah. Shut it down there.
And Ollie, here's a question from you.
Yep.
From our good friend, Mr. Frankenberger.
Uh-huh.
He wants to know, what's the best way to use his points to come to Nassau and stay here? And for those that don't know, Ollie is like an algorithm.
I'm a little bit of a point savant, if I'm not going to lie. It is a Marriott property, a few of the towers here, not all of them, Andy. So if you happen to have Bonvoy points, you're drawn live to an award redemption. Down here, rates are pretty high. Not sure the value proposition is great, Andy. What I am sure of, though, is that your other 2 airport submissions after I brought up Heathrow as being loathsome in LAX and CDG, which is Paris Charles de Gaulle, also fairly loathsome airports. Now, LAX got the people mover coming. Billions over budget, years late, but once that gets there, maybe things will get a little bit better if you can get some airside terminal transfers.
I really feel like we're missing a trick here, not having you host some sort of cool-in point show.
Yeah, it's true. I am a glorified extreme couponer on some fronts.
Let's make this happen.
Mullen.
I got enough jobs, James. Ace Jack, and
yeah, and I don't want to spend any more time with you, if I'm being honest.
Did Desjardins say that's not enough chips? Apparently he did. All in for 160, and Stakelis of Lithuania will provide a spin in awful shape here with the King Jack.
Thank you.
Open ender acquired on a Queen, Queen 10 board, though, and the ace and the 9 are problematic. If you're Desjardins, has the best of it, stays that way, but on the turn, the 3rd diamond creates further hazards out there.
Oh. Good game. Good game, guys.
And both ways on the end for Stakelis.
GG,
making the flush, making Broadway, and making Desjardins D-Mike and step away from this featured table. Late night carnage out there. James.
Yeah, it's brewing.
Micah Clothier, not to interrupt you, he has hopped into this discussion as we do try to pass time between hands, advising something that I've recently been advised. Lisbon Airport, a bad one. Yeah.
I mean, I think I've only...
Rumor has it.
I've been to Lisbon. I don't remember the airport being bad.
What was it, one of these stag parties where you were so lit up on the flight home that you have no recollection of the terminal?
I mean, I find that rather insulting, Ollie.
Why?
Bottom bar. They're gonna do like a resort.
You're British, and it's on the Iberian Peninsula.
Maybe it'll be nice.
That qualifies, right? Portugal?
Yeah,
It's nice
on
when
the
it's
Iberian
tight.
Peninsula, that's for sure.
The Cove's great. Though. I like it.
I confess that transferring through CDG of late has not really been as loathsome, thanks to the good people at Air France La Première.
Oh, here we go. I get picked up in my car.
Oh, it's so good, James. I'm telling you, there's nothing
They meet me
nicer
off
than
the
when they got the
steps.
sign right on the jet bridge. You just slide right down into a 7 Series or some kind of Cayenne, and they just drive you to the lounge. If there's one arena in life and where I want to be a shameless, self-indulgent 0.1%er, it's commercial aviation, but in the right end of the aircraft.
Yeah, but have you ever
Make
been
no
picked
bones
up
about it.
by the new bus at Grenoble Airport?
What? King 4, top pair. Always had the best of it against Bori here. She's got second pair and perhaps an excuse to lose a little bit.
Yeah, for now. Intrigue. Obviously an obvious disaster card. But
Would be
hard
the
to
4.
think.
8 instead.
Yeah, plenty of draws out there we want to charge against. Plenty of draws we can rep as well. Bit small on the flop. Certainly some weaker hands in there. Gonna go this size, and then we'll quite often just check back river. Yeah, they're getting sticky for one more.
Non-believing is Bori, and that's not a card that should change her feelings. As we arrive at the river, none of the straights or the flush got there. Let's see if Andreevich can target 9X specifically. 400 in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for him to bet here anything but fairly small. Yeah, quarter pot, there we go. And Liv holding this 9, i.e. a 9 without a 10 jack or queen in it, a 9 without a diamond as a kicker, a 9 even without a 5, 6 or 7 that could have picked up draws on the turn, makes it a pretty prime candidate to look this bet up. She's been pretty spot on so far tonight though, Ollie. I wonder if she can figure out this just looks too milky.
It does seem like it's begging for a call. And specifically from something like 9X.
It's curious because if he's bluffing here for that small size, he's obviously targeting Liv having called flop and turn with a draw. But how likely is she to have done that? Call the turn with the draw.
We've seen
obviously
her,
just such a great price though.
We've seen her show terrific restraint in spots that were far more tempting than this one. So it's not beyond her to click fold here. That much we know, but she seems like she's vacillating.
Well done.
Kudos to Liv.
Nice bet.
She says, nice bet. As she bins it, Andreevich denied a third street of value. Meanwhile, we come back over to O'Connell with an open-ender here. He has gotten his final 65,000 in against Lefrancois. That's where the bulk of his chips were transferred not long ago. And the last dose of them could very well be headed for the same place unless he finds a 4, 6, 7, or 9 against this ace-king high. Seven on the turn, and O'Connell.
Here we go.
Given a temporary reprieve
I don't like to root for people in the booth early, but I feel like O'Connell deserves a spin in this. He deserves a bag.
Anxious moments, but an ace and king free river as he improves to the 9-high straight and will improve to 275K resiliency on display out of that 2-hole.
Yeah, it's like this never seems to be getting off this short stack. But still in. Half a starting stack, but
Oh, the classic taking shape over at the other table here as Andreevich is back in the saddle promptly after the altercation with Liv. He's going to lock horns with Fair. He's got queens, open to 50, 3 scoops to 175.
yeah, and obviously playing 30 blinds, have opened early. There's always some concern. It's not like Andreevich is going to get in here with a lot of worse hands, but there are some that will.
Yeah. On right.
I think we can just elect to run this for 30. We do get snap call. Once you've been snapped, you're very happy to see that hand, and off to the races we go.
Yeah. This one felt like the car crash was always going to be the pre-flop outcome. 1.26 million chip pot. Ace king comes up empty. Queens love to see it. Problem-free turn here, given the lack of spade in Andreevich's hand. And a safe river will leave the Canadian doubling through the American.
I was wondering to myself, if it did come ace or king, if you're going to go with low brow, that's not fair.
Right? It was 50 raise, 3 flop.
If I was going to go low brow,
And
that's not fair.
175.
Wow. I just got it.
No, you didn't.
I swear I just got it. That's not fair. Now, see, that was your way of somehow attributing that which was within your range upon me. And the transparency of the effort, James, dare I say, is, you know, distasteful, offensive, disappointing, and on brand. Don't saddle me with that. You know what the sad part is? I like it.
No,
That's not fair would have been a great line if the ace or king rolled off. Would not have been a great outcome, of course, for the Canadian. Andreevich will fight on, wounded, but still with 30 bigs. Pocket fours, Chartier.
Chartier was near enough falling asleep at the table earlier.
He wouldn't be the first one. Joe Chuen.
And when Joe Chuen sleeps at the table, that's the only place he does sleep.
It
There's a man
very
who
well
stays
be.
in hotel rooms. Let me tell you.
You know what would be great is if he brought one of those airline neck pillows and just kind of sit up straight and get in a few
The
winks.
turtleneck or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Queen Jack suited here. I don't think La Francesca's going to be taking a nap in the small. Pulls it back in. Sticks the 2/4 into the machine, and he will be heads up and out of position against the baby pair. 140 in the middle. Ace of diamonds interacts, but nothing more. Chartier with the wheel gutter.
Yeah, sounds like he's going to stab this one. Always against small blind, you're a little bit more wary. It's just naturally a stronger range, but fours both needing protection and having equity when behind seems like a reasonable hand to bet.
35K gets the job done. We always love to see it. Having to fight further down the streets with that one. Absent a 3 or a 4 on the turn, always a little bit murky.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what it is that everybody's up to.
That's a nice shot.
That's, leaving them light on sleep, because I confess, I've learned the hard way that the water park closes after dark. Ocean's not a great idea.
No, Ollie, but you do owe me a dip.
I do owe you a dip. I owe myself a dip. How many days have I been? I got here on the 6th of December, and I've yet to set foot in the sea. Or the pool. I did have to do the lazy river.
Is the Wi-Fi
in a
no good
tandem
there or something? Is that what's the issue?
Thing with Randy. The lack of Wi-Fi out there could be an issue, but you'll be happy to know I've ponied up for international data plans. Maybe I'd be saving a lot of money without having done so. If I couldn't log into my
I enjoyed seeing
trading
you and
account.
Randy in the lazy river.
Mercier, by the way, with the Mr. T starter kit.
I always
out
wonder
there.
when you see people come dressed like this to poker rooms. They've got a lot of confidence in the air temperature.
Either that or they run hot. That's also a thing.
You know
Perhaps
what to
some
do, baby.
confidence in the
Follow them
arms.
before you get hurt, baby.
As I said, he's looking fit.
Yeah. Actually, the first day I saw him here last week, took me a minute to recognize him.
I'm going to say this, all right? Mercier can fluctuate. I remember when he was rolling around here and, not the Bahamas, but, I saw him in the poker room. I don't think he's going to get offended by it. In fact, he should be very proud of where he finds himself right now in terms of fitness compared to where he was not too many years ago.
Yeah.
But parking on a leather ass for hours on end
Well, here we go.
at a poker table isn't exactly the recipe for fitness. Does take a concerted effort, and the effort from Wynn was to 200,000.
Yeah.
Three betting over the top of LeFrancois, who hung in and finds himself with second pair up against top pair on a queen high 2-spade board.
Yeah, interesting that Francois obviously opting to raise his hand from the small to the big. I think just given the way that Scotty's been playing so far and some of the hands he's folded, deciding that Scotty might fold a little too often from the big blind, but obviously the opposite happening. Scotty pumping it up with ace-queen, elevating this one. And now LeFrancois in a real tricky spot. Obviously have to keep him honest for one, but I think if this comes a brick, I do genuinely believe he'll just get away with it, but get away from it. Because Scotty's been playing pretty... Well, that's not a brick. Cancel everything I said, Ollie.
10s and 9s once again for LeFrancois on a turn. Scotty, however, picks up the nut flush draw, wastes no time checking back, which is good for him. Now the river is a jack, 4-liner and a 3 flush out there. LeFrancois doesn't love it, and I wonder, James, if check 2, whether or not on the strength of the ace of spades and maybe a king X range advantage, Scotty would turn this into a bluff. There's the check, the first part of the puzzle. That's not...
I think Scotty knows he's not got the best hand.
You get there. Check it.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to bluff it off. Would have worked, though, I think.
Scotty shows the ace-queen as he checked back.
I think I wish Scotty had just taken a moment there before speaking. He might, if he'd given us a bit more time, he might have pieced that together that, hey, look, this queen's just never good. And I do have, kings, ace-king, these kind of hands. It's LeFrancois.
I tend to
Probably
agree with
made
you.
2-pair.
I think giving himself an opportunity there, Scotty maybe leans a bit more toward recognizing that the ace-queen performs poorly at showdown.
Oh, Ollie.
Talk to me.
Just looked at Poker News, and I didn't realize this tournament's finished.
What's that?
Brent Kenny's in the field, and he's already got 4 starting stacks.
Stop it.
I mean...
Why are we still playing?
Exactly.
I also know, by the way, in 8th place, one Frank Funaro, who the last time I called his name was at the dead bottom of a leaderboard with 5K in chips. My guess is that he found a rebuy, and that rebuy's gone a lot better than the buy-in before it.
I get 1 million, roughly. Thanks.
Jason Mercier say he has 1 million roughly.
All in.
I could have sworn that's what I heard as well. Regardless,
we
it
may
makes
be
no
wrong.
difference to O'Connell.
305.
Nope.
No matter what the tally, it covers the 2 6s, which have jammed and run into pocket kings. And wouldn't you know it, it's Pascal Lefrancois.
Who else? Who else will be there waiting to catch this one?
Every now and again, the thematic nemesis emerges. And on this occasion, if you're O'Connell, it has absolutely been Lefrancois who has had your number.
It's such a cruel game at times.
Pascal flats in the hopes that maybe Jason finds trouble behind him. Of course, 8-6 suited. Prepared to lay down with ease. And O'Connell might, at long last, be prepared to accept his fate against Pascal Lefrancois, who he hasn't been able to conquer. In the ring once again. Will this be the knockout blow? Sure looks that way on a 10-Jack Queen board. King's actually a good card on the turn if you're O'Connell. Just giving him 8 outs to a chop.
Yeah.
Note that 1-6 in the bin already, even though we're showing 2 outs. Best we can tell, it's only 1. And we don't build drama in a spot like that for good reason. 4 of spades on the end. And the GGs are issued.
Yep.
Tip of the hat to O'Connell. He scrapped and he fought games, but
it
it just wasn't his day.
He actually ran a really nice bluff earlier in the day. Played really nicely. I think, obviously, that ace-3 call-off against Pascal Lefrancois on the river, having flop 2 pair against the flop nut flush, will sting for a while, because I really think he'd folded a few times in that tank in his mind and was just...
I was convinced it was in the bin. I really was, especially when he said, I won't be offended if you call the clock. It was almost like a plea for help.
Yeah, just get me out of this spot.
Yeah.
There he is, the man we mentioned. Certainly taking care of himself.
I don't want it that bad. Actually, you know what? He looks like he could run a gang in cell block D. You know what I mean? I saw Oz back in the day in HBO. Jason could definitely get himself, you know, up in the ranks, my guess. He's a super nice guy, by the way. You know, looks can be a bit deceiving. I suppose the sunglasses do soften what would otherwise be a somewhat intimidating
I was going to say, I don't
image.
think that's the look in jail. I'm not sure, but
listen,
One too much, I think.
if you got the right guards on the payroll, my friend,
25.
You can kind of rock what you like in there, from
I'm
what I
not sure
understand.
you want to rock those glasses in there if you're trying to give that steely, mean exterior, though.
No, but
Ollie.
that's just it,
Oh,
right?
the man who does must be so confident in himself.
Exactly.
All right.
It's the next level.
Okay. Couple of limps.
Something we've not seen.
I'm not surprised to see it out of this seat. I say he's shown a propensity for the big jam over multiple actions before.
Listen, I don't want to be presumptuous, but Catalan strikes me as a man who perhaps feels more relieved by limiting the decision points out there, which an all-in pre-flop aids.
7 for Offsuit saying, well, have all the OG poker players turn out for this event? They really have. We've got Jason Mercier here, Vanessa Selps earlier, Liv Barry. This is my era, Ollie.
I'll tell you what, 50 million guarantee. That's the song of the siren from Greek mythology. They're all just drifting toward that island.
Yeah, hard to say no.
Sorry.
Since his arrival, I don't believe Moritz has been involved in a pot. Certainly not during our time here at this feature. Spectatorship.
Lefrancois is really going to enjoy this last hour or so.
You know who's not?
Oh,
hang on. was going to say the field, just given the sense that maybe he's really going to try to find 4 million plus in the bag before we draw the curtain on this one, but he's going to have a tough time doing it in this pot as Catalan on the button. 3 X's to 150.
Yeah, and action with this hand, it's not something they were after, but especially against that C. I don't think Catalan's in there light too often.
Very nice.
There we go.
You said you weren't going to show again.
How come you didn't play this time?
I had one of these.
You know.
Now, Catalan is indeed playing under the Vietnam flag. Some inquiries there in the chat, while Scotty Wynn is playing under the American flag. So that, you know, of note.
Yeah.
Vietnam's been in the news lately, by the way. There's this billionaire woman who was sentenced to death for an unbelievable embezzlement scheme that she ran. But she's been told that if she can generate reparations to the tune of $9 billion by a deadline, then death does not become her.
It's like the storyline to Rounders 2.
I don't know what the storyline to Rounder 2 is. I know that I'm trying to get an account on eBay Vietnam because my guess is there's going to be a lot of merch getting fenced on there for pennies on the dollar.
Wow.
You got to put $9 billion together in a hurry. You know what I mean? Ming Dynasty vase worth millions, 100K gets it done. I don't know.
Something like 20% of the money that went missing or something has to be returned or something.
Is it only 20%? 25%. That sounds like a deal.
Yeah, I mean, let's give it a go.
She doesn't have 20% in cash?
I mean,
I'm just saying, what's your life worth? Imagine if you were such a nit that you were like, nah, I'm $9 billion. Nope, I'm not going to do it.
275. Thank you.
10-9 tray here. How about a heart draw? Pascal up against top pair. Is that which we anticipated, which is increased activity out of the Canadian stack, is on display. C-bet here. Jam from Moritz. Lefrancois is calling. All of a sudden, we got 855 in the middle. I confess I didn't really see this the path forward. Can Moritz hold?
No, not against Lefrancois.
Not even for one street.
Right away. Right away.
And like a
I think we can get quick rivers when the person's already
black hole, the gravitational pull of Pascal Lefrancois has all chips flowing in his direction here. Late day 1D. You know, I forgot that the
This is the only hand he played.
currency in Vietnam is the dong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was 9 billion dong. Was it dong or dollars?
No, she managed to embezzle $44 billion.
USD.
Yeah. The verdict requires her to return $27 billion. But I think you're right. 9 rings a bell to me. So maybe she's got like, if she can find 1/3, she survives a little bit longer.
Right.
Maybe like,
and then another 9 if you know what I mean.
She's 67, so maybe, you know, you come to a deal. How many years more do you
Only
want?
she knows whether or not, you know. I'm just saying on the inside, when you're worth 44 billion, the, you know, life experience is going to be in stark contrast. And, you know, I suspect that that's not exactly Shangri-La, you know, the Vietnamese carceral system.
Over a period of 3 years from February 2019, she ordered her driver to withdraw 108 trillion dong.
Wow.
Which is more than $4 billion in cash from the bank and store it in her basement. What do you have, in your basement?
Hang on one second. Store it in the basement.
But why not? What I want to know is, like, how are you withdrawing that much cash? You go into an ATM? It takes a long time to...
Yeah, that's a good point. At some point when this driver keeps showing up asking for trillions of dong, you know, you got to... I'm sorry, what was your name again? And who the hell are you? Andreevich saying I'm the guy with ace-jack as he raises and takes it from the button. Now, you remember DuckTales, James? You know, right. Famously during the intro sequence to that particular cartoon, as we do date ourselves a bit, youngsters, Scrooge McDuck swam through a vault of gold. Now, I'm curious as to whether or not, what's this gal's name? The Dong Diggler? What's her name?
Wow.
Oh, boy. Am I going to have to pronounce this?
Well,
Chong Mai Lan.
There you go.
Okay. Now, do you think in that basement was just a swimming pool full of these trillions of dong? She liked to take a dip in the dong? It could be the case.
Fair's got ace-king.
What do you think? I'm going to let you walk out of this one unscathed, James? Or do you think I'm going to let you just talk about the ace-king pre?
I'm praying someone else finds that.
Look at me, James. 50 to go.
Thank you, Liv. Oh. Ace-9 clubs. Just finds the bin. Wow. What does she see? What did she see, Ali? Min raise, and she managed to get ace-9 of clubs in the bin correctly.
Is that really what we just bore witness to?
I think so. Am I getting that wrong? Was it off suit? I think it was suited.
I'm busy over here putting my Tinder pin down in where Miss Trong Mai Lan lives, see whether or not I can get a match.
So DuckTales, he dives into the coins, into the vault.
That's right.
Always bothered me. That he
Why?
just kind of like pierces through the coins. But I mean, if you dove into a bed of coins, I don't think you just swim through them. I think you get severely injured.
You know, see, this is where you're no fun, Debs. Right? You know, it's an innocent childhood cartoon. Just, why you gotta ruin it? I'm not looking for scientific accuracy out of the animation department. You know, just leave it alone.
Focused on the dong.
By the way, verification that it was ace-9 of clubs coming from Ivan in the chat.
Yeah.
It did fold to that min raise, so. Pretty remarkable laydown. Certainly not beyond her to call with such things.
Now here calling with ace-10 offsuit on the button now.
Right.
Arguably a worse hand, but of course a better position.
And up against an under-the-gun open from Fair. Dominating. 160 in the middle, heads up. King-Jack 4 board. Second pair versus the Broadway gutter, no follow-through.
Yeah, I think we still have to show some restraint, but she's not going to on this board. I'd rather check back and take a shot at it, but she is going to stab small. This obviously pressures those pocket pairs below the jack. Maybe there's some other hand she clears out, doesn't give a free shot to.
Monotone board texture extended on the turn now. Neither player holds a heart. Do we expect that the preflop opener under the gun would not follow through with a heart in their hand and as such maybe fire again here?
No, I think Fair gets to have plenty of hands with a heart here. Not that he has loads of single heart hands having opened from under the gun, but ace-king, ace-queen, maybe ace-10. Some of the king-queens, and of course some pocket pairs with a heart. She's gone very small. Again, I mean, obviously great up against this hand. Well done, Liv.
Second barrel of 75,000 does send the best hand into the muck. Nicely done, Miss Baree.
I have to say I'm pleased to see that a lot of people in the chat coming to my defense and are also a bit upset about the idea you can dive into coins.
I don't think anal retentiveness is something exclusive to you, Dempsey. It's an affliction that many have. Scrooge can swim in the gold coins. And you could be swimming in a $50 ticket to the Weekender. Granted, it takes maybe more than a single ticket to do some swimming. But one ticket is certainly a good ROI rather, on a $20 investment, which attached to a brand new sign up over at GG Poker. And the use of the promo code Paradise2024 is exactly where you'll find yourself. Head over to the world's largest online poker room today and sign up.
It was a great cartoon, though.
DuckTales was
maybe my favorite.
Was that the one that had Doofus? Do you remember there was, like, the Huey, Dewey, and Louie were the three nephews, but then there was, you know, maybe like Mama Duck hit the bottle in the third trimester.
Wow.
Doofus, I'm just saying. Anyway. You know, maybe the incubator was malfunctioning. Took him a
We
little
get
bit
the
too
joke,
long to
Ollie.
get
We
out
get
of
the joke. Let's
the egg.
move on from...
Did that one somehow hit close to home or something, Debs? You really?
No, right.
Now you leave me wondering, is there a little fetal alcohol, something I should know about over here?
Oh. Sanchez facing some heat. Opened under the gun these 2 9s, and this is a little scary to see a 3-bet from this seat and from Francesca, who, from what we witnessed, hasn't really been getting outlined. Certainly capable, though. Played a really nice hand earlier where he wisely checked over a river flush.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the Al Dente gets a little dose of Arrabbiata on it from La Francesca. 5-5-7 board. Cozy for these 9s of Sanchez. Maurizio slides it over to the pre-flop razor. 3-better, rather.
Yeah, certainly a hand, if we choose to. Certainly reasonable to carry on with here. Sanchez going to have some Broadway combos that fold. Okay, we're ahead of most of those, but we can also start making the better Ace-X fold. And there are cards that can fall on this turn, Ollie, that allow us to just jam.
You talking about the diamonds, the open-enders, things of this nature that really put the cold press on those 9s?
Mm-hmm.
And Sanchez is not in a hurry to try to inflate this one. Obviously, the 9s are vulnerable, so he does check call.
It's concerning. He opened under the... Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, how about no need to turn it into a semi-bluff when the ace of clubs rolls off. Now, granted, there are occasional worlds in which this ace-6 is no good on the turn, as Sanchez could be lurking with a Broadway ace as an under-the-gun opener and defender versus the 3-bet, but we can see that's not what La Francesca is facing.
I like this. Sanchez is still going to have some better ace-X.
Yeah, the pot control check back there from La Francesca shows discipline and, you know, some field awareness.
It just opens it up as well for when Sanchez has called the flop with maybe a couple of overs with a backdoor flush draw, something that he can now sort of fire river. Don't think he's going to turn that hand like 9 into a bluff, but not impossible that he would turn some hands into a bluff to try and make La Francesca folder a hand like jacks, queens, or kings.
$175K as value is hunted now in the face of a third check.
This feels just like I'm getting absolutely milked here with the 2 9s. Like, what do we beat? Again, this was an open from under the gun from Sanchez, 3-bet from La Francesca. Playing at a full table. And a player who hasn't been getting too out of line.
Tens through kings are supposed to behave.
Right. We're not thinking we're up against tens king. There we go. Nice. This looks like it's an ace to check back turn. Well done.
Yeah. Made a believer.
How'd you get $4.3 billion into a basement? Other than the obvious of using a driver. But I mean, physically, how big is the basement going to be?
I don't know what the largest denomination.
The biggest dong
Oh,
possible?
for that, yeah. What is the biggest dong?
Shall I Google that?
That you can pull out of a bank.
I'll find out, see what the biggest dong is.
Yeah. Think they got $1 million dong? Note? 100K dong?
Only 500K. You got to get trillions in there?
500K dong. It's doable. James, I would imagine she's not in a condo. You know, we're talking about an estate. But Lord knows. She knew how to stash the dong. What, James? Everything okay over there? I noticed that you turned off your mic, and I'm trying to figure out why that is.
Just going to run and grab a drink, actually. Oh, yeah, yeah, throat's gonna go
a lot of people suspect that we may have already had a few just based on this final frame of the evening.
I don't know how I've let you get me in this spot.
I don't think permission is something I need.
No.
Meanwhile, ace 4. Sanchez squares off against Fair with the best of it here, blind versus blind.
Yeah, both players reasonable to think they've got the best hand here. Of course, Sanchez with a hand that could easily improve. And he is going to bet. See how Fair decides to proceed with this one. I mean, king high could certainly be good. Does have the 8 of clubs, but not much else working. Yeah, okay, just lets it go. It's tough to call there against Sanchez because he is the kind of player that's more than capable of barreling multiple times.
Seven 4 offsuit in the YouTube chat, I suspect would buy us around at this point. James, he says, we deserve a drink or whatever is allowed down there. You know, rum famously comes from this part of the world. You know, alcohol is allowed. Now, in terms of at the booth, there's not really... I've certainly not been exposed to any manual. I try to use my inner barometer. One that
you've got one.
Exactly, you know, is sus at best. But, you know, sober, I'm a menace, James. And
I don't want to see you. I've only once witnessed you consume any alcohol, and it was the most dangerous combination I could manage. Because it was an espresso martini, so we were spicing you up and putting a bit of booze in you, and I'm glad you stopped at 1.
Oh, yeah. That must have been a really bad trading day.
Or a really good one.
Yeah, true. Ace Jack, raise and take here for Mirmo.
Yeah. Heading on over here for the final part of day 1D, the final day 1.
Norwegian flag, by the way, suggests this man is all too happy to be enjoying the climate here in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
December. How many degrees below 0 is it out in Norway right about now? I saw something about they're going to build the world's most expensive tunnel in Norway. Did you see this? Like a $38 billion tunnel. Just go around. What are we talking about? It saves 21 hours apparently. But,
okay,
you know.
that's some hours.
Yeah, but listen, if you just
How
paid...
much dong could you put in the tunnel, do you think?
What if you just paid everyone per hour to go the long way?
Do you know how rich the Norwegians are? And by the Norwegians, I mean the country of Norway.
Listen, first off, there's not that many of them. And there's mucho oil out there. You know, they're kind of like Scandi Arabs in that way.
Yeah. And they weren't daft enough to set it off, but anyway.
That's that 50% tax rate, I think, that kind of keeps most from maybe emigrating up to Oslo.
From Norway to Eastway, is it like that's got to be a joke.
Somebody said hire a Sherpa instead of build a tunnel. I'll tell you what, I don't know what the Tibetan minimum wage is, but you might be able to bring them over. They'd be looking whatever the little molehill is in Norway, thinking to themselves, you call this a climb? These dudes scale Everest.
There's no channel, Ollie.
Talk to me, though. The project is indeed going to cost in the neighborhood of how much?
I think it says here far less than you were suggesting. So
I said 38 billion.
Oh, yeah, I think.
I mean, I have a tendency to embellish.
Could cost 1.6 billion pounds, so a couple of $1 billion. So you've embellished it.
No, I mean, you're reading the wrong article.
I must be.
This is something from within the last few days.
I mean, this article was dated 3 days ago, but.
All right, maybe I overdid it.
I mean, it's the sort
is
of
that the one that
money
saves
you
a
could
half-a-day drive?
You could find that sort of money in the basement of a house in Vietnam, turns out.
Who knew?
Still be left with a whole bunch of dong.
Jimmy Bluffett, I tend to trust this man, you know.
Okay.
The blue wrench in the chat, you know, this is a vetted source. He says 47 billion. So
you
what
can't
the hell
build
are
a
you
lot for
looking at, James?
1.6 billion, in fairness, so.
Did you find it yet, James?
No. I'm going to focus on the poker for now.
What are you reading, The Onion?
I found one page says 46 billion, one says 1.6 billion. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, the source matters in these situations.
I think maybe the first portion of this, I don't know, let's...
You know, at the end of the day, it's not going to change any of our lives.
Well, what if I end up moving to Norway and I use this tunnel on a regular basis?
You might get exiled to Norway. Moving to Norway is probably not in the cards. Wouldn't be a voluntary sort of situation. However, VPIP from Stakelis with King 9 suited, coming at a poor time. Andreevich, pocket kings on the button.
Kind of nice for Andreevich as well. I think just my impression, if I was sat at this table, would be that he's kind of had things go against him this day. I would imagine. Oh, wow. Okay, he's really just going for it, just trying to look exactly like that, like he's just over it. Stakeless having opened under the gun. I thought 24 blinds.
Yeah, I mean, King 9 suited isn't going to be the customer, but I kind of like where Andreevich's head is at with this because, as you alluded to at the top of this particular frame, there is a little bit of I'm over it that can come over some, you know, whether it's physical stamina, mental stamina being exhausted out there, you know, the desire to either find the spin up to a healthy stack. I can kind of coast to the end of the evening and then bring back into day 2, or just get on with it. Get showered, maybe come back and rebuy tomorrow, or just say goodnight. Anyone that's played a poker tournament into the wee hours definitely has borne witness to this sort of stuff.
Yeah, and especially more so this tournament than any other I've seen, given the nature of...
which is incredible considering that unlike last year, this is a 25K buy-in.
How many entries
I mean, you don't anticipate that sort of behavior.
No.
No need to double up tonight. It's 2?
Yeah, last year.
No, my phone was
5K
off,
burn, if
yeah.
I'm right, Ollie.
10
Just
BB
5x in
stack?
the stakes this time. No
That's
big
what it
deal.
is? 10 blinds?
I don't know for sure, but I think so, maybe.
So you get 3 bullets tomorrow?
I don't know about that. I don't know about anything, but I heard it was 10 BB stack. But it could be incorrect.
Tomorrow? Oh, no.
King 9 suited has become
Oh, okay.
the hand of the moment for Stakalis.
Oh, yeah?
And yet again, he finds himself dominated, this time by an ace 9.
15-30 and then 20-40. So you have 12 big ones.
Yeah. Late registration. If you were to register at the last possible moment, would allow you to have 12 blinds, or 12 and a half blinds.
Well, this flop allows La Francesca to have top 2, which is more than we can say for second pair and backdoor diamonds.
Yeah. Juicy, juicy spot for him from the big.
Yeah. It's the same blind.
10, 20, 10, 25.
Why?
Because it's so fast.
60?
I think they want to get more people in, maybe reach the 50 mil. I don't know.
Tries to tell the story that ace-X lurks.
Sure, a bunch of people will do it for sure.
Yeah.
Like 20, 30
I heard
guys.
they're going to start putting people in. They like celebrities and
They did that in the past, no?
Yeah, La Francesca just goes for this now. Stakeless are going to have lots of hands that want to bet this flop and would never fold. Yeah, looks like he's piecing together an elevation.
So prompt is the check raise.
Yeah, and Stakeless with exactly the kind of hand that hates this the most, Ali. It's a hand that really wants to see the turn.
You're right.
But really can't take the heat.
I'm sure you don't have it.
As soon as he sees that check raise, he's regretting having bet this, because this is certainly one he could have checked back.
Very, very rarely. There is a card club there.
May just decide, though, Ali, that he's just always betting ace-8-9 at the end of the gun against big blind defend.
I'm just a glory chaser these days. I'll just play, like, big events.
I mean, we know La Francesca is going to be defending with a wide array.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if we're Stakalis, we assume that the larger ace-X's would have been heard from pre, and the smaller ones wouldn't behave in this manner. And if all of a sudden we begin to remove the upper crust,
yeah,
we can get ourselves into a little bit of trouble potentially. Granted, he just has 440 back, 115 of that on request.
Yeah, this isn't a one-pair check raise. This is 2-pair plus and then a whole bunch of draws. But we don't perform great against the draws anyway. And yeah, I think maybe just regretting having bet that flop, because that hand could have developed so nicely for him on so many turns.
What's this card protector?
At first, when I first saw it, I thought it might be a tree, but he's wearing a Grinch t-shirt. I don't know.
It seemed like a female tree.
Yeah, I thought it was a tree.
And, you know, with a kindness index on the facial expression that kind of defies Grinchiness. Might have been something out of the bottom of a Cracker Jack box. Maybe it's a portable Chia Pet. Do you not know what a Chia Pet is, James?
I don't even know what a Cracker Jack box is.
Wow. One day, perhaps, the caramel-laden delight, along with some glazed almonds and popcorn that is Cracker Jacks.
If almonds is what you're after.
Yeah.
I know a guy.
Supplier.
He has a private reserve.
King Henry himself. The real lack of humility in the branding, by the way, on the almonds.
He says he genuinely grew almonds as a child. This is not a joke.
Same girl.
Within like a year or so, maybe about.
It's a thirsty crop.
More or less.
By the way. And Boris,
yeah.
Perhaps looking to quench on the button, picking 4-5 offsuit with which to do it. La Francesca, King 10.
Yeah, just really pushing it at the end of the day. It's 4-5-0. getting instant resistance against the man who really has started to step out. And look at this, Stakeless, right at the end of the day, finds exactly the kind of hand you want.
Sitting 390 back in the big button and small, acting out in front of you.
You do end for end at the end of the day. They do that.
I mean, this is 200K picked up with ease when we jam.
I don't know.
Surely La Francesca is not looking to spin with King 10 offsuit for the extra.
It's just so little
265, is he?
Oh, it's only 260 more, I mean.
Wow!
Yeah, I think we have to call.
It's the math?
Yeah.
Well, he is in awful shape here. So the Lithuanian and the Italian entangled in a 910K pot late day 1D. Stakelis, the man at risk. 2 diamonds on this board along with a jack. Trouble brews, but does not come to fruition on the turn. So, all that stands between Stakelis and a late double is a 10 free river, which is provided.
There we go. I think they still have one more hand to play. Perhaps at this table, but Stakeless will sleep a lot better tonight. After
He's going to make sure he gets that last 5K in there as well, as he points out, hey, bud, don't forget that extra nickel.
The buffet. What kind of buffet?
Here he is.
You told me about it, but it sounded horrible.
Do they have good buffet here?
Some other night it was pretty good, but
I've heard of the buffet's very good from Mr. Cobain.
Okay, right, but now consider the source
You're
here.
going to come up with this source
You're
stuff
asking
again,
an
aren't you?
almond farmer.
Former almond farmer. He's moved on to different things nowadays.
Right, but you know, I would imagine somebody raised on marzipan isn't necessarily going to have the best beat on kind of where the good grub is on property. Poseidon's Table, by the way, the name of the buffet, which suggests a real seafood-centric situation. The scowl on Jason's face. Here, I mean,
I can see him now in prison.
I'm just telling you, man, this is the toughest guy in Cell Block D right now, the image.
He's the toughest guy with those sunglasses, that's for damn sure.
Pocket queens. It's going to put 9s in a tough spot here. Button 3 bet to 165. It's going to come back over to the deep stacked Pascal.
What did you start?
Yeah, he may just decide to rip this in. Kind of a nonsense 3-bet me last hand of the day. It is Jason Mercier. He's certainly capable of being light here. One can only assume that LaFrancois has been firing away at this table.
165.
They just come with cool. Take
We're
it to a
gonna play
flop.
one. Yeah, 390. Nina free environment. Jack 7-6, a wrap of the bicep from LaFrancois. Over pair for Mercier with heart coverage.
Yeah, and LaFrancois are looking for sort of good flops. This isn't the worst for his 2-9s, just the one over. Obviously, plenty of legitimate hands. Jason with a 3-bet with pre-flop that have missed, that LaFrancois now ahead of. So things get really tricky against these great players.
Sub half pot.
Yeah, this is getting really shallow now. Just 275 back. 690 in the middle, brick on the turn.
Yeah, not the kind of card that if Pascal feels as though the 2 9s are good is going to leave him with a difference in opinion from a street ago.
On.
There's the rest of it. Pascal wants a count. He really feels like a non-believer in this spot.
Yeah, it's
I mean, body language does seem like it's tethered to a man who's kind of all done for the evening.
Right, and this is it. This meta that keeps coming up in this tournament. End of the day, last in. Of course, no more day ones tomorrow, but this is a big rebuy. I feel like Mercier is more likely to be bluffing here than he would be in a normal tournament.
Unfortunately, I don't remember. That was touristic city, big touristic city, because we play Triton series. You know, like they run the poker there.
Oh, their name.
Nine.
That's where they have
I just do not.
Casino. They only one casino in Vietnam.
I don't remember the city, but I remember hotel and casino and sea.
Their name is on the north, and we live on the south.
Wow, very well done, Pascal Francois.
I remember.
And for that matter, Mercier,
like
has he got a street of value?
Yep.
I got
Post flop.
Like, you know, it's more freshy, like more freshy.
1 hour flight, man. Goddamn.
1.5. I don't.
Francois off the high water mark.
He's doing okay, Ollie.
Yeah, terrific performance.
Here.
He can afford the buffet breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel as though a veteran such as him has got the role to kind of do the buffet independent of performance.
When did you been there?
Out here
last time in Vietnam? Yeah, I asked, like, when did you been there last time in Vietnam?
Oh, 5, 6 years ago. I'm gonna go to Vietnam after this. After this event.
Wow.
For 3 months, see my mom.
She's alive.
Yeah.
How old is she?
86.
Mine
She's
is 90.
swimming every day.
Yeah?
She walks.
Speaking of swimming, Ollie.
5 miles a day.
If you bring up McDuck and the coins,
Walk back home.
Dems,
It's insane.
you're going to have some people upset.
So healthy, you got no
I
idea.
feel like chat's with me on this. It's only you who gets upset.
When I said some people, I was referring to myself.
Okay.
I cannot fold, I guess.
86.
55s.
Shriner. Gonna defend it with the ace-5 for...
Turned into 200. And
I feel like Murphy's okay with this not winning. I feel like he's quite happy to bust out.
I don't know about happy,
It's my
but, you
read,
know,
Ollie.
let's either find a bag with 450 in it or let's say goodnight and good luck. The Austrian. 3-2 favorite heading to the flop, but he no longer enjoys that. Jack 8 deuce. Murphy finds the pair.
Oh.
And finds trips on the turn. No sweat here.
Okay.
Shriner draws dead. River will be inconsequential. Did someone say take your time?
Jason, I think he did lobby for speeding these things up once the a player was drawing down the turn. Obviously, his request wasn't granted.
Well, you know, the dealers do wear those headsets. Production in control of when the cards are dealt out in those all-in situations, so we don't hold them personally accountable for pace.
I think that's it, Ollie.
Well, Murphy found the Ziploc. 450. Going to be deposited in it, too, as you get a look.
Wow.
At his plight, sitting 6th of 7 runners over at the Reef table. 450 deep. Pascal Lefrancois and Espen Mirmo, though, putting together healthy days. Almost 2 million for Mirmo. 3.6 for Lefrancois. Didn't manage to clear that 4 million chip barrier as we bring you back here to the desk just to unpack the last 5 frames of play. 10 total hours of them, which bring us to the end of day 1 action here at this WSOP Supermain. 4 of them in total, coupled with the online streets, where 90 players advanced of an original 600 who made the effort, James. And just one last attempt to get a read out of you as to whether or not this $50 million guarantee will be met. 3 levels of registration will be open tomorrow during day 2. You're betting the don't?
Overlay. If you can still get here, get here.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have 3 levels to plunk down 25K and be a part of what's happening here at Atlantis. And maybe several people who are here lurk in the ranks with a desire to do just that.
Maybe we get there. Maybe we get there. The people in here, the buzz is so good. The action's been so good. We've
Bitcoin over 106 briefly.
That sort of stuff as well. I don't understand all that. You know, I'm more worried about physical coins and whether you can dive through them or whether you hit them.
We've learned that.
And injure yourself quite severely.
All right, listen, it's been fun, but it does have to come to an end, at least for tonight. We're going to come back, rack it up for day 2 action tomorrow, which could be abbreviated, James, because we're only going to play down 2.
Yeah, the money gets reached tomorrow. So leverage still open and the bubble bursting in the same day. So yeah, it's going to be very fast and potentially a short day.
Yep, and it all starts 1 o'clock local time here, east coast of the U.S., Nassau time. So set your watches and come back and see us tomorrow. In the meantime, on behalf of the whole crew out here at Atlantis, Ali and James saying good night.